Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 51 Soul Card Test. After the assessment, Tian Yuheng, Zhang Wenwu and other students who failed the assessment were taken away from the college by another teacher. Su Yuan, Xiang Dingqian and Luo Bingtong were left behind and seemed to have other plans. Okay, Director Tan, I won't follow you anymore. I'll leave Bingtong to you. I'll leave first. Kong Zheng put away the folding fan and prepared to leave. Tan Songlin responded respectfully, okay, please go slowly. I have to give these three little guys something, so I won't give it to you. Kong Zheng nodded and said to Luo Bingtong, Bingtong, Director Tan will take you to the school gate after the show is over, and someone will pick you up at the door. I'll leave first if I have anything else to do. Wait until I finish it. I'll take you around the city in the evening. Luo Bingtong thought for a while, then nodded. Kong Zheng smiled again and touched Luo Bingtong's head, and then the five-color brilliance on his body flashed and turned into a streak of colored light that quickly swept away into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What a speed! Su Yuan and Xiang Dingqian were both shocked. Until now, the two of them were not sure about Kong Zheng's identity, but even Tan Songlin was so polite, so his identity must be extremely noble. In Dian, people with noble status are usually very powerful. It's very simple. This is the era of star card masters. Strength is paramount. Most people have noble status because of their strength. After Kong Zheng left, Tan Songlin said to Su Yuan and the others, then you come with me. We also need to register for special enrollment and take a simple test. Test. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly, and he guessed that it might be a test about the soul card. After all, no matter which academy, the basic requirement for special moves is a blue soul card. Come with me. Tan Songlin led the way, and Su Yuan and three others followed. The area where the Requiem Xian burial monument was previously located was relatively remote, with almost no people around. Now along the way, I have met many students from Yeadu Academy one after another. Most of these students were in a hurry and running quickly. The life in Yeadu College seemed to be fast-paced. Su Yuan and his party still attracted the attention of many students passing by, for no other reason than Luo Bingtong in the team. After a while, Su Yuan and others arrived at the Government Affairs Building, one of the main buildings of Yeadu Academy. It's more lively here, with students and teachers coming in and out from time to time. Director Tan, is this a new student? Asked a teacher at the entrance of the building. Tan Songlin responded, yes, the students who passed the supplementary special recruitment today. There are actually 3 of them. The results of this additional special move are good. Haha, not bad. Tan Songlin first took the 3 of them to the admissions office to register for special enrollment status, and issued Yeadu College student ID cards in advance. This is for you, 1 for each of you. Tan Songlin took out 3 purple rings and handed them to Su Yuan and the others. Ring? Su Yuan was startled at first, and then said in surprise, space ring. That's right. Tan Songlin nodded. In addition to the rewards you get from the Requiem burial monument, the space ring is also the standard equipment we prepare for special enrollment. As a member of a noble family, Xiang Dingqian already had a high-end space ring, so he took it with him without hesitation. But Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong did not. Su Yuan curiously took on the space ring and put his spiritual power into it. There was about 4 cubic spaces inside. It's so big, the market price should be in the millions. Su Yuan was extremely happy. Although the space ring is not an unusually precious thing, it is by no means cheap. 4 cubic meters, the market price should be between 1 million and 1.2 million. At this moment, Su Yuan felt the light flickering continuously. I saw Luo Bingtong next to me wearing a ring in her left hand, and holding a gold-patterned ebony box with ambergris in her left hand. The ring flashed and she put the ebony box in, and then took it out again in a flash. Repeatedly, flashing and shining, it was so much fun. Country bumpkin. Xiang Dingqian curled his lips disdainfully. Luo Bingtong seemed not to hear, and continued to play by himself, with a pair of ice-blue eyes full of novelty. Tan Songlin coughed dryly, "Okay, come with me, and then we will go to the soul card test." Tan Songlin led the three of them further into the government building, and not long after, they arrived outside a professional testing room. There is a sophisticated soul card test barrier arranged here. After entering, communicate with the soul card and fully stimulate its power. The barrier will guide you to complete the test. It is very simple. During the test, the barrier will rate your 6-dimensional qualifications based on the theoretical mythological limit of S-level qualifications as 100 points. Because you are all awakening for the first time and your highest qualification is no more than C-level, the full score for a certain qualification is 70 points. Among them, Star Power qualification is the most important thing for Star Card Masters. It will be multiplied by a coefficient of 2, and the full score is 140 points. Therefore, the maximum total score for the 6-dimensional qualification is 490 points. Su Yuan nodded. Even if they are both C-level talents, they are both strong and weak. Such test results are indeed more concrete. Tan Songlin greeted, "Okay, that's it, then you can go in one by one. The test results will be kept confidential and archived by the college. Only the person in charge of the test and a few people including the dean are qualified to view it. Only a few people, including the dean, can view it." Su Yuan looked thoughtful. His 6C qualification as Blue Sky Phoenix was unparalleled in the world. There were only 3 such qualifications in historical records. It could be said to be extremely special. I relied on the Soul Awakening card that had been strengthened to the transformation realm by the Stardust system to awaken the Blue Sky Phoenix. Speaking of which, there was a slight risk of exposing the system. But since this is Demon City Academy, and only a few people including the dean can see it, there's no harm in showing it. After all, the higher the talent, the more resources. Just as Su Yuan was thinking, Xiang Dingqian had already walked out first. "I'll go first." Xiang Dingqian directly opened the door of the testing room and walked in. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Xiang Dingqian came out again, with a relaxed look on his face. Apparently the test was over. Tan Songlin took out his mobile phone, logged in and connected to the soul card test barrier to call up Xiang Dingqian's results. Test number, 00003691. Name, Xiang Dingqian. Student ID number *220006. Test results, Strength, 66, C, Agility, 60, C, Defense, 58, D, Physique, 66, C, Spirit, 52, D, Star Power, 54*2, D. Overall rating, 410. Scored 400 points. Tan Songlin's eyes lit up. 3C qualification, not bad, worthy of being a member of the Xiang family in the imperial capital. Not bad. Tan Songlin nodded towards Xiang Dingqian, nephew Xiang Xian is really talented. Xiang Dingqian grinned, Teacher Tan is very complimentary. Su Yuan saw that Luo Bingtong on the side had no intention of taking action, so he moved first. Pushing the door into the testing room, and then closing the door, the whole room was slightly dark and empty. There was a metal column over 1 meter high at the entrance, and there was a card slot on the column. Su Yuan swiped the student ID card he had just received, and a photon landmark immediately lit up in the center of the room. Su Yuan walked to the landmark and, according to Tan Songlin's words, communicated with the phoenix in the blue sky in the star power cyclone on his chest. As Su Yuan's mental power penetrated, the originally silent phoenix in the blue sky on the card gradually began to move vividly, and finally looked up at Su Yuan's consciousness looking inward. It's so magical. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. This was the first time he communicated with the blue sky phoenix, and there was a vague feeling of intimacy. Chiang. With a crisp phoenix cry, the phoenix in the blue sky spread out its power, and a faint space star power filled Su Yuan's body. At the same time, large silver runes suddenly lit up on the dark ground, and a red rune chain suddenly jumped out of the barrier and shot into Su Yuan's body. Su Yuan immediately felt an invisible wave coming from the chain of red runes. This fluctuation was like an illusion. Su Yuan could not touch it, so he subconsciously used the phoenix of the blue sky to fight against it. As the chain of red runes became brighter and brighter, the phoenix in the blue sky and the star power cyclone also became more dazzling. Both sides continued to increase their strength. Gradually, the blue sky phoenix reached its limit, while the energy of the red rune chain continued to increase steadily, and finally overwhelmed the blue sky phoenix. In an instant, the rune chain retracted from Su Yuan's body and disappeared into the barrier on the ground, and a line of text appeared on the barrier. Strength, 66, C. So that's what it is. Su Yuan looked at the strength qualification scores on the ground and quickly understood the principle of this barrier. The red rune chain just now represents power. It determines the power qualification of the soul card by arm wrestling with the soul card. Before Su Yuan could think about it, the words on the barrier flashed and disappeared, and then another chain of green runes representing agility jumped out and shot into Su Yuan's body. After a moment of testing, the final results were revealed. Agility, 68, C. It's actually higher than the strength qualification. Su Yuan nodded secretly. Subsequently, defense, physical fitness, and spirit were also tested one after another. Defense, 66, C. Constitution, 66, C. Spirit, 66, C. Finally, for the Star Card Master, the most important star power is the star power. The brilliance circulated above the barrier, and the chain of cyan runes representing star power shot into Su Yuan's body. Su Yuan unleashed the power of Blue Sky Phoenix without any reservation. Chiang! Accompanied by a sonorous and high-pitched phoenix cry, the phoenix in the blue sky burst out with great enthusiasm for sucking milk. The bright silver light surged around Su Yuan, and without waiting for the cyan rune chain to slowly exert its force, it directly forced the cyan rune chain to become extremely bright. After a long stalemate, the green rune chain's brilliance suddenly surged, and its energy surged again, overwhelming the blue sky phoenix. Chiang chiang! The phoenix of the blue sky couldn't resist anymore and let out a low groan of grievance. We've reached our limit, take a good rest. Su Yuan sent comforting thoughts to the blue sky phoenix. Chiang Ching Kong's Haifeng responded and fell silent. The barrier flickered slightly, and soon, the test results of the star power qualification were revealed. Star power, 70, C. Full marks. Chapter 52 Initial Show of Talent. Looking at the results displayed on the ground barrier, Su Yuan was startled for a moment, then smiled happily. Amazing, worthy of being the phoenix of the blue sky, full of star power. Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Now that the test was over, Su Yuan didn't stay long and walked out of the test room. Seeing Su Yuan come out, Luo Bingtong and Xiang Dingqian both stared at Su Yuan. Especially Xiang Dingqian. Su Yuan surpassed Xiang Dingqian and won the first place in the special recruitment assessment with the 9th level ultimate strength. Xiang Dingqian now particularly wanted to know about Su Yuan's 6-dimensional qualifications, so he stared at Su Yuan unblinkingly, trying to learn from Su Yuan's. There was something on his face. But Su Yuan's expression was normal, so he naturally saw nothing, so he turned his attention to Tan Songlin, who was about to check his results. Tan Songlin was also curious about what kind of 6-dimensional qualifications Su Yuan, the student who suddenly got the first place in the assessment, had. He immediately turned on his phone and called up the newly updated test results. Test number, 00003692. Name, Su Yuan. Student ID number *220004. Test results, Strength, 66, C, Agility, 68, C. Defense, 66, C. Physique, 66, C. Spirit, 66, C. Star Power, 70*2, C. Total rating, 472. 6C. Tan Songlin was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly widened. 6C. 472 points? Star Power is fully qualified? Fuck. Tan Songlin looked up at Sir Yuan, the horror in his eyes almost bursting out of his eyes. As the teaching director of Yeadu College, how could Tan Songlin not understand the meaning of the 6C qualification? Ever since ancient humans discovered the way to be a star card master, there are only 3 people in history who have awakened the 6C qualification. Today, a peerless genius with 6C and full star power actually appeared in front of him. Even though Tan Songlin was a Zhuang-level master and had seen countless geniuses, his mood was fluctuating violently at this moment, and he was a little confused for a moment. Okay, very good. After a while, Tan Songlin patted Sir Yuan's shoulder heavily, and the shock on his face turned into overflowing joy. I can pass the 9th level. There is indeed something far beyond ordinary people on the 6th floor. When Xiang Dingqian saw Tan Songlin, he was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly smiled brighter than a blooming chrysanthemum. It is not difficult to guess that it must be because Sir Yuan's star power qualifications are higher than expected. And Neng Tan Songlin was so surprised. Could it be that his qualifications were much higher than mine? Thinking of this, Xiang Dingqian looked at Sir Yuan, his expression darkening. Sir Yuan and Xiang Dingqian have both finished the test, and only Luo Bingtong is left. Tan Songlin finally calmed down a little and smiled at Luo Bingtong. Bingtong, you can go in too. Although you are different from us, this test barrier can also be effective. Different? A trace of doubt flashed in Xiang Dingqian's eyes, and he looked at Luo Bingtong, not knowing what was different about her. Sir Yuan knew, however, that Luo Bingtong was a star beast, with only a star core and no soul card. Luo Bingtong nodded, and then walked into the soul card testing room. 7 or 8 minutes later, the door of the testing room opened again, and Luo Bingtong walked out. Tan Songlin quickly opened the report. Just at first glance, Tan Songlin's expression changed. His mood, which had just been relieved slightly by Sir Yuan's record-breaking qualification score, suddenly surged again. Test number, 00003693. Name, Luo Bingtong. Student ID number *220005. Test results, Strength, 70, C, Agility, 68, C, Defense, 68, C, Physique, 68, C, Spirit, 56, D, Star Power, 66*2, C. Total rating, 462. 5C qualification, 462 points, full qualification. Just past Sir Yuan's 6C qualification, here comes another 5C qualification with 462 points. What is it today? Tan Songlin swallowed, looked at Luo Bingtong, and then at Sir Yuan, suddenly feeling a little trance-like. Historically, Yeadu Academy had the highest score, a student with a 5C qualification score of 451. Now, 2 scores have broken history. After a while, Tan Songlin came to his senses again, with a rich smile once again on his face. Yeadu Academy, have really made a lot of money this time. Although Sir Yuan he couldn't see Luo Bingtong's score, Tan Songlin didn't manage his expression well. Sir Yuan estimated that Luo Bingtong's test scores were also very good. Even if they were not as good as his own, they wouldn't be much worse. But he was able to get through the 6th wave of the Requiem Xian Burial Monument with the help of his 6 transformation skills, including the soul skill teleportation, and the unparalleled 6C soul card of the space system. This Luo Bingtong was able to pass the 6th wave as a 9th level star disciple, and his sixth-dimensional qualifications were absolutely astonishing. At this time, only Xiang Dingqian's face became increasingly ugly. What's going on with Director Tan? Are they both higher than me? How come? After a while, Tan Songlin finally calmed down and immediately encrypted the test records of the three people and forwarded them to the dean from the intranet, and marked them as key messages. Okay. Tan Songlin looked at the three of them with a smile. That's it for today, let me take you out. The Demon City Academy is not small, so you can't find the way. Then I'll trouble you, Director Tan. Su Yuan and Xiang Dingqian responded. Luo Bingtong nodded. Yeadu College, Dean's office. A kind old man with white hair and beard was processing information, and suddenly an encrypted message came from the computer. Have the test results for the special admissions program come out? Cai Qinglong looked at the encrypted message, smiled, decrypted it and opened it. Xiang Dingqian, Su Yuan, Luo Bingtong. Cai Qinglong smiled, let's take a look at Bingtong's first. With that said, Cai Qinglong opened Luo Bingtong's test results. As expected, he is a descendant of the overlord of Ice Ji Xian Cliff. Even among the 5C qualifications, he is considered to be the best and rare in the world. Then, Cai Qinglong clicked on Xiang Dingqian's. A direct descendant of the Xiang family in the imperial capital, with a 3C qualification of 410 points, which is pretty good. Cai Qinglong nodded, and then opened the only remaining score report. The last one, Su Yuan, seems to be the student recommended by Yifeng. Hey! Cai Qinglong was startled, and then, an aura that slightly distorted the space suddenly swayed from Cai Qinglong, but disappeared in an instant, as if everything was an illusion. 6C. Cai Qinglong stared at the test report on the screen without blinking, his eyes shining brightly, as if they were brighter than the sun and the moon. At the south gate of Yeadu Academy, Tan Songlin sent Su Yuan and others over. On September 1st, school will start nationwide. Remember to come on time. Tutors will be assigned at that time. In addition, if you have any questions about cultivation or life, you can contact me. Now that you are already students at Yeadu College, I will be responsible for connecting you during the period before the start of school. I understand. Su Yuan and Xiang Dingqian responded. Tan Songlin nodded, carefully gave some instructions, and then turned and left. At this time, a tall, stern middle-aged man wearing a black suit walked from the side. Miss Bingtong, I was told to wait for you here. Please come with me. The stern middle-aged man said expressionlessly. Su Yuan and Xiang Dingqian looked at this man, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and their eyes were shining. They looked like a master at first sight. Luo Bingtong glanced at Su Yuan and Xiang Dingqian again, and then followed the cold middle-aged man to a black car parked on the right side of the gate without saying a word. Su Yuan took a look at the license plate. It was different from ordinary license plates. It seemed to be the official license plate of Yeadu. The man holding the fan earlier is really not that simple. Xiang Dingqian crossed his arms and looked at the black car that was gradually going away. I'm afraid there will be no more than 100 license plates with this kind of prefix in the Demon City. Su Yuan said, it seems you understand it very well. Because I have one at home. Xiang Dingqian said casually, and suddenly turned around to look at Su Yuan. Because of the matter about the dragon head, you might want to teach me a lesson. That's right. Xiang Dingqian grinned, I also have this plan. The 9th level star apprentice has passed the 6th wave, and I also want to see what your strength is like. Su Yuan looked calm, then come now. No. Xiang Dingqian shook his head, you are only a 9th level star disciple. Even if I win, I can't prove anything. I hope you can reach the bronze level when school starts. I will naturally find you by then. Su Yuan smiled and said, perhaps, even if you are only a 9th level star disciple, you can't win. As soon as he finished speaking, a force of star power suddenly came over the shop. Xiang Dingqian's star power surged around his body, and he stared at Su Yuan with a pair of tiger eyes, as if he was about to explode in the next moment. But a few seconds later, with a cold snort, Xiang Dingqian suddenly withdrew the surging star power in his body. "I'll wait for you after school starts." After saying this, Xiang Dingqian left towards the distance without looking back. Still tolerable. Su Yuan knew that the reason why Xiang Dingqian endured it in the end and did not take action was not because he was only a 9th level star disciple and he felt that he could not win with force, but because what Xiang Dingqian wants to prove is that he is not inferior to any other peers. It is only natural that the bronze level can defeat the 9th level star disciple, so what Xiang Dingqian wants is to defeat the bronze level himself. Su Yuan didn't stop him from doing it now. "Now that I've offended myself, I naturally can't let it go easily. But beating him up here won't do anything, and it's impossible to really kill him. I thought that after school started, I would have the opportunity to teach him a rather profound lesson." Su Yuan looked back at the amazing Dragon Bone Gate of Demon City Academy. Finally, it's a happy ending. This time, the Demon City Academy group went generally smoothly, successfully passing the assessment and the soul card test. In addition, Su Yuan took out a chapter of star cards that emitted a clear blue light, which was the reward for passing the 6th wave of the Requiem Xian Burial Monument. Air Cutting. Attribute, Space. Quality, Blue. Introduction, Knife and Sword Weapon Skills. The master swordsmanship left by the Sky School in ancient times, can use the power of space to alienate the edge, greatly increasing the destructive power. Blue Weapon Skill. Su Yuan held this empty cut, his heart full of excitement and joy. What he lacks is weapon skills, and this air cut is not only a weapon skill, but also a rare space weapon skill. It couldn't be more suitable for me. I really can't wait to advance to the bronze level. Su Yuan put away air cut, his eyes full of anticipation. He glanced at the Dragon Bone Gate again, then turned and left. Chapter 53 Bronze Level, Lava Cave, 4,000 words, please vote. After returning from Yeadu Academy, Su Yuan returned to his normal study life. Although it is already a special enrollment, you still have to take the classes you should take. Courses such as Dian Geography and Blue Star Common Language are not just for the college entrance examination, but because they are used. As for skills training and other courses, you don't need to take them. You can practice star power with all your strength in order to advance to the bronze level as soon as possible. Not many people in the college knew that Su Yuan went to Demon City to take the special recruitment assessment, but as soon as the results of Su Yuan's passing the assessment came out, Guangchuan No. 4 Middle School and even the Guangchuan City Education Bureau immediately launched a vigorous publicity campaign. Firecrackers are blasting and gongs and drums are noisy. In front of the teaching building of No. 4 Middle School, the banners that originally congratulated Chen Zhuzhen on becoming a special enrollment student in Wanzhou were moved aside, the C seat was given up, and replaced by a banner by Su Yuan. Congratulations to our schoolmate Su Yuan for successfully passing the Yeadu Special Recruitment Assessment with excellent results and becoming a special recruitment student of Yeadu College. Too exaggerated. Not only that, many local companies in Guangchuan have approached Su Yuan to endorse him. Forget about 9 walnuts, the show of emperor flowers, etc., even concentrated 9-flavor Remania pills were actually found. Now in Guangchuan City, who doesn't know that there is a special admissions student named Su Yuan in No. 4 Middle School? Of course Su Yuan didn't want to be so high profile, but even the opportunity to go to the Demon City was given by Wang Haiping. If the Education Bureau wanted to promote Su Yuan, it couldn't stop him. It was good that he didn't have to cooperate with the promotion. After a full week or two, the 2 topics special recruitment of Su Yuan in the Demon City and 3 special recruitments in one city finally came down from the hot search list in Guangchuan City. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it was mid-July, more than a month had passed since the college entrance examination in early June. During this time, college entrance examinations, application filling, admissions, graduation trips, all kinds of things are very busy outside. But Su Yuan seemed to be isolated from the world. Apart from eating and sleeping every day, he went to a professional training center near home to absorb and refine star power. There are 4 or 5 such training halls even in Guangchuan City. They are places dedicated to training. They are quiet and equipped with basic barriers. It is not very convenient to practice at home all the time. First, there are parents at home and guests come over from time to time. Second, sometimes if the star power is not well controlled, it will make a mess in the room or even damage the furniture. Although there is a fee for training in the training hall, Su Yuan has sold a few bronze-level star cores and has more than 10 or 200,000, so he is not short of this money for the time being. The training center Su Yuan chose is called Panda, mainly because it is close to home and can be reached in 15 minutes. When the boss saw that it was Su Yuan who came to practice, although it was not completely free, he directly discounted the fracture price and just took the opportunity to run a small advertisement. Panda Training, the choice for top special admissions students. At noon that day, there was a VIP training room in Panda Training Hall. Along with a high-pitched phoenix cry, a strong spatial fluctuation filled the entire training room. Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes overflowing with brilliance and divine light. Finally, bronze level. Feeling the powerful star power surging within his body, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile. Ever since he absorbed a large amount of Tiangan fruit in the Divine Tree Secret Realm, he has reached the 9th level limit. It's just a matter of breaking through to the bronze level and becoming a true star card master. This step has stumped many people. It's really not easy. Now more than 2 months have passed, and after practicing crazily day and night, I finally broke through to the bronze level before the academy started. After a while, after calming down his excitement, Su Yuan sat down cross-legged again and entered the state of inner vision. The star power cyclone in the chest expands greatly, and the total amount and intensity of star power are greatly increased by 1 or 2 times. If they were to face the golden-eyed silver-winged tigers from the 6th wave of the Requiem Xian burial monument now, they would definitely be a sure shot, and they would not be as reluctant as before. However, this is not over yet. Bronze level is the official start of the Star Card Master's journey, and after being promoted to bronze level, as expected, he got 5 new skill slots. The ring in Su Yuan's hand flashed, and 2 cards, 1 blue and 1 green, appeared in his hand. They were the air cut obtained from the Requiem Xian burial monument, and the baptism of holy light given by Wang Haiping. With a thought in Su Yuan's mind, the baptism of holy light was filled with brilliance, disappeared from his hand first, and was embedded around the soul card Blue Sky Phoenix. Looking at the remaining air cut in his hand, Su Yuan's eyes froze and he used it without hesitation. But this time, it's as a soul skill. Star card masters of different levels have upper limits on the quality of star cards they can inlay due to their own endurance. Star disciples can only inlay green star cards at most, and starting from the bronze level, every time they increase 2 star power realms, the quality of the star cards that can be inlaid increases by 1 level. In other words, the star power realm plus 2, the star card quality plus 1, that is, bronze, silver, and can be inlaid with blue star cards. Gold, shining stars, and up to purple star cards can be embedded. The glowing moon and scorching sun can be inlaid with golden star cards. Only above the scorching sun can the red star card be inlaid. Of course, this is the theoretical upper limit of quality. In fact, among advanced star card masters, it is usually difficult for a card to reach the upper limit of quality. The 3 colors of white, green, and blue are okay, but purple epic star cards and above are extremely rare. Usually, among several shining star card masters, not one of them may have a purple quality star card. Closer to home, for Su Yuan, who has just been promoted to the bronze level, the highest level can only be inlaid with blue star cards. Regardless of its quality, attributes or type, the air cut is extremely suitable for the blue sky phoenix, and it is perfect as a soul skill. At this time, as Yuan used star power to communicate, the blue light on air cut flashed, sank into the body, turned into a star, and crashed directly into Phoenix of the blue sky. Chiang! The blue sky phoenix suddenly came to life and let out a high-pitched neighing sound. A large number of silver chains of space runes continuously shoot out from the card surface of Phoenix of the blue sky, surrounding Phoenix of the blue sky in the center like a celestial sphere, spinning non-stop. After a while, all the space chains retracted from the card surface together, and Phoenix of the blue sky quickly settled down. Soul skill air cut, inlay completed. Yuan could feel that the card surface of Phoenix in the blue sky had changed significantly compared to before. It was more refined and more vivid than before. In addition, the speed of absorbing and refining star power is about 30% faster than before. Soul skills are not only used as skills. The quality and level of the soul skills will also promote the growth of the soul card, thereby accelerating the growth of the star card master himself. Now Yuan's panel has changed into Yuan level, bronze level. Soul card, Phoenix in the blue sky. Quality, master. Race, Phoenix. Attribute, space. Talent, blue sky, increase power by 20% when using space skills. 6 dimensions, strength C, agility C, defense C, constitution C, spirit C, star power C. Soul skill. Blue, teleportation, transformation, air cut, getting started. Skill. White, Ganjian finger, transformation, hardened iron clothes, transformation, wind walk, transformation. Green, blue flame strike, transformation realm, Yuan magnetic pressure, transformation realm, holy light baptism, getting started. Stardust, 80. Then the next step is to hunt for stardust and increase the proficiency level of air cutting and holy light baptism. Originally, Yuan planned to play Stardust in the Daman Mountains until school started, but he had only been playing for more than a week. When he had just come down from the mountain and rested in a suburban hotel outside the Daman Mountains, he turned on his phone and unexpectedly received a message from Zhuang Sun. Yuan looked at the time, it was 2 days ago. Zhuang Sun, what do you want from me? Yuan called back. Brother, you've finally replied. Zhuang Sun's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. What's wrong? Zhuang Sun said with a smile, I heard that you are now recruiting students from the Demon City? It's spread all over our King Yi City, you're awesome. Is this what you were talking to me about? Of course not. Zhuang Sun paused and asked excitedly, Yuan, are you at the bronze level now? There is nothing to hide, Yuan replied truthfully, we just broke through not long ago. Great! I knew you had taken so many Tiangan fruits last time, and it's almost time to break through now. What's wrong? What's the matter? Of course. Don't you know what happened at the Flame Mountain recently? Flame Mountain? If Yuan remembered correctly, the Flame Mountain was a low-level danger zone in the south of Shizhou, and further south was the territory of Qingzhou. Although the Flame Mountain is a low-level danger zone like the Daman Mountains, the level of danger is far higher than that of the Daman Mountains. The Flame Mountain is not a mountain, but a rolling, rugged mountainous area with several active volcanoes scattered throughout it. The environment is harsh and the concentration of fire elements is very high. In addition, the star beasts in the Flame Mountain are generally stronger than those in the Daman Mountains, and the highest there are even gold-level star beasts. Generally speaking, the risk factor is relatively high, but because there are many fire minerals, materials, and elite star beasts, the Flame Mountain is also a place where many fire star card masters often go to take risks. What happened to the Flame Mountain? I have been in the Daman Mountains these past few days, so there may be some unclear information. In the Daman Mountains again? Let me go, as expected of you, you are either practicing or practicing. Zhuang Sun complained, and then said excitedly, the flame mountain erupted. The bronze-level secret realm lava cave appeared again. Last time it seems like the lava cave opened more than 20 years ago. Lava cave? Su Yuan thought for a while and then quickly remembered. The flame mountain is famous not only because of itself, but also because it is connected to a small secret place, the lava cave. Whenever the flame mountain erupts, the lava cave will reappear in the world with the eruption of lava from the center of the earth. Su Yuan asked, so, you are planning to go to the lava cave to have a look? Yes, that's it. I also called Fang Kun, and he has already broken through the bronze level. The three of us join forces to break into this lava cave. We will definitely gain a lot. According to records, there are fire materials, spiritual plants, rare star beasts, etc. inside. How about taking advantage of such a rare opportunity? When Su Yuan heard this, he just thought for a moment and said, do it. There are many reasons for the formation of secret realms. Some are drifting fragments of the world, some are created artificially by top experts, others are formed naturally under the influence of rules due to special geographical environments combined with high-density energy. But no matter how it is formed, the stability of all secret realms is far from comparable to the real world. Therefore, many secret realms have upper limits on the energy they can withstand. When individuals who exceed this upper limit try to enter the secret realm, they will be rejected by the secret realm out of self-protection. Of course, if the individual's power far exceeds that of the secret realm, it is indeed possible to enter by force, but a little carelessness may cause the secret realm to collapse. Generally speaking, the larger the secret realm, the higher the energy level and the more stable it is. Some large secret realms can even accommodate the scorching sun level, but some secret realms can only accommodate the bronze level at most. The lava cave of the Flame Mountain is such a bronze level secret realm. This means that there will be no silver level individuals in the lava cave, and its level of danger may not be as high as in the central area of the Flame Mountain. With his high-level skills, Su Yuan was confident that he was not afraid of anyone above the bronze level. Even if he was defeated, saving his life would not be a problem. This kind of secret realm, which is opened every 20 or 30 years, usually produces many high-quality materials and star beasts. Now that he has just advanced to the bronze level, at a time when his strength is improving by leaps and bounds, 5 new skill slots have been inlaid with 1 holy light baptism, but 4 are still empty. Not to mention that it will be used up immediately, but it's not too much to find a satisfactory star card in such a secret realm, right? Okay. Seeing Su Yuan agree, Zhuang Sun laughed, his tone extremely excited. I knew you would definitely go. Fang Kun and I had already arrived in Yunyang City yesterday. If we hadn't waited for you, we already set off yesterday. Luckily you lived up to our expectations. Yunyang City is a secondary city in the southernmost part of Shizhou and the city closest to the Flame Mountain. Su Yuan looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and said, in that case, I will catch the nearest flight to meet you, rest for 1 night, and set off early tomorrow morning. Okay. Then we'll wait for you here. You can see if there's anything you need. We'll buy it for you first. In addition, many people have entered the Flame Mountain in the past 2 days. Not to mention students from Shizhou and Qingzhou, I even heard that geniuses from the Antarctic College came here specially. We have to hurry up. Just help me prepare water and compressed food for another week. Don't worry, a secret realm can't be explored in just 2 days, and if you don't have enough strength, you won't be able to explore it all no matter how much time you give. Okay, let's talk about it when you arrive. We'll wait for you at the airport. No problem. Su Yuan hung up the phone, immediately booked a flight to Yunyang City, then left the hotel and rushed to the airport. In the evening, Yunyang Airport. Su Yuan, this way. Zhuang Xun greeted from a distance in the airport hall, and Fang Kun stood beside him with his arms folded. Su Yuan raised his hand in response and quickly walked over. "You're here." Zhuang Xun laughed. Su Yuan smiled and said, "I kept you waiting for a long time." Fang Kun on the side said, "It's okay, we just arrived." Fang Kun looked at Su Yuan in front of him. Apart from the faint feeling of the bronze-level star power fluctuations on his body, Su Yuan still looked so ordinary on the surface. He was just an ordinary high school student who was harmless to humans and animals. This guy is really hiding something. Fang Kun secretly cursed. Zhuang Xun said to Su Yuan, "At first I said that I wanted to find a master and that I had to wait a while." He was not happy and said, "Why wait?" But as soon as I said it was you, he immediately stopped talking, ha ha ha. "Zhuang Xun, don't you talk too much about things that don't matter." Fang Kun snorted coldly, "You were defeated by you in the close sparring last time. Now that you have time, why don't you make some gestures on the spot?" Zhuang Xun's laughter suddenly stopped. "Just kidding, he didn't want to fight this reckless man." Su Yuan looked at the two people and couldn't help but smile. The relationship between these two people is really good, unlike the two special admissions students from the Demon City. One is arrogant and arrogant, the other is as cold as ice, and he still doesn't know what kind of star beast he is. "Zhuang Sundao, let's go then. The hotel has been booked. Let's go have a skewer and discuss it carefully." "Good." Chapter 54 Threesome. It was dawn the next day, and Su Yuan was sitting on the ground practicing. Dong dong dong. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Su Yuan stepped forward to open the door. There were already excited Zhuang Xun and Fang Kun standing outside the door. "Su Yuan, are you ready?" Zhuang Xun asked. "Nothing to prepare, let's go." "Good." Because they were staying in a suburban hotel near the Flame Mountain, Su Yuan and the other two met several star card masters who emitted some star power fluctuations when they checked in yesterday, and they thought they were going to the lava cave. "Hello, check out the room." A pleasant female voice came from the direction of the front desk. Su Yuan and the others had just arrived at the front lobby, and there were 3 people checking out in front of them. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. 2 men and 1 woman, both wearing black clothes. One of the young men had a stern face and a tall figure, estimated to be about 1.85 meters tall. There was a man of medium height standing next to the tall young man. His face was slightly feminine, fair but unusually rosy, and he was shaking his legs in boredom. As for the last one, she is the girl who just spoke about checking out. She has a beautiful appearance, wearing a black plaid JK suit and knee-high socks, with 2 pigtails on the back of her head. She looks quite youthful and energetic. "Hey, that girl seems pretty good." Zhuang Xun's eyes lit up and he lowered his voice and spoke to Su Yuan and the others. "You have to have good looks, and you have to have a good figure. I just set out today, and I can meet a beautiful girl. It's really pleasing to the eye and makes me feel happy." When Fang Kun heard this, he turned his head slightly with disdain and let out a boo. Obviously, as a warrior, Fang Kun is not very interested in the topic of beautiful girls, and is quite disdainful of Zhuang Xun's performance. Su Yuan raised his head and looked at the JK girl, then nodded slightly. In terms of looks alone, if Kong Zheng and Luo Bingtong, the most beautiful people Su Yuan has ever seen, were given a perfect score of 10, this girl would indeed have a 7 or 8 score, which is quite good. But in terms of body shape, this girl is not only half a head taller than Luo Bingtong, but she also wants to beat Luo Bingtong's huge ambition. The reason why Su Yuan and others paid attention to these 3 people was because they also had faint star power fluctuations on their bodies, and they should be students from a certain college. "Okay, let me take a look." The girl at the front desk took the room card. "Hey? A double bedroom, right?" The girl at the front desk looked at the 3 of them in shock, and her voice gradually became quieter. The JK girl put her hands on the table and smiled casually, yes, a double bedroom. Oh, okay. The girl at the front desk also reacted and quickly started operating. Su Yuan and others naturally heard what the girl at the front desk said. It's actually 3 people in a room. Zhuang Sun looked back and sighed slightly. Zhuang Sun graduated successfully and finally got the approval of his mother to have a vigorous love affair. Just now I was eager to give it a try, debating whether to go up and ask for my contact information, but when I heard what the girl at the front desk said, I suddenly felt depressed. Beautiful love has ended before it even begins. It's done, here's your deposit. The girl at the front desk said. Good. The JK girl took back the deposit and followed the other 2 boys out. When passing by Su Yuan and others, he smiled and nodded at Su Yuan and the others in a friendly manner. I almost lost control of her smile just now. Zhuang Sun looked back and sighed, that majestic heart, those big white legs. What a pity. Okay. Fang Kun slapped his shoulder and staggered Zhuang Sun, hurry up and check out, don't think about anything else. Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh and said, it's okay, school will start soon. Maybe you can find true love at Shizhu College. Su Yuan and Fang Kun knew that Zhuang Sun was just joking. Let's go, check out the room and hurry up and set off. The 3 of them came forward and checked out together. Hello, check out. Chiang. At this moment, a loud phoenix cry suddenly came from Su Yuan's soul card. Su Yuan was startled. He didn't know what was going on, and his mind quickly sank into the soul card to communicate with the blue sky phoenix. Phoenix in the blue sky, Chiang. Is this so? Su Yuan received the message from the blue sky phoenix and couldn't help but frown slightly. According to Qing Kong's Haifeng, there seemed to be something bad here that made Qing Kong's Haifeng feel uncomfortable. Su Yuan opened his senses with all his strength, and at the same time, he activated the star power in his body at high speed, and carefully examined the surroundings. However, nothing was found. Chiang. At this time, Qing Kong's Haifeng said that the uncomfortable feeling was gone. Was it a mistake? Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to look out the door, his eyes full of thought. Checkout is complete, sir. The girl at the front desk looked at Su Yuan doubtfully and handed over the deposit. Sir. What's wrong, Su Yuan? Zhuang Sun and Fang Kun next to him also noticed something was wrong with Su Yuan and turned their heads one after another. Su Yuan nodded to the girl at the front desk, took the deposit, and then said to Zhuang Sun and the others, let's go out first. After walking out of the hotel, Su Yuan whispered, I feel that there may be something wrong with the group of 3 people just now. I don't know exactly what is wrong. Isn't it right? Zhuang Sun asked doubtfully, could it be an illusion? Su Yuan thought of the phoenix in the blue sky's performance just now, shook his head and said, probably not. Zhuang Sun put away the relaxed look on his face, touched his chin and thought for a while, then solemnly said, then let's be careful. They are also heading towards the Flame Mountain. Maybe we will run into them again. Fang Kun also nodded and said in a deep voice, be careful. The secret realm is not like the city. Without the constraints of the government and city guards, murder and smuggling often happen. Star card masters are all individuals with extraordinary power. Once a person has power, he cannot sit down and talk about many things calmly. He often speaks based on power, which leads to fights. The battle of spirits, the battle of resources, the battle of beliefs. It is impossible for any country to prohibit battles and killings between star card masters, but some regulations are usually established to restrain star card masters with extraordinary power in order to maintain the security of the people, cities, and countries. For example, it is prohibited to fight in urban areas, interfere with urban security, and prohibit star card masters from taking action against ordinary people at will. Once someone touches someone, the city guard will go to deal with it. If the case is serious, they will be wanted by the government. Once you go to dangerous areas, secret places, or even foreign countries, many constraints will be lifted, life and death will be determined by destiny, and how to act depends entirely on personal weighing and decision-making. However, considering social relations, the impact on one's own reputation, etc., although there are often life and death battles, there are usually not too bad incidents. At almost noon, Yuan and the others finally entered the scope of the Flame Mountain. Because the Flame Mountains had just erupted a few days ago, a thick layer of volcanic ash was covering the entire Flame Mountains. At a glance, there was a grey-black sky, rolling hills, and the body temperature was about 10 degrees higher than outside. If ordinary people came here, let alone take action, they might not be able to bear it even if they stayed for 2 or 3 hours. Zhuangxun reminded, "Be careful, from here on, it is the scope of the Flame Mountain." Yuan and Fang Kun nodded, secretly raising their vigilance. The 3 people in the group all have rich experience in the wild. Unlike the rich second-generation Zhuangxun, Fang Kun comes from an ordinary family. In order to collect materials and star cards, he went to the wild to hunt star beasts many times. Not to mention Yuan. Because of Yuan's existence, the monster beasts in the west of the Daman Mountains are much sparser than before. Many of the star beasts, including a few bronze-level star beasts, were frightened and took the initiative to migrate deeper into the Daman Mountains. Maybe if Yuan continues to fight in the Daman Mountains for a while, the Guangchuan city guards will come to Yuan and give Yuan a good education for destroying the ecological balance of the Daman Mountains. Yuan took out the map and looked at it. The entrances to the lava cave are all at those 9 volcanoes. Considering the environment in the Flame Mountain and the obstacles of the star beasts, it will take us almost 2 or 3 days to get to the nearest entrance. Okay, let's act quickly. Thanks to Karya for the 1,500-point reward, the magical and cute 500-point reward, and the 100-point reward from Book Friends 9771, listening to the snow flying outside the window, and gu de gge. Thank you all. Chapter 55 Entering the Catacombs. Teleport. Teleport. Elemental magnetism is under heavy pressure. Teleport. Yudao, can you move slower? Zhuangxun looked helplessly at Yuan and silently dismissed the flaming snake he had just summoned in his hand. Why do you see star beasts as if they were meat? These low-level star cores can't be sold for much, so you killed them all. 2 days have passed since entering the Flame Mountain. In the past 2 days, whenever Yuan saw any star beast, he would teleport forward, raise his hand and chop it down with a single blow. If you encounter someone with high agility, use the elemental magnet to hold them in place, and then teleport over with a slash. If you encounter someone with high defense, activate the air cut enchantment, and then teleport over and strike. In short, for the star beasts he has encountered so far, even the bronze high-level ordinary star beasts, Yuan can only kill them with 1 blow. Such strength was simply too amazing, making Zhuangxun and Fang Kun numb. Zhuangxun gave Yuan a nickname, Yudao. This resulted in that more than 70% of the many star beasts encountered in the past 2 days were killed by Yuan alone. Anyway, they are some low-level star beasts with little value, so Zhuangxun and Fang Kun are happy and relaxed. But in fact, even if the 2 of them wanted to grab it, they couldn't. Could they run faster than teleport? The proficiency level of a skill means that you have to use it more often to improve it faster. Yuan said with a smile. But it's not as exaggerated as you. Zhuangxun sighed, his eyes full of envy. Teleportation is so easy, it's like a panacea. Although teleportation is a blue skill, it is not a costly attack or defense skill. On the contrary, after being promoted to the transformation realm, teleportation has been continuously optimized and the consumption has been greatly reduced. It is now lower than the consumption of Yuan magnetic heavy pressure. In addition, Yuan's star power has skyrocketed after breaking through the bronze level. As long as he is not teleporting over long distances, he can almost use it at will within tens of meters. Not only Zhuang Xuan, but also Fang Kun was envious. In terms of effect, among all movement, displacement, and acceleration skills, teleportation is definitely T0 level. Always imitated, never surpassed. In terms of versatility, teleportation is a panacea-like existence. Whether it is life or combat, attack or retreat, frontal attack or surprise attack, melee combat or long-range throwing skills, teleportation is suitable for more than 99% of situations. But the problem is that not only the effect and versatility of teleportation are T0, but also the rarity is T0. This is very fucked up. So Yuan's soul card can bring instant movement, how can people not envy it? Zhuang Xuan shook his head. The Space Department, is indeed one of the beings at the top of the attribute despise chain. It's no wonder that even Demon City Academy wants to grab you for special admissions. Yuan thought for a while and said, I feel that the Yeadu Academy may not know that I am from the Space Department. After all, the assessment was originally conducted in the Requiem Xian Burial Monument and could not be seen from the outside. Hey! Zhuang Xuan and Fang Kun both stared. The Space Soul card didn't give you any extra points. There are no Soul card bonus points. This time the Demon City Academy's special move assessment is in the form of passing through levels, and it all depends on strength. Seeing that the two of them were so surprised, Yuan looked solemn and said, the fact that I successfully passed this test is all due to my own ability. Adding points to the system is also a skill. Bullfrog. Zhuang Xuan smacked his lips, as expected of you. In fact, Yuan is also very strange. Logically speaking, in order to obtain the recommendation qualification for supplementary special moves, Wang Haiping should have mentioned to his teacher that he was a space system star card master. But Tan Songlin looked like he didn't know, and didn't even ask. By the way, I didn't even mention my own skills and talents. Is it really because the level of Demon City Academy is too high, and super skill talents, top attribute soul cards and the like are not worth mentioning? Of course, Yuan would not have thought that Wang Haiping's teacher was too unreliable, so he directly asked the college for a recommendation spot without saying anything. Yuan looked up. The circle of red light under the volcano in front is the entrance to the secret realm, right? After 2 days of trekking, the three of them had arrived at the foot of one of the volcanoes. At this time, dozens of meters away from the three of them, there was a several-meter-high barrier formed by the rich fire element surrounding the volcano. That's right, according to past records, this is the junction between the lava cave and the blue sea star. If you pass through this barrier, you will directly enter the secret realm. Yuan nodded, and the three of them stepped into the flame barrier together. Following a burning sensation and sultry breath coming from the pavement, Yuan's vision went dark and he had entered a dark and gloomy cave. A stream of hot lava flowed from below, and the fire illuminated the surrounding environment. A black jagged grotto with many forked roads and a barren ridge. The whole world is black and red. Such a strong fire element, Zhuang Xuan, your strength here should be able to increase by another 30 to 40%. Yuan turned around to look at Zhuang Xuan, but when he turned his head, he was surprised to find that the two people around him were gone. Yuan was stunned for a moment, then frowned slightly. Are you randomly teleporting to a secret realm? The lava cave this time seems to be different from before. There are many types of secret realms, ways to enter, ways to leave, etc. A random teleportation secret realm refers to a secret realm that will be randomly teleported to somewhere in the secret realm when entering. The risk of entering this kind of secret realm is very high, because you may be transported to some dangerous place, and you can't form a team. During the joint trial, Yuan and others appeared randomly after entering the secret realm of the rainforest, but that was because Guangchuan City had modified the entrance to the secret realm, and it was not that the secret realm of the rainforest itself was randomly teleported. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that none of the previous lava caves were randomly teleported. Su Yuan looked at the dark black and red world in front of him, and seemed to feel a different kind of violence and oppression, and there was a faint feeling of something bad in his heart. I hope nothing happens to the two of them. Su Yuan summoned the dragon armor sword and held it in his hand. After identifying the direction for a moment, he kept vigilance and walked forward. Somewhere in the underground cave, in a dark and wide cave, a large number of crawling ghouls opened their bloody mouths and quickly surrounded the center. Fang Kun swung the big knife in his hand repeatedly, and each knife could cut a ghoul into 2 pieces. Although Fang Kun was very powerful, he could not withstand the large number of ghouls who were not afraid of death. Gradually, Fang Kun's defense circle was continuously compressed back. Grass. Fang Kun looked ugly. Who would have thought that when he entered, not only were his 2 teammates gone, but they fell into a cave full of ghouls. Even though Fang Kun was usually calm, he couldn't help but utter a curse word at this time. The skinny ghouls here have never seen such a fresh and nutritious body of flesh and blood like Fang Kun. Their eyes were all red and they rushed over fighting for space. If this continues, I won't be able to hold on for long. Fang Kun's eyes froze, and he cut off the 3 attacking ghouls with a sweeping sweep. Then he held the knife in both hands, and the cold light on the knife slashed down suddenly. A huge crescent-shaped sword shot out and slashed dozens of meters away in an instant. In an instant, all the severed limbs flew away, and blood and flesh were scattered. A large piece of blood mist exploded, and all the dozen or so ghouls in a straight line ahead were wiped out with one strike. Fang Kun didn't show any nostalgia for the exploded star core. He stepped down suddenly and rushed out of the cave before the ghouls gathered around him again. Chapter 56 Black Flying Insects. On the other side, Zhuangxun was walking on a black stone ridge bridge that was 2 people wide. If this falls, I'm afraid it will turn into ashes in less than 2 seconds. Looking at the rolling magma below, Zhuangxun felt a little panicked. After all, the bronze level couldn't withstand the thousands of degrees of high temperature of the magma. This magma flow is quite wide, and you will definitely not be able to get through it by sprinting and jumping directly. You can only use the black stone ridge bridges surrounding it. Swallowing secretly, Zhuangxun carefully moved forward. When Zhuangxu had walked more than halfway across the ridge bridge, a black-haired young man with his head half lowered suddenly came over from the other side. The young man's body was slightly swaying, as if he had been drunk. He climbed onto the black stone ridge bridge in a few steps and came towards Zhuangxun. Zhuangxun stared at this man and couldn't help but become more vigilant. "Hello, friend." The two got closer and closer, and Zhuangxun said hello. But the other party didn't even raise his head, and still approached step by step. Zhuangxun frowned, faintly aware that something was wrong, and couldn't help but stop and stare at the other party closely. The light in the cave was too dark, and it was difficult to see clearly before. At this time, as the distance between the 2 people shortened, the fire of the magma under their feet gradually illuminated the other person's face. The young man's face was expressionless, his eyes were dull, and his clothes were stained with some drained blood. The reason why he was a little wobbly when walking was because there was a stiff and uncoordinated feeling in his movements, as if he had just learned to walk. Zhuangxun's pupils suddenly shrank, and he took action when he realized something was wrong. At this time, the young man had already raised his head, took out a long sword and suddenly came over to kill. It was clear that he was shaking a bit when walking, but his speed when running was not satisfactory at all, and he was approaching Zhuangxun in the blink of an eye. Zhuangxun had been wary before. When he saw the young man coming to attack him, he immediately waved his black and red sword to block the opponent. Intermediate bronze. Just after the confrontation, Zhuangxun's heart skipped a beat. The star power fluctuation of the young man in front of him suddenly reached the level of intermediate bronze level. The young man didn't use any skills. He just exploded the star power in his body with all his strength and swung his sword to kill Zhuangxun arrogantly. Zhuang Xun saw that the opponent had no star power, but his attacks were haphazard. He didn't know that he might be under mind control or something. But although Zhuang Xun had killed many star beasts, he had never killed anyone before, so he was a little timid for a while. The young man was originally superior to Zhuang Xun in terms of realm, but when he attacked without any scruples, Zhuang Xun was suddenly surrounded by danger. Dang! With a bang, Zhuang Xun was pushed out by the young man, and the upper half of his body fell out of the spine bridge. The blazing air flowed across the face, turning Zhuang Xun's face red. Zhuang Xun was so frightened that his face turned pale. Damn it! Zhuang Xun jumped up, although I don't know if you can still wake up, but I'm sorry. Zhuang Xun reached out and made a move, and 5 flaming snakes shot out and wrapped around the young man's body instantly. The young man's hands were tied, and the star power in his body rolled out, attacking the flaming snake with all his strength. Explode! Zhuang Xun shouted. Bang bang bang! 5 flaming snakes exploded together, and the raging flames bloomed, wrapping the young man's body in the blink of an eye. After a few seconds, the flames dissipated. The young man was worthy of being a middle-level bronze man. Under the protection of star power, even though he was seriously injured, he did not fall down. Zhuang Xun gritted his teeth, clenched his sword and killed him. Don't kill me! Suddenly, a voice with some struggle and urgency came out of the young man's mouth. It seemed that the explosion of the flaming snake made the young man regain his consciousness. Zhuang Xun was startled and quickly stopped the black and red sword that was about to stab the young man. How are you? I'm accused of... No, help me. Just as the young man was speaking halfway, the flesh and blood between his eyebrows suddenly parted, and a black insect the size of a thumb, like a ladybug, came out, as if it was looking at Zhuang Xun. The young man's eyes were frightened, and his body suddenly moved uncontrollably. With one step, he suddenly crashed into Zhuang Xun, who was parked nearby. Before Zhuang Xun could react, he was knocked away by the young man. The two of them fell off the black stone ridge bridge and fell into the lava flowing below. Zhuang Xun was in mid-air, feeling inexplicably frightened. He tried to push him away, but his hands hugged Zhuang Xun tightly. Damn it! Seeing that he was about to fall into the lava, Zhuang Xun could no longer care about anything else and slapped the young man with all his strength, dislocating his entire shoulder. Then Zhuang Xun raised his right foot and stepped on the young man's chest as the fire burst out. Bang! Flames exploded from under his feet, and the young man was directly blown into the magma. Zhuang Xun, with the help of the strong explosion, actually jumped up and rolled back to the bridge. Ha! Ha! Zhuang Xun put his hands on his legs, panting heavily in shock, and thin beads of sweat slowly dripped down his chin. So close! Before taking a few breaths, Zhuang Xun suddenly noticed something. He looked up and saw a black insect in the firelight suddenly flying over from where the young man sank into the magma. This is the bug from before. Zhuang Xun thought of the tragic situation of the young man being controlled just now, and his heart trembled. He waved his hand and released a flaming snake, which rushed over and detonated it decisively. Bang! Flames exploded in mid-air, drowning the black bugs. Before Zhuang Xun could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a little red light shining on the wings of the black insect. It was not killed by the flames. It just staggered in the air for a short while and then continued to fly in front of Zhuang Xun. What a high star power resistance! Zhuang Xun was startled, then took a deep breath, suppressed other thoughts in his heart, and tightly held the sword in his hand. When the black bug flew in front of him, Zhuang Xun's eyes narrowed, and he swung the black and red sword and slashed at it. This sword was extremely accurate, showing Zhuang Xun's superb fighting qualities. The black insect that was struck was cut into 2 halves and fell on the bridge in front of him. It was finally too dead to die. Call! Zhuang Xun breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the insect corpses on the ground, Zhuang Xun frowned tightly. What is this thing? Not only can it control others, its star power resistance is surprisingly high. Zhuangxun raised his head and looked into the depths of the cave. Is it a creature in this lava cave, or is it the work of someone else? Zhuangxun's face darkened. We have to find Su Yuan and Fang Kun as soon as possible. I hope they are okay. Thinking like this, Zhuangxun raised his head and looked forward. Judging from the terrain, this direction should be heading towards the center of the secret realm. Both of them should be heading towards the center of the secret realm. I have to go there early to see if I can find them. With this in mind, Zhuangxun continued to rush forward. Deep in front of Zhuangxun, a girl was walking slowly inside. This girl is beautiful, has 2 pigtails, and is wearing a black plaid JK suit. Surprisingly, it was the girl Su Yuan and the other 3 met at the hotel door before setting off 2 days ago. At this time, the JK girl seemed to notice something and closed her eyes slightly to feel it. After a while, the girl opened her eyes again and chuckled, "Did someone come over to me again? Well, it seems to be the guy who spoke freely in the hotel. In this case." The girl turned around and ordered, "Then go and deal with him." I saw a dozen young people with half-bowed heads behind JK girl. These people were dressed in different clothes and had different levels of cultivation. The lowest one only had a junior bronze level, but the highest one actually had 3 high-level bronze levels. Everyone's eyes were dull and lifeless. At this time, following the girl's instructions, 4 people, including a bronze senior, immediately broke away from the team and jumped towards the rear. After doing this, the girl turned back and looked forward. There are some scattered ghouls, white bone skeletons, and silver-hooked black bats in front of you. And further away, there is a fortress of the undead surrounded by white bones. This lava cave seems to overlap with a certain undead area in the hell plane. There are also creatures of the undead race along the way. In a higher plane like hell, I think I can find some extraordinary good things. The girl looked at the fortress of the undead, her eyes filled with excitement, and she immediately led the team controlled by her subordinates to continue moving forward. Chapter 57 Blood Shadow. Somewhere in the underground cave. Under the blessing of air cutting, the silver-grey dragon armor sword glowed with a jet-black brilliance with strong texture. Su Yuan held the long knife tightly, raised the knife with his hand, and slashed the steel bone wolf in front of him, which was emitting high-level bronze waves, into 2 pieces. Su Yuan looked thoughtful as he dug out a star core from its skull with ease. It's the necromancer star beast again. It seems that it really overlaps with part of the hell plane. This place is much more dangerous than imagined. As far as the eastern continent is concerned, there are very few secret realms connected to hell. The creatures in hell, whether they are undead, demons, all races, are relatively difficult to deal with, possess various special abilities, and are often extremely tenacious. But no matter what, there are quite a lot of undead star beasts here. It's quite comfortable to brush the stardust. Raising his hand, he transformed the star core into a bone enhancement and decomposed it easily. Su Yuan put away his long knife and continued walking forward. Before taking a few steps, Su Yuan suddenly heard some movement from ahead. He looked up and saw a man and a woman running away in embarrassment in the distance. And behind the 2 of them, there was a large group of ghouls chasing after them. So much experienced dog food. Su Yuan chuckled, and immediately leaned over with the knife in his hand. "Zhang Yang, what should we do now? If we keep going like this, we will catch up sooner or later." Yang Ji turned pale and asked anxiously. Although Zhang Yang was calm, his face did not look good. Both of them were freshmen at Yuanyang College, and those closest to the water came first. After the eruption of the Flame Mountain, many students from Yuanyang College entered the lava cave immediately. Zhang Yang and Yang Ji also came here in a team with several other classmates, but as soon as they entered, they all dispersed. Fortunately, Zhang Yang met Yang Ji soon. So the 2 of them kept moving forward as a team, forming a team with several other people along the way. But not long ago, the team accidentally broke into a deep cave with a large number of undead creatures. A melee broke out, and everyone was no match. In the chaos, Zhang Yang and Yang Ji were lucky enough to escape, but they were unable to get rid of the large number of ghouls that were chasing after them. Ghouls are just the lowest creatures in hell, and they are not very powerful, but they often move in groups and have an irresistible desire for new flesh and blood. Once you determine your target, you will pursue it to the end without giving up. Zhang Yang said in a deep voice, "There is no good way. There are 3 bronze-level ghoul leaders following us. If we stop now, we will die. Keep running first and see if there is any turning point." Yang Ji also knew that there was no other good way, and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Why is this lava cave like this? There are so many difficult undead creatures, which are completely different from the information I found. If I had known, hey! At this moment, a strong pressure suddenly came down. Yang Ji and Zhang Yang groaned and half knelt on the ground with their hands on the ground. What's this? Zhang Yang was horrified, and he slowly raised his head with difficulty. He could vaguely see a figure holding a knife moving around him. The sound of the sword piercing flesh was continuous, sometimes mixed with the shrill screams of the ghouls. Zhang Yang, what's going on? Are we going to die? Yang Ji was in shock, but couldn't raise her head to see what was going on. However, Zhang Yang quickly calmed down and shouted in a low voice, "No, it seems that someone is helping us kill the ghouls." About 5 minutes later, the two of them suddenly felt light, and the terrifying weight suddenly dissipated from their bodies. Aha! Zhang Yang gasped and stood up, raised his eyes and looked around, and was immediately dumbfounded. Everywhere he could see were the remains of ghouls broken into 2 parts. Most of them had their heads cut off, and a few of them had their bodies cut off roughly. But without exception, all the ghouls were killed in one blow, including the 4 bronze-level ghoul leaders. This! Zhang Yang swallowed blankly. The enemies that he and Yang Ji had fought so hard to escape with their lives were all killed in just 5 minutes. Suddenly, a breeze blew behind him. Zhang Yang turned around and saw a handsome young man with silver eyes appearing in front of him. In the young man's hand, the silver-grey long knife was still stained with bits of flesh and blood was constantly dripping from the knife. "Are you okay?" Su Yuan looked at the 2 people and asked. "No. It's okay." Zhang Yang quickly came to his senses and took a deep breath. "Thank you, classmate, for helping us." Yang Ji on the side was looking at Su Yuan with wide eyes and uncertainty. At this time, he also reacted and said quickly, "Classmate, thank you so much." "It's nothing, it's easy." Su Yuan waved his hand. "My name is Su Yuan, I wonder where you are students? Why were you chased by so many ghouls just now?" "My name is Zhang Yang, and her name is Yang Ji. We are both students from Yuanyang College. We came in together a few days ago, but we were separated due to random teleportation in the secret realm. The reason why we are being chased by these ghouls is because there is a large cave in front, which contains a large number of undead creatures led by more than a dozen bronze-level undead. Among them, there are several bronze undead that are elite quality and powerful. Our team was no match. Everyone was scattered. We both escaped here in the chaos and were rescued by you. Thank you so much." A large number of undead creatures. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. There were actually many star beasts? And how many elite star beasts are there? You can never have too much stardust, the more the merrier. Before coming here, I had used the stardust I hunted in the Daman Mountains to reach the state of transformation and perfection respectively in holy light baptism and air cutting. By hunting more than 2000 stardust, Conky can also be promoted to the realm of transformation. Moreover, even if all the skills that have been embedded have reached the realm of transformation, if you accumulate a large amount of stardust in advance, you can directly fill it up after embedding new skill star cards in the future. What's more, there are a few elite star beasts on Zhang Yang's side, just in time to see if they have any good skills. Things are different now than before. Back then, I was weak and a green card was worth tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. It was good to have one, so how could I still be qualified to choose? But now that his strength has greatly increased after breaking through bronze, it is not difficult to hunt bronze elite star beasts. Even the master star beast, if he could encounter it, he would be sure to kill it. In this case, you can slowly pick some good skills. Can you take me there? Su Yuan asked. Yang Ji was shocked when he heard this. Are you sure you want to go? It's very dangerous over there. There are even 2 high-level bronze elites. We also have masters from Qingzhou College and Shuzhou College in our team, and they can't stop us at all. Sure, Su Yuan certainly knew what Yang Ji was thinking and immediately said, don't worry, just take me nearby. There are many side roads in this cave, and Su Yuan may not be able to find them if he really wants to look for them by himself. Yang Ji still hesitated. I'll take you there. Zhang Yang said decisively. To be honest, Zhang Yang was a little hesitant at first, but when he thought about the terrifying strength that Su Yuan showed, now that it has passed, he might still have time to help a group of people in the original team. Su Yuan smiled and said, okay, thank you very much. You're welcome. You saved us. I was just leading the way. Zhang Yang shook his head and then looked at Yang Ji. Yang Ji, if you don't want to go, just wait for me here. Yang Ji looked at the large mass of ghoul corpses on the ground, and couldn't help but think of the panic and despair she felt when the 2 of them were being chased madly by a group of ghouls. What's more, there are more than a dozen bronze-level undead souls over there in the cave. If he got closer, once he was discovered and caught up again, he might not be able to escape with the same luck as now. This Su Yuan is very strong, but he cannot be the opponent of more than a dozen bronze-level undead. After thinking quickly in her heart, Yang Ji finally said with a wry smile, okay, I'll wait for you here. Be careful and come back soon. Zhang Yang nodded, and after Su Yuan collected the star cores on the ground, he left with Su Yuan. Yang Ji watched the 2 people speed away and sighed secretly. This secret realm is far more dangerous than I thought. The most important thing right now is to ensure my own safety. It is easy to randomly teleport the secret realm in and out of danger. As long as the secret realm is exhausted and closed automatically, you can escape from any position with the help of the secret realm's repulsive power. According to past records, the lava caves of the Flame Mountain are often opened for about 10 days. Yang Ji was thinking, but he didn't notice that a blood shadow was shooting from a short distance in the dark space, and it had already arrived behind Yang Ji in a moment. At such a close distance, Yang Ji's heart skipped a beat when she heard the wind. She quickly turned around and picked up Zingli and slapped it with her palm without thinking. Green fire skills, body burning palm. Snapped. The 2 palms met, and Yang Ji was knocked away by the blood shadow in a hurry. A mouthful of blood spurted on the ground, and he was seriously injured on the spot. Yang Ji raised her head and looked towards the spot. The person who attacked her was a feminine young man with a smile on his face and a rosy complexion. Burn yourself! Yang Ji shouted angrily. The subsequent power of burning body palm exploded, and flames immediately spread from the palm of the feminine young man's right hand. It's a small trick, the feminine young man sneered, and his entire right arm suddenly liquefied into blood. As the blood rolled, it easily extinguished the flames of the body-burning palm, and then returned to normal. When Yang Ji saw that the other party was so weird and easily cracked the burning body palm that she had worked so hard to master, Yang Ji's expression changed and she asked in horror, "Who are you?" The feminine young man didn't answer. He chuckled lightly, turned into blood and shot towards Yang Ji, holding her head down. Blood clothes! As the feminine young man shouted, a large amount of surging blood swarmed out from his hand, and in an instant, Yang Ji's entire body was covered, like an extremely tight bloody coat. Well! Yang Ji struggled wildly, but the star power in her body could not break out of this thin layer of blood clothes and was tightly compressed inside her body. At the same time, a sharp pain like corroding flesh came from all over the body. Ah, Gilu! Yang Ji was so painful that as soon as she opened her mouth, a large amount of blood poured into her mouth. Gradually, the movement in the bloody clothes became weaker and weaker. After a moment, the feminine young man raised his hand, and the bloody clothes turned into a large amount of blood and retracted into his body. Not bad, the star power has increased a bit. The feminine young man nodded with great enjoyment, raised his head and looked in the direction where Su Yuan and the two left. With a curl of his lips, he turned into a blood shadow and followed quietly. And on the spot, only a white skeleton that was corroded and turned black was left. Chapter 58 Qingzhou Students. Zhang Yang led Su Yuan forward at high speed. 20 minutes later, before they reached the cave, he saw two teammates in danger ahead. Not far ahead, enclosed by layers of spider webs, the two of them were being besieged by 4 bronze-level star beasts. Among them, the young man in white, Wang Huai, who wields a knife, is a high-level bronze, and the other Wu Yu, who is holding a spear, is an intermediate-level bronze like Zhang Yang. At this time, the two people were surrounded by the corpses of many star beasts, including 2 bronze-level star beasts. And now the remaining star beasts that are still besieging Wang Huai are more troublesome than the last. 2 ogre axemen, a crypt spider, and a terrifying zombie tyrannosaurus. Ogre battle axe, bronze high-level normal. Crypt demon spider, bronze intermediate elite. Zombie tyrannosaurus, bronze high-level elite. The ogre axeman wields an ice-cold axe, with astonishing power. The crypt demon spider shoots sticky webs and spits corrosive venom, greatly restricting Wang Huai and Wu Yu's movements. The zombie tyrannosaurus is covered in steel skin and iron bones, and is extremely ferocious. The sharp teeth on its huge and ferocious head can even bite a white star weapon. At this time, Wu Yu had been slashed by the ogre's battle axe, and blood continued to overflow from a huge wound on his chest. He could not stop it, and his own physical strength and star power were consumed even more. Although Wang Huai was not injured, he was overwhelmed when facing the crypt demon spider and the ferocious zombie Greymon at the same time. Wang Huai, I can't hold on anymore. Faced with the brainless suppression of the 2 ogre axe hands, Wu Yu spoke with difficulty. Wang Huai quickly glanced at Wu Yu's situation. Although he was anxious, he couldn't escape at all and could only shout, "Hold on!" The surrounding escape routes have been blocked by the spider webs of the crypt demonic spider, making it difficult to break through. It's not that there's no way to break open these sticky cobwebs, but these sticky cobwebs have certain star power resistance and physical resistance, so it will take a certain amount of time. But for the two of them now, they are almost out of breath, so there is no time left. What's more, if the crypt demon spider is not dealt with, it will continue to open new sticky spider webs. Damn it! 2 steel battle axes struck at the same time. Wu Yu was immediately knocked back a few steps, his hands were numb, and the silver gun in his hand almost came out. At this moment, 2 lightning-fast blue flames suddenly flashed past from a distance and hit the ogre axeman's head from behind. Bang! The heads of the 2 ogre axemen exploded like rotten watermelons, and a mixture of blood and brains splashed up and landed on Wu Yu's face. This! Wu Yu watched with wide eyes as the headless corpses of the 2 ogres slowly fell. After being stunned for a while, he quickly looked up in shock. Not far ahead, I saw a handsome young man entering the layers of spider webs at some point. The blue flames in the palms of his hands were slowly dissipating. Outside the spider web, Zhang Yang's face was full of disbelief. Teleport! And killed 2 ogre axemen in one blow. To say who was the most shocked, it was naturally Zhang Yang, who was waiting outside and witnessed the whole process. Just now, when Zhang Yang saw Wang Huai and 2 people under siege, he was still wondering whether he should risk his life to help the 2 of them in the war between heaven and man. Su Yuan had already charged up the blue flame strike and teleported in, taking advantage of Wu Yu's attraction. He caught the attention of the two ogre axemen and killed them from behind in one fell swoop. Even if blue flame strike is the green attack skill of T3, it is also a green skill. And it's still a state of transformation. With Su Yuan's tyrannical star power now at the bronze level, how could he not be able to kill a high-level bronze star beast when he unexpectedly hit its weak point? Wang Huai also immediately noticed the changes here. Although he didn't know Su Yuan, he helped kill two ogres as soon as he came up. How could he be an enemy? Wang Huai and Wu Yu were both extremely surprised to find life in desperate situation, and they wanted to express their gratitude, but it was not the time to say more now. Wu Yu nodded to Su Yuan from a distance, then went to help Wang Huai with a gun. After Su Yuan dealt with the two ogres, he did not stop. He raised his hands at the same time and summoned two blue flame strikes again. But this time, Su Yuan pressed them together. In an instant, blue flames exploded. Under the continuous supply of star power, the two masses of blue flames continued to intersect and compress, erupting into astonishing star power fluctuations. It's Bingdi Cang Yan Strike. The zombie Tyrannosaurus was fighting with Wang Huai and Wu Yu, who had just arrived for support. Suddenly, he noticed the frightening fluctuations of star power coming from behind. He felt like a light on his back and immediately turned around, leaving Wang Huai and Wu Yu behind. The man rushed towards Su Yuan. But how could Wang Huai let it go as he wished? With a finger of his left hand, two wind tornadoes rushed out from behind and wrapped around the feet of the zombie Tyrannosaurus. Ka-ka-ka. The zombie Tyrannosaurus made an unusually dry and unpleasant sound from its mouth, raised its legs with all its strength and stepped out, breaking free from the shackles of the wind tornado in just 2 seconds. However, this moment of delay was already too late. Two blue flames staggered out like lightning, hitting the zombie Tyrannosaurus chest in an instant. After just a brief stalemate, Bingdi Cang Yan shot through the body of the zombie Tyrannosaurus from front to back, leaving a terrifying blood hole the size of a wash basin. The zombie Tyrannosaurus opened its bloody mouth and looked at Su Yuan in astonishment, and then slowly fell to the ground. Su Yuan dispersed the remaining flames on his hands, smacked his lips, and sighed a little in his heart. Someone is in front, and you can use skills from behind. It is really much more comfortable than fighting in front of you exhausted. I can kind of feel the joy of Chen Zhijun's technique, but it's a bit expensive. Of course, that's just what Su Yuan thought. In fact, both warriors and warlocks acted alone most of the time. When acting alone, there is no one to restrain them from the front. Once they are approached, a warlock who is good at long-range attacks will be more dangerous. After taking care of the zombie Tyrannosaurus, Su Yuan stopped moving, and left the last cave spider to Wang and Huai to deal with on their own. The crypt demon spider's sticky web is a pretty good skill, but Su Yuan is already under heavy pressure from the Yuan magnetic force, so there's no need to grab monsters. Wang Huai and Wu Yu are also students from prestigious schools. Needless to say, they have fighting abilities. In the past, they were able to kill many star beasts and persist for so long when they were under siege. Now, the two of them can deal with a crypt spider with ease. Not long after, Wang Huai's sky-breaking wind slash and Wu Yu's violent rain of spears hit the crypt demon spider, killing it completely. After getting rid of the underground demon spider, Wang Huai and Wu Yu simply took a breath and came to Su Yuan together. This classmate, I am Wang Huai and he is Wu Yu. We are both freshmen at Qingzhou College. Thank you very much just now. Wang Huai and Wu Yu thanked them sincerely. They knew in their hearts that if Su Yuan hadn't taken action in time, they might have really been in trouble this time. Su Yuan nodded and smiled, my name is Su Yuan. Because the crypt demon spider was dead, the sticky spider webs around it quickly dissolved and dissipated. Zhang Yang rushed over from a distance, Wang Huai, Wu Yu, are you okay? Zhang Yang. Wu Yu said in surprise, I remember that you and Yang Ji were chased by those ghouls. Halfway through the words, Wu Yu reacted and his eyes fell on Sir Yuan. It was also Sir Yuan who saved you. That's right. Sir Yuan said, Zhang Yang brought me here. Really? Wu Yu patted Zhang Yang's shoulder heavily and said with a smile, thank you for bringing us such a master. Otherwise, it would be like Zhou Jian and the others. Halfway through his words, Wu Yu's smile suddenly faded and he sighed heavily. Zhang Yang's heart sank slightly and he asked, how are the other people doing? Wang Huai was silent for a while and said in a deep voice, no one escaped except us. Chapter 59 Clearing the Cave. They didn't even escape. Zhang Yang was shocked when he heard this. Is this really the case? Although Zhang Yang had already expected it, he couldn't help but take a deep breath at this time. This is the secret realm, where life and death are uncertain. If you dare to explore, be prepared to die. The path of a star card master has never been one to be enjoyed safely. Especially if you want to become a strong star card master, in addition to necessary talents, you also need to put in more efforts and take higher risks. Seeing that Zhang Yang was alone, Wang Huai asked, by the way, where is Yang Ji? Zhang Yang said, she is waiting for us over there. We will go find her together later. The expressions of Wang Huai and Wu Yu changed slightly. It's fine. Wang Huai nodded and said after a while, but we won't follow him. In fact, there is no problem if Yang Ji wants to protect herself. This is a temporary team, and everyone is unfamiliar with it, so there is no need to take too many risks for others. But simply giving up on teammates in a critical moment, no matter whether it is right or wrong, or whether there is a reason, will embarrass the team and make it difficult to work together as one. Zhang Yang sighed secretly, and naturally understood the truth, and just said, well, you guys should be careful. After Wang Huai finished speaking, he turned to Sir Yuan and asked, Sir Yuan, do you want to come with us? We are in front to ensure that your powerful long-range skills can be used to their fullest, and we will also give priority to ensuring your safety. Wu Yu also said, yes, Sir Yuan, come with us. Obviously, both Wang Huai and Wu Yu thought Sir Yuan, who killed the zombie Tyrannosaurus and the ogre battle axeman with one strike of the blue flame, was a warlock. And since Sir Yuan is a powerful damage-dealing warlock, the three of them complement each other and their absolute strength is greatly increased. What's more, Sir Yuan also saved the two of them. If they form a team together, they can give more to Sir Yuan and try to repay the other party. When Zhang Yang heard what the two said, he smiled and said, Wang Huai and Wu Yu, you have underestimated Sir Yuan. His long-range spells are very powerful, but he is not a warlock. He has even more powerful ones. Zhang Yang remembered clearly that the large group of ghouls earlier were all killed by Sir Yuan. Oh? Is that so? Wang Huai and Wu Yu looked at Sir Yuan again in surprise. A person with such powerful long-range skills is actually not a warlock? Sir Yuan smiled and said, I have two friends working together. This place is more dangerous than imagined. I have to find them as soon as possible, so it won't be convenient for me to be with you. That's it. Wang Huai said regretfully, well, I wish you good luck. Sir Yuan nodded and said, but before that, I plan to clean up the cave you mentioned. Wang Huai and the other three were all shocked. Wu Yu's eyes widened, are you sure? There are nearly 10 bronze-level star beasts and a large number of star disciple beasts in there. Sir Yuan said, okay. Wang Huai thought for a while and said, I think it is too dangerous for you to go alone. Let's do this. If you insist on going, Wu Yu and I will accompany you. The zombie tyrannosaurs, crypt spiders, etc. here are all dead, and the remaining living forces in the cave have also been greatly weakened. With Wu Yu and I assisting you, we should have some confidence in dealing with the remaining bronze-level star beasts, which is better than you alone. Don't worry, we don't want any of the harvest, we'll give it all to you. Wu Yu echoed, yes, since you saved us, we have to try our best to help you, but our current condition is too bad, I'm afraid you have to wait for us to rest for a while, what do you think? These two Qingzhou students are quite loyal. Su Yuan looked at Wang Huai and Wu Yu, and his eyes fell on the wound on Wu Yu's chest that was cut by the ogre's battle axe. Su Yuan formed a seal with his hands, and the golden light in his hands flashed away, and then a pale golden light beam descended from mid-air and fell on Wu Yu. Wu Yu was startled at first, and then he felt warm all over his body, especially the wound on his chest, where he felt a numbing sensation. Looking down, the huge wound was stopping bleeding and scarring at a speed visible to the naked eye. It almost completely healed in just a few seconds, leaving not even a trace. What a powerful healing technique! Wu Yu exclaimed. Wang Huai and Zhang Yang were also surprised. They didn't expect that Su Yuan was not only extremely capable in combat, but also practiced such amazing healing methods. After all, what Su Yuan used was the holy light baptism of transformation realm, which was more than enough to treat Wu Yu's injuries. Wu Yu came to his senses and thanked Su Yuan again out of surprise. Su Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, I just need to rest and recover, so I will trouble you to go with me to clear the cave later. But one thing is that the star core of the star beast you kill still belongs to you. Seeing Su Yuan agree, Wang Huai and Wu Yu no longer insisted on not wanting anything, and immediately smiled cheerfully, okay. Zhang Yang looked at Su Yuan and the three of them working together to explore the secret realm, and he couldn't help but want to go with them. But when I think of Yang Ji, I can only forget it. Sighing secretly, Zhang Yang said, then you should be more careful, I will go find Yang Ji. Wang Huai nodded, okay, be careful yourself. Zhang Yang turned around and left, while Su Yuan, Wang Huai and Wu Yu picked up the star cores on the ground. Then the three of them left the scene of the battle and moved to a slightly safer place to rest and recover. More than 2 hours later, Su Yuan had fully recovered. The reason why he recovers so quickly is that firstly, he still has more than half of his star power, and secondly, the star power recovery effect brought by the super high star power qualification is also quite obvious. After waiting for a while, Wang Huai and Wu Yu also stood up. Su Yuan asked, how are you doing? It's almost done. Wang Huai smiled, although he hasn't fully recovered yet, he's already getting better. Wu Yu patted his chest and said, me too. Su Yuan smiled and said, okay, let's go then. Wang Huai and Wu Yu led the way, and the group rushed towards the depths of the secret realm. Not long after, they arrived outside the cave that Zhang Yang and others had mentioned. The three of them hid behind the stone wall, leaning down and carefully observing along the entrance of the cave. This is it, Wu Yu swallowed nervously and whispered to Su Yuan. Su Yuan looked up and saw that the cave was very large, and because the magma fire outside could not shine in, the brightness inside was even lower. No wonder Wang Huai, Zhang Yang and others had accidentally entered it before. Now if you look carefully, you can see that there are densely packed various undead star beasts inside, and there are probably hundreds of them. In addition to some low-level star beasts, there are also several bronze-level star beasts. Deep in the cave, something seemed to be emitting a faint cyan fluorescent light, but it was blocked by layers of star beasts, so it was impossible to see clearly what it was. What's in there? Su Yuan asked in a low voice. Wang Huai said, it seems to be coming from a green crystal on a black stone pillar. We saw it in the chaos before, but we couldn't rush through it at all. A companion rushed over forcefully, but in the end. Wu Yu shook his head and sighed. The wages of avarice is death. There are people who lose their minds because they are jealous of treasures. Su Yuan nodded, and you will know what it is as long as you clean it up. Wang Huai turned around and asked, Su Yuan, do you have any plans? What's the plan? Su Yuan stood up and walked out from behind the stone wall. Under the dull eyes of Wang Huai and Wu Yu, he walked directly to the middle of the cave entrance. He opened his hands, and 2 blue flames rose in the palms of his hands. The plan is to kill them from the front. As Su Yuan walked to the entrance of the cave, all the star beasts in the cave raised their eyes and looked over. Green, purple, red, pupils of different colors blinked in the darkness. Immediately, the cave suddenly became agitated. All kinds of strange and harsh sounds came one after another, including ghouls, skeletons and snake heads, ghost snakes. A large number of undead star beasts rushed towards Su Yuan at the entrance of the cave. Seeing many star beasts charging towards him with great momentum, Su Yuan's expression did not change much. He put his hands together and prepared the Bingdi King Flame Strike. 2 blue lightning bolts intertwined and shot out 100 meters away, instantly lighting up the entire cave and killing all the star beasts in a straight line. In one blow, nearly 20% of them were wiped out. How rude! Wang Huai and Wu Yu were both shocked. They thought they had some explanation, but they didn't expect Su Yuan to be so reckless. But Su Yuan was already on top. The two of them looked at each other, gritted their teeth and rushed up. Roar! In the cave, a 6-meter-tall flesh puppet saw Su Yuan's actions and immediately opened its huge mouth. Green light balls quickly gathered in the mouth, and then shot at Su Yuan at the entrance of the cave at high speed. Green skill, decaying beam. Su Yuan's eyes flashed, and he suddenly disappeared from the spot, dodging this extremely fast blow in a fraction of a second. The next moment, with the flesh puppet's head in mid-air, Su Yuan flicked the dragon armor sword, and a layer of dark light with a strong texture suddenly surged onto the blade. Su Yuan's eyes froze, and a knife fell from the sky and struck the flesh puppet on its head. Cut! The dark thread descended suddenly, cutting from the flesh puppet's head to its feet in an instant. The next moment, the 4-meter-tall flesh puppet was cut in half directly from the middle. Bang! The corpse of the flesh puppet fell with a crash, and then the other undead star beasts around him reacted and surrounded him with various harsh and sharp screams. Su Yuan's expression was indifferent, and as grey light circulated around his body, the heavy pressure field suddenly unfolded from his body. In an instant, all the star beasts within a radius of tens of meters were frozen in place, and even the 2 winged bats and blind familiars flying in mid-air were smashed to the ground like beans. The hunt begins. Su Yuan unfolded his wind steps, holding a long knife and started killing violently at high speed in the field. Wherever it passed, except for a few bronze elite star beasts that could still struggle, all the other star beasts were immobilized and killed by Su Yuan with a casual swing of his knife as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In an instant, severed limbs were flying everywhere, blood was splashing everywhere, and there was no enemy at all. This is an absolute difference in quality. Even if the quantity is several times or dozens of times, it cannot be compensated. Unless the star power in Su Yuan's body can be exhausted. But Su Yuan's killing efficiency was too high. In just a few moments, more than 20 star beasts were killed by the sword. They couldn't stand the killing. At this time, the 2 lava rock generals, whose bodies were burning with blazing flames, did not seem to be affected much. They rushed over with huge strides under the weight of the magnetism. The sound of huge footsteps continued to echo in the cave, and the momentum was astonishing. Is it resistant to abnormal conditions? Su Yuan stared at the 2 lava rock generals, and with a flick of the sword in his hand, a large amount of star power swarmed out, and the dark light on the sword instantly became darker. Empty cut off the boundary line. Su Yuan waved his long knife, and a dark line several meters long suddenly cut across his body from the 2 lava rocks. The lava stone suddenly jumped the orange flames in its eyes, and the upper half of its body was cut open. Under the inertia, it flew forward several meters and rolled to the feet of Su Yuan, where it was crushed by Su Yuan's kick. Air cut break the line. The characteristics evolved after the air cut is completed, consume more star power, and cut a more destructive line of separation across space from a long distance. Su Yuan took a slight breath, and after finishing off the 2 lava rock generals, he swung his body and waved his long knife and continued to kill randomly in the field. As time passed, the cave gradually became quiet. Wang Huai and Wu Yu panted and looked around in horror at the large undead corpses scattered all over the cave, feeling an extremely unreal feeling in their hearts. Naturally, these were not done by the two of them. Together, they killed 2 bronze-level star beasts and more than a dozen star disciple star beasts. And most of the remaining star beasts, including several bronze elites, were all killed by Su Yuan. The two of them looked up. At this time, the handsome young man was taking out the star cores from the corpse of the star beast and putting them into rings one by one. His face was calm, as if such an amazing achievement was nothing in the eyes of the other party. What a monster! Wang Huai and Wu Yu took a deep breath, suppressed their violent emotions, and began to collect the star cores of the star beasts they killed. After a while, the 3 of them had finished cleaning up and came to the innermost part of the cave, in front of the stone pillar emitting a cyan light. The stone pillar was green and black in color, with some crooked runes carved on it, exuding a cold aura. At the top, there is a dark green crystal about the size of a fist. Wu Yu looked at the crystal expectantly. Is this a reward for cleaning the crypt? Wang Huai said, whether it is, even if it is a good thing, it belongs to Su Yuan, so don't make any decisions. Of course not. Wu Yu crossed his arms and curled his lips. I'm just curious. Wang Huai smiled. It was just a joke. In fact, Wang Huai and Wu Yu were both students of Qingzhou College and had not known each other before. But after meeting and forming a team in the lava cave in the past 2 days, the two of them have overcome difficulties many times together, especially when they were previously besieged by zombie Tyrannosaurus and other undead astral beasts. They have lived life and death together. There are some things that can be seen best between life and death. The two of them understand and agree with each other's character, otherwise they would not continue to be together. Su Yuan observed carefully for a while. This crystal contained concentrated star power, which was somewhat similar to a star core. Combined with this stone pillar carved with runes, it seems to be a simple device. Su Yuan said to the two of them, be careful, you two step back a little while I take it off. Okay, be careful. Wang and Huai stepped back, their star power flowing slowly within their bodies so that they could respond at any time if something went wrong. Su Yuan raised his hand and took off the dark green crystal. As soon as he touched it, he felt something clear in his heart. This thing, actually has a star card sealed inside. With a thought in Su Yuan's mind, the star power in his body rushed into the crystal. In the flash of light, the crystal slowly decomposed into a star card that glowed green. Call of the Ghost Wolf. 2 in 1, there is only this chapter today. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 60 Summoning Card. Summoning Card. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly and he checked the attributes of this card. Call of the Ghost Wolf. Quality, green. Introduction. The summoning technique developed by the necromancers can connect to hell to summon the Hellfire Steel Wolf and control it. Underworld Fire Steel Bone Wolf. Quality, elite. Race, undead, wolf. Talent, Hellfire Bone. The bones contain hellfire, which enhances physical defense by 10% and fire resistance by 20%, and will cause a continuous spreading hellfire corrosion effect on the target attacked for a certain period of time. Attributes, gold, fire. 6 dimensions, strength, D, agility, D, defense, D, physique, F, spirit, F, star power, E. Skills, Hellfire Cannon, green, Hellfire Steel Claw, green, Skeleton Charge, white. Seeing the properties of this star card, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel happy. This is actually a summoning card that can summon a 3D qualified star beast. Summoning cards are also skill star cards, but they are relatively special. Among the many star card master schools, there are 2 schools under the Warlock branch that mainly fight through summons. One is a Beast Master and the other is a Summoner. The Beast Master is a contracted star beast. He regards the star beast as a partner, complementing each other and growing together. The summoner, on the other hand, uses spells to summon various summons such as star beasts, energy bodies, and even non-living things. The advantage of a summoner compared to a beast master is that the summoned objects can be used immediately, and there is no need to worry about the death or damage of the summoned objects. But the disadvantage is that the summoned objects cannot be cultivated, and their potential and growth are limited, and each summons requires the consumption of one's own mental power and star power, making it more like a combat tool. But no matter what, the threshold for these two genres is relatively high and not something ordinary people can control. First of all, the star card master needs to have high mental power to enhance the summoning effect and increase the summoning limit. This is the most basic. Secondly, there must be a lot of financial resources. The beast master needs to purchase the training materials needed for the growth of the beast, while the summoner needs to purchase various summoning cards. And because the strength of summoned objects has a limit, after the summoner upgrades, he usually inserts a new summoning card that matches his level, and the cost is also huge. Finally, whether it is a beast master or a summoned beast, it is best to have talents that can strengthen the beast master and summoned objects. Therefore, star card masters of these two schools are quite rare. It is difficult to find a summoner among 100 star card masters. However, this does not mean that only summoners will embed summoning cards. On the contrary, for all star card masters, good summoning cards are very much in demand. There are various types of summons. In addition to combat, they also have various functions such as reconnaissance and warning, tracking enemies, healing, buffs, etc., which are of great help to star card masters. However, apart from the summoning spells developed by humans, star beasts who master summoning skills are quite rare, and they are usually humanoid star beasts. This makes the summoning cards on the market quite rare, and their rarity is similar to that of weapon cards. At this time, Wang and Huai saw that there was no danger, so they also walked up. "Su Yuan, what is this?" Su Yuan said truthfully, "It's a summoning card." "Is it actually a summoning card?" Wu Yu was surprised, and there was a burst of envy in his eyes. "A green quality summoning card is really very precious." Su Yuan nodded, and after communicating with the star power, he inlaid this underworld fire steel bone wolf, summoning, without hesitation. Although Su Yuan only studied the elementary star beast illustrated book in the academy, he didn't know much about the creatures in the hell plane. But this Hellfire Steel Bone Wolf has 3D qualifications of strength, agility, and defense. Even if the physique and spirit are only F, it is not a big problem for the summoned object. Su Yuan opened the panel, and the information about Demon Wolf summon has been updated. Summoning of Hell Wolf, green, entry-level summons elementary bronze Hellfire Steel Bone Wolf, maximum number, 1. The summoning effect changes dynamically according to the master's realm and mental power. Su Yuan nodded, and summoned a bronze-level Hellfire Steel Bone Wolf at the entry level, which was pretty normal. Although the improvement is almost zero for me, this is only the initial level. When the skill level rises, the strength and quantity limit of the summoned objects will be greatly enhanced. This is Su Yuan. If he were an ordinary bronze beginner summoner, he would have 6 to 8 skill slots. In addition to auxiliary and buff skills, he would also have at least 4 to 6 summoning cards embedded in him. This is 4 to 6 bronze-level star beasts. So in most cases, summoners can easily overwhelm the same level with their numbers. Only in top-level competitions, where the qualitative effect is highlighted, will the results be different. At this time, the cave floor shook slightly, the stone pillars slowly retracted, and the wall in front slowly moved away, revealing a passage entrance the size of 2 people. Wu Yu was shocked. "Is this?" Wang Huai's eyes lit up. "It seems to be the core area leading to the secret realm." Su Yuan also nodded, and the 3 of them walked to the entrance and looked inside. Inside is a passage made of cold blue stone. On both sides of the passage are inlaid lighting stones that emit a dim light. "You can't see the end at a glance?" Su Yuan asked. "Let's take a look first." "Good." The three of them stepped into the passage together. After walking forward for 7 or 8 minutes, their eyes lit up slightly and they unexpectedly entered a large undead fortress. Behind him is a huge city wall more than 40 meters high surrounded by bones. There are also some twisted and strange patterns and incomprehensible evil runes on the wall. In front of him are various buildings such as palaces, altars, and black towers made of blue and black stones. Even in the open space as far as the eye can see, you can see ghost knights, hell imps and other common creatures in hell. The most eye-catching thing is the undead hall made of white bones at the end of the horizon. Wu Yu took a breath and said, "It seems that this is the core of the secret realm of the lava cave." Wang Huai responded, "Yes, and the overlap between this place and the hell plane is higher. Now it seems that it may be a fragment of the world in the hell realm of the dead." Seeing Wang Huai's eagerness to try, Wu Yu hesitated. This lava cave is more dangerous than expected, and the core area may be even more dangerous. Wang Huai said with a smile, "There is no unearned reward in the journey of Star Card Master. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. I am afraid that most of the good things in this secret realm are in this core area. This secret realm is only a bronze-level secret realm. It stands to reason that there will be no silver-level creatures. It is worth our risk." Upon hearing this, Wu Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded heavily and said, "Okay, let's have a go." Wang Huai asked Su Yuan, "Su Yuan, where are you? You and your friends are scattered, so it's hard to meet them outside. On the contrary, it's easier to rendezvous if we all go deep into the center." Su Yuan nodded, "That's what I planned too. In addition, I also want to visit the Bone Hall." Wang Huai agreed. With Su Yuankai's ability, of course he has to go to the Bone Hall to have a look. If there is any treasure that is extremely precious in this secret realm, it must be in there. After pondering for a while, Wang Huai said, "But you killed a lot of star beasts when you were in King Gli Cave just now, and your own consumption was not small. Let's rest together and recover first, and then we can act separately." If he hadn't gone through the cave cleaning battle, Wang Huai might have asked Su Yuan again if he wanted to consider forming a team. But now, after seeing that Su Yuan's strength far exceeded the two of him, Wang Huai had no idea. The difference in strength is too big, so there is no point in forming a team. Even if they form a team, the two of them will still be held back. You really need to recover. Su Yuan checked the star power in his body and found that it was only less than 40%. By the way, Su Yuan, Wu Yu asked suddenly, "Which college did you go to? I think your star power fluctuation is only at the beginning level, so you should be a prospective freshman in a first-class college, right?" "Well, I'm in the Demon City." "No wonder, are you a prospective freshman at Yeouido College?" Wu Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It seems that the gap between our Qingzhou College and Sandu College is still quite big." Su Yuan smiled and said, "Normally, the gap shouldn't be so big. After all, I have a system, don't use me as a standard." Wang Huai looked at Su Yuan and nodded in agreement, "You are indeed exaggerating." Wu Yu laughed, "Yes. Not to mention the quasi-freshmen, the top talents in our freshman year may not be your opponents." Wang Huai patted Wu Yu and said, "Stop chatting for now. Find a more secluded place to recover quickly." Before Wang Huai finished speaking, an extremely obscure but rapid fluctuation of star power suddenly came from the passage behind the three of them, but 3 dark red blood arrows about 3 feet long were fired at Su Yuan and the others. "Come! Get out of the way!" Su Yuan shouted loudly, and with a flash of silver in his eyes, he teleported away from where he was. However, Wang Huai and Wu Yu were not so lucky. After they reacted, they only had time to turn slightly sideways to avoid their vital points before being shot through their bodies by blood arrows, leaving a blood hole the size of a goose egg in their chest and abdomen. Wang Huai was seriously injured and fell to the ground, his body trembling. Wu Yu was even more unbearable. Although his previous injuries were cured by Su Yuan's baptism of holy light, his vitality had not yet fully recovered. At this time, he was severely injured again, and he couldn't hold on and fainted. Teleportation is really powerful. You can even dodge my blood shadow arrows in this situation. A rather frivolous voice came from the Bluestone Passage. Su Yuan looked up and saw a rosy-faced, feminine young man slowly walking out of the dark passage exit. Chapter 61 Rough. It's you. Seeing this man's appearance, Su Yuan was a little surprised at first, and then his heart sank a little. This young man was one of the 3 people he met at the hotel door. At that time, the Blue Sky Phoenix sent a warning, and Su Yuan felt that something was wrong with these 3 people. Now that the other party had launched a sneak attack on him and others without any warning, there was no need to elaborate on his position. But what made Su Yuan feel bad was not the effeminate young man himself, but that since the other party had bad intentions, the other 2 people traveling with him, the burly and stern young man, and the JK girl, must also be the same. The lava cave this time is inherently dangerous, and there are these people with malicious intentions. I hope Zhuangxun and Fang Kun will never encounter the other 2. Suddenly, Su Yuan seemed to remember something again and narrowed his eyes slightly. Have you been following us? The feminine young man laughed. Yes, I have been following you for a long time, but you guys never noticed it. Long time? Wang Huai used his star power to suppress the loss of blood and stood up reluctantly. His forehead was sweating and his face was pale. When he heard Su Yuan's question, Wang Huai still didn't understand what it meant, so he immediately shouted to the feminine young man. What did you do to Zhang Yang? Are you talking about the man who turned back? The feminine young man laughed. Unfortunately, he has been devoured by the power of my blood and turned into a white skeleton. The corners of the feminine young man's lips curled up. Oh, by the way, there is also the woman waiting there. Speaking of which, the flesh and blood essence of young women is the most delicious. As soon as these words came out, Su Yuan and Wang Huai's expressions suddenly darkened. Evil Card Master. Wang Huai's eyes widened angrily. You damn evil card masters. An evil card master refers to a star card master who uses magic means to harm others and benefit himself, and then quickly gains strength. Evil card masters are banned in the Great Yan Kingdom. Once discovered, the city guard and even the specialized agencies above will go to deal with it. Therefore, evil card masters usually operate outside the country. Even if they sneak into the country, they do not dare to be too public. How can you still speak after being so seriously injured? The feminine young man smiled, turning over his hand and taking out a dark red stabbing sword. It seems that I can only shut your mouth completely by sending you to death. As he said that, the feminine young man suddenly turned into a line of blood and shot it in front of Wang Huai, raising his sword and stabbing him. Wang Huai's pupil shrank, and he deliberately wanted to dodge, but intense pain came from the blood hole in his chest and abdomen, and a feeling of powerlessness spread throughout his body. When? At the critical moment, a silver light flashed in front of Wang Huai, but it was Su Yuan who raised his long sword and accurately blocked the thrust of the feminine young man with the dragon armor blade. Su Yuan's hands holding the long knife shook, knocking the feminine young man back a few steps. You take Wu Yu and leave first. Su Yuan said without looking back. Wang Huai was shocked, but you? Su Yuan looked as usual and said, don't worry, I can teleport, nothing will happen. Wang Huai clenched his fists and looked ugly. This young evil card master was a high-level bronze master and looked quite strong. But even though he wanted to fight the enemy together, he couldn't do anything in his current state. And now that Wu Yu was seriously injured and fainted, he had to help him take care of his injury as soon as possible, otherwise his life would be in danger soon if this continued. Okay. Be careful. Wang Huai saw the situation clearly, quickly walked to the side and picked up Wu Yu, looked back, gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. The feminine young man quietly watched Wang Huai and the 2 leave, but he did not rush to chase them. Instead, he became interested in Su Yuan's dragon armor sword. This knife of yours is not bad. A hint of surprise flashed across the face of the feminine young man. When stabbed by my blood bee, ordinary green star weapons will suffer more or less damage, but this knife of yours there is no trace at all. However, Su Yuan had no intention of talking nonsense to him. He raised his left hand, and in a flash of grey light, the heavy pressure of the Yuan magnetic force was suppressed. The feminine young man felt an immense pressure coming from all over his body, and his body suddenly bent. But at this moment, blood flowed from the feminine young man's body, and his entire body turned into an energy body like blood and water in the blink of an eye. Is that move heavy pressure? The feminine young man slowly stood up straight and took a few steps to get out of the range of the heavy pressure of the Yuan magnetic force. The young man curled up his lips. For ordinary people or star beasts, it is indeed quite powerful, but for me, it doesn't have much effect. Previously, the feminine young man had been following Su Yuan and others. He had already seen the amazing power of Su Yuan's Yuan magnetic pressure. Now he dared to come up to him because he thought he could handle this move. After unfolding the blood source transformation, the body turns into a blood-water energy body, and its own weight will be greatly reduced, and the functions of the internal organs will not be reduced due to strong pressure. Coupled with his powerful bronze high-level star power, the feminine young man was able to resist the heavy pressure of the Yuan magnetic force relatively easily. The feminine young man smiled and was about to say something more, but saw Su Yuan raise his hand again. Do you think you can really resist? Previously, Su Yuan did not try his best. In order to reduce the consumption of star power, he only used the heavy pressure of the Yuan magnetic power to kill the star beast. At this time, Su Yuan's eyes were slightly cold, the grey light in his palm flickered violently, and the heavy pressure of the metamagnetic field was pressed down with all his strength without any reservation. The space was visibly distorted for a moment. Yinro's expression suddenly changed, and she fell to her knees on the ground with a pop sound from the sudden surge of pressure. How? I obviously resisted. Damn it! The star power in the young man's body exploded with all his strength, and blood surged all over his body. He slowly stood up again, and it seemed that after a while, he would be able to break away from the shackles of the heavy pressure of the Yuan magnetic force again. Such strength is indeed quite astonishing. However, at this moment, there was a flash of silver light in front of the young man, and Su Yuan teleported over. The dark light flowing on the dragon armor sword emitted a heart-stopping and terrifying wave. Sending you on your way. The young man's expression changed, but before he could react at all, Su Yuan had already slashed him. The dragon-armored sword passed over the feminine young man's body, directly cutting him into two halves. But as the blood and water flowed, they suddenly merged into one place. Can a body of blood and water be repaired by itself? Su Yuan looked indifferently, then let me see how long you can repair it. Under the horrified gaze of the young man, Su Yuan turned the dragon armor sword with air-cutting black light in his hand and slashed down wildly. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. In just a few seconds, Su Yuan had already slashed nearly 20 times on the Yinro young man's bloody body, and the blood on the Yinro young man's body had visibly changed from the original dark red color to extremely transparent. Simple and crude. The feminine young man's blood power was consumed violently, and even his repair speed could no longer keep up. If this continues, he will be killed on the spot before he can break free from the heavy pressure. Damn it! The fear on the face of the feminine young man finally turned into vicious resentment, and he stared at Su Yuan fiercely. You forced me to do it. In this case, let's die together. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of blood in the feminine young man's body suddenly surged violently, and even his body of blood and water suddenly twisted and shrank. Self-destruction. Su Yuan's expression moved slightly, and then he teleported away from the spot with a flash of silver light. Bang! The body of the feminine young man exploded with blood and water. In addition to the extremely powerful explosion, there were also a large number of foot-long blood arrows that continued to fly out in all directions without distinction. Su Yuan stepped on his feet, and strong wind surged around him, blowing away all the blood arrows that came towards him. But at this time, a blood arrow shot backwards, slightly changed its direction and rushed into the blue stone passage from which it came, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. You pretended to die together and blew yourself up to force me back, but did you end up using secret techniques to escape? The blood arrow was extremely fast and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. In addition, the aftermath of the blood body's self-destruction has not dissipated, making it difficult to catch up now. The evil card master has a lot of weird tricks. But you can escape once, but you can't escape a second time. Su Yuan glanced at it again, then withdrew his gaze. You'd better pray that you don't run into me again. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. Su Yuan put away the dragon armor sword, then stepped forward to pick up the blood bee stinging sword that the young man had dropped and put it into the space ring. It's time to recover. Su Yuan felt the star power in his body. After cleaning the cave before, there was not much spiritual power left. Now, he continued to use Yuan magnetic heavy pressure and air cut, and there was not much star power left. There was a lot of noise when the feminine young man's bloody body self-destructed just now. Some scattered undead star beasts in the distance heard the movement and came closer. Su Yuan glanced deep into the secret realm and quickly left the place. Chapter 62, Summoning the Dark Wolf in the Transformation Realm. The blood arrow formed by the feminine young man's body was shot from the blue stone passage to the original cave, and the human form reappeared as the blood surged. However, the feminine young man at this time was pale, breathless, and extremely ugly, which was completely different from the previous relaxed and calm look. Damn, damn, damn! The feminine young man turned around to confirm that Su Yuan had not followed, and then he couldn't help but curse. Not only did I not have time to take back the blood bees, but I also exploded all the blood essence I had accumulated over the past year. That was my preparation for breaking through to the silver level. The young man was filled with resentment and had accumulated blood essence for more than a year. After killing and harvesting in the cave, he would most likely be able to break through to silver when he got out. As a result, everything was destroyed due to self-destruction. How could that bronze beginner be so strong? If I had known this, I might as well have withdrawn from the Great Yan Kingdom. In fact, the feminine young man named Do Xiao, the burly young man Tu Yuan, and the JK girl Mo Wen are all members of the Black Demon Society, the notorious evil card master organization in the northwest of the Great Yan Kingdom. The three of them came to Dian country this time because they had other missions. The mission had been successfully completed. Do Xiao and the others returned immediately without causing any trouble. But on the way back, they happened to encounter the eruption of the Flame Mountain. Opportunities like this are rare, and the three of them immediately decided to make a good profit before leaving. The three of them, Do Xiao, are all young elites of the Black Demon Society's high-level bronze level. They are powerful and cunning. As long as they don't seek death, it is not difficult to break into a bronze-level secret realm. But what Do Xiao never expected was that he would actually overturn his car and fall into the hands of a junior bronze student. No, I'm too weak now. I have to find Mo Wen and Tu Yuan first, otherwise I might be killed by something in this cave. Do Xiao turned over his hand and took out a copper disc. He placed seals on the disc with both hands. Immediately, 3 drops of blood essence with different auras appeared on the disc and moved slowly. Mo Wen should be closer. The young man's eyes condensed, and immediately turned into a dim blood shadow and moved towards the distance. After a long time, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes under a dilapidated altar somewhere on the edge of the fortress. Finally, I'm almost recovered. Su Yuan stood up and moved around a little. Although the man escaped with his life, the sequelae of the self-destruction should be considerable. He will not be able to recover for a few days, so he will not dare to follow him here again. I just don't know what happened to Zhuangxun and Fang Kun. Su Yuan shook his head. It would be best if he could meet the two of them. There was nothing he could do if he couldn't. If you can clear this secret realm early, you might be able to close it in advance. Su Yuan looked at the bone hall in the distance, but instead of rushing over, he turned around and walked up the stairs to the altar next to him. When I was resting here just now, I felt faint energy fluctuations coming from this altar. Now that I have fully recovered, I just came to take a look. Su Yuan walked step by step to the center of the altar. Green wind suddenly blew on the altar, and many runes lit up on the altar floor. Then, with a strong fluctuation of star power, a steel bone wolf about 2 meters long, covered with black and cold flames, was summoned from the altar. Seeing this wolf-shaped undead creature summoned from the altar, Su Yuan couldn't help but be startled, and immediately showed a strange look. Hellfire, bones, wolves? Aren't there 3 keywords here? Is this the Hellfire Steel Bone Wolf? Su Yuan looked at the skull wolf carefully. The characteristics were too obvious, so he almost said, I am the Hellfire Steel Skeleton Wolf. As soon as this intermediate bronze-level Hellfire Steel Bone Wolf appeared, it launched an attack on Su Yuan. It opened its mouth wide, and a large amount of black hellfire gathered in its mouth. After a moment of gathering momentum, it spit out a black flame fireball the size of Su Yuan's head. It's the Hades cannon. However, if such a move was not close to the face, it would be almost difficult to hit Su Yuan. Su Yuan deployed his wind walk and easily dodged the black flame cannon with a slight sway. Boom! Dark flames exploded behind him. Su Yuan turned around and saw that a pit with a diameter of 3 meters had exploded on the altar, and the hellfire had not extinguished. It was still slowly eroding the surrounding area, constantly expanding the size of the pit. The speed is a little slow, but the power is decent. Under the influence of talent, it also has the properties of diffusion and erosion. It can barely be regarded as T2. Just as Su Yuan was thinking, the Hellfire Steel Bone Wolf was filled with hellfire, and its entire body rushed out at high speed like a black phantom. In a moment, it rushed in front of Su Yuan, and the black flames on the steel claws were highly compressed, and it struck with one claw. Su Yuan blocked with his sword, but was knocked back 2 steps. Swift Shadow Charge and Hellfire Steel Claws? Charge to increase the impact and strength, plus the highly lethal Hellfire Steel Claws. If it can hit the body, it should be able to severely damage or even instantly kill star beasts of the same level. Su Yuan nodded secretly. Compared to the Dark Cannon, this set of close attacks was obviously what the Bone Wolf with 3D qualifications of strength, agility and defense was good at. The strength is not bad. Seeing the Dark Fire Wolf charging towards him again, Su Yuan dealt with it casually while calling up the system. System, strengthen Spirit Wolf summoned to the transformation state. In the cyclone of star power within the body, the green spell wolf summon flashed 31 times in a row in just a moment. At the same time, a lot of insights about Call of the Dark Wolf poured into Su Yuan's heart. Su Yuan pushed away the Hellfire Steel Bone Wolf in front of him, took a few steps back, and formed a seal with one hand. Come on, let me see what effect I can have by upgrading you to the transformation realm. Su Yuan suddenly stepped in front of him, the underworld wolf summons. With the consumption of some mental and star power, the space in front of him distorted and changed, and a door to hell that exuded a chaotic and violent atmosphere quickly opened in front of Su Yuan. Then, 4 hellfire steel-framed wolves, covered in hellfire and much larger than the one across from Su Yuan, jumped out of the door. Can you actually summon 4 high-level bronze hellfire steel bone wolves? Su Yuan was slightly shocked. In addition to the Master Star Beast, the bronze high-level Hellfire Steel Bone Wolf is definitely a very powerful offensive star beast among the bronze-level beasts. You can summon 4 heads at once. You know, the 5th wave of challenges at the Requiem Xian Burial Monument is just 2 bronze intermediate elite star beasts. The 6th wave of bronze intermediate master star beasts, such as the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger Su Yuan encountered, may not be the opponent of the 4 bronze high-level Hellfire Steel Bone Wolves. In other words, Su Yuan is now almost able to pass the assessment of the Demon City Academy's Requiem and Mysterious Burial Monument with just one skill, Transformation Realm Devil Wolf Summoning. Of course, if Su Yuan only has the 9th level Star Disciple, he probably won't be able to summon 4 high-level Bronze Hellfire Steel Bone Wolves. It would be nice to be able to summon one. Compared to ordinary Star Card Masters, summoners, it's still very high-end. The 4 Hellfire Wolves summoned by Su Yuan all had an egg-sized undead mark on their foreheads. As soon as they landed on the ground, they roared in unison at the altar Hellfire Wolves that rushed over. Ouch! The altar Dark Fire Wolf immediately stopped the car, and his already shallow spiritual intelligence seemed to be a little insufficient at this time, and he was stunned on the spot. Su Yuan ordered, "Go and solve it." The 4 summoned Hellfire Wolves obeyed the order and swarmed up. With one claw and one bite, all the bones of the altar Hellfire Wolf were torn apart in a matter of seconds. After doing this, the 4 summoned Hellfire Steel Bone Wolves returned directly behind Su Yuan and waited quietly. One of them even brought the star core of the dead altar Hellfire Wolf to Su Yuan. "It's really good." Su Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, extremely satisfied with the effect of summoning the Hell Wolf. "With these bronze high-level Hellfire Steel Bone Wolves, it seems that we can make a lot of soy sauce in the future." Su Yuan checked and found that the casting interval for summoning the Netherworld Wolf was 6 hours, and the duration was 4 hours. The early recall would also reduce the casting interval by a certain amount based on the number of recalled Netherwolves and the remaining time. Overall, it can cover almost most of the combat time. At this time, with the death of the altar Underworld Fire Wolf, there was movement on the altar again. Some necromancy energy gathered and sank into the altar. A stone platform slowly rose from the ground, and on the stone platform, a plant containing rich necromancy energy was placed. Soul-benefiting grass. Su Yuan recognized this plant at a glance. The first-level spiritual plant, soul-benefiting grass, has a slight effect of supplementing spiritual energy. It is a commonly used spiritual plant for warlocks who often need to consume spiritual energy. Although Su Yuan used all his strength to summon the souls of the Underworld Wolf and consumed some mental energy, he did not waste spiritual plants to replenish it, so he casually put away the soul-benefiting grass. Turning to look at the 4 undead creatures composed of bones and hellfire, Su Yuan immediately gave up the idea of using them as mounts. The feeling of running after sitting on it is not so pleasant just thinking about it. However, although summoning consumes both mental power and star power, the consumption of both is relatively reduced. In this way, my C-level mental qualifications can also be used. Su Yuan suddenly thought that the summoning card suited him quite well. The effect of the summoning card is mainly affected by the Star Card Master's realm, skill level and mental power. Compared with general skills such as Blue Flame Strike that need to be performed based on one's own performance, the improvement in strength brought about by the increase in summoning card skill level is more obvious, of course, except for T0 magical skills such as Yuan Magnetic Stress. For example, now I can summon 4 high-level Bronze Elite Star Beasts with my Bronze level. And I have a system that can increase the skill level of summoning cards countless times easier than ordinary summoners, and then summon powerful summons. Withdrawing his thoughts, Su Yuan raised his head and looked around. Since you can get spiritual plants after activating this altar and solving the summons, I think there will be various things in other altars, halls, etc. Su Yuan thought for a moment, then led the 4 Hellfire Steel Bone Wolves to explore the buildings along the way and headed towards the Bone Hall deep in the fortress. Chapter 63 Arriving at the Depths. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Deep inside the fortress, not far from the huge Bone Hall, a 6-person team from Shuzhou College was fighting against more than a dozen Nether Guards, Nether Warlocks, and other undead star beasts. And the strength of this 6-person team is pretty good, with 2 high-level bronzes, 1 intermediate bronze, and 3 junior bronzes. Among these 3 bronze beginners, there is one with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a strong back and a strong waist, and a big sword in his hand, which he wields like a tiger. If it wasn't Fang Kun who was separated from Su Yuan Zhuang, who could he be? Compared with the outside world, all the star beasts in the undead fortress are all bronze level, and nearly 1/3 are elite star beasts. At this time, Fang Kun's 6-man team faced undead creatures that were twice their own size, but they still had a slight upper hand, and they were still expanding their advantage. In addition to everyone's excellent strength, one reason is that this 6-person team has a wood-type auxiliary spell. She is a tall and beautiful girl among the 3 bronze beginners, holding an elf wooden staff. The girl waved the elf wooden staff and launched various skills such as Natural Guard, Living Tree Armor, and Tangled Vine at the right time, providing treatment, shield, and control for everyone, greatly enhancing the combat capabilities of Fang Kun and others. Ability: Zhou Fenghua, a first-year student in Qingzhou who was leading the group, was dealing with several nether guards in front of him, and shouted, "Don't rush forward, just maintain the formation and advance slowly. Also, don't let these undead creatures rush behind." As if feeling that the situation was not good, the undead creatures suddenly broke out all at once. The nether guard's powerful slashes and the nether warlock's nether explosion came one after another. Fang Kun and others who were in front immediately arrived and the pressure doubled, and even the formation was a little messed up. Zhou Fenghua shouted loudly, "They are making their final struggle, hold on." Fang Kun and others also understood this truth, and they all worked hard. At this moment, a netherworld assassin holding a short sword and shrouded in shadows took advantage of the powerful offensive from the netherworld guards and netherworld warlocks to suddenly turn into a line of black smoke and go straight across the defense line of Zhou Fenghua and others, rushing towards the auxiliary girl in the back. No, his target is small fish. Be careful, little fish. Yu Changle, stop it quickly. The people fighting in front were all shocked. The situation was critical and they wanted to get out to help. However, many nether guards in front of them immediately pressed over and they were unable to get away at all. At this time, the only person next to Ai Xiao was Yu Changle, a prospective freshman who was working part-time to protect her. The black smoke transformed by the netherworld assassin quickly condensed into its true form after passing over the main battlers in front. He swung his short sword and slashed at the assistant Ai Xiao. "Little fish, back off!" Yu Changle gritted his teeth and quickly stood in front of Ai Xiao, using all his star power to slash at the netherworld assassin with his sword. The two swords intersected, and Yu Changle blocked this bronze mid-level elite netherworld assassin. But before Yu Changle could breathe a sigh of relief, the netherworld assassin's blurred face under the black smoke suddenly gave a very human and sly smile. Then his left hand and shoulders shook, and a dark clone rushed out from the left and right sides, crossing in an arc. Kill Ai Xiao who is not far behind Yu Changle. Green skill, Shadow Slash. Not good. Yu Changle was shocked, and quickly used his strength to easily turn the netherworld assassin in front of him into black smoke, but it was too late to chase the two clones. Ai Xiao looked at the nether assassins attacking from both sides. Although he was panicked, he calmly waved the elf wooden staff in his hand to activate his defensive skills. Elven Shield. The rich wood element surged out from the elf wooden staff, instantly forming a light green energy shield around Ai Xiao. The two clones stabbed the elf shield with jet black daggers at the same time. The one on the right dissipated directly, and the one on the left was the netherworld assassin's true body. The dark fire ignited on the dagger, rapidly eroding the wood element shield, and was about to pierce the wood element shield in an instant. Ai Xiao's face turned slightly pale, and he quickly charged up new control skills. But it was too late, the elf shield suddenly broke. Jaja! The nether assassin let out a very humane weird laugh, and the dagger nether fire suddenly destroyed the elf shield, and continued to stab Ai Xiao behind. Seeing that the tip of the dagger was less than 1 foot away from Ai Xiao, a silver light suddenly flashed next to Ai Xiao, and a long knife appeared out of thin air to block the stabbing dagger, and sent the netherworld assassin flying away with his backhand. Ai Xiaohu turned around and found a silver-eyed young man with a calm face next to him. Thank you. Ai Xiaohu's face was slightly pale, his chest was heaving, and he was still a bit shocked as he said thank you. Su Yuan nodded. Ai Xiaohu was about to ask for his name when he saw Su Yuan walking towards the Netherworld assassin. The Netherworld assassin took a few steps back to stabilize his figure. Seeing that Su Yuan, who suddenly appeared at an unknown moment, actually blocked his surprise attack, he became furious. Akaka! The Netherworld assassin let out a strange cry and rushed towards Su Yuan again. But at this moment, a large bone wolf covered in black flames threw him to the ground from behind. The Netherworld assassin was frightened and was about to explode with star power to struggle, but the next moment, 3 more bone wolf heads glowing with nether fire came into view. The 8 hellfire eyes of the 4 hellfire steel wolves all looked down at the Netherworld assassin, causing the Netherworld assassin to die immediately. Ah! The screams stopped abruptly. In just a few seconds, the Netherworld assassin was torn to pieces by 4 netherfire steel bone wolves. Ai Xiaohu was even more surprised when he saw that Su Yuan not only saved him, but also seemed to easily kill the powerful Netherworld assassin with a summoned object. Su Yuan. This sudden change was naturally noticed by the rest of the people present. Fang Kun from a distance saw the person coming clearly, and his usually calm face couldn't help but show a little surprise. It's really you, just be fine. Zhou Fenghua, the leader next to him, asked, Fang Kun, do you know him? Fang Kun nodded, well, we came in together. Like Su Yuan and Zhuang Xuan, Fang Kun was also worried about their safety because of the danger level of the lava cave. Although he fell into the ghoul's lair at the beginning, he was lucky enough to meet Ai Xiaohu, Zhou Fenghua, Yu Chang'e and other students from Shizhu College one after another, and formed a team. Among them, apart from himself, Yu Chang'e and Ai Xiaohu, Zhou Fenghua and the other 2 are all freshmen with strong abilities. So in the past few days, under the leadership of Zhou Fenghua, the team worked step by step and harvested a lot of good things in this fortress without any danger. Su Yuan? Ai Xiaohu looked up at the handsome young man who took out the star core from the torn corpse of the Netherworld assassin. Su Yuan nodded towards Fang Kun, raised his hand and pointed, and all the hellfire steel bone wolves under his command opened their mouths. The 4 hellfire cannons were ready in a moment and blasted towards the group of undead creatures in the distance. Bang 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 bang! The black flames exploded almost indiscriminately, and with the blessing of talent, the surging hellfire killed 2 netherworld guards on the spot, and also affected and severely injured the 4 nearby ones. So strong! Zhou Fenghua, Fang Kun and others were startled by the underworld cannons that exploded among the undead creatures in front of them. With such tyrannical star power fluctuations, Zhou Fenghua and others realized that the 4 black fire bone wolves controlled by Su Yuan turned out to be high-level bronze. After firing the hellfire cannon, the hellfire steel bone wolf launched a swift charge, charging into the pile of undead star beasts fearlessly like 4 black phantoms. With steel-like defense, powerful netherfire steel claws, and 4 netherworld steel skeleton wolves, they ran rampant among numerous undead creatures, throwing the enemy's formation into chaos. Okay. Zhou Fenghua's eyes lit up and he couldn't help shouting. The situation was reversed, and everyone felt the pressure was greatly reduced. Damn it, I got scratched. Xiaohu, give me a quick feed, I can't hold it anymore. A scream suddenly came from the front. Ah! Ai Xiaohu was startled and quickly looked away, waving the elf wooden staff toward the front and launching healing spells, Wood Elf's Blessing. Chapter 64 Maze Corridor. After a while, the battle gradually ended. The addition of 4 Hellfire Steel Bone Wolves directly broke the originally balanced battle situation. With the Hellfire and Steel Skeleton Wolf in front, charging and disrupting the formation without fear of death, Zhou Fenghua and others only need to fight steadily, and there is no suspense in the battle. However, even though the Hellfire Steel Bone Wolf has a very strong defense, one of them was killed and one was seriously injured under such a brutal charge, and the remaining two were also consumed a lot. After giving the obtained star core to Su Yuan, he was recalled to hell by Su Yuan. The interval between surgeries has been reduced. Fang Kun took a few breaths and walked to Su Yuan's side in a few steps. That's great, Su Yuan, I was worried that something would happen to you, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Su Yuan smiled and said, me too. Zhou Fenghua and a few others also came over, and everyone looked at this young man who could summon 4 high-level bronze elite bone wolves with alarm. Fang Kun, why don't you introduce your friend to us? Zhou Fenghua said with a smile. Fang Kun nodded and introduced everyone. This is Su Yuan, a student from Guangchuan city below Shizhu. We originally formed a team to enter the secret realm together for this trip to the lava cave. Then he said to Su Yuan, these are all seniors or classmates of our Shizhu college. If I hadn't met senior Zhou Fenghua and the others on the road and joined the team, I might not even be able to enter the fortress, let alone enter the fortress. Don't talk about coming here. Guangchuan City. Pan Long, who was next to Zhou Fenghua, looked at Su Yuan in surprise. Are you the one recruiting students from the Demon City? Special enrollment in the Demon City. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard this. Zhou Fenghua asked, Lao Pan, do you know him too? I don't know him, but I've heard of it. It's said that some time ago, a third-tier city under our Shizhu had a special admissions for a third-tier city, and today I was lucky enough to meet him. Unexpectedly, he is a rare summoner. He can summon 4 high-level bronze elite star beasts before entering the academy. It is really exaggerated. No wonder he can pass the special recruitment test of Demon City Academy. When Fang Kun heard the word summoner, his face looked a little strange, but he didn't say anything. However, Fang Kun was quite surprised that Su Yuan was suddenly able to summon 4 Hellfire Steel Bone Wolves. Wasn't this guy a warrior who killed the Earth Beast with his sword when he was an 8th level star disciple? How could he suddenly transform into a powerful summoner? Moreover, isn't his growth rate too terrifying? After all the calculations, it's less than half a year since the joint trial, right? It used to be that I could barely cope with the low-level bronze earth beasts, but now I can summon 4 high-level bronze elite star beasts at will? Although the strength of all star card masters will greatly increase when they advance to the bronze level, it means reaching a new peak. This guy is lucky enough to go straight to the sky. Fang Kun couldn't help but feel a little depressed, thinking that back then, everyone was a top genius at the star apprentice level. Although there was a gap, the difference was not too big. At least they could compete against each other. But now, just after entering the bronze level, the gap between the two sides has become an insurmountable gap. Comparing people with each other makes people angry. At this time, the other people heard what Fang Kun and Pan Long said, and they understood something about Su Yuan. Zhou Fenghua said, Classmate Su, it's really thanks to you this time. Not only did you save the little fish for us, but you also helped us deal with these undead creatures. Ai Xiao clenched the elf wooden staff with both hands. Hearing this, he quickly saluted Su Yuan and thanked him, which seemed very polite. Su Yuan smiled and waved his hand, you don't have to be so polite. After all, Fang Kun is in the team, and I will definitely not stand idly by. In addition, the star cores of the star beasts I killed have also been taken away, so everyone can get what they need. Zhou Fenghua nodded, chatted for a few more words, and then led the team to collect the star core and process some corpse materials. Ai Xiao glanced at Su Yuan, hesitated for a while and then went to help. Fang Kun took Su Yuan and walked a short distance away alone. Su Yuan, do you have any news about Zhuang Xuan? No, I didn't meet him. Fang Kun frowned slightly and said worriedly, is something going to happen to this guy? Speaking of this, Su Yuan said in a deep voice, do you still remember the 3 young men and women we met in the hotel lobby on the day we set out? Those 3 people, remember? After all, it was only a few days ago, and Do Xiao and the other three had certain star power fluctuations at that time, so Fang Kun only thought about it for a moment. What happened to the three of them? Those three people should all be evil card masters. What? Fang Kun couldn't help but exclaimed, and then his face darkened. It's actually an evil card master. Needless to say, there is no need to say much about the threat of the evil card master. Even if life and death are determined by destiny in the secret realm, everyone is a member of the Great Yan Kingdom. Unless there is a big grudge, they usually will not kill someone. But evil card masters are different. These people regard other people's lives as nothing. Even if it is of no benefit to themselves, they will never hold back if they can kill them. They are extremely dangerous elements. Su Yuan nodded. I was attacked by that thin, rosy-faced young man earlier. Fang Kun asked quickly, are you okay? It's nothing. I severely injured him, but his magic was weird, and he ran away in the end. Su Yuan's voice was slightly condensed, but there were other people killed by him, and according to what he said, they were probably dead. The law is quite cruel. Fang Kun snorted coldly, these evil card masters who kill 1,000 swords. Su Yuan warned, you will synchronize this news to your team later. Those three people should be high-level bronzes, and they act ruthlessly and have strange methods. You must be careful. Okay, I understand. Fang Kun looked at Su Yuan and asked, what about you, what are your plans? Su Yuan raised his head and looked at the huge bone hall not far ahead, and said with a smile, I'm going to take a look in that hall. Our current team is also going to the Bone Palace. Otherwise, you may also consider joining this team, or I will go with you alone. Su Yuan shook his head, you are the team of Shuzhou College, so I won't get involved. You don't have to come with me. It's more appropriate for you to stay here. This team has complementary tactics. If we play steadily and advance slowly, there should be success. Not a small gain. And I have teleportation, which makes it very convenient for me to move alone. I can run away if I encounter any danger. Fang Kun thought for a while, sighed and said, that's right, your strength is far better than ours now, and I won't be of much help to you if I follow you. Su Yuan nodded, then I'll take the first step. Okay, be careful. Su Yuan responded, swayed and swept forward alone. Fang Kun, did Mr. Su go alone? Zhou Fenghua and others had almost finished cleaning up. Seeing that Su Yuan had left alone in such a short time, he hurriedly came over and asked. Well, he left first. Zhou Fenghua shook his head and sighed, it's a pity. I originally wanted to invite him to join us. If we have his summoning technique, the strength of our team will be greatly increased. Fang Kun didn't say much more about this. He remembered the information about the evil card master that Su Yuan just mentioned, and quickly gave it to Zhou Fenghua and others. Su Yuan drove forward at high speed and harvested the star beasts along the way. It didn't take long before he arrived in front of the Bone Hall. This is a large hall that occupies a wide area. It adopts a structure that is wider at the bottom and narrower at the top. It is more like a tower of bones with a wide chassis than a hall. On the bottom floor of the main hall, there are many small entrances like sieves. There is also a faint energy light curtain above the entrances, which isolates the scene inside. Su Yuan took out the dragon armor knife and held it tightly. After observing it carefully, he stepped into it resolutely. His eyes suddenly became brighter. Su Yuan took a closer look and couldn't help being surprised. A maze. Su Yuan looked around. The interior of the bone hall was like a maze. There were crisscrossing maze corridors in front of him. The walls emitting a faint white fluorescent light reached to the ceiling more than 10 meters high. Even if Su Yuan could fly, and it is impossible to get a glimpse of the whole picture. Different from the dark, cold, dilapidated and decayed place outside, the view inside is bright, the design is exquisite, and it also reveals a somewhat noble and mysterious atmosphere. However, because the line of sight is completely blocked by the walls of the maze corridor, and there is no open field of vision like the outside, coupled with the extremely monotonous visual colors, it may easily make people feel chest tight and mentally exhausted if they stay there for a long time. Su Yuan raised his hand, blue flames surged in his palm, and the Cang Yan Strike was fully charged in an instant, and he released it directly against the wall in front of him. Bang! With an explosion, the Cang Yan Strike exploded. The flames gradually dissipated, and the wall hit by the Cang Yan in front was filled with light cyan light. Many runes loomed on the wall, until they finally dissipated again and calmness returned. Is there a barrier on the wall? Sure enough, since it is a maze design, it is unlikely that intruders will be able to take advantage of it. Su Yuan's eyes flashed with silver, and he tried to use teleportation to penetrate the wall. Unfortunately, the barrier on the wall also had the effect of isolating movement and shuttle skills. In this case, the only way is to break in. Su Yuan looked thoughtful. If I remember correctly, there should be 3 floors outside. When he came in before, Su Yuan deliberately observed the structure of the bone hall. If there was no space folding technique, this would probably be a 3-story hall. The bottom floor is the largest, and each floor above would become smaller. Thinking about it this way, the top floor of this bone hall is not only the core of this bone hall, but also the core of the entire undead fortress and even the secret realm of the lava cave. Having rushed all the way to the bone hall, Su Yuan had already accumulated a lot of good things, including first and second level spiritual plants, ores, materials, white and green star cards, etc., and even a green star weapon. It has been quite a harvest. Then let's see what kind of good things are on the top floor of this bone palace. Su Yuan swayed and rushed into a corridor at will. After a few turns, he disappeared. After a long time, somewhere in the maze on the first floor of the bone hall. Golden hands. Su Yuan's left hand was intertwined with gold and fire, and he stabbed through the chest of the necromancer who had the ghost shield in front of him, and grabbed out a dark green star core. With a distorted face and silent screams, the necromancer suddenly exploded into a large piece of blue smoke and dissipated. Putting the star core away casually, Su Yuan looked at the dead end ahead and couldn't help but frown slightly. I took the wrong step again. I don't know when I will find the entrance to the next floor. Most of the day has passed since entering the bone hall. In order to find the entrance to the next level as soon as possible, Su Yuan also summoned the Hellfire Steel Bone Wolf to search together. But until the duration of the Hellfire Steel Wolf ended, nothing was found. Along the way, apart from encountering a large number of undead creatures and the occasional human team or two, there was no way out at all. At this moment, energy fluctuations suddenly appeared in the place where the necromancer exploded in front of him. Hey! Su Yuan's eyes narrowed and he looked intently. But he saw a large area of dark green undead energy gathering together, constantly changing and twisting, and finally formed an energy beam that rose to the ceiling. The spot on the ceiling illuminated by the energy beam slowly revealed a hole large enough for one person to pass through. It turns out that the key to the next level is some of the undead creatures wandering in this maze. Su Yuan suddenly realized, no wonder he still couldn't find the entrance, but he still had this skill. In order to find the entrance to the next level as soon as possible, Su Yuan just killed all the star beasts along the way, and the 4 Hellfire Steel Bone Wolves sent out directly avoided the undead creatures encountered on the way. At this time, Su Yuan took a few steps forward and stepped into the pillar of undead light. The rich undead energy lifted his body, and his whole body slowly rose upwards to the second floor like an elevator. Entering the second floor, it is also a maze, but it is much smaller than the first floor. As soon as Su Yuan came up, there were 3 huge humanoid star beasts 4 to 5 meters tall not far ahead. Su Yuan looked at these 3 star beasts. They were tall, but extremely thin, with goat-like heads. They exuded tyrannical star power fluctuations and a chaotic and violent aura. It's actually a demon clan. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed. Among many races, some powerful races are naturally superior to others. Not only are they generally of high quality, but they are also stronger than other star beasts of the same quality. Dragons, phoenixes, demons, are all such races. The body of the demon clan is extremely terrifying, their strength, agility, and physique are all top-notch, and their close combat abilities are amazing. At this time, the three goat-headed demons also noticed Yuan suddenly appearing behind them, and they all turned around. A flash of ferocity flashed in his irritable eyes. The three-headed demon opened his arms and stepped forward, and they all rushed towards Yuan in a rapid stride. Yuan did not retreat or evade, he swung his long sword, and there was an extremely deep black light flowing and surging on the sword. When the three demons approached, Yuan swung his sword and slashed horizontally. Suddenly, a dark line of separation cut across the bodies of the three demons from left to right. Demons are indeed strong, but if they are not at the silver level, they are just stronger pigs and sheeps. Yuan slowly put away the dragon armor sword. The next moment, with a burst of extremely sharp screams, large pieces of blood surged from the waists of the three goat-headed demons. The three demons were all cut into pieces from the waist and abdomen. 2 pieces. The screams stopped suddenly, and the three demons turned into corpses and smashed heavily on the ground, with a large amount of internal organs spilled on the ground along with blood. Yuan stepped forward, stepped on the spreading blood, and took out the green star cores from the 3 corpses one by one. Since the way to the next level is to kill certain undead creatures, then kill all the undead creatures you see. No matter what the differences are between the undead creatures that serve as keys, if you kill one by one, there will definitely be no omissions. Anyway, for me, it doesn't take much effort. A silver light flashed in Yuan's eyes, and he teleported dozens of meters away. Using both wind walking and teleportation, he ran and slaughtered in the second floor maze. 4K words, only one chapter today. Chapter 65 3 Treasures. Somewhere outside the bone hall, many undead energies gathered together, and then, a young man with red hair and red eyes was teleported out, holding a star card emitting a bright blue light in his hand. Hell Flame? After getting this card, I rushed over from Antarctic City as soon as possible. Geng Kaiyi looked at the blue star card in his hand, his face full of joy. I passed the test on the 3rd floor of the Bone Hall, and finally got this blue quality fire star card that was very suitable for me. Let's use this Hell Flame as my soul skill after breaking through to the silver level. Geng Kaiyi nodded with satisfaction, raised his hand and put the card into the ring, preparing to leave here and finally search the secret realm. But before he took 2 steps, Geng Kaiyi suddenly heard a rapid sound of breaking through the air from above his head. Geng Kaiyi looked up and saw a black figure crashing down from the air like a cannonball. Fuck me! Geng Kaiyi's complexion changed drastically, and the star power in his body was instantly raised, and he suddenly jumped to the side. Bang! There was a loud sound, smoke and dust rose up, and a large amount of turbulent white airflow swirled around like waves. Not long after, a rather embarrassed fiery red figure was blasted out. Geng Kaiyi rolled on the ground twice before he stabilized his body and stood up again. Damn! Geng Kaiyi's face was extremely ugly, with traces of blood left at the corner of his mouth, and large pieces of his clothes were torn to pieces by the powerful impact just now. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Geng Kaiyi squinted his eyes and looked forward. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and a huge pit with a diameter of several meters appeared on the spot. A burly and cold young man in black slowly walked out of it, with wisps of white air surrounding his arms. Hiss! Yuan slowly exhaled a breath of white air. The white air was like an arrow, and it actually made a small hole in the ground. Did you sneak attack on me? Geng Kaiyi raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, Who are you? Yuan looked calm and said, It doesn't matter who I am, just hand over the reward you got on the 3rd floor of the Bone Palace. It turns out we were trying to cheat. Geng Kaiyi looked at Yuan and said suddenly, I see, you are the one who took the first reward, right? Geng Kai grinned, took a step forward, and blazing orange-red flames surged out of his body. Since you are looking for someone else to trade goods, and you are not a good bird at first glance, then I will take your things from you without any psychological burden. The ring in Tu Yuan's hand flashed, and a blue star card appeared in his hand. If you have the ability, come and get it. Tu Yuan's tone was cold, and he didn't seem to worry at all that the top genius of the Antarctic Academy could snatch the blue card from his hand. Fill the cup. Geng Kai snorted and was about to take action, but at this moment, he seemed to notice something and turned to look behind him. It turns out there are helpers, no wonder he speaks so harshly. Geng Kai's expression darkened slightly. I saw two people slowly surrounding me on both sides behind me again. One of them is an energetic girl wearing JK uniform. The other one was a ruddy young man with a feminine face. It was Mo Wenwen and Do Xiao. With Mo Wenwen's help, Do Xiao devoured a lot of blood essence in so many days. Although due to the massive loss of accumulated blood essence, it is still far away to break through to the silver level, but at least his strength is already in the secret technique of blood. I've recovered quite a bit. This is also the power of blood. As long as there is enough blood essence, no matter how serious the injury is, you can recover. Mo Wenwen waved her hand, and as the black smoke billowed, a huge ugly face with 3 eyes appeared behind her. The ghost face opened its mouth wide, and one after another young men and women with dull expressions came out of its mouth while shaking their bodies. Such a scene is indeed a bit eerie and strange. But when Geng Kai looked at the 2 men and 1 woman who were walking out one after another, his expression changed. Smile, come east, aping. Hehe, it seems that there are some acquaintances of yours. Mo Wenwen covered her mouth and chuckled, and ordered the 2 men and 1 woman to come forward. Are these 3? These 3 are indeed more powerful. In order to catch them, it is necessary to I have replaced 7 insect servants, and now my black soul goo is almost not enough. What did you do to them? It's nothing. I just control them temporarily. Of course, it's okay to spend more time eating their heads, but that would be meaningless. Geng Kai lowered his head slightly, clenched his fists so hard that his nails almost dug into his flesh, and tried his best to suppress his anger. Anger can make people irrational and interfere with judgment in battle. Tu Yuan looked at Geng Kai and said calmly, put down the star card in your hand and let you go. Just let him go like this. Do Xiao raised his eyebrows. No, his essence and blood are very rich, I want. Before Do Xiao finished speaking, he felt a chill on his back. When he turned his head, he saw Tu Yuan staring at him expressionlessly. Hey, Do Xiao curled his lips. 3 of you are attacking one, but you still can't deal with it. Not to mention just a bronze level, even a silver level, nearly 24 people died under the combined efforts of the 3 of them. Is it necessary to be so afraid? But Do Xiao didn't say much after all. Because although the 3 of them are not superior or subordinate, Tu Yuan usually makes the decision when they act together. And Tu Yuan himself knew very well that anyone who could pass the 3rd floor of the Bone Hall was definitely not an easy person. Even he almost failed at such a difficulty level. So if we can take advantage of the situation to overwhelm the person in front of us, it would be best to let him put down his blue card and leave. Do you really think you can defeat me? Geng Kai slowly raised his head, and saw fire flashing in his eyes, and a phantom of a flame dragon suddenly flew out of his body and coiled around him. Large swaths of flames spread out from the whole body like a sea of fire. Geng Kai's whole body was bathed in the sea of fire, and his aura increased sharply. Come! Geng Kai's eyes swept across Tu Yuan and the others. You 3, come together. Su Yuan's eyes flashed as he arrived at the 3rd floor of the Bone Hall. After killing a black-winged demon under the massacre in just 2 hours, Su Yuan successfully entered the 3rd level. This 3rd level is no longer a maze, but a dark and cold cemetery filled with undead elements. There are many decayed tombstones in the cemetery, and in the center, there are 3 large red tombstones that are 2 people high. 2 of the 3 red tombstones were covered with large cracks, and only the last one was still intact. Yuan stepped forward and observed. There was something crookedly written on the tombstone. Different from the runes seen outside, the words on it turned out to be the universal language of Blue Star. After reading it carefully, Yuan also understood the origin of this bone hall. This palace of bones is called the Maze of Bones, and the owner of the maze is named Seiki. He was once a warlock from the western continent of Blue Sea Star. Later, because he suffered serious injuries that were difficult to repair, he had no choice but to use secret techniques to transform himself into an undead spirit. At the beginning, Seiki was able to travel between the western continent of Blue Star and Hell by virtue of his semi-dead body and some secret techniques, until later he completely fell into Hell and could never return to Blue Star. Many years later, Sachi was seriously injured again and died, leaving behind part of his inheritance, which is the Bone Hall. Because Sachi Warlock is good at summoning the undead and fire spells, the items in these 2 areas are ultimately left behind. Each tombstone in the field corresponds to an undead creature from Hell. Defeat them and you'll get an item of at least elite quality. The 3 red tombstones in the center contain 3 master, blue, quality treasures. They are a super destructive top fire star card, a rare summoning card from the 6th level of Hell, A&D. A summoning star weapon obtained from Hell. Yuan looked at the last tombstone in front of him, so this tombstone corresponds to the summoning star device? No wonder the 2 people who passed by chose the Fire Star card and the Summoning card from the 6th floor of Hell respectively. It's not that the Summoning Star device is not strong, the problem is that there are few summoners, and what Sachi left behind is the Star device obtained in Hell, so it is likely to be the Summoning Star device of the Undead specialization. If you don't use something like this, it will be difficult to get rid of it unless you meet a summoner who really needs it. In short, this item cannot be immediately converted into its own strength or wealth, which is a bit useless. As for the other 2 master treasures, the top Fire Star card goes without saying. As the branch with the largest number of Elemental Star card masters, the Fire Star card is definitely a good thing that is in short supply. As for the rare summoning cards in the 6th floor of Hell, for non-summoners, usually only 1 or 2 summoning cards will be embedded because of the skill slots. It doesn't matter if these summoning cards are not systematic, the focus is on practicality. The 6th level of Hell and beyond are also called the Abyss, and they are areas where demons are rampant. This rare summoning card of master quality is probably the summoning card that can summon the master demon. As for the usefulness of the master demon, it's nothing more than simply being powerful. Now that the other 2 items have been taken away, there is nothing to choose from. You can't choose an elite quality item. What's more, I am currently inlaid with the summoning of the underworld wolf, and I am also of the undead race. This summoning star device should be just in use. Without thinking too much, Yuan reached out his hand and hit the tombstone, using star power to communicate with the tombstone. Gradually, bursts of red light lit up on the tombstone, instantly pulling Yuan into it. Chapter 66, Kill the Enemy and Get the Treasure, 4K words, please recommend. Surrounded by a dark wilderness, the bones and corpses of different creatures are scattered everywhere in the wilderness. Not far in front of Yuan, sitting on a square altar, was a humanoid star beast with a ghost staff and a green body. Netherworld Archmage. Quality, Master. Level, Bronze High Level. A high-level Bronze Master Star Beast. Yuan's expression condensed slightly. Feeling the unabashed star power on the opponent, it is not difficult to see that this is definitely a high-level Bronze Star Beast with sea-level star power qualifications. It is also the strongest star beast I have seen so far, and is even higher than the Golden Eye Silver-Winged Tiger, which is also a Master Star Beast. Compared with star beasts like the Golden-Eyed Silver-Winged Tiger, whose attack methods are relatively direct, the Nether Archmage in front of him is obviously much more difficult. At the same time that Su Yuan was sizing up the opponent, the Nether Archmage stood up and spit out harsh and sharp characters from his mouth. Alpha Nu Theta Rho Pi Iota Nu Alpha Nu Tau Alpha, human. Although Su Yuan couldn't understand it, he could feel that the wisdom of this undead Archmage was quite high. Let's try the strength first. Su Yuan formed a seal with his left hand, and the gate of hell opened in front of him, and then 4 high-level bronze hellfire steel bone wolves squeezed out. Let's go! Su Yuan gave an order, and 4 huge hellfire steel bone wolves rushed forward. Looking at these bone wolves, a hint of surprise flashed across Master Netherworld's face, as if he didn't expect Su Yuan to summon undead creatures. The Netherworld Archmage laughed arrogantly. He raised the ghost staff in his hand and pointed at the 4 netherfire steel wolves. 4 rays of green energy flew out from the staff and flexibly wrapped around the netherfire steel wolves. Body of. In an instant, the running speed of the 4 hellfire steel bone wolves suddenly dropped by nearly half. Green skill, nether coil. Then the nether archmage staff once again gathered the necromantic energy and gained momentum again. In just a few moments, a strong energy wave rose rapidly in a large area in front of him. Su Yuan raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Spread out!" The 4 hellfire steel bone wolves also instinctively sensed that something was wrong. Upon hearing Su Yuan's instructions, they immediately dispersed around without hesitation. However, under the influence of the netherworld entanglement, the movement speed of the 4 steel skeleton wolves was greatly reduced. Before they could run far, a netherworld pulse covering a diameter of tens of meters exploded. The 2 netherfire steel bone wolves narrowly escaped the range, and the remaining 2 were shattered into large pieces of broken bones by the tyrannical netherworld pulse. This killing ability is indeed very powerful, but judging from the pulse explosion just now, it should not be enough to crush the hellfire steel wolf with one blow. From this point of view, it should be the slowing down skill and the damage amplification effect. Su Yuan didn't pay much attention to the sacrificed netherfire steel bone wolf, and quickly analyzed the netherworld archmage's abilities in his mind. The hellfire steel wolf's physical defense is very strong, but its star power resistance is limited. It is difficult to deal with this kind of warlock-type enemy, not to mention that the opponent is a master star beast. To deal with mid to upper level opponents, the hellfire steel bone wolf can play a big role, but for this kind of top-notch duel, you still have to rely mainly on yourself. Controlling the 2 netherfire steel bone wolves to spread out left and right, and waiting for the opportunity to fire the netherfire cannon, Su Yuan's eyes flashed with silver light, and he appeared behind the netherworld archmage in an instant. Black light flowed on the knife, which was already a blow blessed with air-cutting energy. The long sword suddenly cut down, and the nether archmage was also taken aback. His whole body instantly transformed into a dark green illusory state. Kong Qi slashed with his sword and passed directly through his body, returning in vain. Did my attack fail by being completely dematerialized? Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. It's similar to the blood and water body of the evil card master, but it's more difficult. Do Xiao's body of blood and water is an energy body, and he will lose a lot of energy if he is hit by the power of space on the air cut. And this move of the nether archmage directly changed his own state, which was equivalent to Su Yuan completely cutting into the air without causing even a single bit of damage. The nether archmage turned around, raised his staff and pointed it at Su Yuan. The necromantic energy at the top of the staff suddenly surged, and soon another ray shot out. Su Yuan's whole body glowed with silver light, and when the nether ray was about to hit, he flashed back dozens of meters away, and dodged the energy attack that hit his face. At this moment, 2 dark fire cannons with black flames on the left and right sides of the necromancer came over at high speed. It was the hellfire steel bone wolf that Su Yuan had previously arranged to wait for opportunities on both sides, and launched the offensive. Faced with such an attack, the netherworld archmage looked as normal. The netherworld archmage swung the netherworld staff in front of him, and a shield of necromancy energy spread out and enveloped him. Bang bang! The 2 groups of hellfire cannons hit and exploded at the same time. However, the necromancer's shield only created a few waves, and easily blocked all the hellfire and annihilated it. But seeing this scene, Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Its illusory state is completely immune to physical tricks, but it can't resist pure star power attacks. In terms of lethality, air cutting is undoubtedly stronger, but after the Nether Mage activated the illusory state, he did not even use defense. Instead, he deployed a defensive shield alone against the Nether Fire Cannon of the Nether Fire Steel Bone Wolf. At this time, the figure of the Nether Archmage solidified again, and he retreated from the illusory state. It can last at least 4 seconds, and the interval between operations is unknown. As his thoughts turned, the dark light on the dragon armor sword in Su Yuan's right hand became darker and darker, and at the same time, a ball of blue flames quickly gathered in his left hand. Su Yuan raised his hand and slashed, and a 10-meter-long cutting line slashed across the Netherworld Archmage's body. The power of space tore out. The Netherworld shield held on for a while before being cut into 2 halves. At the same time, Su Yuan immediately raised his left hand, and the fully charged Cang Yan Strike was shot out immediately. The lightning-fast Cang Yan Strike rushed in front of the Netherworld Archmage in a blink of an eye. The Netherworld Archmage had no idea that his Necromancer shield would suddenly be cut open by his opponent. Facing the ensuing Cyan Flame Strike, he only had time to raise his Netherworld Staff to resist. The Cang Yan Strike exploded with a bang, and the rolling flames instantly swallowed up the Nether Archmage. However, in just a short moment, accompanied by a strong fluctuation, a large amount of necromantic energy surged out and annihilated all the blue flames. The Netherworld Archmage easily blocked the Cang Yan attack with just the help of the Netherworld Staff and his own astonishing star power. Such star power intensity is simply astonishing. But before the Netherworld Archmage could make a move, 2 Netherfire Steel Bone Wolves had already rushed to the left and right sides, unfolding their Netherfire Steel claws and swatting at him. Zeta Omicron. Beast. The Nether Archmage let out a strange cry, and green light flowed around his body. He actually entered the illusory state again at the critical moment, and wanted to retreat. The 2 Netherfire Steel Bone Wolves bit the air, but they did not let go of the Nether Archmage. They chased after him and continuously attacked the Nether Archmage in an illusory state. 1 second, 2 seconds. The Nether Archmage looked gloomy, raised his staff, and a strong wave of energy spread out centered on himself. The 2 Netherfire Steel Bone Wolves instinctively wanted to retreat, but under Su Yuan's forced control, they could not retreat even half a step and could only continue to attack the Nether Archmage in the virtual state. After a short period of gathering momentum, the astonishingly powerful Nether Pulse from just now exploded again. The 2 Hellfire Steel Bone Wolves at the center of the explosion were blown to pieces in an instant. Just after finishing off the 2 Netherfire Steel Bone Wolves, the Nether Archmage's figure quickly solidified and he had already exited the illusory state. 4 seconds. Su Yuan, who was not far away, was already ready. With a wave of the dragon armor sword in his hand, a broken line once again passed over the newly solidified body of the Netherworld Archmage. Sensing the fluctuations in space, the Nether Archmage reacted suddenly, but he was not good at speed. At this moment, he was overwhelmed by a series of attacks and had no time to dodge in a hurry. Gamma Alpha Mu Tau Omicron, damn! The Nether Archmage stagnated for a moment, and then the space boundary was cut off. In an instant, he was cut into 2 parts by the boundary line that had risen to the realm of transformation in these days. The body, split in half, fell to the ground, motionless. Su Yuan stepped forward with the dragon armor sword in hand to check, but he stopped before he took 2 steps and narrowed his eyes slightly to look at the corpse in front of him. If I remember correctly, this Nether Archmage has not used any blue quality skills so far. Although the skills he used such as Nether Pulse, Hollow, and Necromancer Shield were not weak, they were based on his own strong star power foundation and were not as strong as the blue skills should be. Was it destroyed by his own combo before he had a chance to use it, or was that skill not actively used? Su Yuan put away the dragon armor sword, opened his hands, and 2 blue flames gathered in his hands at high speed. Regardless of whether there is a backup plan or not, if you blast these 2 pieces of your body into ashes, you won't be able to use it, right? Su Yuan's expression was indifferent, and in just a short moment, the 2 balls of blue flame attacks had been ready. At this moment, a bright green shadow suddenly flew out from the upper half of the broken body of the Nether Archmage and headed straight for Su Yuan. Above the shadow, you can still vaguely see the crazy and twisted face of the Netherworld Archmage. Pi Gamma Alpha Iota Nu Epsilon Sigma Tau Omicron Delta Iota Omicron Lambda Omicron, go to hell. Su Yuan did not hesitate, and shot 2 balls of blue flames in his hands at the same time, hitting the shadow of the Nether Archmage. The phantom was immediately dimmed a little, but it was not dispersed. It just hesitated for a moment and continued to rush towards Su Yuan, and was in front of him in a moment. Su Yuan frowned. What an amazing star power resistance! The necromantic system is indeed difficult to deal with, especially the powerful necromantic creatures. Although I don't understand the effect of Nether Archmage's skill, I obviously can't let him jump on me. Silver light flashed in his eyes, and the next moment, Su Yuan teleported to 100 meters away, launched his wind walk and retreated at high speed to distance himself, while at the same time, 2 balls of blue flame condensed in his hands again. But this time, Su Yuan planned to use Cang Yan Strike to defeat the green shadow transformed by the Nether Archmage in one fell swoop. Seeing Su Yuan teleport away, the green shadow immediately chased after him crazily. After a moment, Su Yuan put his hands together, and 2 entangled blue flames shot out from his palms and instantly hit the green shadow that was flying rapidly. The green shadow was blurry and distorted for a while. Although it became a bit dimmer, it still did not collapse. Delta Epsilon Nu Mu Pi Omicron Rho Epsilon Nu Alpha Mu Epsilon Sigma Kappa Omicron Tau Sigma Epsilon Iota, you can't kill me. The Nether Archmage screamed sharply, and became even more crazy after receiving this blow. He actually burned vitality to greatly increase his speed in order to possess Su Yuan in the shortest possible time. The effect of burning vitality is obvious, the speed of the green shadow increases sharply, and the distance between the 2 sides is rapidly closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 3-second interval between Su Yuan's teleportation has passed and he can start his next teleportation. However, Su Yuan knew that this would only delay him for a few more seconds. Now that the opponent's speed had greatly increased, he would never be able to survive the next 3-second interval. Although I don't know what will happen if I am caught up, but considering the degree of evil of the other party, it is definitely not a good thing. This phantom must be defeated, but even the most powerful spell we have now, Cang Yan, can't defeat him, so what else can work? At this moment, Su Yuan suddenly remembered something and his eyes lit up. Pi Alpha Rho Tau Alpha, have you given up? Archmage Netherworld looked at Su Yuan, who was helpless, and let out a jeering laugh. At this moment, Su Yuan formed a seal with his hands at high speed, and the golden light flashed away. The next moment, a pale golden pillar of holy light with a sacred aura suddenly fell from the head of the Nether Archmage. Baptism of Holy Light. Alpha. The green shadow transformed by the Nether Archmage suddenly let out a sharp scream, and twisted and disintegrated violently under the holy light. It really works! Su Yuan was overjoyed, and formed seals with his hands continuously. In an instant, sacred golden light came and went, shining like spotlights towards the Nether Archmage below. After a while, the screams gradually died down. Bang! With a sound, the green shadow finally exploded, and only a dark green star core fell from mid-air to the ground. Even so, Su Yuan had no intention of stopping. 5 or 6 rays of holy light continued to fall, shining crazily on the star core. But this time, there was no movement. Seeing this, Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and walked to the star core in a few steps. May the holy light bless you. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he leaned down to pick up the star core left by the Nether Archmage from the ground. Just as he was about to use the extraction function to see what skills were inside, the whole world began to shake violently. At the same time, a stone pillar slowly rose above the altar in front, with a black ring placed on it. No need to think about it, this should be the summoned quasar. Su Yuan stepped forward and put away the ring. Before he could check it, a large amount of necromantic energy gathered from all around and teleported Su Yuan out. Chapter 67 Ring of Hell Chant. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuan appeared somewhere outside the bone hall. Has it been automatically transmitted? Su Yuan looked up and saw the bone hall in the distance. It was indeed outside. I think this teleportation mechanism was created by Sachi to prevent one person from taking all the treasures in repeated challenges. Su Yuan looked at the black ring in his hand and carefully examined the first blue-quality star weapon he had obtained. The ring was neither gold nor jade. It seemed to be made of some kind of stone. It was cold to the touch and had a ferocious devil's head carved on it. The spiritual power penetrated into it and the information about this star device was quickly obtained. The Ring of Hell's Chant. Quality, Master. Introduction, an ancient ring from the abyss. Effect. Improves the wearer's mental strength. When receiving a relatively powerful spiritual attack, the energy accumulated in the ring will be used to automatically generate a demon-haunted shield that can withstand the spiritual attack. It can also be used actively. Treatment interval, 1 day. Each time a hell creature is summoned, at least one additional summon can be summoned, up to epic level. It actually has 3 effects. Su Yuan was shocked. It was indeed a blue-quality non-weapon star weapon. Among the same type, there were very few green-quality star weapons that even had 2 effects. The first 2 effects are relatively ordinary, but the third effect should be the core of this ring. It can additionally increase the number of summoned objects. This effect can be said to be quite simple and crude. Ordinary summons are fine, but if they are summons with very strong individual strength, it is different. Like Dark Wolf summoning, as the skill level increases, the realm and number of the summoned Hellfire Whitebone Wolves will increase. However, some summoning cards may not increase the number of summoned objects when they are upgraded to perfection, but instead strengthen the summoned objects in various aspects such as realm, attributes, skills, and equipment. Usually, such a summoning card with only one summoning object is also called a general card, while the Phantom Wolf summoning is called a soldier card. The general cards focus on quality, while the quantity and quality of soldier cards are relatively balanced. How to match the two depends on the summoner's own decision. And this hell chanting ring can actually summon at least one additional summon, which is double the effect for a high-level general card. Thinking of this, Su Yuan felt even more happy. The first 2 effects are okay, but the last effect simply combines the noble blue quality of this ring. Putting on the Ring of Hell's Chant, Su Yuan suddenly felt a clarity in his mind. The mental power in his sea of consciousness more than doubled, and both his perception and thinking abilities were suddenly improved. Of course, this is also because Su Yuan is only at the bronze level now, so the improvement of this star weapon is quite obvious. Most star tools bring fixed improvements. As for star tools that can increase a certain attribute by a percentage, at least they don't exist according to legend. The Netherfire Skeleton Wolf in the transformation state can summon 4 of them. Wearing this Ring of Hell Chant, I don't know how many can be summoned. Su Yuan couldn't wait to give it a try, but he had just used Nether Wolf summoning against the Nether Archmage, and it was still between spells. At this moment, Su Yuan suddenly noticed something, frowned and looked above his head, only to see a black figure from high in the sky crashing down like a cannonball. Su Yuan's expression remained as usual, a silver light flashed in his eyes, and then he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Boom! There was a loud noise, and strong white air waves rushed up in all directions. Tu Yuan slowly stood up from the pit he had made. He turned to look at Su Yuan, who was surrounded by silver light and flashed dozens of meters away. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Teleport. Are you lucky enough to have this extremely rare star card, or, the other party is a space star card master himself? Another sneak attack. Sure enough, the evil card masters are still sneaky people. Yuan raised his hand and made a move, and the dragon armor sword appeared and fell into his hand. Yuan was a little confused. What do you mean? Hehe, it seems that the second person has also been waiting. Wen and Do Xiao teamed up from the other side. Although the strategy is very simple, it really works. This is done through the two people on the third floor. People have been teleported here one after another. The corners of Do Xiao's lips curled up, and he couldn't help but nodded. You two took away the boys' things just now. No matter what, I have to pick out the things on this guy first. Before he finished speaking, Do Xiao saw the appearance of the person in front of him clearly, and suddenly felt a thunderclap in his head, and he couldn't help but trembled and stopped in place. Wen, who walked to the front, saw that Do Xiao did not follow, so she turned back in confusion and said, Do Xiao? You? It's you. Do Xiao came back to his senses. Surprise, panic, and gloomy expressions flashed across his face one by one. Such an abnormal reaction made Wen and Yuan in the distance stunned. The three of them have been working together for more than 2 years. When did Do Xiao have such a reaction? But soon, the two of them reacted. Is he the one who forced you to explode your blood source and transform into a body? Wen stopped the smile on her face, looked solemn, and asked in a deep voice. Do Xiao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. It's him. So, you want something from me? Yuan asked with a chuckle, and then slightly tightened the long knife in his hand. Be careful. Yuan seemed to notice something and suddenly shouted loudly. Silver light flashed, and Yuan disappeared from the place in an instant. Feeling a slight spatial fluctuation coming from behind, Do Xiao was shocked and was about to turn around, but suddenly felt a fleeting pain in his neck. Since you escaped with your life last time, if you didn't tuck your tail and run away, you still dare to appear in front of me. A faint voice rang in his ears, and Do Xiao's eyes suddenly widened, and he glanced stiffly sideways, only to be met with a pair of indifferent silver pupils. The next moment, blood sprayed out, heads flew up, and Do Xiao's feminine face was still filled with fear. This time, Do Xiao didn't even have time to unfold his blood transformation before he was beheaded with a knife. Da-day! Heads fell off, bodies fell down, blood soaked the ground. Do Xiao! Wen's pupils trembled, her eyes filled with disbelief. Do Xiao, just died like that? At the moment when Wen was stunned by the sudden change, Yuan stepped forward, raised his sword and swung towards Wen. Bang! A sonic boom sounded, and air waves exploded. During the surge of white energy, Yuan shot out like a human-shaped cannonball, and when Yuan was about to rush towards Wen, he punched her. So fast, such strong punches! Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. If he unfolded his hardened iron clothes and received the blow forcefully, he would probably be seriously injured by the opponent's astonishing punch strength. At this time, 3 seconds had passed, and Yuan's eyes flashed with silver light. Without hesitation, he used teleportation again to retreat dozens of meters away, avoiding this menacing punch. Be careful! This man is very strong. Yuan glanced at Do Xiao's body on the ground, then looked at Yuan in front of him, and couldn't help but be extremely vigilant. Wen also came back to her senses. Thinking of the scene just now, her face turned pale, and then she couldn't help but become angry with embarrassment. Was he actually shocked by someone smaller than himself? Almost got killed? If Yuan hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid his end would not be much better than Do Xiao's. I see. Wen looked ugly. She raised her hand and a huge grimace appeared behind her, and more than a dozen figures walked out of it. One of them had red hair and red eyes, and it was Geng Kaihui who had previously cleared the 3rd level. Chapter 68 Double Kill. Go ahead and kill him. Wen shouted in a deep voice. Among the dozen or so insect attendants who were at least intermediate bronze level, 4 broke away from the team and rushed towards Su Yuan together. Geng Kai and the rest of the insect attendants were under the control of Wen, centering on themselves and spreading out in all directions. Wen knew very well that considering the horror of Su Yuan's teleportation, she must prioritize ensuring her own safety. Among the 3 on our side, Tu Yuan is a pure martial arts warrior. Do Xiao's blood power is ever-changing, taking into account both melee and long-range combat, only his own melee ability is the weakest. Among the 4 insect attendants who rushed towards Su Yuan, there was 1 high-level bronze and 3 intermediate bronzes. One of them was wearing the uniform of a certain college, which seemed to be the uniform of a college in a secondary city below Qingzhou. Different from the insect servant Zhuangxun encountered before who could not use skills, these insect servants, under the control of Wen, launched various skills from a distance. Pyroblast. Advanced Ice Cone Technique. Water Dragon Bullet. They are all green skills, and the strength of the bronze level is indeed improved in all aspects compared to the star disciples. However, without restrictions on movement, it would undoubtedly be difficult for these skills to hit Su Yuan. As soon as he stepped on his feet, strong winds surged out. Su Yuan easily dodged all the skills by just slightly affecting the trajectories of these skills with his wind walk. Star power is limited, so we have to fight quickly. He had just come out of the 3rd level. Although the battle against the Nether Archmage was relatively smooth, it was still very draining. However, several people on the other side are waiting for work, and if the battle drags on, it will naturally be more detrimental to themselves. But it's true, this scare has brought them all together. Su Yuan chuckled lightly, raised his hand, and the grey light flashed in his palm, aiming at Tu Yuan and others. Tu Yuan and Wen immediately felt something bad. Before they had time to think about it, they felt an extremely strong invisible pressure coming down on them. The heavy pressure of Yuan magnetic fell from the sky, instantly covering Tu Yuan, Wen and many insect attendants scattered around. The bodies of Tu Yuan and Wen suddenly sank, and they couldn't help but groan. This is the gravity field that Do Xiao said. Tu Yuan spoke in a deep voice, and at the same time a large amount of white energy surged out of himself, and he quickly regained his balance. Wen's physical body was not as strong as Tu Yuan's, and she almost fell to the ground under the pressure. She quickly exploded her star power to resist the heavy pressure and then slowly stood up with difficulty. But even so, the 2 of them were struggling, almost unable to move. As for the many insect attendants around her, Wen had no time to take care of them. Except for Geng Kai, they were all overwhelmed and fell to the ground. Damn it, the range of this heavy pressure is so wide. Do Xiao had also told the 2 of them before that Su Yuan would use a gravity field, but Do Xiao did not know and did not expect that the range of Su Yuan's gravity field could be so large. At this time, in order to be on guard against Su Yuan's teleportation attack, not only Wen arranged many insect servants around her, but Tu Yuan, a warlock, also moved very close to protect Wen. Everyone was hit at once. At this moment, Tu Yuan suddenly felt frightened with a vague but astonishing spatial fluctuation coming from in front of him. When he looked up, he saw Su Yuan waving the long knife with a deep black light in his hand. "No, get back!" Tu Yuan shouted loudly, and at the same time he stepped backward and retreated suddenly. With the blessing of talent, Tu Yuan's senses in battle are particularly keen. When Su Yuan was about to teleport to kill Do Xiao, Tu Yuan was aware of it in advance and warned Do Xiao. At this time, Su Yuan swung his sword to cut out the boundary line, and Tu Yuan felt a strong warning sign in his heart, as if he was not careful next, he would die on the spot. Wen also knew that Tu Yuan's senses were extremely sensitive. At this moment, her heart froze when she heard this, and she started to retreat without thinking. At the same time, just in case, a green light flashed in Mo Wen's hand, and she pinched a seal at high speed. The dark dividing line suddenly appeared in front of the two people and stretched horizontally. Tu Yuan narrowly avoided it, but a wound nearly 2 inches deep was still made on his abdomen, and even his intestines were cut a little. Mo Wen was even more unbearable. She was almost cut open at the waist, and the upper and lower parts of her body were almost glued together by the skin. Looking down at the wound on her abdomen, Mo Wen was so shocked that she lost most of her 3 souls and 7 souls, and quickly activated the seal in her hand. Purchase the harm. The seal that Mo Wen had formed just now suddenly glowed green, and the same mark suddenly lit up on the forehead of an insect servant not far away who was pressed heavily to the ground. Gloomy green light flowed onto the bodies of the two people. After a while, the skin on Mo Wen's waist had become intact and fair as usual, while the insect attendant's waist and abdomen were severed and he died tragically on the spot. No. I can't do it. Even though she had recovered, Mo Wen was still pale and full of ghosts. This method of transferring one's life can only be used once a day. He handed over his life-saving trump card as soon as he started. If he tried it again, wouldn't he die here soon? Thinking of this, Mo Wen's beautiful face was full of horror. On the other side, Tu Yuan didn't care about the wound on his abdomen at all. Dozens of Balian Qi surged out of his body, and his aura surged instantly. He actually stepped out of the range of Yuan Qi heavy pressure in a few steps. White Dragon. Tu Yuan enveloped a large area of surging white air, and seemed to transform into a white swimming dragon and rushed straight towards Su Yuan. This move is fierce, the white energy is like a gang, and the momentum is astonishing. Su Yuan originally wanted to kill the opponent directly with the breaking line, but when he felt the star power in his body, his expression condensed slightly. The blue quality skill consumes a lot of money. If you simply use the air-cutting enchanted dragon armor knife, it's not bad, but if you cut across space to cut an astonishingly powerful boundary line, the consumption will increase exponentially. Previously, I had used the breaking line twice when fighting against the Nether Archmage, and I had used it again just now. Even my sea-level star power qualification was not strong enough. In a flash of thought, Su Yuan had a plan. When he put his foot down, he directly lifted into the air and flew dozens of meters high. Can you fly? A flash of surprise flashed in Tu Yuan's eyes, and then he sneered, I can fly too. Tu Yuan suddenly stepped forward, and Bai Lian's qi became so strong that he soared into the sky with the white qi, heading straight for Su Yuan in mid-air, and he was already approaching in a matter of seconds. Su Yuan's expression remained normal, and with a flash of silver in his eyes, he suddenly disappeared from the spot and returned to the ground again. Tu Yuan had already anticipated Su Yuan's teleportation. After a brief look around, he immediately spotted Su Yuan directly below. Want to run? Tu Yuan immediately twisted the white air dragon's body, turned around and headed straight down. Although teleportation is very powerful, Tu Yuan knows very well that any skill has weaknesses, and even teleportation is not absolutely invincible. All skills such as teleportation and pseudo-teleportation have a certain interval between executions. All you have to do is hurry up. Before the opponent's teleportation interval is refreshed, and before the opponent uses the space-breaking skill again, kill him in one fell swoop. Tu Yuan went all out, but in less than a second, he dragged the white dragon's body down from the sky. The amazing pressure blew away all the dust on the ground, and it plummeted towards Su Yuan's head. Go to hell! At the critical moment, Su Yuan's eyes flashed with silver light and he disappeared from the place again. Flashback. His eyes suddenly became empty, and Tu Yuan's expression suddenly changed, but he couldn't stop this blow from the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, the white dragon's body exploded instantly, and the surging white flames rushed in all directions like a tide of energy. In the huge pit, Tu Yuan gasped for air and looked around in confusion. Tu Yuan knew very well that he did not hit the target, and the opponent did teleport away at the last moment. How could it be? Why can he teleport again? Tu Yuan couldn't understand, and now was not the time to think about it. Suddenly, a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky. Tu Yuan's powerful senses immediately noticed it, and he turned around in surprise. Bai Lian's qi swarmed out of his fists, and he punched the top of his head. But at this moment, a pressure stronger than before came down again. Tu Yuan's move with the white dragon just now consumed a lot of Bai Lian's energy. Now the old energy has just gone, the new energy has not yet been generated, and the star power has not yet fully recovered. At this moment, gravity suddenly came on, and the movements of his hands couldn't help but pause. Not good. Tu Yuan's eyes widened, as if he had foreseen his own fate. Laugh. The sound of a long knife entering flesh was heard, and a black line cut vertically from Tu Yuan's head. Tu Yuan shuddered, his expression froze instantly, and 2 seconds later, he was cut from the middle and fell to both sides. There's only one left. Su Yuan dispersed the power of space on the knife, narrowed his silver eyes and looked out of the smoke, his eyes flickered with murderous intent. Chapter 69 3 Kills, A Good Harvest. Outside, as Tu Yuan's killer move, White Dragon, hit the ground, Emma Wenwen immediately felt that the weight of the magnetism around her had completely dissipated, and even the insect attendants except Geng Kaihui stood up again. Did you kill him? Emma Wenwen felt happy and stared closely into the smoke. But then, something seemed to change inside, and then there was no movement. This made Emma Wenwen feel a little uneasy for no reason. After thinking about it for a while, she sent a few insect servants to rush into the smoke to find out. But before the insect servant could give back the result, a silver light suddenly flashed in front of him, and a handsome young man holding a long knife suddenly appeared in front of him. You're not dead. Emma Wenwen was shocked. Since Su Yuan appeared here, where was Tu Yuan? The results speak for themselves. Thinking of this, Emma Wenwen's pupil shrank, and she no longer had any luck or fantasy in her heart. She quickly retreated back while being surrounded by the sinister wind around her. At the same time, she controlled all the insect attendants around her to pounce towards Su Yuan. Run away! Now Emma Wenwen can't even think about revenge for Tu Yuan de Xiao, she just wants to survive. What will these shrimp soldiers and crabs be used for? Su Yuan's body flashed with grey light, and the heavy pressure field expanded, overwhelming the large number of insect warriors again, and he was about to continue chasing Emma Wenwen. Suddenly, a burning feeling hit his face, and not far away, Geng Kaihui's body was surrounded by the shadow of a flaming dragon. With one swing of his sword, a wall of blazing flames appeared in front of Su Yuan. The red fire on the wall of fire danced, the flames surged, and the power was probably not low. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed, looking at Emma Wenwen running away quickly, and he made a decision in just a moment. A large amount of metal flowed on the surface of the body, forming a hardened iron suit covering the whole body. Su Yuan exploded with all his star power and crashed into the wall of fire. Laugh! The sound of metal melting sounded. The strength of this fire wall was indeed abnormal. The hardened iron clothing was burned and eroded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, it only took a short moment for Su Yuan to successfully penetrate the wall of fire. Although he suffered serious burns in many places on his body, it did not affect his movements. Su Yuan didn't even have time to perform the baptism of holy light. He directly left Geng Kaihui behind him and used all his strength to pursue Emma Wenwen. Emma Wenwen saw that Su Yuan quickly chased after him in just a moment, and knew that it was impossible for her to escape, and she could only fight to the death. Damn it, how could I meet such a perverted guy? Emma Wenwen was extremely annoyed and opened her hands. As the star power surged, a large number of green flying insects came out from under the skin and crawled densely on the surface of the body. These green flying insects are slightly different from the previous black soul goo insects that controlled the insect servants, and they do not seem to be entities. At this moment, Su Yuan's silver light flashed and teleported not far behind Emma Wenwen, and he was about to catch up in a moment. So fast! Enlightenment was shocked and quickly made a seal, Yinhungu, soul-eating technique. As the technique unfolded, many green flying insects flew out from Enlightenment's body and gathered together, forming a miserable green twisted grimace and pounced towards Su Yuan. Psychic attack. Su Yuan noticed the evil and strange mental fluctuations on the twisted ghost's face, and couldn't help but frown slightly. There were very few mental spells, and even fewer bronze-level people could master mental spells. Su Yuan wanted to avoid it first, but then he remembered something. As soon as he thought, the ring on his left hand immediately shone with a dazzling black light, and a black transparent shield with a chaotic and evil atmosphere spread around his body. The twisted grimace transformed by the green flying insect suddenly hit the demon-haunted shield, and it let out a wailing sound, almost being shaken to the point of collapse. As if feeling provoked, the devil stalked the shield, and a ferocious devil's head appeared, biting towards the green ghost face that had just stabilized. Most of the green ghost's face was torn off in an instant, and then it disintegrated into a large number of green flying insects flying around. The devil opened his mouth wide and sucked in suddenly. The strong suction force sucked all the green flying insects that had just been scattered into his mouth. What's this? Enlightenment had never thought that the secret mental attack technique she was so proud of would be defeated in this way, and she couldn't help but be shocked and frightened. Although Su Yuan was a little surprised by the power of the chanting shield, he naturally would not let go of such a great opportunity. He rushed in front of Enlightenment in a flash and swung his sword to kill her. Wait! He is your friend, right? At the critical moment, Enlightenment seemed to remember something, and with a wave of her hand, she once again summoned someone from the black grimace and held him hostage in front of her. When Su Yuan saw this person clearly, he frowned and moved slowly. Because this person turned out to be Zhuangxun, whom he hadn't seen since he came in. Seeing that Su Yuan seemed a little hesitant, Enlightenment felt relieved and said quickly, "Let me go, I will give him back to you, otherwise I will strangle him before I die." As if Su Yuan didn't hear anything, he suddenly stepped forward, the black light flowing on the dragon armor sword, and without saying a word, he slashed at the two of them with all his strength at the same time. Enlightenment was shocked. Su Yuan was obviously hesitant just now, but she never expected that the other party would suddenly get angry. The change between lightning and flint was so fast that Enlightenment had no time to think. Her strong survival instinct made Enlightenment directly push Zhuangxun in her hand towards Su Yuan's long knife, and used the force to move back. But just as she pushed Zhuangxun away, Enlightenment reacted and secretly said, "Oh no!" But it was too late to regret it anymore. Su Yuan saw silver light in his eyes, and the dragon armor knife that was about to hit Zhuangxun flashed to Enlightenment's back and slashed across with the knife. Enlightenment only felt a pain in her neck, and immediately her body became lighter. Her vision was spinning, and in a trance, she saw a bumpy, headless corpse that was slowly falling. It looks familiar. Before Enlightenment could think clearly, her consciousness completely darkened. Ta-ta! The beautiful head fell to the ground with a bit of confusion and fear, and the beautiful body full of vitality could no longer regain its vitality. As Enlightenment died, a strange energy wave unfolded. The grimace where Enlightenment stored the insect servant reappeared and exploded. In the surging energy tide, 3 more unconscious figures fell on the ground. These 3 people were also controlled by Enlightenment, but because these people were only at the elementary level of bronze, they were temporarily kept away by Enlightenment. Putting away Enlightenment's ring, Su Yuan raised his hand and cast a baptism of holy light on himself to heal the previous burns, and then walked to Zhuangxun in a few steps. Seeing that Zhuangxun hadn't woken up yet, Su Yuan was thinking about whether to baptize him with holy light and try it, but he saw Zhuangxun's face suddenly twitched a few times, and his body began to twist uncoordinatedly. "Are you fighting?" Su Yuan understood Zhuangxun's current situation at a glance. In fact, due to Enlightenment's death, the black soul goo insect controlling the body of the insect warrior lost its energy source and became greatly weakened. Everyone's own consciousness immediately began to fight back. Su Yuan could feel that the evil aura coming from the goo insects on Zhuangxun was rapidly weakening, so he did not intervene without authorization. Not long after, the flesh and blood between Zhuangxun's brows opened, and a black soul goo insect was forced out. Zhuangxun suddenly opened his eyes, and quickly reached out his hand to strangle it to death. "Dare you control me?" As soon as Zhuangxun recovered, his face was full of resentment. He threw the body of the black soul goo worm on the ground and stepped on it several times before letting go of the bad breath in his chest. Then Zhuangxun looked up and saw Su Yuan standing in front of him. "Su Yuan." Zhuangxun was surprised and happy. "Why did that little insect suddenly wilt? Was it you who helped?" Su Yuan nodded and gestured towards Mo Wen's body not far away. Zhuangxun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. What a good kill." The last image in Zhuangxun's mind was that he was besieged and defeated by several insect servants and brought to Mo Wen, where he was planted with a black soul goo insect. Zhuangxun looked at Su Yuan. "I see your breath is a little low, are you okay?" Su Yuan shook his head. "Fortunately, it's just that the consumption is a bit high." "Fortunately, all three have been solved." "Three? All?" Zhuangxun was startled, and then he remembered that when they met in the hotel, there were two accomplices beside this woman. "Thank you so much." Zhuangxun smiled bitterly. Although he didn't know the strength of the other two people, judging from Mo Wen, it seemed that they were not that easy to deal with. At this moment, the three people not far away also woke up after ruling out the black soul goo insect. Seeing Mo Wen's body, they quickly understood the situation after a little speculation. Three people came up, and one of them said, "I am Guo Xing from Changlan City." "Two classmates, did you kill her?" Zhuangxun gestured to Su Yuan. "His name is Su Yuan, and he killed him." Guo Xing said with a grateful face, "I almost fell into trouble here before I entered the academy. Student Su, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. I will definitely keep what happened today in my heart." The other two people also echoed, with a look of fear on their faces. Obviously, they were frightened this time. Su Yuan waved his hand, said a few polite words and left with Zhuangxun. "Since the ones here are awake, the ones over there should be awake too." Su Yuan thought about it, but forget it, it's none of his business anyway. "Over there?" Zhuangxun looked confused, then reacted, "You mean the other people who were controlled?" "Well, there are probably a dozen more." Zhuangxun was surprised. "I'll go, you are really awesome, can you win this?" Su Yuan shook his head. Everyone fell down under the heavy pressure of Yuan magnet. "There is no threat." Zhuangxun. Su Yuan is not Versailles. At least at the bronze level or even the silver level, the pressure of the elemental magnetism of the transformation realm is quite abnormal, and he is not afraid of the human sea tactics at all. Zhuangxun covered his stomach and said, "By the way, how many days have passed? Why am I so hungry and still so thirsty? Do you have anything to eat or drink? It will take 4 or 5 days." Su Yuan took out some food and water from his ring and gave it to Zhuangxun. Then he remembered the 2 space rings that he had just taken off the corpses of Tu Yuan and Mo Wen. The space ring cannot be nested and stored inside the space ring, otherwise problems such as space extrusion, conflict, and misalignment may easily occur, resulting in damage to the ring. Just now, Su Yuan only found 1 ring from each of them, and he didn't know if Zhuangxun's was thrown away by them. Fortunately, including Geng Kaihui who had just intervened to stop Su Yuan, it seems that the weapons of these insect servants have not been taken away yet, otherwise Zhuangxun would have suffered a huge loss this time. Su Yuan opened his mental power and first penetrated into Mo Wen's ring. The first thing you see is a large number of JK clothes, Lolita, Cos clothes, and some indescribable clothes. Putting all this aside, there is actually a star card with brilliant blue light inside. Su Yuan was startled, then took out the blue card. Zhuangxun couldn't wait to open the compressed food. Before he could take a bite, he saw the blue card in Su Yuan's hand, and saliva suddenly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Greedy. Su Yuan ignored Zhuangxun and looked at the blue star card. Hell Flame. Quality, blue. Attribute, fire. Introduction, summon several layers of hell flames with powerful destructive power within the target range. The blue fire skill is indeed obtained from the third floor of the Bone Hall. In that case, Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat and he immediately opened Tu Yuan's ring. Really? Su Yuan's eyes lit up, there was indeed a blue card inside, and he took it out immediately. Crack! The compressed biscuit in Zhuangxun's hand fell directly to the ground. More, more! Zhuangxun looked dull, feeling a little dreamy. Su Yuan ignored him and directly checked the attributes of the card. If nothing else happened, it should be a demon summoning card. Hellfire Summon. Quality, blue. Introduction, the technique used by high-level demons to summon hellfire. Hellfire. Quality, master. Race, demon. Attributes, fire, earth. Introduction, brainless giants assembled by more powerful and intelligent demons using chaotic matter and evil flames. When summoned, they will fall to the ground like burning green meteors. The meaning of their existence is to completely destroy all living creatures in front of them. Hellfire Summons. Demonic Race. Su Yuan took a deep breath. It turned out to be a master quality demon, and he knew it was a general at first glance. Combined with the Hell Chant Ring, this wave takes off immediately. I don't know which of these two cards the three evil card masters grabbed from others, or whether they grabbed both. But this has nothing to do with Su Yuan. Now that it is in his hands, it is his trophy, and naturally he cannot hand it over again. I have to find a place to rest, just in time to mount these two cards. Okay, I'll protect you. Zhuangxun smacked his lips, his eyes full of envy. You have two blue cards. Hey, I don't know when I will get a blue card, I don't want to fight anymore. If you don't want to go back and gnaw at your old age, I'll ask my mother to find a way to get one for me. Su Yuan smiled, let's go first, I guess this secret realm will end early soon. Speaking of which, this trip to the lava cave was the biggest gain for me. The three treasures in the Bone Hall, Hell Flame, Hellfire Summon, and the Ring of Hell Chant, all fell into my hands. As a heritage secret realm, since the three most precious treasures have been taken away, it is likely to end early. But the person who lost his blue card and was targeted by these three evil card masters before would probably feel very uncomfortable. Su Yuan couldn't help but think of Geng Kaiyi, the only one among Mo Wenwen's many insect attendants who could still stand under the weight of the Yuan magnetic and blocked himself with a wall of blazing fire. I vaguely guessed that maybe he passed the third level of the Bone Hall and got one of the blue cards. Today's Chapter 4K. Chapter 70. The crypt is closed. At this time, at the beginning of the battle, all the insect servants controlled by Mo Wenwen had forced the black soul goo insects out of their bodies and woke up one after another. Is this, rescued? I thought we would definitely die this time, and I didn't know who saved us. Why didn't you see that witch? I don't know, but judging from the scene, there should be a very fierce battle here. The female evil card master should not be able to take care of us. I don't know if she is dead or not. Hey, buddy, did you save us? Someone saw Geng Kaiyi in the distance and asked. Not me. Geng Kaiyi shook his head and looked at the place on his hand where the ring should have been, but now it was empty, feeling aggrieved. Although he saved his life this time, the hell flame that was originally intended to be used as a soul skill after breaking through the silver level is gone. Geng Kaiyi looked up and looked in the direction where Su Yuan was chasing Mo Wenwen. There were still some weak star power fluctuations left. It should be over here. After thinking for a while, Gang Kai set off and headed straight ahead to see what happened. Perhaps, you can also try to recover your own hell flame. When the others saw this, they also reacted and chased after him one after another. Not long after, the group saw the bodies of Tu Yuan and Mo Wen, which had been chopped into 2 pieces. That female evil card master's body. There is another corpse. Is it his companion? Everyone looked at the 2 corpses and talked a lot. Gang Kai looked at the flat and smooth incisions where the 2 bodies were separated, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. They were all killed, and they were killed by one person. Gang Kai knew very well how strong these evil card masters were. Even when he tried his best, he was overthrown. How could someone else be able to kill them alone? Gang Kai looked at the 2 corpses, but found nothing. It seems like the hell flame was taken away by the person who killed them. Gang Kai shook his head. In this case, even if he knew who took away the hell flame, it would be impossible for him to get it back. Not to mention that it has changed hands once in the process, hell flame is already someone else's trophy. What's more, he was saved by the other party. No matter how precious the flames of hell were, they were not as precious as his own life. Hey! Gang Kai sighed heavily again, then turned and left. Nearly 2 hours later, Su Yuan not only restored Q7788, but also completed the inlaying of 2 blue cards, and the panel was also updated. Su Yuan was originally more optimistic about Hellfire Summon, but after embedding Hellfire and mastering it, Su Yuan discovered that this card is also quite powerful. Hell Flame. Quality, Blue. Attribute, Fire. Level, Entry. Introduction, summon 3 layers of Hell Flames with powerful destructive power within the target range. As the skill level increases, more heavy Hell Flames can be summoned. Its use method is very flexible. It can separate several layers of Hell Flames to attack a large range of targets, or it can superimpose multiple layers of Hell Flames together to cause terrifying burst damage to small range targets. Although it is not a linear stack, each stack of Hell Flames increases the power by about 50%. It really lives up to the description on the red tombstone in the main hall as a top-notch fire-based star card with extremely high lethality. There are 3 layers of Hell Flames at the beginning, which makes Su Yuan look forward to its effect after it is upgraded to a high level. Have you rested? Zhuang Sun asked. Well, that's almost it. Zhuang Sun hurriedly said, okay, let's set off. The lowest level of the star beasts in this undead fortress is bronze level. There should be a lot of good things. I have been controlled for so many days, so I have to speed up. But at this moment, the entire secret realm began to vibrate slightly. Zhuang Sun was startled. Ah, this isn't going to end, is it? I haven't even started yet. It looks like it's about to end. Su Yuan looked in the direction of the bone hall and took the lead to walk over. Fang Kun should still be there at the hall. Let's go and join him first. Zhuang Sun nodded helplessly, okay. Around the bone hall in the distance, star card masters who were exploring the maze were forcibly teleported out. Holy crap, I was just about to enter the 3rd floor, why did I come out? How did you get to the 3rd floor? I almost penetrated the 1st floor and couldn't find the entrance to the next floor. There is no entrance. If you want to enter the next level, you have to kill certain star beasts. Is this really the case? No wonder. After many star card masters were teleported out, they all gathered together to discuss the situation in the hall. Fang Kun, Zhou Fenghua and others were also teleported out one after another. Previously, several people went in together on the 1st floor, but the light pillar passage leading to the 2nd floor could only accommodate one person, so only Zhou Fenghua and Pan Long, high-ranking bronze men, went to the 2nd floor one after another. As for Fang Kun, Ai Xiaohu and Yu Changle, they stayed on the 1st floor with the last intermediate bronze senior, hunting some elite star beasts. After all, with the strength of a few people in the early and intermediate bronze levels, it is still a bit reluctant to break into the bone hall alone. Seeing Zhou Fenghua and Pan Long coming out, Yu Changle quickly stepped forward and asked, Senior Zhou, Senior Pan, have you reached the top? No, it's too difficult. Pan Long sighed, there are pure demons in the second floor. I almost can't get out, let alone go to the third floor. Demon Clan. Yu Changle and Ai Xiaoyu, who had just followed, were both shocked. Zhou Fenghua said regretfully, it is indeed a real demon. Although it is only the lowest demon, it is also very powerful and difficult to deal with at the same level. Zhou Fenghua, Pan Long, and others themselves only have green soul cards, and it is indeed difficult to deal with the elite demons in the second floor maze. Fang Kun, what are you looking for? Ai Xiaoyu asked. I'm looking for Su Yuan. Zhou Fenghua and others also reacted, yes, didn't he also go to the bone hall? Yeah, but I didn't see him. Yu Changle said, maybe on the other side. Fang Kun nodded, but another thought came to his mind involuntarily. Could it be that Su Yuan cleared the bone hall and came out early? After all, someone must have passed the third level before this secret realm would show signs of being closed. Fang Kun. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded from behind. Fang Kun turned around and saw Su Yuan and Zhuang Xuan walking over. Su Yuan, Zhuang Xuan. Fang Kun strode up and said in surprise, good guy, you are okay. Something happened, but not entirely. Zhuang Xuan laughed dryly. What's the meaning? Su Yuan took over and said, let's talk after we go out. This secret realm is going to be closed. Fang Kun nodded, and at this moment, an increasingly strong sense of rejection came from all directions. Su Yuan and others waited in place. After about a few minutes, with the surge of energy in the secret realm, figures were teleported out one after another. Successfully restored health, thank you all for your concern. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 71 Special Envoy. The scenery in front of me changed, and a feeling of heat spread across my face. Su Yuan calmed down and appeared somewhere in the Flame Mountain. Zhuang Xuan, Fang Kun, and others who were around the White Bone Hall were not far away, and Su Yuan and the three of them soon came together again. Hey, I just wasted so many days in there during this trip, and ended up coming out without doing anything. Having said this, Zhuang Xuan couldn't help but look at Su Yuan with some resentment. It doesn't matter if he just gains nothing, but this guy Su Yuan actually gained 2 blue cards in the secret realm at once. Damn it, the defense has been broken, the defense has been broken. Fang Kun frowned and said, Zhuang Xuan, what happened to you? Zhuang Xuan sighed, Su Yuan tells you, he knows better than me. Su Yuan took over and said, he met one of the evil card masters. Su Yuan briefly described what happened after he came out of the bone hall. So you got rid of those 3 people. Although Fang Kun lowered his voice, the shock in his tone did not weaken at all. Su Yuan nodded. Hiss. Fang Kun took a breath, it's really amazing. Su Yuan smiled and said, it's okay to stay in the Flame Mountain to talk. Since the lava cave is over, let's go out first. Fang Kun nodded, okay, but before that, I have to say hello to Senior Zhou and the others. Zhuang Xuan was stunned, Senior Zhou. Well, I met a team led by our Shuzhou College senior, and I happened to come over to get acquainted with them. Zhuang Xuan said happily, oh? Let's go there together. Su Yuan said, you are all from Shuzhou College, so I won't go there and will wait for you here. Okay then, we'll be back soon. Zhuang Xuan and Fang Kun went to Zhou Fenghua and others again, and a group of students from Shuzhou College communicated with each other. Su Yuan was left alone to review the many battles in the lava cave. This time in the lava cave, the more dangerous battle was against 3 evil card masters including the Nether Archmage and 2 Yuan. There are also some problems exposed, the most important of which are 3. First, when dealing with Do Xiao's body of blood and water and the illusory state of the Nether Archmage, physical attacks are more or less limited, and there is a lack of powerful star power attacks that can determine the outcome. But now that I have obtained the Hell Flame, this shortcoming has been made up for. The next step is to upgrade the Hell Flame as soon as possible. At the bronze level, you will have perfect and even transformational blue fire attack skills. That is definitely a super trump card that can burn away all obstacles. Of course, if you just go all out, the consumption may be unimaginable. Second, there is a lack of strengthening skills to enhance physical fitness and pure martial arts skills. When dealing with Yuan before, when faced with the opponent's super close combat skills, I could only avoid his edge and use technical and strategic methods to defeat and kill him. But in fact, his strength, defense, physique, and other qualifications are also as high as sea level. As long as he exerts these three qualifications, he should be worthy of facing anyone at the same level. Now at the bronze level, the star cards that I have embedded include Baptism of Holy Light, Summon of the Wolf, Hellfire, and Summon of Hellfire. So for the remaining skill slot, I have to find a physical strengthening star card, preferably a blue one. Color star card. Third, the battle experience is still lacking, especially when dealing with enemies with strange methods. You should pay more attention and consider it. If he hadn't been deceived by Do Xiao's bluff and self-explosion of blood, he would have killed him on the spot the first time he met him. If this is the case, when I deal with Yuan and the others later, not only will I have one less opponent, but Yuan and Mo Wenwen will not have any information about me, so it will definitely be much easier. We still have to keep reflecting and forge ahead. Yuan took a deep breath and looked up. Zhuangxun and Fang Kun had just returned. Let's go. Zhuangxun smiled and seemed to be in an unexpectedly good mood. Fang Kun also looked a little strange. The three of them had only taken a few steps when Zhuangxun chuckled and said, Yuan, I heard that you were a hero and saved a beautiful girl before. Yuan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said with a smile, just a small favor. It's a small favor for you, but not necessarily for others. Zhuangxun bumped Fang Kun with his arm and winked. Fang Kun curled his lips and handed over a note. Ai Xiao gave it to you. Zhuangxun chuckled and said, that is such a shy and beautiful sister. Her face turned red when she handed this note to us. Yuan took it and took a look. The note was written with words of thanks in Zhuangzihu handwriting. Finally, he left a contact information and attached a emoticon. It's great to be young. Yuan couldn't help but smile. Zhuangxun curled his lips. What you said makes you look very old. Yuan shook his head and put the note into the space ring. High in the sky, a green-haired young man lowered his head and scanned the entire flame mountain. Green flowers were flowing in his eyes, as if he was performing some kind of pupil technique. At this time, a middle-aged man flew over at high speed from a distance. Envoy Lu, have you discovered anything here? Tao Yangping from the Yunyang City Guards asked. Green-haired young man Lu blinked his eyes, shook his head slightly and said, no. Tao Yangping frowned slightly. According to the information given above, the three evil card masters appeared in the east a few days ago, and then they were traced all the way here before disappearing. They must have entered the secret realm of the lava cave. But now, everyone in the secret realm should have come out, but those three people have never been seen. Lu withdrew his gaze. Perhaps, they are already dead inside. Tao Yangping pondered for a while and slowly shook his head. It's unlikely. I've read their information. These three evil card masters have rich experience and strange abilities. They are considered very outstanding among the younger generation of the Black Demon Society. Nearly 2 hands of silver-level people died in their hands. This bronze-level secret realm should not be enough to wipe out their entire army. Lu didn't say much more about this, and whispered, go back first, and see if your team members can ask some questions from these people who came out later. Hey! Suddenly, Lu's expression moved slightly, as if he had discovered something. He immediately made a seal in his hand, and looked down again with green light in his eyes. After a while, the brilliance in Lu's eyes disappeared. What's wrong? Seeing this, Tao Yangping couldn't help but ask. Come with me. Lu swayed and flew towards the ground in an instant. Tao Yangping saw this and quickly followed behind. On the ground, Su Yuan and the other three were moving forward at high speed. Suddenly, green flowers descended in front of them, and a green-haired young man wearing a black robe appeared in front of them. Although they are Indian, Su Yuan and other young students usually wear casual clothes such as shirts and t-shirts, and they rarely wear robes, practice clothes and the like. Su Yuan and the other three were startled, and then they remained vigilant and were about to ask. Suddenly, another middle-aged man wearing a city guard uniform appeared closely behind the green-haired young man. Captain level. Zhuang Sun looked at the epaulette on Tao Liangping's shoulder, his expression changed slightly, and he exclaimed in a low voice. Although Su Yuan and Fang Kun didn't recognize military rank epaulettes, they understood immediately after hearing what Zhuang Sun said. The three of them bowed quickly. Hello, seniors. In the city guard, squad leaders generally need to be silver level, squadron leaders need to be gold level, and captains need to be brilliance level. Since the man in front of him is the captain, he is definitely a star level expert. He is undoubtedly a big boss to Su Yuan and others at this time. And the captain of the city guard was still standing half a step behind the green-haired young man. This green-haired young man was probably even more extraordinary. I am Tao Yangping from the Yunyang City Guards. Tao Yangping smiled and nodded. Don't be nervous, we are just asking a few questions. Tao Yangping was also a little confused as to why Special Envoy Lu suddenly came to these three little guys. Lu didn't talk nonsense. He walked slowly to Su Yuan in a few steps and asked directly, have you been in contact with those three people? As soon as Su Yuan heard this, he looked at Lu and Tao Yangping and immediately understood that these two people were here for Do Xiao, Tu Yuan and Mo Wen. After thinking at high speed in his mind, Su Yuan said, are you talking about those three evil card masters? Lu's eyes lit up, that's right. Su Yuan responded, I've seen it. Lu continued to ask, did you kill them? Tao Yangping on the side shook his head and said, Special Envoy Lu, this little guy is just a quasi-college student who has just passed the bronze level. What you are asking? It's me. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Tao Liangping's eyes widened. He looked at the two people in front of him in surprise, one who dared to ask and the other who dared to answer. He couldn't help but pick his ears. Could it be that I heard it wrong? Did you really kill those three evil card masters? Tao Yangping flashed his hand and took out 3 pieces of information with portraits printed on them. Can you confirm? Su Yuan looked at the portrait, then took out 2 rings from his arms and handed them to Tao Yangping. These are their space rings. You can take a look. It's them. Tao Yangping took the ring and inspected it, and quickly confirmed that it was indeed the ring of Tu Yuan and Mo Wen. Not to mention the residual aura on the ring, there are also many items inside that are used by evil card masters. Lu took a deep look at Su Yuan, then smiled and said, I saw it right, there is a very strong relationship factor between you and the 3 evil card masters. Unless you are already in close contact, otherwise it can only be, you kill them. Su Yuan's heart trembled slightly when he heard this. There are too many incredible abilities in this world. Fortunately, I didn't hide anything, otherwise I might have been in trouble. Tao Yangping looked at Su Yuan in surprise, and said after a while, classmate, I'm afraid we can't return these 2 rings to you, but we will convert them into equivalent bonuses and give them to you. In addition, since you have killed these 3 evil card masters, we will also give out bonuses and give them to you when the time comes. Is that okay? No problem, it's all up to you. Lu looked at Su Yuan and asked, what's your name? Su Yuan said respectfully, my name is Su Yuan. Lu nodded and said no more. Tao Yangping said, okay, Su Yuan, then leave your phone number and account with me. I will transfer them to you after the process is completed in 2 days. After Su Yuan left the message, Luu and the others swayed, flew into the sky and flew away. Check this student named Su Yuan, and check the 2 people next to him as well. Luu ordered. Tao Yangping responded, okay. When the 2 of them disappeared, Fang Kun and Zhuang Xuan, who had been afraid to speak, heaved a sigh of relief. As expected of a shining star, his aura is really strong. Zhuang Xuan couldn't help but sigh, especially the green-haired young man just now, seems to be very unusual. Even the captain of the city guard was so polite to him. Fang Kun said, I heard Captain Tao call him Special Envoy Lu or something like that. Is there any organization in Dian that has this honorific title? Zhuang Xuan shook his head and said, I don't know, I haven't heard of it either. Su Yuan smiled and said, our level is too low, and many things are not normal. Stop thinking about it and leave quickly. Chapter 72 Promotion. After Su Yuan returned to Guangchuan from the Flame Mountain, he rested at home for a long time and then went directly to the Panda Training Center to start training. Su Yuan discovered that after every high-intensity battle, he would have a lot of insights in his heart. If he practiced again at this time, he would often get twice the result with half the effort. After nearly a week of practice, Su Yuan completely digested the insights in his heart and was a lot closer to the intermediate bronze level. However, Su Yuan did not continue to practice, but took the time to go to the Daman Mountains to hunt the star beasts. The 2 blue skills of Hell Flame and Hell Fire summoning are still waiting for help, and they need to be activated as soon as possible. Nowadays, Su Yuan's efficiency in hunting star beasts is simply terrifying. With the blessing of the Hell Chanting Ring, the Ghost Wolf summoning can summon 2 additional Hellfire skeleton wolves at one time, and Hellfire can also summon an additional one. Therefore, most of the time, Su Yuan himself hardly had to do anything. Together with the 2 Hellfires and 6 Hellfire skeleton wolves, they almost walked sideways in the Daman Mountains where there were only silver-level star beasts at the highest. As long as he doesn't encounter a group of silver star beasts, Su Yuan can crush them all with the summons alone. This is the power of high-level summon cards. And not a few days after such a refreshing day of farming, Su Yuan was actually found by the Guangchuan city guards, and the person who found him was none other than Captain Xiao Yang, who was in charge of the middle school joint trial. On this day, Su Yuan was leading his Hellfire and Hellfire Steel Wolves to kill a group of elite quality pangolin triceratops, when Xiao Yang rushed over with a dozen team members. When Xiao Yang saw 2 terrifying Hellfires covered in evil green flames, 6 3-meter-long Hellfire skeleton wolves, and Su Yuan following these undead creatures comfortably, his whole person was in confusion. It was said that someone excessively killed the star beasts in the Daman Mountains, but it turned out to be this kid? Also, what is the situation with these undead summons? Isn't this kid a space system star card master? Why is he so perverted when he plays summoning? What on earth is he doing? What is Wang Haiping doing again? Xiao Yang was in such a mess, not to mention all the team members behind him, they were all stunned on the spot. The bronze-level members in the team were frightened by this group of ferocious undead creatures from a distance, and even a few silver-level experts turned pale. In this battle, once I am surrounded, I am afraid it will be very disastrous. After instructing his team members to stay where they were, Xiao Yang quickly jumped towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan also noticed that there were many people approaching behind him, and immediately looked behind him. After seeing clearly that it was Xiao Yang and other city guards who came, Su Yuan sighed secretly, knowing that this hunting was probably going to end here. Looking at the pangolin triangular beasts struggling to support themselves in front of them, Su Yuan's eyes flashed with a silvery light, and at the same time he used his thoughts to give instructions to the undead souls next to him. Increase your efforts and win the battle quickly. As a result, the 8 undead creatures exploded with all their strength, and all of a sudden, various skills such as Chaos Heavy Strike, Hellfire Steel Claws, etc. were all directed towards the several mountain triangular beasts in the middle. Su. Xiao Yang quickly rushed forward and was about to say hello when he saw a flash of silver light and Su Yuan teleport to 100 meters in the air. Xiao Yang was stunned and couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw Su Yuan floating in the air. You can't fly at the gold level, and you can't jump that high. Su Yuan, come down here. Come down quickly. Su Yuan, if you don't come down, I will kill these summons of yours. After being unable to call Su Yuan for a long time, Xiao Yang raised his hand and struck out with a knife. The bright light of the knife suddenly appeared and swept out, instantly cutting open the two hellfire steel wolves not far away. Ha! It turns out to be Captain Xiao. I thought it was someone with malicious intentions who wanted to sneak attack me. Su Yuan laughed and slowly flew down from the air. Captain Xiao, why are you here? How did I get here? You don't have any idea, do you? Xiao Yang rubbed his eyebrows and was too lazy to argue with Su Yuan. He directly ordered, stop now and call back your undead summons. Bang! At this moment, as hellfire smashed the last pangolin into mincemeat with a huge green-fired fist, all the pangolins in the field were dead. Xiao Yang was speechless when he saw it. Okay, I will follow your orders. Su Yuan smiled and raised his hand. The Hellfire and Hellfire skeleton wolves collected all the scattered star cores and handed them to Su Yuan. Then Su Yuan summoned the illusory gate of hell and sent them all back. Are you crazy because of your poverty? Xiao Yang frowned tightly. Do you really think that the Daman Mountains are your back garden? If you continue to kill like this, you will almost kill the entire Daman Mountains. Captain Xiao, I didn't break any rules. At most, I just killed a little too many star beasts. A little bit? What do you call a little bit? Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, in short, you are prohibited from entering the Daman Mountains for hunting in the future. Do you understand? Su Yuan had expected this and immediately responded, no problem, I will go down the mountain later. Su Yuan's harvest from hunting in the Daman Mountains these days, coupled with the stardust left after upgrading the air cut in the lava cave secret realm, has brought the hell flame and hellfire summoning to the most cost-effective perfection, and the attributes of both have also been amazingly improved. Hell flame. Quality, blue. Attribute, fire. Level, perfect. Introduction. Summon 12 layers of hell flames with powerful destructive power within the target range. The hell flames will not be easily extinguished before burning the target. Not only did the number of hell flames increase from 3 to 12, but it also had the added feature of not going out easily before burning the target. And the hellfire that can be summoned by the perfect hellfire summoning has incredibly powerful attributes. Hellfire. Quality, Master. Race, Demon. Attributes, Fire, Earth. Talent, Advanced Fell Rock Body. In order to resist powerful spells in Legion and Siege operations, the Fell Rock Body is made of Fell Green Flame and Hell Rock, which can increase star power resistance and physical defense by 30%. And immune to mental attacks. 6 dimensions, Strength C, Agility C, Defense C, Constitution D, Spirit E, Star Power C. Skills, Meteorite Arrival, Blue, Fell Energy Shield, Blue, Rock Tool Creation, Blue, Chaos Blow, Green, Fell Energy Acceleration, Green. Amazing Defensive Talent, Super 4C Qualifications, up to 3 blue skills. Coupled with the terrifying body that is 6 meters high, this hellfire is now simply a small mountain of meat. If it weren't for the special nature of the summoning card, which couldn't take away anything from the summoned object, Su Yuan might not have gotten rich just by sacrificing hellfire and taking away the star core. At this time, Xiao Yang looked at Su Yuan, who was as obedient as a little white rabbit in front of him, and he felt a damn unhappiness in his heart, but he still had nowhere to vent it. You guy! Xiao Yang shook his head, sighed after all, and said nothing more. Others can still criticize and educate, but the student in front of me now. Okay, if you have nothing to do, go back as soon as possible. School starts in a few days. Go back and spend more time with your family. After you enter the academy, you won't have time to go home. Okay. So Yuan nodded in agreement and asked casually, by the way, Captain Xiao, which college did you graduate from? Me. Xiao Yang was stunned, and then said, I graduated from King Yi College. I can't compare with you. When I graduated, I was only an intermediate silver level. Xiao Yang looked at Su Yuan, and after thinking for a moment, he said seriously, Su Yuan, I think I will never see a student with more talent than you in the future. You must work hard after entering the academy and never let him down. Got his own talent. The reason why Xiao Yang was appointed to take charge of the joint trials in recent years was actually because Xiao Yang applied for it on his own initiative. As a city guard who cares about the country and the people, Xiao Yang also hopes to see these young people in Dian have a better future. Strong young people will make the country strong, and Dian will become stronger and stronger if this continues. Not to mention expanding the territory and conquering other countries, but at least it can ensure the peace of the country and the people, and peace in the world. When Su Yuan heard Xiao Yang's ordinary but sincere instructions, he nodded and solemnly responded, Don't worry, I won't slack off. Good. Xiao Yang's usually stern face couldn't help but bring up a smile at this time, and there was a little more expectation in his eyes when he looked at Su Yuan. I hope you can become Dian's pillar of support. Chapter 73 Departing for the Demon City. A few days passed and it was already August 31st. Summer vacation is coming to an end, and major colleges are about to start school. Students from various places in Dian have already set off for their colleges sooner or later. Mom, I'm leaving then. Early in the morning, Su Yuan took the space ring and shouted to his mother Tang Xian, who was preparing school materials next door. Tang Xian quickly put down the materials and walked out. You really don't want me and your dad to send you off? Su Yuan smiled and said, No, the demon city is so far away, it's inconvenient for you to go back and forth. Besides, our school will start tomorrow, and you have to go to the stage to give a speech. All right. Tang Xian actually wanted to take leave to see Su Yuan off, but because Su Yuan became a special admissions student at Yeada College, he also became an honored teacher, and was arranged by the principal to deliver a speech on behalf of the teacher at the upcoming opening ceremony. It's true for your dad too. On the first day of school at your college, he still has to go to the store to work. The store needs someone to take care of it, and we can't get out of our way. Su Yuan smiled, and he said, A batch of fresh fruits will be shipped tomorrow. Although with Su Yuan's current strength, it is not difficult to make money, which is enough for his parents to stop working. But teaching and running a fruit shop are both work and a way of life, and both Tang Xian and Su Yang are used to it. In addition, as early as 2 weeks ago, Su Yuan received a large sum of money from the Shuzhou City Health Bureau in his account, totaling more than 3.8 million yuan. 2 Yuan and Mo Wen's space rings are smaller than Su Yuan's, only 2 cubes, and the 2 rings total 1.4 million. As for the heads of 2 Yuan and the other 3, they were almost 800,000 each. The bounty for bronze-level wanted men is usually less than 500,000 yuan. From this price, it can be seen that 2 Yuan and the others are indeed quite powerful. Coupled with the many useless treasures that Su Yuan had sold off from the secret realm, his assets suddenly reached more than 4 million. At such a price, you can barely buy an ordinary blue card on the market. However, since there are already 2 powerful blue cards, Hellflame and Hellfire Summon, Su Yuan doesn't think much of the ordinary blue card. What's more, for the last skill slot, what Su Yuan wants is an enhanced star card. Su Yuan said to Tang Xian, Stop talking about Mom, Director Wang said he would take me to the airport, and he is already at the gate of the community. Tang Xian was surprised, Really? Then go down quickly, don't let Director Wang wait too long. Su Yuan nodded, hugged Tang Xian, and then went downstairs. Wang Haiping and female secretary Xiaohu are already waiting in front. After getting in the car, Xiaohu drove, while Su Yuan followed Wang Haiping and sat in the back seat. Wang Haiping said apologetically, "Su Yuan, it was only when the teacher contacted me a few days ago that I found out that he did not pick you up on the day of the assessment." Su Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay. There happened to be a student from Yeadu College who took me to the assessment site, so I didn't call your teacher." Wang Haiping nodded, "That's it, that's okay. By the way, Director Wang, you are also a student at Yeadu College. I would like to ask about the distribution of tutors at Yeadu College. I thought you didn't ask." Wang Haiping laughed and said, "The allocation of tutors is also related to the number of freshmen. Do you know the number of freshmen admitted to each of the more than 100 Zingli colleges across the country each year?" Su Yuan thought for a while and said, "I know something. Shuzhou College has more than 4,000 people every year, and Qingyi College below has more people, almost 4,800 people. As for Sandu College, I only know that the number of people it recruits seems to be less than that of ordinary colleges. I don't know exactly how many people there are. I would also like to ask Director Wang for advice." As the director of the local education bureau, Wang Haiping was of course familiar with these data. He nodded immediately and slowly introduced. "Our country is rich in resources and has outstanding people. There are about 14 million candidates for the college entrance examination every year. Among the more than 14 million candidates, there are only more than 400,000 Star Apprentice class students who are qualified and can successfully enter Star Power Academy, accounting for less than 1/30 of the total number of candidates. In Dian, all cities above the second level have colleges, more than 100 in total. Among them, including 12 states and many secondary cities in each state, the number of admissions to each college is usually around 4,000 to 5,000. The admission baseline of colleges in the 7 independent cities of Sandu and Sigi is higher, resulting in a relatively small number of students, usually only more than 2,000. Therefore, our Yeadu College also has more than 2,000 new students every year. There are more than 2,000 people. While at home these 2 days, Su Yuan also checked the Yeadu Academy forum, and someone indeed mentioned the number of new students. Wang Haiping paused and said, "But it is worth mentioning that there are 2 that stand out. Whether it is the imperial capital in the center of the Great Flame or the magical capital where international organizations and enterprises gather, they have far more resources than the Four-Pole City and the monsters located on the southeastern border, overlooking the ancient Forbidden Area. Therefore, the 2 colleges of Imperial City and Magic City are also extremely strong. While ensuring the high quality of students, the number of freshmen every year is nearly 3,000. Su Yuan nodded. In terms of resources alone, the imperial capital and the demonic capital were indeed much better than the demonic capital. In fact, shortly after Su Yuan was admitted to Demon City College, teachers from both Imperial College and Demon City Colleges specifically contacted Su Yuan and made quite generous offers. Although Su Yuan signed a contract with Yeadu, he is already an official student of Yeadu Academy. However, these 2 colleges also provided solutions, such as paying high liquidated damages and bypassing the contract by transferring 6 months after the semester started. However, Su Yuan also decisively refused. Even putting aside the spirit of the contract, Su Yuan knew that Demon City Academy, which is adjacent to the ancient Forbidden Territory, is definitely the most suitable for him. Great Yan has an agreement with the overlords in the ancient Forbidden Territory to not invade each other, but this is mostly aimed at the top star beast forces deep in the ancient Forbidden Territory. The ancient Forbidden Area is boundless, and many star beast forces are spread throughout it. Although it is dangerous, there are countless kinds of natural treasures, rare and strange beasts. For Su Yuan, who owns the system, it is simply a fairyland waiting to be developed and explored. Of course, the premise is that you have a certain level of strength. Back to business. Wang Haiping continued, Yeadu Academy has more than 2,000 new students every year, and the total number of students in the 4 grades is almost 8,000 or 9,000. There are more than 2,000 teachers in Yeadu Academy, including nearly 2,000 at the Yeyang level, more than 300 at the Huido level, and only more than 20 at the Burning Sun level. As for those above the Burning Sunday, there are also 4. Excluding the hundreds of teachers in administration, logistics, management, etc., the remaining teachers are usually responsible for teaching 5 to 10 students each, regardless of grade. Before the start of each school year, Yeadu College will create a pre-selection sequence based on the strength and qualifications of the teachers. The higher the pre-selection sequence, the more priority teachers can have in selecting their students. So what is the basis for pre-selection at this time? Of course it's the college entrance examination scores of freshmen. So to put it simply, better teachers will be qualified to select better students in advance. So Yuan couldn't help but feel shocked when he heard about the terrifying teaching staff of Yeadu Academy. Yao Xing is already a top boss in Guangchuan City, but in Demon City, he is just an ordinary member of more than 2,000 teachers. Not to mention, there are super masters above Huiyu, Burning Sun, and even Burning Sunday. This gap is too big. The information Wang Haiping mentioned cannot be found on the official website of Yeadu Academy. The more corrupt a college is, the less likely it is to display these things. No need. Su Yuan thought for a moment and asked, Director Wang, according to you, now we have all been pre-selected by the teachers of Yeadu College. That's right, the pre-selection results are usually announced on the first day of school. I guess you can check the pre-selection results early tomorrow morning. Since you are talking about preliminary selection, I guess the results will also change, right? Of course, tutor selection is a two-way thing after all. The teacher chooses the student, and the student may not necessarily choose the teacher. Wang Haiping picked up the thermos cup placed next to his seat and took a sip of water before explaining to Su Yuan again. There are many families in the imperial capital and financial groups in the magical capital. In both places, you have to think more carefully about your actions. The style of Yeadu is completely different. There is freedom and unrestrainedness, no taboos, the strong are respected, and as long as you have the strength, you are not afraid of not being able to get ahead. Similarly, Yeadu Academy also speaks for itself with strength and advocates practical combat. If you want to change your tutor, you can apply to your favorite tutor within a week of the announcement of the pre-selection results and challenge one of his pre-selected students. If the challenge is successful, the challenger and the challenged will be exchanged. Under normal circumstances, as long as the gap is not too big, each instructor will not reject this challenge. Unless the student being challenged is from the adjunct department, or has physical discomfort or other reasons. Speaking of this, Wang Haiping said with a smile, special admissions are often selected by Zhuang-level teachers. If you are really selected, then most people will challenge you next. Su Yuan blurted out, is it because there are too few Zhuang-level teachers? That's right, after the pre-selection of teachers, it goes without saying that the students after 500 will almost all be assigned to Shining Star tutors. And the students before 500 will almost all be assigned to Huiyu-level teachers. Overall, pretty much the same. But in the area near the 100th place, the competition is quite fierce. Almost all the new students in Yeadu Academy are above the 9th level of Star Disciple. There are at least nearly 100 people who can break through to the bronze level at the beginning of school every year. Even those who break through to the intermediate bronze level are not without it. But there are only more than 20 teachers at the Zhouyang level. And some of these teachers may come out to select 1 or 2 students, while others may not accept any students at all this year. As for the students, who should they choose between the Zhuang level and Huiyu level teachers? No need to think about it at all. Who can advance to the bronze level before the start of school, who is not the top genius everywhere? Therefore, many students who have not been assigned to Zhuang-level teachers will not give up this opportunity and want to give it a try. Even if you didn't pass the previous ones in the college entrance examination, there are many influencing factors in actual combat, so that may not be the case. Su Yuan asked curiously, has anyone succeeded in the challenge? Yes. And every year, 2 or 3 people challenge successfully, which can be considered as an incentive for freshmen to challenge. Su Yuan nodded as usual. Wang Haiping smiled and said, you really don't care about anything after becoming a special admissions student. I've been quite busy recently. Su Yuan shook his head. He was focused on practicing and hunting for Stardust, and didn't have much thought to understand these things. When the time comes, someone really dares to challenge himself, just deal with it casually. The flight to Yeouido took off from Guangchuan Airport, broke through the early morning sunshine, and headed east. Director, are you so optimistic about Mr. Su Yuan? Secretary Xiaoyu asked curiously when she saw Wang Haiping watching the plane disappear into the clouds. Wang Haiping seemed to be in a good mood and said with a smile, well, although I don't know the specific performance of Su Yuan in the Demon City assessment, my teacher called me a few days ago and almost made it clear that he would be selected. Wang Haiping knew very well that being able to catch the little old man's eyes meant that Su Yuan's performance must be extraordinary. And in this way, he and Su Yuan will not only have the same relationship as they do now, but will probably become brothers in the same sect. As an excellent secretary, he should not listen too much or ask too many questions, but at this moment Xiao rubbed her palms and couldn't help but ask, Director, your teacher must be very powerful, right? Wang Haiping was startled, then laughed, I don't know how powerful he is, but in terms of qualifications, there are not many people in Yeouido Academy who can match him. Let's go back. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded and quickly trotted to the front to drive the car over. Chapter 74 The First Day of School. September 1st. It's the opening day of major colleges across the country. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, Su Yuan's flight landed at Yeouido Airport. Just after getting off the plane, the signal was restored. Su Yuan turned on his phone and found the official contact information from Yeouido Academy in his mailbox. Is that the mentor pre-selection that Director Wang mentioned? Su Yuan clicked on the email and saw a table inside, and his mentor was Yang Yifeng. Su Yuan was startled, isn't this Wang Haiping's teacher? Moreover, he is indeed the Burning Sun level. Su Yuan couldn't help but look slightly condensed when he saw a golden sun symbol following the 3 words Yang Yifeng. Although Su Yuan did not see Yang Yifeng during the previous special recruitment assessment, he vaguely guessed from the words of Tan Songlin and Qi Tian that Wang Haiping's teacher Yang Yifeng had a high status in Yeouido College. I didn't expect that he was really a super master in the Burning Sun realm. Su Yuan opened the communication interface of his mobile phone and wanted to call Wang Haiping directly, but after thinking about it, he put away the phone. In short, let's go to the academy and have a look first. Anyway, this week is the pre-selection period. There should be a lot of information about each teacher in the college. You can learn about it yourself first. Wow! Fang Fang, Yeouido is so majestic and beautiful. Yet, I was shocked last time when I came over for an early trip. Madoka, let's go quickly. The other 2 roommates have already arrived at the school. Good. Su Yuan looked up and saw 2 fashionable and energetic girls of the same age. They were carrying school bags on their backs and carrying a large suitcase in their hands. In the past few days, Yeouido Airport has a large flow of people, especially a lot of young faces. Because not only Yeouido Zingli College, but also Yeouido University of Geosciences, Yeouido Wenhua University, Southeast University of Communication and other famous schools located in Yeouido also started school today. Su Yuan walked out of the airport, took a taxi, and went directly to Yeouido College. Near noon, Su Yuan once again came to the Dragon Bone Gate of Demon City Academy. The gate, which was quite deserted last time, is now very lively and crowded with incoming freshmen and accompanying parents. Some people from the Yeouido College Student Union were scattered in front of the Dragon Bone Gate, responsible for contacting new students for admission. One of the seniors wearing a white shirt made a seal in his hand and stood in the middle and kept greeting. Parents are not allowed to enter. Don't go in with us anymore. We are almost adults, why do we need our parents to send them to the academy? After entering, turn right and keep walking until you see the registration office. After registration, you will receive your student ID card, which is also an access card. You can go directly to the assigned dormitory area. Although the voice of the senior in the white shirt was not loud, it was clearly conveyed to the ears of everyone within a radius of dozens of meters. Son, I'm going to leave now. Remember to share the yellow tea worth several thousand yuan a pound with your classmates. Listen to Dad and be sure to have a good relationship with your roommates. Don't worry, Dad, I understand. Su Yuan turned around and took a look. He was a fat man next to him. He was about 1.6 meters tall and had short hair. However, after Su Yuan carefully sensed it, he discovered that the star power fluctuations in this little fat man were not weak, and he might still be at the bronze level. It's true that people cannot be judged by their appearance. There are many students sent by their parents, not because the students themselves need to send them, but because most parents also want to see the top college where their children will attend. Therefore, there are only a few students like Su Yuan who come alone. Su Yuan walked through the crowd and walked to a senior with short brown hair. Hello, I'm here to report. The brown-haired young man looked at Su Yuan, who had restrained his energy and had empty hands, and asked with some surprise, "Are you a freshman too?" Before Su Yuan could answer, a slightly indifferent voice suddenly came from the front. Although the fluctuations in star power are not that obvious, they have not completely restrained their breath. Of course they are reborn. Su Yuan turned around and saw a tall young man with a stern expression walking out of the door. Vice President Qin, why are you here? When the brown-haired young man saw the tall young man, he quickly gave up half of his body and said hello. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly when he heard this. Vice President? Vice President of the Student Union? The manpower in other places has been arranged, so let's come here and take a look. Qin Ji responded casually, then looked at Su Yuan, and finally his eyes fell on the purple special enrollment ring on Su Yuan's right hand, and he couldn't help but raise his head to look at Su Yuan a few more times. Show me your admission letter. Okay. Su Yuan flashed his hand and took out an admission notice mailed from Yeouido College. The theme color of Yeouido Academy is purple, and this admission notice is also purple with gold letters and a large dark red seal. Qin Ji took it and looked at it briefly, then handed it back to Su Yuan. After entering, turn right and you will see the registration office. Su Yuan took back the notice, thanked him, walked past the two of them, walked into the Dragon Bone Gate, and headed towards the registration office. Is that the freshman who ranks first in the special recruitment? Qin Jiali withdrew his gaze as soon as he thought about it, and started contacting new students with the brown-haired youth and other student union members. The registration office is 100 or 200 meters to the right after entering the school gate. There are 8 windows arranged horizontally. Almost all members of the student union are handling the registration. Only one female teacher is responsible for statistical verification. It seems that the student union is still very involved in Yeouido College, and maybe it has a lot of say. Su Yuan thought secretly. It is now around 90 o'clock in the morning, which is the peak time for many new students to come to register. There are many students lining up in front of each window. Su Yuan casually walked to the back of one of the shorter lines and lined up. Zhou Cheng, South Sanyuan, Room 3-303. Wang Jin, South Sanyuan, Room 11-604. Han Pe Yao, South 2nd Garden, Room 24-1. South 2nd Park, South 3rd Park. Su Yuan looked thoughtful, wondering how this park was divided. As if he heard Su Yuan's whisper, the young man with yellow curly hair who was in front of Su Yuan turned around and said to Su Yuan, 2 people share a room in South Park 2, and 4 people share a room in South 3 Park. Brother, you don't know this? The yellow-haired young man had some doubts on his face. I don't know much about it. Su Yuan smiled, I think you know it very well, classmate. Can you tell me a little bit about it? The yellow-haired young man chuckled and said, I'm not good at cultivation. I do know these things very well. You've asked the right person. The dormitories of Yeouido College are divided into 4 major areas, southeast, northwest, and northwest. Each large area is divided into 3 gardens from the inside to the outside around the center, namely 1 garden, 2 gardens, and 3 gardens. There are 100 places per person in 1 garden and 1 room. There are 400 places for 2 people per room in the second park. There are 4 people per room in San Yuan, and the rest of the people live in San Yuan. Graduating seniors will move out of a certain district every year, and freshmen will move into this district. This year it happened to be the turn of the South District, right opposite the main gate, so we were lucky. Chapter 75 Dormitory Allocation. Su Yuan admired, you are really knowledgeable. The yellow-haired young man crossed his arms and smiled proudly, what does this mean? After I was admitted, I went to the academy forum every day, but in just over a month, I have already reached the 8th level of the forum. It turned out to be the 8th level boss of the forum, so terrifying. The forum level of Su Yuan Yeouido Academy is still the 2nd level that it was upgraded to last time by casually signing in. Then how are the quotas determined? Su Yuan asked again. It would be best if you could live in a room by yourself. It would be more convenient to live, practice, and travel. The yellow-haired young man said, of course it's based on the college entrance examination results. Su Yuan nodded. His grades were pretty good. Although he didn't take the college entrance examination, he could still be among the top 100 for special admissions. The yellow-haired young man sighed, lowered his voice and said to Su Yuan, I am ranked 2022nd in admission, so I can only live in Nanzan Park, which is the last building of the boys' dormitory. 2022. Su Yuan was startled, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket and opened the official website of Yeouido Academy to check it out. On the homepage, there was this headline. This year, our college admitted a total of 2,029 people, including 7 people admitted through special recruitment, and 2,022 people admitted through the National Unified Professional Examination. Ah, this? Su Yuan looked at the young man with yellow curly hair in front of him in surprise. Good guy, it turns out that the person in front of me is the last one in Yeouido Academy this year. It seems that I have been discovered by you, buddy, you have very good observation skills. The yellow-haired young man did not seem to feel embarrassed at all, but instead smiled. The last one is also the first one. In Su Yuan's opinion, no matter what his grades and qualifications are, his luck value is absolutely unmatched by anyone. It is simply super high school level luck. If you have more contact and communication with such lucky people, you will definitely be able to get a bit of European flair. Su Yuan took the initiative to reach out his hand and said with a smile, my name is Su Yuan. The young man reached out and shook Su Yuan's hands with the same enthusiasm. My name is Huang Xiang. Nice to meet you. Huang Xiang? When Su Yuan looked up, he happened to see the curly yellow hair on the other person's head. He couldn't help but think of something magical and almost pulled his hand back. Huang Xiang, your name is a bit special. It's better to combine it with your hairstyle. Huang Xiang coughed twice, but he had gotten used to it over the years. The names chosen by parents cannot be changed casually. Su Yuan smiled and said, that's true, and this name may mean that you will definitely be able to break through to the star level and master flying skills. Nothing wrong, Su Yuan, you are right. As Huang Xiang spoke, he suddenly felt that the name Su Yuan seemed a bit familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere recently. Xiaoyu, South Garden, Room 9. At this moment, a very front dormitory number came out. Nan Yuan, it's still a single-digit room number. Master. But it doesn't look like it's easy to mess with. Xia Yu, that's Xia Yu. Ah, this. Yes, it's that Xia Yu from Demon City. Why did she come to Demon City Academy? Everyone was talking a lot, and Su Yuan and Huangxiang couldn't help but look forward. She was a long-haired girl with red eyes. She was wearing a designer red long-sleeved shirt and a black skirt. She was about 1.65 meters tall. She looked like a young lady from a wealthy family. It's really Xia Yu. Huangxiang's eyes were full of surprise. Su Yuan asked doubtfully, do you know him? Of course we know each other. Huangxiang excitedly introduced to Su Yuan, Xia Yu, that is the second lady of the Xia family in the Baidu Consortium in the Demon City, a highly talented bronze-level fire magician with millions of fans online. I didn't expect that instead of staying in Demon City, she would come to Demon City Academy. Baidu Consortium. Su Yuan's pupils narrowed. The strength of this consortium ranks among the top 10 in the entire Great Yan, and it even has transnational business. Regardless of financial strength, there are many experts within the consortium, and it is definitely a behemoth. When you talk about others, don't you keep your voice down. Accompanied by slightly cold and arrogant questions, Xia Yu walked up to Su Yuan at some point and looked at Su Yuan with a hint of disgust and contempt in her eyes. The freshmen lining up around also looked over as if they were watching the excitement. I'm sorry, I'm excited. Huangxiang scratched his head and said quickly, Xia Yu, I'm your fan. Watch your mouth. Xia Yu snorted coldly and walked away. Huangxiang scratched his head and said to Su Yuan, I was too loud just now. I'm sorry, Su Yuan, that you and I were surrounded together. It's none of your business. Su Yuan shook his head noncommittally. It seems that this young lady has a bad temper. It is indeed not polite to talk about others behind their back. However, Huangxiang simply introduced Xia Yu's identity to Su Yuan, and did not mean to slander him or anything else. In comparison, it would be better to say that Xia Yu is a little arrogant. Speaking of which, I don't know if it's a coincidence or something, but it seems that the people in Yeadu Academy have personalities, which is very different from the harmony of Zhuangxuan, Fang Kun, and others in Shuzhou Academy. After coming here for a while, Su Yuan and his wife finally arrived in line. The person in charge of registration at this window was a round-faced senior wearing glasses. Huangxiang took out the admission notice and handed it over. The glasses senior took the notice from Huangxiang, and after some operations on the computer, he was suddenly stunned. Then he handed over Huangxiang's student ID card and said in a low voice, South San Yuan, room 7-405. Okay, thank you, senior. Huangxiang smiled and said thank you, not only to thank his senior sister for helping to register, but also to express his kindness in deliberately lowering his voice. But even though the senior's voice was much quieter, several people nearby still heard it. Building 7? It should be the last building in the boys' dormitory, right? It seems that buildings 8, 9, and 10 are vacant, and building 11 after that is the girls' dormitory. Each building in Nanzan Park has 6 floors, with 6 rooms on each floor, so 7 to 405 should be the last room, right? Let me tell you too, I made inquiries before I came here. If I remember correctly, the last dormitory for boys this year is 7-405. Let me go, then isn't this person at the bottom? It should be. Although everyone did not mean any harm, these comments were still a bit harsh. However, Huangxiang seemed to have never heard of it. In the past few years, he had become accustomed to being discussed as the tail end of the crane. In the first year of his freshman year, he was lucky enough to meet the physical fitness requirements at the last moment and was admitted to the Star Apprentice class. From that moment on, he was at the bottom of the academy. However, 3 years later, he was admitted to Yeadu Academy in one fell swoop, although he was still at the bottom. Huangxiang believes that, just like high school, being at the bottom is just the beginning. As long as he works hard, persists, and has a certain amount of luck, he will catch up sooner or later among the more than 2,000 freshmen in Yeouido College. Huangxiang took the student ID card and walked aside, saying to Su Yuan, "I'll wait for you." Su Yuan looked at Huangxiang and nodded. Not to mention anything else, Huangxiang is much stronger than that Xiaoyu just with this mentality. Su Yuan also handed over his admission letter. The round-faced and bespectacled senior was operating the computer with ease, but soon, a look of surprise appeared in the senior's eyes. Handing the student ID card back to Su Yuan, the senior said, "Nanyi Garden, room 4. Sorry." Su Yuan nodded and took it. Room number 4 in Nanyuan was even earlier than Xiaoyu's room number just now, which once again aroused surprise and discussion from the surrounding students. Even Huangxiang, who was waiting next to him, was surprised. As a big comparison in the forum, Huangxiang suddenly remembered, "I just said that this name has always been familiar to me. It turns out that you are Su Yuan from the special admissions. I have seen your information on the forum." Su Yuan walked out of the team. "Let's go to the dormitory." Huangxiang was startled, "You are a special admissions student, and you still want to be with me, a jackass." "Of course, didn't we just say we'd go there together?" Su Yuan smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "What happened to the end of the crane? Besides, you are the first classmate I met in this college." Huangxiang laughed, "Thank you for your respect, let's get going." Chapter 76 Neighbors in Room 3. On the way to South District 3 Park, there are signs and members of the student union along the way. And it's not just Su Yuan and Su Yuan. There are freshmen who have registered and are heading to the dormitory area everywhere along the way. All they have to do is follow the flow of people. After a while, Su Yuan and Huangxiang finally arrived at the dormitory area. What a big tree! All the students who came over couldn't help but marvel when they saw the towering tree in front of them. It was a huge ancient tree with a height of more than 200 meters, standing on a flat land with spreading branches and lush leaves. And around it, there are 2 circles of dormitories. There are 100 rooms in the inner circle, all of which are 2-story townhouses next to giant trees. The 200 rooms in the outer circle are also on 2 floors, and because they are for 2 people per room, the house is larger, but it is a little further away from the sacred tree. On the outermost side, there are more than a dozen 6-story flat buildings scattered across a wide area. All the buildings are in the forest style and are integrated into one. Coupled with the giant tree in the center and the surrounding greenery, this is not so much a student dormitory as a garden villa. Huangxiang said to Su Yuan in amazement, that huge ancient tree should be the rumored spirit-binding sacred tree of Demon City Academy. It is said to be a level 4 sent by the overlords deep in the ancient forbidden area when Demon City Academy was founded. Lingzi. In addition to being able to soothe the mind and exorcise evil spirits, most importantly, it also has the effect of gathering star power. It's actually a 4th-level spiritual plant. Su Yuan was greatly surprised. The 4th-level spiritual plant was equivalent to the epic quality of star beasts and star cards, which was extremely rare. After sensing it for a while, Su Yuan nodded and said, "The star power around him is indeed a bit stronger." "This is still far away." Huangxiang shook his head and smiled, looking at Su Yuan with a burst of envy in his eyes. "You are a student living in Nanyuan, which is the innermost circle. The concentration of star power there is, it is said to be 30% higher than outside." 30%? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. If there was a 30% improvement, it would be quite huge, especially for students with high-quality soul cards. The higher the quality of the soul card, the faster the star power is refined. Now that the concentration of star power has also increased, the multiplication factors will naturally increase the speed of cultivation significantly. After the two chatted for a while, Huangxiang said with a smile, "Su Yuan, I'm going to Building 7 first, and I have to go further into Nanyuan. Let's add our contact information and talk again when we're free. Good. After exchanging contact information, the two parted ways, and Su Yuan continued through the second south garden and entered the innermost south first garden. This is room 72, is room 4 on the right. Su Yuan walked around the big tree for a while, and soon found rooms 1, 2, 3, and 4 adjacent to the south of the sacred tree. Walking to the door of room 4, Su Yuan took out his student ID card and swiped it, and the door opened automatically. The first floor is where you usually live, including a living room, bedroom, toilet, and even a kitchen. And because there is only one bedroom, it looks quite spacious. The second floor is mainly a training room. There is a fixed barrier with comprehensive functions carved on the floor of the training room, which has the functions of repelling insects, sound insulation, and isolating star power fluctuations. On the side near the sacred tree, there is a large semicircular open-air balcony of more than 30 square meters. Su Yuan leaned on the railing of the balcony, with sparse sunlight shining above his head, and the sacred tree branches in front of him had jasper leaves and green flowers flowing. Just looking at the jeweling sacred tree like this, I feel a refreshing and cool feeling, my 5 senses are clear, and distracting thoughts gradually disappear. And just like what Huangxiang said, the concentration of spiritual energy here is indeed 30% higher than outside, not just 30%. As expected of a 4th-level spiritual plant. Su Yuan was very satisfied. Not to mention anything else, just this dormitory close to the Soul Guling Divine Tree has already made a lot of money. Back on the first floor, Su Yuan cleaned up thoroughly and took out the many daily necessities purchased in the ring and put them away. According to the notice in the email, today is the registration day for new students, and the 7 days from tomorrow to the 8th are the pre-selection period for new students to change their tutors through challenges. If I guessed correctly, before the pre-selection challenge begins, each tutor should have a chat with the students they have pre-selected, which is today. Su Yuan turned on his phone and looked at the time. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After confirming that there was no new information, Su Yuan took out some things from the ring to eat, then got up to go out and take a look around the college. After all, I have just come to this school, and getting familiar with the environment is still a high priority. There is no need to rush into this small amount of time to practice. It's time to go and see how the teaching buildings, practical halls, and libraries of top colleges are different from those of Guangchuan No. 4 Middle School. Su Yuan walked out of the room and passed by the door of room 3, which happened to be opened. Su Yuan couldn't help but look over. This is a thin young man wearing a coarse grey robe. His hair is a little long, he is relatively tall, and he has some small freckles on his face. He looks very ordinary, and he is the kind of person who is completely unnoticeable in a crowd. But Su Yuan knew very well that how could anyone who could live in this room be an ordinary person? The more ordinary it seems, the more extraordinary it is. Is it called complete breathing? Su Yuan thought of the words spoken by Vice President Qin he met today. This should be a way to hide the normal fluctuations of star power. Although I can achieve some suppression of star power fluctuations by condensing the star power in the star power cyclone, it is still much worse than Xiang Dingqian. There is no doubt that I am going in the wrong direction, and there should be some skills involved. Besides Xiang Dingqian, the young man in front of him was the second freshman he had ever seen who could completely hold his breath, and he could not feel the slightest fluctuation of star power in his body. At this time, looking at Su Yuan, the young man smiled warmly and waved to Su Yuan. Su Yuan then noticed that the other person's hands were not only extremely white, but also quite slender and delicate, even more beautiful than girls' hands. "Hello, I'm Shang Baiyu." The young man stepped forward and greeted with a smile. "Hello, classmate Shang, my name is Su Yuan. It turns out that you are Su Yuan, the number 1 supplementary special move. Nice to meet you." Shang Baiyu smiled and added, "Also, just call me Xiao Shang, or Baiyu. Small business? Ah, this. Su Yuan looked a little weird. This special admissions student who lives in room 3 of Nanyuan is really too polite. Let's call you Bai Yu, Su Yuan asked. Bai Yu, where are you going now? I'm going to visit Yeadu Academy, especially the combat hall. At this point, Shang Baiu's eyes flashed with excitement. Su Yuan thought for a moment and said, I happen to be going too, how about we go together? When I first arrived at school, it was certainly a good thing to meet 1 or 2 new friends. I happen to want to take a look at the actual combat hall and the standard of the new students at Yeadu Academy. Okay, Shang Baiu looked excited. The number 1 combat hall is near the dormitory area. You can walk north for 20 minutes to get there. Let's go there quickly. It is said that there are already freshmen who can't wait to go out to compete. Su Yuan looked at Shang Baiu with some surprise. This guy seems to be a fighting maniac if you don't notice. Su Yuan nodded and immediately headed to the number 1 combat hall with Shang Baiu at high speed. Chapter 77 Let me go. The number 1 combat hall is to the north of the dormitory area, and further west is the teaching building. It didn't take long for Su Yuan and Shang Baiu to arrive in front of the combat hall. This is a huge flat building with 2 floors, each with a height of more than 16 meters. The first tier, for bronze, silver, and gold levels. The second floor is for use by Yaoxing and above, and ordinary students do not have the right to enter. The area of such a large actual combat building is more than 10 times larger than that of number 4 middle school. Su Yuan couldn't help but smacked his lips. Shang Baiu smiled and said, of course, when you were in middle school, there were all-star disciples in the school, and their lethality and scope of influence were limited. Starting from the bronze level, the scope of the Star Card Master's strength has greatly increased, and the requirements for the site have become higher and higher. Not only must it be spacious enough, but it must also be stronger and resistant to erosion, etc. Su Yuan nodded, but keenly noticed that Shang Baiu said your middle school instead of middle school, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Let's go in and take a look. Shang Baiu urged excitedly. Su Yuan thought for a moment, then walked in with Shang Baiu without asking any more questions. The interior of the venue looks like an enlarged version of an indoor basketball court, with stands and walkways on the periphery, and an oversized square venue in the center. This venue was built using a mixture of first, second, and even third-grade precious stones, and was also decorated with barriers, which cost a lot of money. As soon as Su Yuan and the two came in, they felt violent fluctuations in star power. A stunning shot. Fubuki second style. Dang dang dang. Many students were exchanging ideas and exchanges on the central field, and the sound of fighting was heard one after another. Most of the onlookers stood directly on the edge of the venue or on the walkway, and many people were eager to try it. Shang Baiu observed for a while. It seems that they are all 9th level star disciples practicing. Su Yuan nodded, perhaps it's because of the upcoming pre-selection challenge that the bronze level ones didn't take action. Is it a pre-selection challenge? It should be the case. Shang Baiu thought for a moment and then understood. There are hundreds of bronze level students, many of whom are students who want to challenge the pre-selection of Zhuoyang level instructors. Of course, it is not easy to expose their own strength. In the Star Card Masters battle, hard power is of course the first priority, but intelligence is also very important. Know yourself and the enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. Attribute restraint, skill targeting, and tactical changes can all affect the battle situation. In terms of skills alone, if one's usual moves and trump cards are revealed through competition, and one is challenged in the next pre-selection period, it would be a waste. There is no absolutely invincible or perfect skill. The lower the quality of the skill, the more flaws it has and the easier it is to be targeted. Of course, if self-confidence can overwhelm any opponent and there is an absolute strength gap, then it doesn't matter. The two looked at each other for a while, but they didn't see anyone in particular. Recalling Shang Baiu's eagerness to try before, Su Yuan asked, Baiu, Don't you go up and try. Shang Baiyu looked around, as if he was looking for something. Hearing this, he shook his head and said, I don't like fighting. If I don't go, I won't go. Su Yuan asked doubtfully, if you don't like fighting, then you just... Ah! At this moment, a scream suddenly sounded not far away. Someone was injured by the fireball, take him to the infirmary quickly. It seems to be quite serious. This arm has been burned into a pig's trotter. Hurry up! The injured boy's entire right arm was burned, which was indeed quite serious. Bronze-level star card masters already have tyrannical and extraordinary power compared to ordinary people. Even in sparring, it is not always possible to control it, and injuries are common. Places like the combat hall are usually equipped with therapeutic teachers on duty. The infirmary of the number 1 combat hall is right next to the stands. The person next to the injured boy should be his roommate. He was strong and strong. He easily picked him up and headed to the infirmary together with another girl who was a little panicked. But at this moment, Su Yuan's eyes flashed, and with a whoosh sound, Shang Baiyu rushed out quickly. Let me go! Shang Baiyu shouted loudly, then directly pulled the injured boy from behind his roommate and pushed him to the ground. What are you doing, you? The sturdy young man was startled and quickly came up to stop. The girl next to her who was burned was also confused and didn't know what the situation was. But Shang Baiyu pushed him casually, pushing the sturdy young man back a few steps and sitting on the ground. Don't disturb me! Shang Baiyu said without raising his head, and then smiled at the injured boy who was put down on the ground by him. Don't move around, lest you injure your hand and end up disabled. Shang Baiyu said, made a seal, and then used his index finger to tap the injured boy's shoulder in a certain order. They were all boys of 17 or 18 years old, young and energetic. They were pushed to the ground with so many people watching. How could their faces be so good? I'm going to NM. The sturdy young man cursed angrily and stood up. He didn't care about treatment, he was about to rush forward and fight Shang Baiyu again. But at this moment, the sight of the sturdy young man was blurred. Su Yuan had already stood in front of him and strangled his wrist. Get out of my way! The strong young man was furious and wanted to move his arms away from the person in front of him, but the other person did not move at all. The strong young man tried his best several times, but was unable to push Su Yuan away. Apart from being frightened, his anger level also dropped a bit. Su Yuan smiled and said, let's wait and cure your friend first. The sturdy young man glanced forward. Every time Shang Baiyu touched it with his finger, a piece of pure white plum blossom-shaped star power was attached to the injured boy's arm. It did look like some kind of treatment method. The sturdy young man said in a deep voice, okay, let's wait first. Su Yuan nodded, let go of him, and then turned around to look at Shang Baiyu who was using the healing technique, his eyes slightly condensed. This guy has very high strength and agility. Su Yuan remembered that Shang Baiyu had disappeared from in front of him with a sway, and then pushed the sturdy young man to the ground with a casual push, secretly thinking that the other party was indeed not simple. The reason why I came over just now to restrain the burly young man was that Shang Baiyu had indeed started treatment, and I was able to provide a little cover. On the other hand, it is also to personally confirm the strength of the strong young man and use it as a reference for comparison. The strong young man was not weak in strength. Taking him as a reference, Su Yuan was quite surprised to find that Shang Baiyu's strength was probably not much different from his own. At this moment, as Shang Baiyu placed his final touch on the back of the injured boy's palm, a total of 12 white plum blossoms spun together, and mist-like smoke spewed out from them, quickly covering the entire arm. Cool! A cool feeling rushed over the burned arm, and the injured boy couldn't help but groan in relief. However, after hearing this, the injured boy suddenly felt bad. He looked up and saw that the faces of the students around him were filled with laughter. The old face suddenly couldn't hold back, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Soon, the plum blossoms were exhausted, the white mist dissipated, and the injured young man's right arm returned to its normal color. "Thank you so much." The injured young man stood up, waved his right arm, and found that the injury was completely healed. He couldn't help but thank Shang Baihu gratefully. Shang Baihu smiled, "It's a small thing. As a healer, it is my ideal to help the world by hanging a pot and rejuvenate with magic hands." This scene made the surrounding students gasp in amazement. This is cured, and it only took a short while. What a powerful healing technique, no injuries at all. At this moment, someone from another place shouted, "Someone has been chopped, come and help." "Coming!" Shang Baihu responded enthusiastically, and ran over again with a swish. Su Yuan was speechless for a moment. How dare Baiyu come to the actual combat hall so excitedly, not because he wanted to compete on the field, but because he wanted to treat others. It really has a personality. At the door of the infirmary, 4 Yaitu students, 2 men and 2 women, were looking at Shang Baihu, who was treating the new students from a distance. "That new healing technique seems a bit powerful, doesn't it? Well, even my intermediate hydrotherapy skills may not be able to heal that burned arm faster than his. He is still just a freshman. And his healing skills are quite special." The 4 students were talking to each other, very curious about this new therapist. "Teacher Zinlin, can you tell what kind of healing skills he uses?" One of the girls turned around and asked. The other 3 people also looked curiously at the mature female teacher sitting by the window. "Bai Meiji." The mature female teacher said calmly, "People from Mo Valley." "Mumei Valley? I don't think I've heard of it." The girl who asked the question looked puzzled and asked several companions in a low voice, "Do you know?" "Have no idea. I haven't heard of it either, but the name sounds like it belongs to a certain gang." The 4 of them looked at Lan Xinlan and didn't dare to ask any more questions. Lan Xinlan looked into the field through the window and saw that Shang Baihu was treating the injured freshman very enthusiastically regardless of the size of the injury, but she couldn't help but frown slightly, and a trace of undetectable disgust flashed in his eyes. Chapter 78 Pre-Selection Sequence 1. Su Yuan watched the combat hall for a while, and found that there was no one worthy of attention for the time being, so he was ready to leave. "But I think tomorrow will be very lively, because the Mentor Pre-Selection Challenge will also be held in this number 1 actual combat hall. Do you want to continue to help with treatment?" Su Yuan asked Shang Baihu next to him. "Of course." Shang Baihu smiled, "It'll be fine if I go back. If you want to go somewhere else, don't worry about me." "Okay, I'll leave first." Su Yuan nodded and walked out of the combat hall. Just after taking a few steps, the phone on his body suddenly rang. Su Yuan turned on his phone and there was a new message. "Come to the library tower and look at the outer corridor at the southeast corner of the 3rd floor. Yang Yifeng." Sure enough, it came. Su Yuan's expression moved slightly. He opened the college map in the appendix of the admission email and quickly found the location of the library tower. Although it was also in the southern district, it was relatively close to the center of Demon City College. After Su Yuan replied received, he was about to go to the library tower, but when he turned around, he found that Shang Baihu was also following him. "Aren't you still here to treat others?" Su Yuan was a little confused. Shang Baihu sighed and said rather helplessly, "The pre-selection instructor just asked me to go find him." "Pre-selection of tutors?" Su Yuan's heart moved. "Could it be that you are going to the library tower?" "Ah, how do you know?" Shang Baihu reacted halfway through his words and said in surprise, "Are you also Yang Yifeng's mentor?" "Yes," Su Yuan smiled, "what a coincidence." Shang Baihu couldn't help but laugh, "Ha ha ha, then we are really destined. Not only are we neighbors, we even have the same mentor." Su Yuan nodded, "Let's go there first and talk about it on the way." The 2 of them came out of the combat hall together and headed towards the library tower. The place where books are stored in Yaitu Academy is called the library tower, not the library. Because it is indeed a tower, and it is a 16-story black tower with strict access permissions. The first to third floors are open to star disciples and bronze level. Floors 4 to 6 are open to silver level. Floors 7 to 9 are open to gold level. The 10th and 11th floors are open to shining stars. The 12th and 13th floors are open to the Huito class. The 14th and 15th floors are open to the burning sun level. As for the 16th floor at the top, currently the number of people in the entire Demon City Academy who can enter is probably no more than 2 hands. Apart from the Dean, a master above the scorching sun, only a few people, including the director of teaching and the manager of the library tower, have the authority to enter. Nearly half an hour later, Su Yuan and others arrived at the library tower, swiped their student ID cards and walked in. There are quite a few people here, and it seems that many of them are old students. The time for new students to enter Yeouido College and for old students to return to school is staggered. Since September 1st is the admission day for new students, and the return date for old students is September 6th every year, I am afraid that only a small part of the old students staying in the college now are only a small part of the usual number. This is why since Su Yuan entered the school, except for people from the student union, he has hardly seen any old students. However, at this time, on the entire first floor of the library tower, in addition to the freshmen who were looking around curiously, there were also many old students who were calmly studying the documents. A trace of expectation surged on Shang Baihu's face. Let's go to the third floor first. I don't know what our instructor Yang Yifeng will be like. Seeing Shang Baihu's expectant look, Su Yuan felt a bad feeling in his heart for no reason. The two went directly to the third floor from the spiral staircase, and saw their pre-selected mentor at the small table next to the tower in the southeast corner. This is a slovenly old man with white hair and white beard, wearing a vest and slippers. He is fanning himself with a handmade cattail leaf fan worth more than 10 yuan in his hand. Such a presentation immediately stunned Shang Baihu and Su Yuan, who came over with great expectations. A master of the burning sun, isn't he supposed to be a majestic and solemn kind of person who looks down upon the world? Why is it that the man in front of him is no different from the little old man who drinks tea and plays chess downstairs in the community every day? The psychological gap was so great that both Su Yuan and Shang Baihu thought they were looking in the wrong place. Shang Baihu took 2 steps back and glanced to the side, but there were bookshelves on both sides, and only this one could lead to the corridor outside the tower. Hey, are you all here? What are you waiting for? Come here quickly. Seeing the two of them standing there, the little old man called out immediately. The little old man's voice was not loud, but it seemed to ring directly in Su Yuan's mind. There's something about this hand. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly, and he looked at the little old man again, and then walked over. Shang Baihu could only follow Su Yuan to the side of the little old man. Su Yuan asked, "Are you teacher Yang Yifeng?" The little old man shook his cattail leaf fan. It's guaranteed to be fake. The last hope in Shang Baihu's heart was shattered. Special admissions students and those in the top 10 of the college entrance examination can usually be pre-selected by Zhuoyang level teachers, but if they are from the auxiliary department, this is not necessarily the case. Because whether they are warriors or warlocks, as long as they are of the main combat type, they can usually be self-sufficient. It will be much more convenient to study, do tasks, etc., and it will be easier for the instructor to lead you. As for students in the auxiliary department, their self-protection ability is weak and their aggression is not enough. They often need to find someone to cooperate with them, which is not stable, and the teacher has to put more thought into it. Therefore, even for special admissions, there may not necessarily be Zhuoyang level teachers to choose from. Early this morning, Shang Baihu found out that he had been selected by the Zhuoyang level instructor of Demon City Academy. He was very happy, but now, I can only say that the gap between reality and imagination is really big. Although because he is from the assistant department, Shang Baihu doesn't have to worry about anyone coming to challenge him. The instructor himself will reject such challenges. But similarly, because of the limited combat power of the auxiliary department, it is impossible for Shang Baihu to change his mentor. Yang Yifeng said, "You two, sit down." Su Yuan and Shang Baihu sat opposite Yang Yifeng. Yang Yifeng said slowly, "Because tomorrow is the pre-selection challenge, at this time, teachers will bring their pre-selected students to have a chat to prevent students from running away directly. Me too. So I will briefly introduce my advantages to retain you and prevent you from running to other teachers." Yang Yifeng said, slowly putting down the cattail leaf fan in his hand. The moment the fan fell, Yang Yifeng's whole temperament suddenly changed drastically. The smile on his face subsided, his expression was majestic, his eyes were full of energy and brilliance, and an astonishing and domineering aura suddenly burst out from his body. In an instant, Su Yuan and Shang Baihu felt that only the person in front of them was left in the entire world in their sight, and everything else was as worthless as dust and grass. "What's this?" Su Yuan's pupils trembled sharply, and he was horrified in his heart. His breathing became short and difficult for a moment, and even his thoughts became sluggish. Even the burning sun level doesn't have such a terrifying aura. However, this feeling quickly dissipated as Yang Yifeng spoke again. "First of all, my pre-selected sequence is 1. Chapter 79, The Realm Above the Scorching Sun. Pre-select sequence 1? Su Yuan and Shang Baihu were both shocked. Although Su Yuan had long thought that he and himself could be selected at the same time, Yang Yifeng's pre-selection order was definitely not low, and he was probably at the front among the Zhouyang teachers. But I didn't expect that he would be the first. Let me tell you about the selection. There are 16 Zhouyang level teachers participating in the selection of students this time, and I ranked first. Since I planned to choose 2 people, I assigned hands 1 and 4. The first hand was Su Yuan, and the fourth hand was Shang Baihu. Hearing this, Shang Baihu couldn't help but look at Su Yuan next to him in surprise again. Although I was a little surprised that I, a therapist, was selected in the 4th round, what was even more surprising was that Su Yuan turned out to be the first choice among the more than 2,000 freshmen of Demon City Academy this year. The evaluation of the pre-selection sequence of teachers is based on strength and qualifications. In terms of qualifications, I can say without mercy that except for the Dean and 4 other kings, no one has higher qualifications than me. High qualifications are very important, because it represents teaching experience, personal experience, and understanding of Yeodu College. In terms of strength, Yang Yifeng looked at the two of them and asked, "Do you know the realm above the scorching sun?" Above the scorching sun? Su Yuan really didn't know what the realm was after the 3rd level of Sun Moon Star and above the burning Sunday. Shang Baihu seemed to understand a little bit, and asked hesitantly, King level." "That's right," Yang Yifeng chuckled, "King level. And I am only 1 step away from the King level." King level. From this name, you can tell the weight. Although the Star Card Master has many strength components, since Yang Yifeng is only 1 step away from the King level, which can almost be said to be the limit of the burning sun, how can he be weak? And once he successfully breaks through to the King level, then it is equivalent to having a King level backer? Thinking of this, both Su Yuan and Shang Baihu's hearts skipped a beat. Seeing the two of them looking so shocked, Yang Yifeng's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. "In addition, I have not taken care of students for nearly 10 years, and there are no students in the college now. This means that I can devote all my attention to you." Su Yuan and Shang Baihu looked at Yang Yifeng with a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. What else is there to consider? Just hug this thigh. "Teacher Yang, don't worry, we will definitely not abandon you, we will not challenge others." Su Yuan and the others stood up immediately and expressed. Yang Yifeng nodded with satisfaction and said to Shang Baihu, "I'm not worried about you. Even if you are from Mumei Valley, you have a bright future, but now you don't have the ability to challenge others." Shang Baihu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you too straightforward and disrespectful? Mame Valley? Su Yuan muttered silently. This doesn't sound like the name of a school. Apart from major middle schools, are there any other sources of students for the college? Could it be that Shangbaiyu, like Luo Bingtong, is also a descendant of a certain star beast? But it doesn't look like it. Yang Yifeng looked at Su Yuan. Is it okay to defend the challenge? According to the regulations, each challenger has only one chance, and each challenger can only be challenged up to 3 times in a day. If you find it troublesome, then show some strength to scare them, and they will naturally stop challenging you. Su Yuan responded, Teacher, don't worry. Yang Yifeng nodded, Okay, that's it for today, you can go. Yes. Su Yuan and the other 2 responded, then turned and left together. When Su Yuan and the 2 walked away, Yang Yifeng shook his cattail leaf fan and smiled with satisfaction. Just as he was about to get up, a colorful light suddenly surged in front of him, and a figure walked out of it. Yifeng, you seem to be in a good mood. This is a kind old man wearing plain robes with hair whiter than Yang Yifeng. Dean Cai. When Yang Yifeng saw the visitor, he quickly put down his cattail leaf fan, put away his smile, stood up and bowed respectfully. Why are you here? How long have you been here? I've been here for a while, Cai Qinglong smiled. I came to see you and the 2 students by the way. Yang Yifeng's face suddenly became embarrassed. So, the dean could see the scene where he was bluffing 2 students with his half-king aura? Cai Qinglong sat on the opposite side, waved his hand and said, Sit down too. Yes, Dean. Yang Yifeng sat down as instructed. Cai Qinglong said slowly, These 2 children have great potential. I understand. Yang Yifeng said with a smile, Dean, don't worry, since you have given them to me, I will guide them with all my strength no matter what. Cai Qinglong smiled gently and said, Of course I believe that you will teach them well. Yang Yifeng asked, Then what do you mean? Cai Qinglong paused, looked directly at Yang Yifeng and said, I mean, there is still hope. Yang Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said with a smile, The source has been seriously lost, and I don't know how many years I can survive. After so many years, no cure has been found, and there is no hope in the eastern continent. Cai Qinglong said, There is no such thing in the eastern continent, so what about overseas? The stars and sand on the sea are blowing, dividing the 4 continents. The scorching sun is lost, and it is difficult for the king to cross. It is difficult to just go to the other 3 continents, let alone find a cure. Cai Qinglong lowered his voice and said pointedly, The world has changed, yin and yang are impermanent. In a few years, maybe there will be new changes that are unknown. Yang Yifeng seemed to hear something and sat there thinking. Cai Qinglong smiled, shook his shoulders, and the colorful light jumped out and disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. Watching Cai Qinglong leave, Yang Yifeng's originally lazy and plain eyes became a little brighter and sharper. After Su Yuan returned to the dormitory, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to ask Wang Haiping. Yang Yifeng turned out to be a super master who was only 1 step away from the king level. No matter what, this news had to be confirmed. The call was answered quickly. Director Wang. Su Yuan? You called me on the first day of school. Is this a matter of tutor pre-selection? That's right, I'd like to consult you on some matters regarding tutor pre-selection. Wang Haiping smiled and said, You may ask, there are many teachers in Yeadu Academy, but there are only about 20 Zhuoyang level teachers. I know them more or less. I wonder who chose you. That's teacher Yang Yifeng. Oh? Is it really him? Wang Haiping smiled. He called to ask about you a few days ago, and I guessed that he might choose you. Now, we will be brothers in the same discipline from now on. Su Yuan asked directly, Director Wang, I would like to ask, according to teacher Yang Yifeng, he is only one step away from the king level above the burning sun. Is this true or false? Wang Haiping did not hesitate at all. Yes, he is indeed only one step away from the king level, but if you want to break through this step, you don't know when. Okay. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and then nodded, as long as he was sure of this. Breaking through to the king level is extremely difficult, but of course it won't be that easy. Wang Haiping asked, are there any other questions? Temporarily unavailable. Okay, if you have any questions in the future, please come to me anytime, junior brother. Su Yuan smiled and said, okay senior brother. After hanging up the phone, Su Yuan started to think. Since Yang Yifeng is really a super master who is only one step away from the king level, there is really no need to change his mentor. Moreover, Su Yuan was not that picky about his mentor. Guangchuan Education Bureau, Wang Haiping put down the phone, sighed, and shook his head with a wry smile. Su Yuan, you can't blame me. You didn't ask, and I can't take the initiative to expose my teacher's shortcomings. There are some things about Yang Yifeng that most of the Burning Sun Realm teachers at Demon City Academy don't know. Most people only know that Yang Yifeng has been teaching at Yeado College for decades. It seems that he has always been like that since they met. But as Yang Yifeng's student, Wang Haiping still accidentally learned some of Yang Yifeng's past. After all, teacher, he was once a king. Chapter 80 Road Fool. The next day, around 2 p.m. Su Yuan was refining star power in the training room on the second floor when his cell phone placed not far away suddenly rang. Are you coming? Su Yuan opened his eyes, stood up and walked to the side to check his phone. Freshman Wang Qiang, I challenge you to change your instructor. After confirmation, please go to the number 1 practical arena to accept the challenge. Freshman He Huanyan, I challenge you to change your instructor. After confirmation, please go to the number 1 practical hall to accept the challenge. Freshman Luo Wenbin, I challenge you to change your mentor. After confirmation, please go to the number 1 practical hall to accept the challenge. 3 messages in a row, all notifications from the Academic Affairs Office. On the first day, 3 people challenged me, maybe there were more than 3, but these 3 were chosen just because the limit was reached. It seems that with no background and no reputation, it is easier to be regarded as a weaker target by others. Su Yuan shook his head. Although he thought he would be challenged, he did not expect that he would reach the maximum number of challenges on the first day. Last night, in order to facilitate students to initiate the challenge, all teachers' pre-selected student lists were also released. There are 16 Zhuoyang level teachers this time, and a total of 28 students have been selected, which means there are 28 places. It stands to reason that with more than 100 bronze level freshmen challenging 28 goals, and deducting a few fixed quotas such as Shangbaiyu, on average, each student of a Zhuoyang level tutor will only be challenged 6 times at most. And on this first day, at least 3 people approached him. Su Yuan didn't believe that others were like this. Let's solve it together as soon as possible and come back early to continue practicing. Su Yuan casually clicked on all 3 challenges to confirm, then went out to the number 1 combat hall. With the soul-binding divine tree here, the efficiency of cultivation is greatly improved. When he first arrived yesterday, Su Yuan only felt that the concentration of star power around him had increased by more than 30%. But when Su Yuan started practicing as usual at 7 o'clock this morning, he felt that his mind was clear and his star power was smooth, as if he was receiving divine help during practice. This is also due to the soul-binding sacred tree. In addition to increasing the concentration of star power, it also has the effect of calming the mind and clearing the mind. Such efficient and smooth practice instantly made Su Yuan addicted, and he has been practicing since morning until now. If there is nothing else, I just want to keep practicing. Su Yuan was walking quickly along the main road in the forest, and suddenly felt a slight chill approaching quickly on the left side, so he stopped and turned around to look. I saw a rather familiar petite figure trotting towards me not far away, with short white shoulder-length hair, ice blue eyes, and a face as big as a palm without any expression. Luo Bingtong. Su Yuan didn't expect to see this small humanoid star beast here. And what surprised Su Yuan was that in just a few months, the aura of the star beast on her body had dissipated into nothingness, and she could no longer feel it at all. If he hadn't known about it in advance, Su Yuan would never have thought that she was a star beast. While Su Yuan was thinking, Luo Bingtong had already trotted past Su Yuan and ran towards the main road on the right. Su Yuan turned on his mobile phone to check the electronic map. If he walked to the right, it seemed to be another canteen. Are you rushing to eat? She is a star beast, and I don't know if Yeado College has food specially prepared for star beast students. Or is it because she doesn't have to booze and eats the same as us? As long as there is enough energy and you are not picky about food, it doesn't matter what you eat. Besides, the digestive systems of star beasts are generally stronger than humans, so they don't have to worry about being unable to digest them. Su Yuan didn't look much, averted his eyes and continued walking towards the number 1 combat hall. Just after walking 200 or 300 meters, Luo Bingtong was seen coming from another branch on the right, and suddenly ran to a certain road on the left. What is she doing? Looking at Luo Bingtong's disappearing back, Su Yuan opened the map again. Toilet? Did you have diarrhea after eating too quickly? Su Yuan was confused, shook his head and moved on. But not long after, Luo Bingtong ran over from behind again, and Su Yuan quickly made way for her. However, unexpectedly, this time, Luo Bingtong stopped quietly behind Su Yuan. What do you want to do? Su Yuan turned around and tried to ask. If I remember correctly, she could understand human speech. Luo Bingtong was silent for a while, then suddenly remembered something, took out a white mobile phone from the ring, typed a few words with her index finger and handed it to Su Yuan. Number 1 Combat Hall. Su Yuan. But Su Yuan understood and asked, so you want to go to the number 1 Combat Hall? Luo Bingtong took back her phone and nodded lightly. Su Yuan thought for a while and realized that Luo Bingtong should have also received the challenge notice, but it seemed that this child was a road fool. Even normal life is a problem, and I don't know how her parents can safely send her here. Okay, then you come with me, I happen to be going there too. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he turned around and continued walking forward. Luo Bingtong thought for a moment and followed without saying a word. Number 1 Combat Hall. Today's combat hall is much more lively than yesterday. The barrier on the central square field has been fully opened. Qin Ji, the vice president of the student union who had met Su Yuan yesterday, led several members of the student union to the sidelines to organize the battle and determine the outcome. There were many people sitting in the surrounding stands, not only freshmen, but also some old students. Xiaozhong and Kun Yu, please keep your eyes open to see if there are any better sorcerer seedlings. Our secret society should recruit 20 people this year. Don't worry, Brother Wang, I've done my homework. The Xiaoyu who is about to appear is the most promising warlock this time. It is said that there are several geniuses who are good at close quarters martial arts this year. I remember that the president seemed to have specially mentioned 2 people. Well, one is named Wei Hong and the other is named Zhang Tai. They are both bronze level. The president said it would be best to communicate with them today. The Wei family in the southwest and the Zhang family in the east. They are indeed famous martial arts families, and their standards should be sufficient. The old students in the stands were sitting together in 2s and 3s, observing the many freshmen in the hall. Most of them wanted to find fresh blood for their clubs. Martial Arts Club, Secret Arts Club, Summoning Club. Various societies with their own characteristics are one of the reasons why the college is able to produce talents and let 100 flowers bloom. Members within a club are basically from similar schools and can support each other and make progress together, which can be of great help to the growth of students, especially freshmen. Although according to regulations, the official recruitment of new members of the club must wait until after the 9th, the seniors of the sophomore and junior club who have come now can already identify and communicate with new recruits in advance. At this time, in the venue, except for some old students who are responsible for recruiting new members of the club, 99% of them are freshmen of this year. Even if they were not challenged, almost all of them, including several students who were among the top students in special admissions and admissions, came to watch the competition. After all, there are a lot of bronze-level battles today. They are all from the same school, and they are all top talents. Naturally, they want to see what the level of others is. Chapter 81 Pre-Selection Challenge. At the east gate of the combat hall, Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong attracted a lot of attention as soon as they entered. Of course, it wasn't Su Yuan who attracted attention, but Luo Bingtong, who had a cold temperament and silver hair, was a bit conspicuous. How did they get together? Xiang Dingqian frowned slightly as he looked at Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong who followed behind. What? Who are those two people? A handsome young man with green hair and green eyes asked next to him. Xiang Dingqian said casually, the other two special admissions students in my batch. Is there a special enrollment to supplement the special enrollment? Xiang Dingqian saw that the green-haired young man seemed to be interested in his eyes, so he frowned and said, Yeqing, he is my opponent, please don't interfere. Yeqing, the genius beast master of this generation from the Ye family of the Imperial City's beast-controlling family, was also the first to be officially recruited by the Demon City Academy this time. Did I have any issues with you? Yeqing waved his hand and smiled, don't worry, I'm not interested in him. Xiang Dingqian nodded and said no more. Yeqing looked in the direction of Su Yuan and the two of them, and suddenly his expression moved slightly, as if he noticed something. He immediately closed his eyes, made a seal with his right hand, and tapped the center of his eyebrows with his index finger. After a moment, Yeqing opened his eyes again, with dark green fluorescent light flowing in his eyes. Wherever he looked, everyone's body was marked with a rather peculiar golden symbol. Blue Auxiliary Pupil Technique, Source Seeing Technique. Being able to see through and identify the essence of the target, and practicing to a high level, can also see through most changes, illusions, and disguises. At this time, in Yeqing's vision, the golden symbols on Su Yuan and others were exactly the same, representing people. Only Luo Bingtong's body is different. The symbols on her body are much more complicated than those of others, which represent dragon. It is actually a Master Dragon clan, and a Master Dragon clan with extremely high blood purity. Yeqing closed his eyes and took a deep breath slowly. When he opened them again, all the dark green fluorescent light in his eyes had dissipated, but when Yeqing looked at Luo Bingtong, there was an uncontrollable burning wave in his eyes. Color. Su Yuan looked at the two people fighting in the field, one of whom was Xia Yu from the Demon City. She was seen waving an exquisite and expensive ruby staff, and fireballs of slightly different sizes were randomly picked up and flew out in front of her, like a human-shaped fort, and her fighting style was as violent as her temper. If it weren't for the fact that the ground physical resistance and magic resistance of the actual combat hall were very high, and that it was blessed by an enchantment, the actual combat hall used in middle school would probably have been demolished in a matter of minutes. As for her opponent, she was a water sorceress named Lu Yi who was ranked 68th in the school. Lu Yi originally decided to challenge Xia Yu because of her attribute advantages. As a result, the water dragon bullets, blue water triple stacks, etc. that she used with all her strength were simply and ruthlessly exploded and evaporated by Xia Yu's fireballs. Such a huge gap in strength cannot be compensated for by a little restraint between attributes. If there is no trump card that can change the situation, the outcome will be a matter of time. Intermediate bronze level, and blue star weapon. Xia Yu didn't hide it at all. The scorching and intense star power fluctuations on her body were definitely intermediate bronze. And the ruby staff in her hand is undoubtedly a blue fire staff with a huge amplification ability. Blue Star device. Even at the gold level, not many people can use the Blue Star weapon. If it weren't for the terrifying increase of this ruby staff, Xiaoyu wouldn't have been able to suppress Liu Yi so powerfully just by relying on the perfection-level fireball technique. You know, Liu Yi is not an ordinary bronze-level genius, but a genius ranked among the top 100 in Yeodu Academy. Su Yuan, are you here? Su Yuan was just thinking when he saw Shang Baihu walking over from the crowd standing on the aisle. Su Yuan smiled and said, I knew you must have come here first. Yesterday was just a discussion, and Shang Baihu was so active. There must be more people injured in today's official battle, so how could Shang Baihu be idle? Su Yuan guessed that Shang Baihu was so keen on treatment, maybe because he was born like this and wanted to learn medicine to save people, and in addition, it was also possible because of the benefits that treating others could bring to him. However, Su Yuan would not ask about the privacy of other people's cultivation. If there is any problem in this, Yang Yifeng and the school will naturally do something if it is not his turn. Shang Baihu smiled, turned around and saw Luo Bingtong following Su Yuan. He was stunned for a moment, and then asked doubtfully, Su Yuan, is she? Su Yuan turned around and introduced, her name is Luo Bingtong, and she will supplement the special recruitment with me. It turns out it's also a special admission. Shang Baihu greeted quickly, hello, I am Shang Baihu. Luo Bingtong looked at him and nodded, but had no intention of speaking. Su Yuan saw this and said, she's just so cold, don't mind. It's okay. Shang Baihu smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to say something else, a loud noise suddenly came from ahead. Su Yuan and Shang Baihu quickly turned around and saw a flaming red lotus bursting out on the field. The raging flames rolled violently, causing ripples to appear on the arena barrier. Shang Baihu said in shock, what a powerful move, you must be proficient in the blue fire skill above. Su Yuan also nodded solemnly. Well, it is indeed very strong. It must have the power of 7 or 8 hell flames superimposed. After a few seconds, the aftermath of the flames of the fiery red lotus dissipated, revealing the two figures. Liu Yi's face turned pale, and standing in front of her was Qin Ji, the vice president of the student union who was responsible for supervising the challenge. Although it was clear that Xiaoyu was not using all his strength, Liu Yi still decided to give it all and give it a last try. First, use the water wall to defend, then use the sea-colored vines to control Xiaoyu, and finally use Dachan's call of the deep sea to condense 4 powerful sea dragons. However, Xiaoyu just used the resistance fire ring to easily break the shackles of the sea-colored vines. Seeing that Liu Yi did not know good and bad, she even used the adult gift given to her by her family, the T1 level blue attack star card Fire Red Lotus. The extremely powerful flaming red lotus crushed 4 water dragons as soon as it unfolded, and then pressed towards Liu Yi. Qin Ji saw this and decisively came to the rescue, which led to the current situation. Xiaoyu's hung. Qin Ji glanced at Xiaoyu, who was holding a staff in the distance with one hand on her hips, and announced calmly. Liu Yi came up from behind and said a little shocked, thank you, senior. Qin Ji nodded slightly. Seeing that Liu Yi had been burned in many places, she said to a young man from the student union next to her, Adian, find someone to treat her. Although Liu Yi was not hit directly by the flame red lotus, Liu Yi had been hit several times by Xiaoyu's fireballs before and was seriously injured. Okay, President. The young man named Etienne responded, turned around, and soon saw Shang Baihu in the crowd, and shouted, Junior Baihu, please come over here. Here we come. Shang Baihu responded immediately, and then hurriedly said to Su Yuan, then I'll go over first. Su Yuan, just attack with all your strength later. If you get hurt, I'll still be there. I'll breastfeed you, don't worry. Shang Baihu said something and hurried over. Su Yuan looked at Shang Baihu's back and shook his head. Is this guy cursing me? Chapter 82 Luo Bingtong comes on stage. As Xia Yu defeated Lu Yi with a stunning flaming red lotus, the atmosphere in the venue was brought to a climax. As expected of Xia Yu from the Demon City, she is really amazing. Top genius and ultimate Kryptonian, it doesn't matter if you don't want to be awesome. Xia Yu put away the ruby staff and walked out of the actual battlefield amidst everyone's amazed gazes and comments. The freshmen on the road all automatically made way for her, and until she sat down in her seat, there were still many people looking at her from time to time and talking. Being at Yeadu Academy is no different from when I was in middle school. Xia Yu was both bored and disdainful. Ever since I was little, I have always been the focus of any occasion I attended. It was true when I was in Demon City, and now that I'm here at Demon City Academy, nothing seems to have changed. I originally thought that the girl named Lu Yi could interest me a bit, but it turned out that I couldn't stand it if I took it a little seriously. Perhaps, we should stay in the Magic City. At least there are still some powerful guys in the Magic City. Xia Yu shook her head. Originally, he wanted to stay in the Magic City, but what was the point of going to the Magic City? Whatever he did would be seen by that woman. Even if she achieves amazing results, her family will only think that she arranged and took good care of her. In Magic City Academy, it is impossible to achieve higher achievements than her. To prove that he is no worse than her, he can only go to the Imperial Capital or the Demon Capital. At the edge of the field, Qin Jie checked the list and said, in the next group, Yao Tianba challenges Luo Bingtong. It's just in time. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly and he turned to look at Luo Bingtong beside him. Luo Bingtong also looked over, then walked out from beside him, walking through the gaps in the crowd towards the ring without saying a word. The mysterious star beast's identity passed through the 6th level of the Requiem Xian burial monument with the strength of the 9th level star disciple like himself. Su Yuan is also curious about her strength in all aspects. The only thing he knows so far is that she seems to be an ice-attributed star beast. But next, you should be able to see something. Because the boy named Yao Tianba who challenged Luo Bingtong was not easy either. Get out of the way. Why did you push me? Be careful. Accompanied by some noise, a 1.85 meter tall, muscular, dark-skinned young man who looked like a wild bear rushed out of the crowd and jumped into the actual battlefield. The young man reached out and made a move. Starlight surged in front of him, and a heavy black gold hammer appeared out of thin air and hit the ground. Boom! When the hammer hit the ground, the whole ground shook slightly, it was very heavy. But the young man grinned, held the end of the black gold hammer with one hand, and lifted it lightly on his shoulder. What an amazing power! The freshmen watching the game were all shocked, and the eyes of the old students who were recruiting new students for some clubs in the stands were brightened and they paid serious attention. This is Yao Tianba, from Taizhu No. 1 Middle School, ranked 33rd in admission, and has a power-type blue soul card. Yao Tianba carried the hammer, looked around and shouted loudly, "Where's Luo Bingtong? Come up here!" Without Yao Tianba shouting, a petite white figure had already walked to the edge of the field and stepped in a few steps. With silver hair and blue eyes, Luo Bingtong attracted everyone's attention as soon as she came on the stage. "You, look! This person named Luo Bingtong is actually such a young girl. Looking stupid, so cute. I'm sorry, it's a white-haired Lolita? It's a torture. If I hadn't seen her here, I would have thought she was a junior high school student. Can she really stand up to the big muscled guy across from her when she's so small? I'm afraid to look at her." "No, brother, she is a special admissions student, so she will definitely not be as simple as she appears." Everyone was quite surprised. They didn't expect that the opponent of Yao Tianba, the big muscled tyrant, was actually such a small girl. The difference in body shape between the two is so great that it feels quite inconsistent. In the stands, Xiang Dingqian looked serious. When it comes to who Xiang Dingqian wants to know the most, the first is Su Yuan, and the second is Luo Bingtong. As people from the same batch of specially recruited students, Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong had higher assessment scores than themselves, while the other was the same as him. But unlike himself, these two people were only 9th level star disciples when they took the assessment. I couldn't figure it out before, but now it's time to see what Luo Bingtong is capable of. But Yeqing, who was next to Xiang Dingqian, was more focused than Xiang Dingqian, staring at Luo Bingtong on the court without blinking. Yao Tianba was quite surprised when he looked at Luo Bingtong standing opposite. I just picked an opponent at random, and I ended up picking a little girl like this. Waving the hammer in his hand with one hand, Yao Tianba grinned, "Hey, do you need me to be gentle, so as not to accidentally I'll crush you?" Luo Bingtong looked at him quietly and blinked, as if she didn't quite understand what this human being was talking about. Then he opened his right hand, and with the frost and snow flying in his palm, a long snow-white knife appeared. Both sides stood still with weapons in hand, and the battle started on its own without anyone announcing it. Yao Tianba restrained his arrogant attitude and looked serious and dignified. In fact, from the very beginning, Yao Tianba never looked down upon Luo Bingtong at all. Even if the opponent is petite and harmless to humans and animals, how can a student who may be pre-selected by a Zhuoyang level teacher be a simple character? I just tried to provoke and interfere with words to see how the other party would react, but it had no effect at all. The opponent is like a walking ice cube. Now he is just holding a long knife in one hand and standing motionless. If you can't tell, then just go ahead. Thinking of this, Yao Tianba picked up the hammer and rushed forward. Halfway through the journey, Yao Tianba suddenly jumped up, holding the heavy hammer with both hands and spinning them together. A layer of golden brilliance immediately flowed out and covered the surface of the hammer. It's the centrifugal armor-breaking hammer, Yao Tianba's special skill, and it's actually this move right from the start. A student from Taizhu No. 1 Middle School who went to the same school as Yao Tianba exclaimed in the stands. The centrifugal armor-breaking hammer uses the centrifugal force of repeated rotations to efficiently compress star power and greatly increase the power of the hammer. In a moment, Yao Tianba took 3 steps and spun 3 times, and came to Luo Bingtong. At this time, the hammer was already shimmering with golden light, its power was astonishing. Luo Bingtong still stood motionless on the spot. "Aren't you going to hide?" Yao Tianba frowned secretly when he saw that Luo Bingtong seemed to have no intention of evading. She was worried that Luo Bingtong had laid some traps and back UPS without her noticing, and she was also worried that if something went wrong, she would really smash this little white-haired girl into a meat pie with her hammer. But the two of them were so close that they had to shoot. Thinking that with Qingji watching from the side, nothing would happen to her, Yao Tianba gritted his teeth, swung a hammer that was bigger than half of Luo Bingtong's body and slammed it on the top of her head. When a high-pitched metal clash sounded, and a white air wave suddenly blew from the center of the venue to the surroundings. In the center of the field, Luo Bingtong held a knife in his right hand above his head, and the triple-charged hammer seemed to hit an iron wall, blocked by the snow-white and slender long knife, and could not be suppressed at all. Chapter 83 Domineering Strength. How can it be? Yao Tianba's pupils trembled, and his eyes were full of horror. That is a 3-turn centrifugal armor-breaking hammer. It can kill even the Silver Junior Elite Star Beast with one hammer, but it was held up with one hand by a girl who was not even taller than her chest? Am I dreaming? Yao Tianba's mind was buzzing, and he was completely unable to accept the results in front of him. After a brief silence, the entire venue suddenly erupted into surging exclamations. What? She actually took it with one hand. Could it be that Yao Tianba's hammer is actually made of plastic, and his unstoppable momentum is also bluffing? Impossible. Su Yuan looked at Luo Bingtong, who was wielding a sword and wielding a hammer, and his expression became slightly serious. This power is a bit too amazing. The power qualification is higher than mine, maybe even a perfect score. In addition, her talent must have enhanced her power. On the field, Luo Bingtong raised his head slightly after holding the hammer. Yao Tianba came back to his senses in an instant, and suddenly said to himself, "No." The next moment, Luo Bingtong raised the snow-white sword in his hand, and Yao Tianba felt a terrifying force coming from the sword, and he was immediately thrown away. Yao Tianba groaned and quickly stood up without caring about stabilizing the surging energy and blood in his chest. In just a short moment, Luo Bingtong came to kill him again with a knife, and he slashed out again with a simple and fierce knife. A layer of golden energy surged up onto his body. Yao Tianba deployed the 1000 Jin pendant to stabilize his lower body. At the same time, he swung the hammer and hit it again, death. However, the result was not ideal. The sword and hammer met each other. Although Yao Tianba was not sent flying due to the effect of the 1000 Jin pendant, he was still knocked back 2 steps with numbness in his hands. Luo Bingtong's movements didn't stop, a cold light suddenly appeared, frost was like practice, and the long knife in his hand kept slashing out, but his small body was extremely domineering, forcing Yao Tianba to retreat continuously, but after a while, he had already reached the barrier edge. The defeat was already apparent, and he would definitely lose if he continued like this. Yao Tianba's expression darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Arhat of great strength!" A powerful golden star power surged out from Yao Tianba's body, shaking Luo Bing's eyes open a little. I saw the golden star power all over Yao Tianba's body surge violently, and after a moment, it all retracted from his body surface, as if coated with a layer of gold powder, and his whole aura suddenly became deep and unpredictable. Seeing Luo Bingtong attack again, Yao Tianba snorted coldly, swung his hammer and struck at it. There was a dang sound. This time, Luo Bingtong was actually knocked away by the hammer. Everyone watching the battle was immediately shocked. This Yao Tianba is so strong, he actually turned the situation around. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. This is his blue soul skill, the giant Arhat. A boy from the same school as Yao Tianba said with some excitement. Not only is it extremely powerful, but it is also invulnerable. With just this move, the entire middle school in Taizhu there is no one who can match him. Luo Bingtong removed all the strength from her feet and quickly stabilized her retreating figure. Even after receiving a powerful blow from Yao Tianba who transformed into an Arhat, Luo Bingtong seemed not to have suffered any internal injuries, and her physical condition was quite astonishing. Yao Tianba couldn't help but his eyes narrowed when he saw Luo Bingtong acting like a normal person after being knocked away. Just use your special move. Yao Tianba stepped on his feet, and a large amount of golden star power surged up, and a rich golden light surged around him like morning light. Then, Yao Tianba suddenly shot out like a dazzling golden star and hit Luo Bingtong again. Dachan Green Skill, Dawn Star. Faced with such an overwhelming and astonishing offensive, Luo Bingtong held the long knife with both hands. The white light on the knife flashed and she rushed forward without retreating. The two sides are approaching rapidly. Whether in the aisles or in the stands, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath and stare closely at this confrontation. In the blink of an eye, Luo Bingtong struck Yao Tianba's heavy hammer with a long knife. With a dang sound, the air wave exploded, and the weapons of both sides exchanged and stopped in place. While the frost and snow were flying, a strong cold air suddenly spread out with Luo Bingtong as the center, and the ground with a radius of 20 meters turned into frosty white in an instant. Yao Tianba's complexion changed drastically, and the cold air was extremely frightening. In just a short moment, his Vajra body couldn't bear it any longer. Kaka kaka. At this moment, the sounds of freezing sounded one after another. I saw an icy blue mark that exuded a terrifying cold air at the intersection of the black gold hammer and the long knife. A layer of ice spread quickly from the mark, freezing the entire hammer in the blink of an eye and spreading towards Yao Tianba's hands. Yao Tianba felt an extremely bad warning sign in his heart, and he released the black gold hammer without hesitation. The heavy hammer, frozen by the ice, hit the ground and fell to pieces with a snap. Hiss! The entire combat hall gasped. That was a green star weapon, and it was destroyed like that? A bronze-level person actually destroyed a green star weapon? Xiang Dingqian's pupils trembled slightly. Because of Luo Bingtong's amazing performance, he still couldn't recover for a while. Even if he tried his best, it would be difficult to destroy a green star weapon, let alone Luo Bingtong only used one blow. Ye Qing's eyes were shining, and he kept rubbing his fists, suppressing the strong desire in his heart. After breaking through the dark gold hammer, Luo Bingtong was no longer in front of him, and he slashed at Yao Tianba with one strike. Admit defeat. Yao Tianba was horrified. Even if he became invulnerable after transforming into an arhat, he would not dare to take Luo Bingtong's blow. Not to mention the astonishing power of the opponent's sword, the terrifying cold air alone was not something Arhat's golden body could defend against. No matter how hard your body is, can it still be as hard as a green quality iron hammer? Even the hammer fell to pieces after being frozen, not to mention his own mortal body. The snow-white sword stopped in front of Yao Tianba, and Luo Bingtong looked up at Yao Tianba. Under the gaze of icy blue pupils, Yao Tianba felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The people watching the battle couldn't feel it, but Yao Tianba could feel Luo Bingtong's indifference from the bottom of her heart, as if human life was nothing to her and she could be killed at any time. Admit defeat, I admit defeat. Yao Tianba panicked a little. It was at this moment that Luo Bingtong put down the long knife. Kong Zheng said that the academy is different from the ancient forbidden area. You cannot hurt others casually, let alone kill people. You must listen to the words of the dean and teachers. Yao Tianba breathed a long sigh of relief, and did not bother to clean up the corpse of the dark gold iron hammer, and walked out of the actual battlefield in a few steps. Seeing this, Qin Jia announced, Luo Bingtong wins. The white-haired Lolita is so high. As Luo Bingtong won, the entire venue was boiling. The bronze level that can destroy the green star weapon. That's awesome. It's still white hair, I can't stand it anymore. Does anyone know her social account? I want to follow her. In the actual battlefield, Qin Jia said to Luo Bingtong, you only have this one challenger today, you can go out. When Luo Bingtong heard this, she dismissed the snow-white sword in her hand, glanced outside, and then returned to Su Yuan's side. Who is that man? Why is Luo Bingtong standing with him? I don't know, but they seem to have come together just now. Su Yuan immediately felt a large number of scorching gazes coming from all directions. He couldn't help but secretly shook his head and said to Luo Bingtong, your challenge is over, you can go back. Luo Bingtong took out her phone, tapped on the screen, and then handed it to Su Yuan. Take me back. Su Yuan. Recalling the scene of Luo Bingtong running around on the road earlier, Su Yuan estimated that for such a road-crazy person, it is unlikely that he would be able to find his way back after just walking through it once. Okay, just wait a moment, I have to play later. Luo Bingtong nodded and stood aside without saying a word. Chapter 84 Appearance. The battle between low-level star card masters was very fast. In less than half an hour, there were 5 more battles. The current time period was also specially arranged by the student union. It was all bronze-level challenges for the 28 Zhouyang pre-selected students. In the 5 challenges, the highest number of challengers was 31 and the lowest number was 106, but no one succeeded in the challenge. In the next group, Wang Qiang challenges Su Yuan. We're finally here. Su Yuan nodded and said to Luo Bingtong, then wait for me here and don't run around. Luo Bingtong nodded. Wang Qiang was the first to take the stage. He was a lean boy with an admission ranking of 89th. He had a green top-grade soul card. His movements were vigorous and his eyes were agile. He looked quite alert. Soon, Su Yuan followed closely. However, Su Yuan did not rush to the middle of the actual battlefield, but came to Qin Jia, who was in charge of the decision. Senior Qin, I have 3 challenges, right? Qin Jia still remembered the special admissions student she met yesterday when she received freshmen at the school gate. She nodded and said, yes, there are 3 of them. You don't have to worry about the battle. We will arrange 3 battles for you in a staggered manner so that you can recover as much as possible. Good. Su Yuan said, I just want to trouble you to arrange the 3 games together. Are you sure? Qin Jia felt that Su Yuan didn't know the strength of his opponent, so he reminded, the top 100 people who entered the school are not weak, Wang Qiang is ranked 89, and the next He Huanyan and Luo Wenbin are ranked 44 and 52 respectively. Yeah, sure. Su Yuan nodded. If it didn't have to be one-on-one, Su Yuan would have just let the 3 of them go together. Qin Jia frowned slightly, feeling that Su Yuan was a bit overbearing, but since he insisted, let him go. Okay, okay. Qin Jia agreed and casually changed the order. Excuse me, senior. Su Yuan thanked him and walked to the center of the field. Although the conversation between the 2 was not loud, because Qin Jia was at the edge of the field, some freshmen in the nearby aisle also heard the conversation between Su Yuan and Qin Jia. This Su Yuan is a bit crazy. He's a bit crazy. I think Luo Bingtong was with him just now. Does anyone know where he comes from? A brown-haired young man behind the 2 people came over and said, you 2 are really ignorant. Although you don't know where you came from, according to the information I got on the forum, he is the number 1 supplementary special move, along with Luo Bingtong and Emperor Xiang. Xiang Dingqian is from the same batch. You mean, he is stronger than Luo Bingtong? The brown-haired young man chuckled, I don't dare to vouch for it. We'll find out later. In the field, Wang Qiang took out his long sword and said solemnly, I heard what you said to the senior. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. Su Yuan nodded, I'm quite confident. To become a master, although you don't have to be arrogant, you still need to have an objective understanding of yourself. With his current strength, Su Yuan was confident that it would be difficult for anyone below Bian to threaten him. Only a top genius like Luo Bingtong could make him try his best. Wang Qiang frowned slightly when he heard this. The other person looked very ordinary, but his strong self-confidence made him feel a little pressure. Seeing that Su Yuan had not taken out his weapon, Wang Qiang said, get ready, I'm going to attack. Su Yuan nodded, the demon ring on his right hand glowed a little, then he formed a seal with his hands and made a sudden stroke in front of him. The dark gate of hell opened in front of him, and a violent, cold, and chaotic aura came out of it and dispersed throughout the scene. Then, giant skeletal wolves more than 3 meters long and covered in black flames squeezed out one after another. Ouch! The 6 hellfire steel bone wolves were lined up in front of Su Yuan, and the high-level bronze star power was unabashedly unleashed. What is this, a necromancy summoning technique? Damn it, 6 skull wolves, and they are all high-level bronze. Is this a special admission? What a pervert! The freshmen in the actual combat hall were all shocked. Except for a few intermediate bronzes like Xiaoyu and nearly 100 elementary bronzes, most of the freshmen in the hall were only 9th level star disciples. As a result, you came up and summoned 6 high-level bronze elite star beasts? No more fun. The most surprising thing was Xiang Dingqian, who had always wanted to have sex with Su Yuan. So, is he actually a summoner? No wonder he was able to pass the 6th wave of the Requiem Xian burial monument. Not to mention the 6 high-level bronze bone wolves, there is still a good chance of passing even the basic bronze level, not to mention that the summoner usually can summon more than one kind of object. Yeqing looked at Su Yuan, who summoned the bone wolf, with a disdainful smile on his lips. Xiang Dingqian, is he the one who beat you in the assessment, a summoner? Yes. Yeqing chuckled, summoner. If you don't mind, I can help you deal with him. Yeqing was disdainful of Su Yuan, not because of anything else, but simply because Su Yuan was a summoner. Although they belong to the same major school, beast masters and summoners have completely different philosophies. Not only is there no harmony between brotherly factions, but you look down on me and I look down on you. Every year, there are many theoretical and practical confrontations. No need, Xiang Dingqian sneered, the person I, Xiang Dingqian, want to deal with does not need to be borrowed from others. Since school has started, I will find an opportunity to fight with him as soon as possible. Ye Qing smiled lightly and said, okay, as expected of you. Although he was also a member of a noble family, Ye Qing's attitude was slightly higher than that of Xiang Dingqian. Because Ye Qing is the only son of this generation of the Ye family, he is loved by thousands of people. But Xiang Dingqian has a cousin of the same age who is more talented than him, Xiang Dingkan. No matter what the audience was like, the most uncomfortable thing was Wang Qiang standing opposite Su Yuan with a long knife. You're so perverted, and you're still playing with your dick. Wang Qiang swallowed his saliva and wanted to admit defeat directly, but he stood up, so he had to at least bite the bullet and make gestures, otherwise he would be in disgrace at the beginning of the school year. Looking at the 6 hellfire steel-framed wolves opposite, Wang Qiang felt that they were 6 grass-mud horses stepping back and forth in his heart. Although for star card masters, quality is greater than quantity. But in the case of similar strength, 1 against 6, that is 1 against 6, without any water. What's more, compared to Wang Qiang, who only has the basic bronze level, the strength of the high-level bronze hellfire steel bone wolf is probably a little higher. 6-headed bronze high-level elite summons, no wonder he doesn't need to rest. Qin Ji, who was not far away, had already anticipated the result, shook his head, and sighed regretfully for Wang Qiang. Summoning spells usually have intervals between spells. It is really inconvenient to insert other battles in the middle. It is best to deal with all opponents in one go. Let's go. Su Yuan gave an order, and the 6 hellfire steel wolves were not polite. They gathered the hellfire in their mouths and greeted Wang Qiang with a salute. Fuck! Wang Qiang's expression changed drastically, and he immediately raised his star power and jumped out. While dodging, he also summoned a star power defensive shield. Boom boom boom! Groups of underworld cannons exploded around Wang Qiang, and the black flames surged and spread in all directions, instantly submerging Wang Qiang inside. But soon, the stubborn Wang Qiang rushed out of the billowing black flames in a state of embarrassment. His face was disgraced, his left arm was burned, and there was a trace of blood left at the corner of his mouth. As one of the top 100 students of Yeadu Academy, Wang Qiang has very high fighting qualities. In just a short moment, Wang Qiang found the best dodge route and avoided the center point of the 6-shot Hades artillery, otherwise he would have been seriously injured on the spot. But even if he wasn't hit head-on by the hell cannon, the aftermath of the black flame explosion still had a big impact on Wang Qiang. Wang Qiang just rushed out, and before he could take a breath, he saw that the 6 hellfire steel-framed wolves in front of him had already stored a new round of hellfire cannons in their mouths, and they were almost about to blurt out. WDNMD. Wang Qiang just wanted to scold his mother and shouted quickly, I give up. However, it was a little late. The 6 hellfire steel bone wolves once again sprayed out the hellfire cannons in their mouths, and the second round of volley started. A rumbling explosion sounded, and the black flames engulfed Wang Qiang again, and everyone watching was shocked. When the black flames gradually dissipated, everyone saw clearly that Wang Qiang was shivering in the midst of 6 pieces of black flames, not daring to move at all. At the last moment, Su Yuan drove 6 hellfire steel wolves to avoid Wang Qiang. Qin Ji nodded and announced, Su Yuan Sheng. Summoners are still strong, this is just bullying. Yeah, it's so easy to win. Su Yuan himself didn't even move. He easily won the victory with just 6 hellfire steel bone wolves, which was really the envy of the freshmen around him. Next, He Huanyan challenges Su Yuan. Since Su Yuan didn't need to rest, Qin Ji directly announced that the next challenger was on the field. He Huanyan, ranked 44th in admission, has a green top-grade soul card. After coming up, He Huanyan took out a green long sword. The breeze on the sword was a heroic wind star card master wearing white training clothes. He Huanyan. Su Yuan. After announcing his name, he announced the start of the battle. Facing the 6 Hellfire Steel Bone Wolves that Su Yuan crushed his opponent in the previous round, He Huanyan didn't have much fear on his face and seemed to have a way to deal with them. When facing a summoner, you still have to try to avoid the summoned objects and attack him directly. He Huanyan thought in his mind. Compared with ordinary warlocks, 90% of a summoner's strength is tied to the summoned object, and he himself is weaker, so he usually has relatively powerful means of self-protection. But even so, rather than solving all the summons of the summoner, it is more effective to force out the summoner's life-saving skills and try to destroy them. Facts have proved that 99% of those who try to defeat all the summons of the summoner to win will be exhausted. He Huanyan immediately raised his star power and rushed towards Su Yuan with the blessing of the wind element. With a thought in Su Yuan's mind, he gave an attack order to his opponent's Hellfire Steel Bone Wolf. The black flames in the mouths of the 6 Hellfire Steel Bone Wolves gathered together, and they began to prepare their Hellfire cannons again. When the surrounding audience saw it, some people immediately couldn't help but complain. It's this move again, this Su Yuan is a bit of a scumbag. What do you know? A new trick can be used everywhere, as long as it is practical. In just a short moment, the 6 Wolves Artillery Battalion had prepared its first salvo and fired directly at He Huanyan, who was on the way. He Huanyan was well prepared. She formed a seal with her left hand, and a large amount of wind elements came out of her body and turned into a strong wind field 4 meters long, like a swimming fish. With the blessing of the Yuya wind field, He Huanyan's speed further increased, and all the Hades cannons that were flying rapidly were blown away by the wind field, which easily changed their trajectories. Although wind cannot restrain fire, it still has a considerable impact on the intensity of fire. Feng Yebu. Su Yuan was a little surprised. This was Feng Xingbu's advanced skill. It not only increased his speed, but also greatly enhanced his flexibility and dodgeability. He Huanyan actually cultivated it to the level of Dachan, which is close to perfection. It's really amazing. In this way, the Hellfire Cannon salvo will have no effect. If a single Hades cannon cannot break through the wind field, then no matter how many more are used, they will end up being blown away. However, the Hellfire Steel Bone Wolf is not stronger than the Hellfire Cannon. As a summoned object with 3D strength, agility, and defense, close combat is its strength. Su Yuan stretched out his hand and said, "Go ahead and tear her into pieces." Chapter 85 Crush. Ouch! The black flames in the eyes of the 6 Hellfire Steel Bone Wolves pulsated, and their fierce looks appeared. They all took long strides and rushed towards He Huanyan. Facing the 6 Hellfire Steel Bone Wolves that rushed towards him at the same time, He Huanyan's eyes narrowed, and she made quick gestures with her left hand. Her whole body suddenly became more illusory. The slightest breeze penetrates everywhere. The next moment, He Huanyan twisted her whole body and turned into a thin breeze that quickly passed through the gap between the many steel-framed wolves. Wind breath technique. I actually practiced such a rare wind skill. There are thousands of skills, but some people still recognized the trick used by He Huanyan. Wind breath technique, a green skill, transforms into a wind attribute energy body in a short period of time, accelerates, and can pass through extremely small gaps. However, when the wind breath technique is deployed, although it will be greatly immune to physical damage, it will still be damaged by star power and be knocked out of shape. And because it cannot last for a long time, even as an auxiliary skill for traveling, it is a bit useless, so it is relatively unpopular. There are very few people who have embedded this skill, and it is ranked at the T3 level of mobility skills. However, the strength of a skill is one thing, but who will use it is another. At this time, He Huanyan was an expert and daring person. With the effect of wind breath technique, he unexpectedly broke through the siege of 6 hellfire steel bone wolves in one fell swoop. He Huanyan reappeared, and with a flick of his long sword, his body shot out like a white rainbow as the breeze reverberated, and he stabbed Sir Yuan in the chest with his sword. Quick sword, chase the wind. Seeing that this sword was about to hit Sir Yuan, He Huanyan felt a burning sensation. He glanced slightly and saw a blazing flame burning on Sir Yuan's right hand. Zi. The golden hand intertwined with gold and fire grabbed the stabbing Zui Feng sword. The blue long sword was still more than 10 centimeters away from Sir Yuan's chest, but it couldn't penetrate it. Not good. He Huanyan's complexion changed, and she poured star power into the sword with all her strength, in order to strengthen the power of the blue long sword and break away from Sir Yuan's gold-burning hand. However, it had little effect. The opponent's red-gold fire-burning right hand clamped tightly on his long sword like a tongs. But at this moment, there was a rapid sound of wind behind him, and 6 hellfire steel bone wolves were already biting him. He Huanyan frowned, and the turbulent wind element rushed out from behind, turning into a pair of wind-circling wings in an instant. Wings of wind. It's actually the wings of perfect wind? A skill that allows you to fly. The onlookers exclaimed, and even Sir Yuan had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Star Card Master can fly for a short period of time after entering the Shining Star. Even if it is difficult to use it for traveling, it is enough for fighting. But for lower-level Star Card Masters, there are very few skills that can fly, and this Wings of Wind is one of the more outstanding green skills. When the skill proficiency is low, the Wings of Wind can increase the movement speed. When the skill reaches a high level, it can fly into the sky for aerial combat, and its flexibility is higher than Sir Yuan's Yuan magnetic pressure. This is also the confidence that He Huanyan dares to challenge Sir Yuan, who has 6 hellfire steel bone wolves. In He Huanyan's view, no matter how strong these bone wolves are, as long as he spreads his wings of wind and flies in the sky, they can't even think of hitting him. At this time, He Huanyan, who spread out the wings of wind, decisively let go of the sword in his hand, and the wings of wind behind him fluttered and quickly rose into the air. Upon seeing this, the hellfire steel bone wolves that suddenly came from behind gathered their momentum again and fired their hellfire cannons to hit He Huanyan in mid-air. But He Huanyan was more flexible in mid-air, and he didn't even need to use the wind walk. He just swayed past these dark fire cannons. One after another, the underworld cannon hit the ceiling on the first floor of the actual combat hall, making bursts of roar. The ring in He Huanyan's hand flashed, and a big white bow fell into his hand. He held the bow in his left hand and pulled the string with his right hand. The sticky wind element surged out of his body, gathered crazily on the white bow, and slowly condensed into a 5-foot-long gust of wind. Arrow emitted an astonishing wave. Looking at Sir Yuan and the 6-headed wolf who were restrained below, the corners of He Huanyan's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. You are different from other summoners. You are proficient in defensive skills and have certain melee capabilities. But if this is your method of self-protection, then I'm afraid I'm going to take your spot. Seeing He Huanyan standing down from a high position, the heart-stopping wind arrow was ready to strike, and the freshmen around him were also amazed by it. Is the first person to successfully challenge this year about to be born. Flying and such an amazing energy wind arrow, it depends on how Sir Yuan handles it. If there is no other way, I'm afraid he will have to use these bone wolves to block it with his life. This He Huanyan is indeed very powerful. He was restrained by Sir Yuan just now, but now he has reversed the situation in the blink of an eye. Yes, and her skills are not only special and high level, but more importantly, she uses them very well. He Huanyan was about to let go of his right hand, but at this moment, there seemed to be a flash of silver light, and Sir Yuan suddenly disappeared from his sight. What happened? He Huanyan was shocked and quickly looked around, but there was no sign of Sir Yuan in the huge actual battlefield. Up there. Fuck, why did he go up there? Watching chess without saying anything is a true gentleman. However, the boundary of the actual combat hall does not have a soundproof function, so it is inevitable that someone will interfere with the battle. Hearing everyone's exclamations, He Huanyan also noticed some fluctuations behind him. Without any time to think about it, he immediately flapped his wings of wind and flew forward. At this time, a slightly indifferent voice sounded from behind. Go down! He Huanyan's heart skipped a beat, and immediately, an almost fainting pain came from his back. Su Yuan's golden hand intertwined with gold and fire punched He Huanyan hard on the back. The powerful force suddenly made He Huanyan's face distorted and his eyes were blank. The next moment, the whole person was slammed back to the ground from mid-air. Bang! There was a thud. The heavy blow to the back, the backlash from the wind arrow, and the injury caused by the sudden fall from high altitude. In just a few moments, He Huanyan suffered 3 serious injuries one after another. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. This is the end. Everyone in the hall looked at He Huanyan, who fell to the ground, and Su Yuan, who was hanging in mid-air looking down. After a while, they gradually recovered from another sudden change in the battle situation, and they were all horrified. Su Yuan can also fly. Not just flying, teleportation, definitely teleportation, this person is too powerful. But he was really cruel. He fucked the girl until she fainted. It looked like she was seriously injured. It was a bit too much. Excessive? What a joke. If you still hold back in a battle between star card masters, do you want to be counterattacked? The entire venue was buzzing with discussions. Some were shocked by Su Yuan's teleportation and flying skills, while others were worried about He Huanyan's injury. Qin Jie came to He Huanyan in a few steps, leaned over to check, and couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. The situation changed so quickly just now that Qin Jie didn't have time to catch He Huanyan. It now appears that the serious injury to her back was not as serious as imagined. Especially the blow to the back, although it was powerful, it did not have much star power attached to it. It seemed that Su Yuan had some reservations. Although the injury was still serious, the internal organs were not seriously damaged. He could just lie down for 2 days after treatment. At this time, Su Yuan also fell back to the ground and walked over to confirm He Huanyan's injury. Qin Jie announced the result, and then ordered Du Jingtian, a member of the student union who was leaning over, Tian, send her to Teacher Lan. Before Du Jingtian responded, Shang Baiyu had already come over. Senior, I can cure this too, leave it to me. Du Jingtian paused after hearing this and cast a questioning look at Qin Jie. Qin Jie said in a deep voice, give it directly to Teacher Lan. The previous ones were all minor injuries, but now this one is much more serious. How can you trust a new student? Okay. Du Jingtian responded. Then with a move of his right hand, Rulian's star power surged out from his palm. After fixing He Huanyan's body, Du Jingkai carefully carried her to the nearby infirmary. Shang Baiyu shook his head regretfully. It was rare for someone to be seriously injured, but in the end he had no chance to take action. Looking at Su Yuan, who looked as usual, Shang Baiyu smacked his lips and sighed, it's really amazing, Su Yuan. Su Yuan nodded and said nothing more. After Shang Baiyu left the scene, Qin Jie announced again, next, Luo Wenbin challenges Su Yuan. I abstain. At the edge of the ring, Luo Wenbin, who had been waiting there for a long time, spoke decisively. When the freshmen watching the game in the hall heard this, they did not feel disdainful, but expressed their deep understanding. Su Yuan was not careful. School had just started and it was a big day. Who wants to lie in bed for a few days right after starting school? He Huanyan, who was ranked 44th in the admissions process and could also fly, was no match for Su Yuan, let alone Luo Wenbin, who was ranked 52nd. Qin Jie nodded and said to Su Yuan, in this case, Su Yuan, your challenge is gone and you can leave. Su Yuan had no intention of leaving. Instead, he asked, Senior Qin, by abstaining from the last challenge, I saved some time. I wonder if I can borrow this venue again. Qin Jie was stunned. What do you want to do? Su Yuan smiled and said, I want to find someone to fight with again. You want to challenge others to change mentors? No, it has nothing to do with the mentor. Qin Jie couldn't help but frown when he heard this. So, is it a private fight? It is normal for students to have private fights. As long as they are brought out in the open and don't do some shameful things in secret, the college will not interfere. Even a life and death battle is possible, as long as it is approved by both teachers and is witnessed by a third teacher. But today is obviously not suitable. First, because today is a pre-selection challenge, it is a bit against the rules to insert a private fight. Second, although Su Yuan looked calm, there was a hint of evil in his words. I am afraid it was not a fight for interests, but a fight for grudges. Then this battle is likely to be much more intense than the pre-selection challenge, and since I am only at the gold level, I may not be able to watch it. If anything happens, I and the student union will be held responsible. Before Qin Jie could answer, all the freshmen in the hall became excited. Su Yuan wants to challenge others? That's okay. Come on, agree. The person Su Yuan wants to challenge is definitely not easy. This is much more exciting than the pre-selection challenge. That's right. I don't know who Su Yuan wants to challenge, hurry up. However, Qin Jie will not listen to these new students who are making noises. Only by following the rules can we be successful. As the vice president of the student union, Qin Jie has always abided by the rules and was cautious and meticulous. After just thinking for a moment, Qin Jie shook his head and said, if you want to fight after the fight, you can go down first. Lend it to him. At this moment, a clear voice came from not far away and resounded throughout the venue. Everyone followed the sound and saw a blue-haired young man striding over from the direction of the combat hall gate. President Du Jingtian and other student union members quickly greeted him. Su Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this scene. So Qi Tian is actually the student council president of Yeado College. Yes, this blue-haired young man is the Qi Tian whom Su Yuan met in front of the Dragon Bone Gate. Qi Tian strode over and said casually, Qin Jie, lend him the venue. Qin Jie frowned and said, President, this is a dispute of grudges. If something unexpected happens. I know. Qi Tian's expression was indifferent, and the starlight on his body shook, and a majestic and vast wave of star power suddenly unfolded, but it was fleeting. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen. Su Yuan and others just felt a sudden tightness in their chests, while Qin Jie, Du Jingtian and other student union members all looked surprised. Du Jingtian was shocked. President, you broke through the shining star. Okay. Qin Jie interrupted Du Jingtian and said to Su Yuan, since the president has spoken, Su Yuan, you can do whatever you want. Thank you two presidents. Su Yuan glanced at Qi Tian and nodded. Then he turned around, looked up somewhere in the stands, and said loudly. Why don't you come down yet, Xiang Dingqian? Chapter 86 Hellfire Comes. Why don't you come down yet, Xiang Dingqian? As Su Yuan spoke, everyone turned their attention to Xiang Dingqian who was sitting in the high stands. So, is it Xiang Dingqian who Su Yuan wants to challenge? Who is Xiang Dingqian? The genius of the Xiang family in the imperial capital, like Xiaoyu, is the most famous among the freshmen entering this year. You don't even know this. What's the use of fame? Luo Bingtong and Su Yuan don't have much fame. Aren't they both superior in strength? Well, that's fine. I originally thought there would be no chance, so it's good to end it today. Xiang Dingqian sneered and stood up from his seat in the stands. Yeqing smiled and said, are you confident about dealing with the summoner? It's just a six-headed wolf. You don't think it poses much of a threat to me, do you? Yeqing said, his summoning technique is not weak. Although he has summoned these 6 skull wolves so far, it may not be his strongest summoning technique. Be careful, these bone wolves are just soldier cards, he may also have general cards. Based on the quality, level, and strength of the Hellfire Steel Wolf summoned by Su Yuan, Yeqing could easily deduce that it was definitely a green weapon card with a perfect level. Even for a perfect green weapon card, this strength is already quite high. The average bronze level summoner can only summon 3 or 4 high-level bronze elite star beasts even if he practices a green weapon card to perfection. Su Yuan on the field can summon 6 heads, which shows that he is probably a summoner with the talent of increasing the maximum number of summons. I just don't know what the specific conditions are for him to increase the number of summons. If he can even increase the number of general cards, then there is no doubt that he will look for powerful general cards to be embedded. But Yeqing never imagined that Su Yuan was just a guest summoner who had a blue summoning star device and practiced summoning skills casually. Xiang Dingqian's expression changed slightly when he heard what Yeqing said. After making a mental note, he walked down from the stands and headed straight for the actual battlefield. Yeqing crossed his hands and held his chin, staring at Su Yuan below. This Su Yuan is really talented. So far I have only perfected 2 green skills. In addition to this, he also has the skills to teleport and fly, which is more than enough to protect himself. Let's see if Xiang Dingqian can deal with him. If even Xiang Dingqian really can't deal with him, then it would be worth my while to try it myself. Yeqing secretly thought in his heart that the next time there was an exchange between the 2 schools of beast control and summoning, he would represent the younger generation of the beast control school, so he could practice with Su Yuan as a summoner first. On the actual battlefield, as Xiang Dingqian came on the stage, the atmosphere in the hall became intense again. Everyone speculated about what happened between Su Yuan and Xiang Dingqian, and they wanted to launch a public battle on such an occasion. Even Xia Yu couldn't help but prick up her ears and listen carefully to the discussions of the students around her, but no one knew the details, and she felt even more curious. Qin Jie turned to look at Qi Tian, who was standing beside him with his arms folded. Judging from his expression, he seemed to have known for a long time that the person Su Yuan wanted to fight was Xiang Dingqian. There is no doubt that Qi Tian knows something. Qin Jie lowered his voice and asked, "What happened to them?" Qi Tian said slowly, "The dragon head of the south gate." Qin Jie roughly guessed the cause of the matter after just a brief thought, and couldn't help but frown. "Is that so? No wonder. But in this way, if this battle doesn't produce some blood, I'm afraid it won't be hastily ended." Qin Jiachen was thinking, and Xiang Dingqian had already taken out a long spear with a black background and gold patterns and prepared it. Qin Jialia pondered for a while, walked to Su Yuan and the other 2, and warned, "This battle is a sparring match. Lives must not be hurt, no one's hands and feet must be broken, and no one's roots must be destroyed. Violators will be severely punished. Do you understand?" Su Yuan and Xiang Dingqian both nodded. "Then, let's get started." After Qin Jie finished speaking, he retreated to the edge of the ring in a flash. It started. Xiang Dingqian vs. Su Yuan, who do you think will win? I think it's Su Yuan. The opponents in the first 2 battles are not weak, especially He Huanyan. Although he is ranked 44th, his actual combat power is definitely within 30, and he was easily crushed by Su Yuan. I can't tell. Xiang Dingqian is from a noble family in the imperial capital. Not only is he extremely talented, but the guidance and education he received since childhood is beyond our comparison. However, Su Yuan didn't show many skills. Even his summons were only these 6-headed bone wolves. It just depends on whether he has other powerful summons. The battle was about to begin, and the hall became even more lively, with everyone's eyes focused on this powerful battle. On the court, Su Yuan and Xiang Dingqian didn't mean to talk nonsense, and each took action. Xiang Dingqian rushed towards Su Yuan with a gun, trying to close the distance as soon as possible. Su Yuan waved his hand and repeated his old trick. The 6 Hellfire Steel Bone Wolves raised their heads and opened their mouths. The 6 Wolves Artillery Battalion attacked again. It's a small trick, it's just enough to deal with ordinary people. If you use this trick on me, you are looking down on me, Xiang Dingan. Xiang Dingqian sneered and clasped his left hand on his chest. Suddenly, streams of strong energy like silver foil rushed out from his chest and wrapped around his body, flowing continuously. The dark artillery finished charging up and rushed towards Xiang Dingqian. Xiang Dingqian didn't dodge or evade, he waved his spear and shot all the underworld cannons one by one. Bang bang bang! The 6 underworld cannons exploded one after another, but Xiang Dingqian rushed out of the black flames, and saw the gang qi flowing slowly around him, but he was unscathed. Su Yuan's expression changed slightly. This Yin Gong is a bit powerful. Of course, Su Yuan didn't expect that Xiang Dingqian could be eliminated by a salvo of hellfire cannons, but Xiang Dingqian's strength and methods were still unknown, so it would be enough to test it with hellfire cannons. Looking at it now, it turns out that Xiang Dingqian is indeed a special recruit. He is indeed much more powerful than the previous 2 opponents. He directly withstood 6 rounds of Hades artillery without being hurt. The slowly flowing silver gang qi is definitely of blue quality. Skill. In fact, these silver gang qi are exactly Xiang Dingqian's blue soul skill when he awakened, Tian Gang Qi. Although it seems light and thin, it actually has an astonishing energy density that far exceeds the bronze level limit, and ordinary star power attacks cannot break it at all. The Hellfire Cannon was ineffective. Su Yuan waved his hand, and 6 Hellfire Steel Bone Wolves rushed towards him. When Xiang Dingqian saw it, he suddenly grasped the gun in his right hand, and more Tian Gang Qi spurted out from his body, rushing towards the gun along his right hand. In an instant, the spear was wrapped with aura, silver light shone, and its power increased greatly. Facing the Hellfire Steel Bone Wolf that rushed towards him, Xiang Dingqian held the gun with both hands and suddenly smashed it down. The Hellfire Steel Wolf unceremoniously used its Hellfire Steel claws to grab the incoming spear. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Xiang Dingqian shot off the Hellfire Steel Wolf's steel claws instantly and smashed its head and body downwards. The skeletal steel body of the Netherfire Steel Wolf, which had the Netherfire Bone Talent Blessing and D-level defense, was directly smashed into bone slag. So strong! Kill high-level bronze and elites in one blow. As expected of the genius of the Xiang family in the imperial capital. In the first confrontation, Xiang Dingqian's performance amazed the freshman. Being able to kill a high-level bronze elite and killing a high-level bronze elite instantly are 2 completely different concepts. This means that these bone wolves cannot pose any threat to Xiang Dingqian at all. This is also true. After beating the first Hellfire Steel Wolf to death, Xiang Dingqian used his long spear to knock out several Hellfire Steel Wolves that rushed towards him one after another. They fell to the ground and fell to the ground. Rise! It seems that Xiang Dingqian has made great progress in the past few months after the special move. Su Yuan looked at Xiang Dingqian, who was holding a gun to kill a group of Hellfire Steel-framed wolves. Today's Xiang Dingqian has not only made great progress in his star power cultivation, but is also about to break through to the intermediate bronze level. More importantly, his skills should have improved greatly. Otherwise, if he had such strength back then, even passing the 7th wave of the Requiem Xian burial monument would be no problem. In fact, because Xiang Dingqian was attacked by Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong in the special move assessment, he has been training hard day and night in the family's secret realm since he returned. I think back then, Xiang Dingqian only practiced hard in the secret realm for a week before he couldn't bear to come out. But this time, I practiced hard for several months in a row, with only a few days of rest in between. Even Xiang Dingqian's father was surprised because his continuous training time in the secret realm exceeded the bronze level record. However, it is precisely because of this hard training that Xiang Dingqian's confidence has greatly increased now. The most fundamental self-confidence of a star card master should come from his own strength, not the forces behind him. Su Yuan, the situation is not good. Somewhere in the stands, several freshmen in the same dormitory were also discussing. In the end, once these two skeletal wolves fell, could it be that Su Yuan was about to capture them without mercy? No, that would be too disappointing. The three of them were chatting enthusiastically, but they found that the last companion next to them was staring at the field intently and never spoke. Huang Xiang, why don't you say a word? Who do you like? One of the roommates asked. Huang Xiang stared at the field closely and said, Su Yuan will win. The roommate was surprised, are you so sure? Not sure. Huang Xiang shook his head, it's just that I hope he can win. In the field, Xiang Dingqian was about to break the last bone wolf, and after that, there was no longer any summoned object in front of Su Yuan. The freshmen in the stands were a little nervous, but Su Yuan looked normal. Seeing Xiang Dingqian approaching, Su Yuan made another move, forming seals with his hands, and with the surge of star power, he opened another door to hell in front of him, which was several times larger than the previous one. Here comes a new summon. I don't know what it will be. Could it be the undead? Everyone stared closely at the door to hell that slowly opened. Xiang Dingqian also noticed Su Yuan's movements, and frowned immediately. He poured a large amount of star power into the spear. He raised the star power and struck out with a sweep, sending both white bone wolves flying. Then he swayed and quickly moved towards Su Yuan and ran. Even if Su Yuan can move out of the way with teleportation, he must interrupt his summons as much as possible. In a few steps, Xiang Dingqian rushed to Su Yuan. The spear in his hand was surrounded by aura, and the star power stirred up, and he stabbed Su Yuan. But at this moment, a rock arm burning with green flames poked out from the gate of hell, and firmly blocked Xiang Dingqian's thrusting spear with a palm larger than a wash basin. Xiang Dingqian's pupil shrank, and the rock arm used another force, directly pushing Xiang Dingqian and his gun several meters away. After that, two huge hellfires with a height of more than 6 meters slowly emerged from the gate of hell. At the same time, a violent, chaotic, and evil aura filled the field with the appearance of the hellfire. Chapter 87 Pick up the ears. Yesterday and today, there are 7k words. Chapter 87 Pick up the ears. Yesterday and today are 7k words, please read more. What is this? Damn it, why are these two scary guys coming out? This shit can be played, so it's cheating. This scene not only shocked many freshmen, but also Qi Tian, Qin Ji, and other student union members. It has the aura of a demon on it. This is a hell creature of master quality. Qin Ji looked surprised. Qi Tian also took a deep breath and looked at Su Yuan, this kid is quite perverted. In the field, Xiang Dingqian felt a tightness in his chest and numbness in his scalp when he saw the two hellfire-like gatekeepers standing in front of Su Yuan like two hills. The giant body over 6 meters high, the terrifying aura of chaos and evil, and the swirling and burning green flames of evil energy, all of this brings a suffocating and super oppressive force. Damn it, how could he have such a terrifying summoning object? Xiang Dingqian was horrified. Everyone in the venue was extremely surprised, but Su Yuan himself secretly shook his head. In the actual combat hall, it doesn't matter if the hellfire can't fall from the sky and pull the wind. To open such a large door to hell, it consumes more star power. Looking at Xiang Dingqian in front of him, Su Yuan thought and gave an attack order to the two hellfires. The green flames burning on the two hellfires suddenly became intense, and the evil energy was already accelerating. Although he is very big, Hellfire has sea-level agility, and his movements are quite fast. Combined with evil energy acceleration, the two Hellfires striding forward at this time are simply two green meteorites rushing towards Xiang Dingqian. Xiang Dingqian's fighting ability is not low. Facing the terrifying and domineering Hellfire, he remained calm despite being frightened. With a thought, a large amount of silver Tiangang energy that was as solid as the substance swarmed out from his chest. Xiang Dingqian was bathed in a large amount of Tiangong's energy. His momentum rose rapidly, and he rushed forward without fear with a spear in hand. Xiang Dingqian knows very well that frontal combat is what he is good at, and if he can't even fight head-on, then there is no need to continue this battle. Bang bang bang! In the blink of an eye, Xiang Dingqian was killed with 2 hellfires. Even with the blessing of many Tiangang Qi, Xiang Dingqian was still retreating. Facing hellfire's terrifyingly defensive evil energy rock body, the black spear could only leave some scratches with all its powerful skills, and it couldn't even break through the defense without using skills. Even though Xiang Dingqian's power of up to 68 can be said to be extremely domineering, but no matter what, there is still a gap between 2 high-level bronze hellfires by 2 small levels. What's more, it's still 1 versus 2. Bang! With a muffled sound, Xiang Dingqian was directly knocked out by hellfire's chaotic punch, hitting the rising barrier light screen heavily, and then fell back to the ground, with a wisp of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This is too tragic. Yeah, I can't bear to watch it. Everyone saw Xiang Dingqian's great strength, but his mistake was that he was strong, but not strong enough. If it were stronger, it might be able to compete with the 2 hellfires. And if it were any weaker, it would be over immediately, and there would be no need to be beaten here and there like a sandbag by 2 hellfires. Now Xiang Dingqian is at a huge disadvantage, but it's not that there is no hope at all. He is just at a point where he can barely struggle, so he looks miserable. At this time, the 2 hellfires did not receive Su Yuanxin's instructions, so they immediately took steps and rushed towards Xiang Dingqian on the edge of the barrier. Xiang Dingqian stood up, glared at the hellfire rushing from both ends, gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, then give it a try." Xiang Dingqian made a high-speed seal in his hand and clasped it on his heart. The wind suddenly rose, and the surging Tiangang Qi surged out, gathering and weaving like Bai Lian. In just a short moment, an ancient general more than 5 meters tall, wearing sparkling silver armor and holding a Fangtian painted halberd, formed outside Xiang Dingqian. This is the greatest result of Xiang Dingqian's hard training in the secret realm for several months, the incarnation of heretics, the ancient military soul. Heretic skills are a large skill category, which are incarnations of greater power that are shaped by one's own energy. This type of star card is quite rare. It can even be said that it is the most precious type of all star cards. In terms of growth, plasticity, and combat effectiveness, they are all extremely excellent. The ancient military soul is the reward given by the Xiang family to the 2 brothers Xiang Dingqian and Xiang Dingkan for passing the special recruitment of Sandu Academy, which is used as bronze-level soul cards for the 2 brothers. Although the children of the aristocratic family have family to rely on and are rich in resources, the aristocratic family has spread out and has many direct and collateral lines, including many young children. Therefore, aristocratic families do not cultivate their offspring without thinking. Basic resources will be given to everyone, but more advanced resources will only be given to the juniors who have shown sufficient achievements. Not only is it a problem of limited senior resources, it will also encourage younger generations to work hard. Otherwise, there are resources just lying around. Even a family with a king level as its backbone will decline sooner or later. In other words, if Xiang Dingqian had not passed the Demon City's special move at that time, then this extremely precious blue star card ancient military soul would probably have been left to his younger brothers and sisters. After several months of hard training in the family secret, Xiang Dingqian has also mastered the ancient military spirit. Ancient military soul is very suitable for Xiang Dingqian, because Xiang Dingqian's own Tiangang Qi is a high-density special energy, and the military soul he creates is several levels stronger than the military soul created by ordinary star power. Xiang Dingqian called him General Tiangang. However, summoning the Tiangang General is too difficult for the beginner bronze level. It not only consumes a lot of money, but also puts a huge burden on the physical body. Xiang Dingqian could only hold on for 5 minutes at most, and he would have to lie down for several days after returning. But in this situation, winning is the most important thing. Xiang Dingqian's eyes were filled with gleaming light, he held a spear and rushed out with one step. General Tiangang, who had condensed the Tiangang qi outside his body, also rushed out with the Fangtian painted halberd. In an instant, he was in front of the two hellfires and swept out with the halberd. Sweep across thousands of armies and kill. With a flash of silver light, Fang Tian's painted halberd swept across the chests of the two hellfires. Some gravel was scratched by the tip of the halberd, and a huge wound more than 10 centimeters deep appeared on the chests of the two hellfires at the same time. The two hellfires roared and punched General Tiangang one after another. Xiang Dingqian was knocked back a few steps and groaned, but his eyes showed a bit of joy. Efficient. By deploying the Tiangang general, it is indeed easier to break through the defenses of the two hellfires. Moreover, the opponent's fists also have limited power against the Tiangang general formed by the high-density Tiangang qi. Xiang Dingqian felt happy and felt that he could do it again. Now is the time to seize the time to drive back these two hellfires and defeat Su Yuan. Just when Xiang Dingqian was ambitious and wanted to step forward to fight the hellfire again, Su Yuan sent new instructions to the two hellfires. The green flames in the eyes of the two hellfires jumped and they all roared. Star power roars. The two elements of fire and earth are surging crazily around hellfire. Immediately, a layer of charcoal black deep rock armor quickly accumulated from between hellfire's feet, covering the entire body in the blink of an eye. Although the evil green flame burning on the surface of hellfire was blocked, it turned into a large green pattern engraved on the deep rock armor, providing energy for hellfire more efficiently. This was not over yet. The two hellfires opened their hands, and a great evil sword with deep rock as the main body and pulsating green flames quickly condensed, and was held in the hands of the two hellfires. In just a short moment, the two hellfires completed their transformation, and their aura suddenly changed from chaotic and violent to deep and heart-stopping. This is rock tool creation. Hellfire summoning, a blue skill that can only be understood after strengthening to the perfect level. Whether it is a giant sword or armor, although it does not reach the blue quality, it is still a top-quality green star weapon that is stronger than Su Yuan's own dragon armor sword. Looking at Hellfire, who put on the armor and picked up the giant sword, Xiang Dingqian couldn't help but feel a little sluggish, then his face twitched, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward again with General Tiangang. The two Hellfires were unambiguous. They raised their giant swords and greeted Xiang Dingqian's General Tiangang. Suddenly, the sound of table tennis pong was heard in the field, which was the sound of General Tiangang being hit by a giant sword. It's hard for two fists to defeat four hands, let alone the Hellfire, which is equipped with swords and armor at both ends and can only attack without thinking. The damage suffered by the heretic incarnation will also be fed back to the main body. In just 2 minutes, Xiang Dingqian was hit by the evil sword more than a dozen times. His whole body was in severe pain, and blood spurted out from his mouth, which had already dyed the skirt of his clothes red. And another minute later, General Tiangang had been completely deformed by the smash. As Hellfire swung his sword and hit General Tiangang again, General Tiangang could no longer maintain his own form. He exploded with a bang, turning into a large amount of Tiangang energy and dissipating it in a few seconds. Xiang Dingqian suffered the backlash and was blown more than 10 meters away by the explosive gas like a burst balloon. He opened his mouth and spurted out a large mouthful of blood. His face suddenly turned pale and he was unable to fight anymore. Sitting paralyzed on the ground, Xiang Dingqian looked at the approaching Hellfire and Su Yuan standing quietly in the distance. He suddenly became distracted and felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. After defeating the six-headed bone wolf himself, Su Yuan summoned 2 Hellfires. He unfolded the Tiangang general and hoped to defeat the Hellfire. Su Yuan immediately added equipment to the 2 Hellfires. It seems that if he has more trump cards, the other party will improve step by step and overwhelm him. So, are you playing with me on purpose? Xiang Dingqian suddenly realized that Su Yuan might just be playing with him. As a genius of the Xiang family in the imperial capital, he was actually being toyed with by an unknown peer, and he still tried his best to resist with self-righteousness. The two hellfires finally stopped in front of Xiang Dingqian without making any further movements. It seems the winner has been decided. Qin Jie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the hellfire stopped. Qi Tian nodded, let's wrap up. Take Xiang Dingqian for treatment. With such heavy injuries and the backlash of the outsider's skills, I'm afraid I'll have to lie down for 10 days and a half after I go back. Qin Jie nodded, but at this moment, a silver light suddenly flashed on the field, and their expressions changed slightly. On the field, Xiang Dingqian felt his eyes flash as Su Yuan's figure appeared in front of him, holding a long knife in his hand. Their eyes met, looking at Su Yuan's pair of beautiful and indifferent silver pupils. Xiang Dingqian felt a chill in his heart. He felt the aura of approaching death for no reason, and a look of panic could not help but appear on his face. No, I admit, ah! There was a flash of cold light, and a scream followed. Xiang Dingqian was seen covering the left side of his face in pain, and bright red blood continued to flow from the gaps between his fingers. Then, an ear fell from mid-air to the ground with a snap. Suddenly, the entire venue became silent. The freshmen in the aisles and stands looked at this scene in horror. Different from the normal injuries suffered during the competition, Xiang Dingqian was already admitting defeat, but Su Yuan still cut off one of his ears first. Everyone looked at the bloody ear that fell off the field. Even though they were so far away, they could faintly smell the smell of blood. At this time, Qin Jie had also rushed to the scene and stood between the two of them. He has given up, why don't you stop? Qin Jie's voice was deep. Su Yuan said, when I drew my sword, he had not yet admitted defeat. Qin Jie stared at Su Yuan, frowning tightly. Although he learned from Qi Tian that it was Xiang Dingqian who induced Su Yuan to suffer a secret loss from the dragon head of the Dragon Bone Gate in the south, Su Yuan deliberately hurt the opponent even when his opponent was willing to admit defeat. For a non-life and death fight, the nature is a bit bad. However, he did not violate the rules, did not harm lives, did not destroy people's hands and feet, and did not destroy people's roots. It can even be said that if the ear is cut off, it is not a serious injury and can be reattached. It's just that it's not very harmful, but it's extremely insulting. Seeing Xiang Dingqian gritting his teeth in pain, Qin Jie said in a deep voice, pick up your ears. Xiang Dingqian then remembered and quickly endured the pain and picked up his ear. Tian, send him to Teacher Lan. Okay. Feeling Xiang Dingqian's injuries, Du Jingtian couldn't help but look at Su Yuan twice before carrying the seriously injured Xiang Dingqian to the infirmary nearby. Qin Jie looked at Su Yuan, frowned and said, I will report this matter. Okay. Qi Tian also walked over and said casually, the battle is over. Let's talk about the rest later. Let's clean up the actual battlefield and continue the next battle. Su Yuan, please go down. Yes. Su Yuan responded, put away the dragon armor sword, recalled the hellfire, and then left the venue. Wherever they passed, the freshmen couldn't help but get out of the way, with a bit of fear in their eyes. After this battle, all the freshmen in the library have understood that this handsome boy who looks ordinary is definitely not that easy to talk to. Don't mess with him. Chapter 88 The End of the Challenge. As Su Yuan walked off the actual battlefield, the entire actual combat hall was a little quiet at first, and then everyone started talking more and more enthusiastically. Except for a few people who were a little dissatisfied with Su Yuan's last behavior, most people were in awe of Su Yuan's two terrifying hellfires wearing armor and holding swords. Those two flaming stone giants should be master quality summons. Their strength is simply terrifying. What a flaming stone giant! That's a hellfire! A lean boy wearing glasses seemed to know a lot about the Hell Star Beast. K-Bay, you actually know. I happened to see it in some books. The boy named Bei pushed up his glasses and slowly introduced him to everyone around him. Hellfire is not only a master star beast, but also a demon. It has powerful six-dimensional attributes, and its defense power is particularly amazing with the blessing of talents. It is the main force in tough battles. The two armored and sword-wielding hellfires summoned by Su Yuan should be hellfires that have fully developed their potential and comprehended the rock tool creation skill. They are much stronger than ordinary hellfires. The people next to him were stunned for a moment. Bei, you are really good, you know so much. But is that hellfire really as powerful as you say? Bei nodded with a slightly condensed expression, very impressive. Xia Yu looked at Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong's leaving figures, with the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Perhaps Demon City Academy is not much worse than Demon City. If it is really a bunch of crooked melons and cracked dates, then I have traveled all the way to this extremely remote Demon City Academy in vain. But now it seems that there are a few people whose strength is beyond my expectation, which makes it a little more interesting. Ye Qing, who was not far away, frowned slightly, feeling that Su Yuan's strength might be much stronger than he expected. Those two hellfires are originally master demons. After being equipped with giant swords and rock armor, they are simply like monsters. My three pet beasts are all intermediate bronze masters. Even if we join forces, we may not be able to defeat these two demonic hellfires. However, the summoner attaches great importance to major realms. At least before the high-level bronze level, the strength of the summoned object is limited by himself and cannot break through the silver level. Once I train all three pet beasts to high-level bronze, dealing with him should be a piece of cake. And when I reach the silver level, I will have one more pet beast quota. Unless he finds one or two more powerful master quality cards, the gap will only get wider. Thinking of this, Ye Qing felt a little more relieved. 4 people at 7 to 405. Huang Xiang looked at Su Yuan, filled with wonder and excitement. So Su Yuan is so strong. You're so strong, but you're still willing to be friends with a guy like me. Huang Xiang received a lot of cynicism because he was once the tail end of a crane, and he had few friends. And those geniuses in the school didn't even bother to say a word to themselves. It was not until finally that he rose up step by step and climbed to the top of the school that he slapped those people in the face. Even in a new environment, Huang Xiang believes that as long as he works hard and has his own unique talent, he will be able to catch up sooner or later in Yeadu Academy. Young people's thoughts are very simple, and there are not so many twists and turns. From Huang Xiang's point of view, since Su Yuan is so powerful, he is still willing to exchange contact information and become friends with him, which is already very good. I really hope that one day I can team up with Su Yuan. But with my current strength, I'm still far from it. Huang Xiang sighed secretly. Not to mention Su Yuan and Xiang Dingqian, even compared with the top 100 students such as He Huanyan and Liu Yi, there is still a huge gap. You have to work harder and don't aim too high. The first step now is to break through to the bronze level as soon as possible. Huang Xiang cheered up, set his goal, and his eyes became firmer. Su Yuan returned to the corridor, and Luo Bingtong was still standing quietly. Not only did he not move a step, but his posture did not change. If it weren't for the short white hair that was fluttering slightly in the breeze, it would be almost as good as a handcraft. Su Yuan couldn't help but secretly complained. Just when he reached Luo Bingtong, before Su Yuan had time to speak, Shang Baiyu had already followed quickly. Su Yuan, that's amazing. Others around him were still a little wary of Su Yuan, but Shang Baiyu didn't seem to be affected at all. He looked very excited at this time. You really showed off your skills today. It's not bad, I'm just enjoying myself. Su Yuan smiled. This time I came to the actual combat hall, firstly to cope with the challenge of booking, and secondly, after watching a few games, I had a general understanding of the level of the freshmen of Yeadu Academy based on the admission ranking. The third thing is to take care of Xiang Dingqian by the way. Now Su Yuan is in a comfortable mood, his thoughts are clear, and he can't wait to go back to practice. I plan to go back, what about you? Su Yuan asked. Shang Baiyu smiled, I'd better stay here and see if I can heal a few wounded people. Su Yuan nodded, turned away from Shang Baiyu, turned to Luo Bingtong and said, let's go back. Luo Bingtong blinked and said nothing, but walked up to behind Su Yuan in a few steps. So the two of them left the combat hall first. Qingjia and the people from the student union quickly handled the scene and continued with the next group of challenges. But the thoughts of everyone in the stadium were still stuck on the last battle. Xiang Dingqian's Tiangang General, Su Yuan's terrifying hellfire. Even among bronze and even silver levels, they are all quite remarkable things. These freshmen, who have been admitted to Yada College, are talented students from all over Great Yan. But after seeing the battles of Xiaoyu, Luo Bingtong, Su Yuan, Xiang Dingqian, and others, I realized that there was still a huge gap like a chasm between myself and these top students. Some freshmen were greatly affected by this, other freshmen had more hopes for college life and the future. Since the end of the first day's challenge, no one has challenged Su Yuan again. There were several students in the top 100 who had also submitted challenge applications to Yang Yifeng, but they were only scheduled for the second or third day. After the duel between Su Yuan and Xiang Dingqian ended, these people hurriedly withdrew their applications. Fortunately, Yang Yifeng didn't stop him and passed the process easily, allowing these students to escape the disaster and call it a fluke. However, Yang Yifeng was confused as to what Su Yuan had done, and why all those who challenged Su Yuan withdrew their applications in one afternoon. So he went directly to the actual combat hall to retrieve Su Yuan's battle video and asked Qi Tian, only then did he know what happened. This boy, if he wants to take revenge, I quite like him. After Yang Yifeng heard Qi Tian explain the cause and effect, he couldn't help but feel more satisfied with Su Yuan. Revenge is one of the reasons, and the other is that Su Yuan did not break the rules and acted in a measured way. Qingjia on the side heard this and frowned, Teacher Yang, the nature of the competition is an ordinary sparring, not a life and death battle. It doesn't seem right for Su Yuan to deliberately hurt his classmates, right? There's nothing wrong with it, Yang Yifeng blew his beard, isn't that Xiang Dingqian not shouting to admit defeat yet? Seeing that Qingjia seemed to want to say something more, Qi Tian secretly patted his back, stepped forward and said with a smile, Teacher Yang is right, Xiang Dingqian did not shout to admit defeat at that time. Let's end this matter here. Yang Yifeng stood up, I think Xiang Dingqian's teacher seems to be Zhang Heng. If he has any dissatisfaction, just ask him to come to me. Qi Tian responded, okay, I understand. Yang Yifeng nodded and strode out of the video room of the combat hall with his slippers on. I was confused and confused. Just one chapter today. Chapter 89 Skill Planning. On the afternoon of September 8th. In room 4 of Nanyuan, in the lounge on the second floor, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The effect of this week's practice is equivalent to the original 10 days. Feeling the star power in his body growing visibly, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. In the past few days, Su Yuan had not gone out. Apart from eating and sleeping, he basically spent time in the training room on the second floor. Picking up the phone from the side, Su Yuan saw a message from Yang Yifeng. Come to the library tower and find me, my usual place. The news was received at noon. Su Yuan did not dare to neglect it. After replying, he immediately set off. It's really lively today. Su Yuan glanced at the library tower. Compared to when we first enrolled a few days ago, there are many more people in the library tower today because senior students have also enrolled. Su Yuan came to the walkway beside the tower on the outside of the third floor, where Yang Yifeng was already waiting. But Yang Yifeng today is very different. No longer a white vest and slippers, but a green robe with exquisite fabrics, coupled with a slightly groomed beard and sideburns, the whole person has undergone earth-shaking changes, and he has a feeling of being a worldly expert. A person depends on his clothes is really not just a casual saying. Teacher. Su Yuan stepped forward and greeted. Well, sit down. Su Yuan sat down opposite Yang Yifeng and asked, what do you want from me? It's nothing special, but the pre-selection challenge will end today, and you and Shang Baiyu are my official students, so I want to talk to you alone. Su Yuan asked, where is Shang Baiyu? Already talked to him. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly, and the two chatted separately, indicating that what they talked about today might involve personal cultivation. Cultivation is a relatively private thing. Except for masters and disciples, it is not convenient for even fellow disciples to disclose it. For example, Su Yuan would not ask Shang Baiyu why he likes to treat others so much. Yang Yifeng waved his left sleeve, and a burst of cyan star power was shot into the void around him and disappeared. Su Yuan immediately felt that the surroundings had become silent. The sounds in the library tower and the sound of the wind beside the tower disappeared. Soundproofing. Yang Yifeng said casually, it's not a magic spell, it's just a matter of using star power to block the sound. Can star power alone achieve sound insulation? Su Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this, because so far, based on his education in middle school, Su Yuan only knew that using star cards could effectively unleash the power of the star card master's star power. Yang Yifeng smiled and said, you will learn it after you start school. Even if you don't rely on skills, Xingli still has many skills. Su Yuan nodded. Yang Yifeng suppressed his smile and said, I have watched the video of your battle in the combat hall a few days ago. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and said, have I caused any trouble for you, teacher? Hey! Yang Yifeng was startled, then realized it, shook his head and said with a smile, that's nothing, you kid is quite measured in your actions. Then what do you want to say? Yang Yifeng looked at Su Yuan and said slowly, I saw that you mainly used two summoning techniques from the Hell Plane in the actual combat hall, one with green quality and the other with blue quality. If I read it correctly, they should all have reached perfection, right? Su Yuan responded, yes, that's right. It is as expected. Yang Yifeng's eyes showed a little surprise. Before pre-selecting you, I also asked Haiping some things about you. He said that you have amazing skills and talents, and you even developed compound skills independently. He also jokingly called you Little Huangfu. Looking at it now, I think he was a little too polite. With the skills and talent you have shown, you may not be inferior to Huangfu Qi. Teacher, that's a compliment. Su Yuan said politely. I not only have one perfect blue skill, but all the blue skills have been perfected. But Yang Yifeng changed the subject. According to Haiping, you are actually not a summoning specialist, but a star card master of the space system. You also practice skills such as rigid flame finger, blue flame strike, and Yuan magnetic pressure. Is that right? That's right. The Ghost Wolf Summon and the Hellfire Summon are just two powerful summoning cards that I accidentally got. Yang Yifeng nodded and suddenly asked, then do you have any plans for your future skill set? Is there a skill mosaic plan? When Su Yuan heard this topic, he couldn't help but think about it. In fact, Su Yuan has already considered this issue. If possible, of course it would be better to embed all space skills. However, space skills are not only rare, but also often of high quality. Su Yuan was just lucky enough to get an air cut in the Requiem Xian burial monument. As for other space skills, there is not even a clue. Seeing Yang Yifeng mention this issue again at this time, Su Yuan pondered for a moment and said, on the premise of ensuring that all soul card skills are embedded with space skills, ordinary skill slots should be selected based on their own shortcomings and needs. Yang Yifeng seemed to have expected it, nodded and said, for you, this choice is not wrong. Space System star cards are rare. As a Space System star card master, there will be no additional bonuses if you inlay star cards with other attributes. Therefore, regardless of attributes and only the type, there is really no problem in choosing the best. But in this way, due to the lack of talent bonus, the non-space skills of your ordinary skill level are inherently weaker than those of other specialized star card masters. Take the Scorching Sun level Fire Star Card Master as an example. Strengthening talents can generally increase the power of fire skills by an additional 30 to 40%. Consumption reduction talents can usually reduce the star power consumption of fire skills by nearly half. If you also use Blue Flame Strike, a star card master with fire enhancement talent will be stronger than you. Fortunately, your skill level directly crushes others, and the gap is not obvious yet. But once others have mastered their skills, or you fight older enemies, your skill advantage will be greatly narrowed or even flattened. Yang Yifeng said sternly, soul skills are important, and ordinary skills are also very important. At the lower 3 levels, the number of soul skills is limited, and more ordinary skills are used to fight. When you wait until the Shining Star, or even the King level, you will focus more on using soul cards to fight. When Su Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Teacher, I understand what you said, but space star cards are not as easy to find as fire star cards. If the skill slots are not used, after promotion, Star Power Cyclone will automatically close the unembedded skill slots for its own stability, and there is no way to keep the skill slots for later embedding." In fact, Su Yuan already had some understanding of what Yang Yifeng said. In the actual combat hall a few days ago, Xia Yu's Flaming Red Lotus was obviously only at the proficiency level, but with the dual blessing of her own fire talent and the blue staff, its power was already equivalent to the hell flames around Dachan. Yang Yifeng said, "For countless years in ancient and modern times, there have also been some star card masters with special attributes such as space system, time system, and destiny system. In addition, among the many star card masters without attributes, there are also some strong ones who urgently need to break the attribute restrictions. You are not the only one who has this problem." Su Yuan didn't understand what he heard. "Teacher, what do you mean? Is there any other solution?" Yang Yifeng smiled and said, "Indeed, there are, but most of these methods are used in star cards above epic level. Because only epic and above star cards may have some special effects, such as fire enhancement. Although the epic purple card is indeed a bit far away for you, you can already start to prepare." Su Yuan thought for a moment, then stood up and saluted and said, "Please give me some advice, teacher." Su Yuan is different from the children of the aristocratic family. In addition to the problem of resources, the children of the aristocratic family have one of the biggest advantages, that is, they have a broad vision and there are elders and experts in the family to guide them. The direction of practice and the details of each stage are guided by the elders in the family. For example, Xiang Dingqian's soul card is Tiangang Star, and his awakening soul card skill is Tiangang Qi. Therefore, the family arranged an extremely suitable ancient soldier soul for Xiang Dingqian as the first soul skill. But not everyone is a child of an aristocratic family, and not everyone can afford the guidance of an expert. Like Su Yuan, he has no background, and there is no guarantee of what epic purple cards he will get in the future. In addition to soul cards, there are many ordinary skill slots that cannot be reasonably prepared and planned. So, this is the importance of the academy. The academy has mentors. The more powerful a mentor is, the broader his vision is, the richer his resources are, and the more guidance and help he can give. Chapter 90 Flame Control Fire. Yang Yifeng motioned Su Yuan to sit down and said slowly, "I have 2 directions here for you to choose. First, from the academy. Currently, there are 14 epic purple cards that can be redeemed in Yeadu Academy, and the skills of 3 of them have some kind of passive amplification special effect. These 3 skills are Jinayu Kai Tai, which is strengthened by boxing, Gaiming Tun Hai, which is strengthened by water system, and Burning Sun Technique, which is strengthened by fire system. Among them, Burning Sun Technique came from the support of the Department of Education, Jinayu Kai Tai was created by the Dean and others, and Guiming Tunhai was produced from the secret realm of Demon City. Of course, whether they are artificially created or produced in secret realms, the number of these epic purple cards is extremely limited, and you need a lot of credits to obtain them. Just hearing the names of these epic skills, Su Yuan felt a little excited in his heart. The epic purple card, although it is only one level higher than the master blue card, they are two completely different concepts. Su Yuan couldn't help but ask, how many credits are needed? Based on past experience, only students who reach the Shining Star level in the 4th academic year can exchange for an epic purple card. Before graduation, Star? Su Yuan's heart froze. This meant that only a few people could exchange for the epic purple card. More than 99% of students don't even think about it. Yang Yifeng seemed to see what Su Yuan was thinking, and said calmly, the higher the level of resources, the more limited they are. If you want to get them, you must compete. Exchanging credits for epic purple cards is at least a way to get star cards while still a student. If you are outside the academy, not to mention that the purple star card is priceless, even if you can buy it, the effort and cost will be at least 5 times more than in the academy. When Su Yuan heard this, he was convinced. The higher the quality of the star card, the more valuable it becomes exponentially. Blue-level star cards alone are worth hundreds or tens of millions, and epic purple cards are far more precious than blue star cards. Many Shining Star card masters do not have a purple card. However, the students of Yeadu Academy are expected to redeem a purple card even before graduation. People with high skill talents often have stronger practical abilities because of their higher skill levels. With your skill and talent, as long as nothing unexpected happens, you can accumulate credits and exchange them for an epic purple card. Su Yuan asked, can I exchange more copies? Yang Yifeng was startled, then smiled and said, of course, if you can earn enough credits, the academy will not restrict the redemption of epic purple cards. However, unless the applicability is very high, it is not recommended to exchange multiple purple cards with enhanced effects. For example, if you exchange Jinayu Kaitai and Burning Sun technique at the same time, you can only fully enjoy the 2 strengthening effects when you practice fire boxing. But in this way, the star skills you can choose are greatly restricted. The gains outweigh the losses, so it is better to specialize in one. Su Yuan nodded, expressing understanding. Yang Yifeng asked, how about these 3 epic skills with enhanced effects from Yeadu Academy, do you like any of them? Su Yuan thought about it and realized that the fire skills were extremely powerful, and he now had 3 fire skills, Fire Finger, Blue Flame Strike, and Hell Flame. If I really had to choose, it would be Burning Sun technique. Su Yuan thought for a moment and asked, Teacher, do you know what the specific skill of Burning Sun technique is? Is it the Burning Sun technique? It is a long-range attack technique. There are 3 types in total, Burning Mountains, Boiling the Sea, and Seizing the Sunday. They are extremely powerful but each has its own emphasis. In addition to the basic fire skill bonus, it can also deal with long-range fire attacks. There are additional bonuses for magic spells. When Su Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but shook his head. Overall, this is a technique that favors warlocks, and I want to take a more comprehensive warrior route, so that I can fully utilize the hexagonal qualifications. As for the other 2 skills, Jinayu Kaitai and Guiming Tunhai are even more inappropriate. I am neither boxing nor water-based skills. Even if you can, it's not your own style. Su Yuan looked at Yang Yifeng, Teacher, you haven't finished speaking yet? You just said there is a second way. This second way comes from the mentor. Yang Yifeng smiled, I happen to have an epic quality fire star card called Yantian Fire Control. To practice it, you must first possess a kind of divine fire. Then use the divine fire as the basis and combine it with the characteristics of the divine fire to develop a fire skill. Sacred fire. Su Yuan looked confused. Sacred water, divine fire, divine wood, there are many rare treasures in this world that contain unpredictable power. If you are lucky enough to get one of them, it is enough to make an ordinary star card master rise to a powerful person. If you get any kind of divine fire, all your fire skills will be greatly increased in power, even more powerful than the fire star card master's enhanced talent. Su Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher, it is difficult to obtain rare treasures like divine fire, right? And according to what you said, Yantian fire control requires divine fire to practice." Yang Yifeng nodded. If you want to conquer the divine fire, strength, skill, and luck are all indispensable. It is already a great luck for a person to obtain a kind of divine fire in his lifetime. But the more powerful the skill, the more stringent conditions it has. Although the threshold for Yantian fire control is very high, its upper and lower limits are by no means comparable to those of ordinary epic purple cards. If you just want to be the best among your peers, then you really don't need to practice the Flame God Fire technique. With your amazing skills and talents, if you pick a few purple cards and practice them to perfection, you will definitely be able to crush more than 99% of the geniuses of your generation. But if you want to become a truly strong person and compete against all kinds of top players on the world stage regardless of age, race, or region, and compete to be the strongest, then you must do it at every stage. Extreme. Yang Yifeng stared at Su Yuan and said in a deep voice, "Tell me, what do you want to choose?" Standing out among his peers, he is still the strongest in competition with the masters on the entire Blue Sea Star. His own soul came back to live a new life, and he was enhanced by the system, as well as a peerless soul card like the phoenix in the blue sky. If you don't even strive to be the strongest and climb to the top, then what is the purpose of this lucky life? And becoming the strongest and exploring the ultimate realm of Star Card Masters seems to be a good goal. In just a moment, Su Yuan made a decision in his heart. "Teacher, I want to be the strongest." As these words came out, Su Yuan felt that his thoughts were clear and his spiritual platform was clear. There seemed to be some invisible changes in himself, and his thoughts became broader. Cang. As if he felt Su Yuan's thoughts, a powerful and high-pitched sound came from the blue sky phoenix in his chest. "Okay." Yang Yifeng clapped his hands and laughed, "I knew you would definitely choose this way. A young genius should look like a young genius. Thank you, teacher, for reminding me." Su Yuan thanked him solemnly. In the next few years, in addition to collecting space system star cards, I will plan the remaining skills with the goal of Yantian fire bending. Yang Yifeng nodded and said with a smile, "In addition, I can tell you that I originally planned to inlay this star card myself. So I spent a lot of time looking for the divine fire back then, and I already had some ideas. But something unexpected happened later, so I stopped looking for the divine fire. When you achieve Yaoxing and obtain this flame fire control technique, I will also tell you the information about the divine fire. I'm not afraid to tell you that the information about the divine fire alone is worth more than an epic purple card." "Thank you, teacher." Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Since there was the whereabouts of the divine fire, it would be much easier than searching for it all by himself. But Su Yuan looked confused. "According to the information I learned in the academy, teacher, you seem to be a wind star card master. Why do you still practice the fire-bending technique of the sky?" Yang Yifeng did not speak directly, but said with a smile, "When you practice Yantian fire control, you will naturally know when you have the opportunity." Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully. "Okay, I came to you mainly to talk about this. You can go back. The first day of school starts tomorrow, so get ready." "Is teacher?" Su Yuan stood up, bowed, and then left on his own. Yang Yifeng sat on the edge of the railing and looked at Su Yuan walking away from the first floor of the library tower, feeling a glimmer of hope in his heart. Since the dean said that the situation in Blue Starfish may change in the future, I can barely survive another 10 or 20 years. These two little guys, a contemporary descendant of Mumei Valley, and a super genius with peerless soul card qualifications and skills and talents comparable to Huangfu Qi. If you cultivate them well, you can hope to step into the burning sun within a dozen years. At that time, maybe you can help me find a cure together. Chapter 91 Class Teacher. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Yuan ended today's practice early. Tomorrow is the first official day of class, which is quite meaningful. You still have to maintain your own condition. Su Yuan came down from the training room on the second floor, took out his mobile phone and took a look. Sure enough, the final results of the instructor pre-selection had come out. His mentor is Yang Yifeng, so there is no suspense. Then Su Yuan opened the Yeadu Academy forum. These days, because I am obsessed with cultivation, I don't pay much attention to the affairs between the college and the new students. If you want to grasp the information as soon as possible, the Yeadu Academy forum is naturally the best place. As soon as I entered the forum, I saw several popular posts. The pre-selection challenge is over and the final results of the mentor assignment are out. Come and watch. The top genius of the new student in Yeadu Academy, the complete list of known information on the 28 Burning Sun disciples. Guide to the start of the semester, 10 tips that freshmen of Yeadu College must know. Fire spells, ice swords, beast control, summoning, discuss rationally, who is the strongest among the new students? Which one is your favorite, the arrogant eldest lady of the Demon City or the three-faced white-haired Lolita? At this time, the freshmen occupy almost half of the Yeadu Academy forum, and the discussion in the forum is lively. The old students were all used to this, and hardly spoke much when watching the excitement. Only the sophomore students came out from time to time to interact and make their presence felt. Su Yuan clicked on these posts one by one and browsed them carefully. In addition to often seeing his own name, as well as familiar people such as Luo Bingtong and Xia Yu, he also got to know some other Zhou-Yang disciples. Ye Qing, a contemporary genius of the Ye family, a family of beast masters in the imperial capital, has contracted with 3 intermediate bronze master star beasts, the turtle of the raging waves, the storm elf, and the 8-armed demon ape. Their strength is astonishing, and may be comparable to Su Yuan's 2 hells. Fire fight. Zhang Tai comes from the Zhang family in Dongji. His fighting style is violent and brave. It is estimated that his strength is equivalent to 7 hellfires. Du Tao, one of the younger generation's invincibles who can defeat all the people in Dongji City with his sea-shaking stick technique, I'm afraid he can compete with a naked hellfire. Mu Qingyu, a wood warlock, is very powerful, and is also good at detection and treatment. Su Yuan browsed through them one by one, and when he reached the end, he became more and more speechless. Behind most Burning Sun disciples, there are comments like I'm afraid they are half as good as Hellfire and maybe they can rival Hellfire. Even among the first 100 students who entered school, there were ratings ranging from 1 to 4 Hellfires. Good guy, it turns out that my Hellfire has now become a reference unit for combat strength. Su Yuan rubbed his eyebrows. Most people don't think much of this kind of comparison, but for those being compared, it can be a bit unpleasant. For example, Zhang Tai left a message below under his real name, I'm not even as good as 1 hellfire. If not, just forget it, it's just 7 hellfires. Is it necessary to be so precise? Please come up with the theory. There is no need for the poster to come out, there are already hundreds of comments below Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai, you didn't go to the site on the first day of the pre-selection challenge, right? 7 hellfires are already very strong, right? Yes, even Xiang Dingqian was beaten terribly. How about you go to the combat hall and see if you can apply to view the video? Or, you can go to Su Yuan alone and say you want to go solo with Hellfire. It's really immoral upstairs. Isn't this a scam? Zhang Tai, go ahead, I want to see how many noses and eyes the Hellfire has. Su Yuan checked some comments and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. This Zhang Tai is quite interesting. When others are excited, he seems to really want to have a fight with Hellfire. Note, I am not looking for a fight with Sir Yuan, I am simply looking for a solo with the Hellfire summoned by Sir Yuan. Sir Yuan was continuing to browse the posts when he suddenly received a message. Luo Bingtong, please take me with you to class. When Sir Yuan looked at the news, he had an unexpected but reasonable feeling. The academy implements a mixed system of tutors and small classes and course selection. Each person is assigned a tutor. At the same time, about 30 or 40 people are assigned to a class to arrange required courses. Finally, there are different optional courses such as enchantment and weapon refining. Sir Yuan and other 28 Zhouyang disciples were naturally assigned to the same top class, and the fixed classroom they were assigned was Classroom 1 in Teaching Building Number 4. The entire teaching area is located in the central area of Yeouido College and has a large number of teaching buildings. Luo Bingtong would have to get lost even when going to the actual combat hall, let alone go to the farther and more complicated teaching area. Taking into account the opponent's attribute of being a road idiot, Sir Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Yes, but I will only take you 3 times. Although we are going along the way, everyone has their own time schedule, so it is always inconvenient to go together. After taking her 3 times, she will almost be able to remember how to go, right?" Inexplicably, Sir Yuan suddenly felt like taking care of a baby. After sending the message, Luo Bingtong received a reply quickly. "Okay. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave." Early the next morning, Sir Yuan saw that it was almost time, so he ended his morning exercise, had breakfast casually and went out. In the aisle in front of the door, Luo Bingtong was already waiting there quietly. The smallest school uniform with black background and purple edges, short silver-white hair, and a flat chest. They are really no different from junior high school students. Sir Yuan secretly shook his head and walked up a few steps. "Long wait." Sir Yuan greeted, "When did you arrive?" Luo Bingtong thought for a moment, then took out her phone and pressed it repeatedly. After these few days of contact, Luo Bingtong is obviously much more proficient in the skill of using mobile phones than before. In a few seconds, as Luo Bingtong stopped, Sir Yuan's mobile phone also received a message. "Luo Bingtong, just arrived. Then let's go." Sir Yuan nodded, and then led Luo Bingtong to the teaching area. Teaching room number 1 and teaching building number 3 is a very spacious classroom. Except for the seats, more than 2/3 are completely empty and seem to be used for demonstrations and training. When Sir Yuan came over, it was around 7:40, which was not too late. When we arrived, the classroom was almost full. People like Xiang Dingqian, Shang Baiyu, Xia Yu, and others had already arrived. Some students were sitting alone, while more were chatting in groups of 3 or 2. With the arrival of Sir Yuan, the entire classroom couldn't help but become a little quieter. Everyone invariably paid attention and size to this freshman who was the most famous since the beginning of the school year. "That's Sir Yuan. He doesn't look like anything special, but he is quite handsome. King Yu, I advise you not to mess with him. He is very cruel, even if he hits a girl." Zhang Tai, who was sitting by the window, looked at Sir Yuan, his eyes ready to move. "Is the hellfire really as powerful as the forum said? I'll try him after class later." Along with Yeqing, Xiang Dingqian, who was sitting at the back, also saw Sir Yuan and subconsciously touched his reattached left ear with a very ugly look on his face. "Sir Yuan, are you here?" Shang Baiyu greeted excitedly from the front row near the door. Sir Yuan smiled and nodded. Seeing that the seat next to Shang Baiyu was empty, he took Luo Bingtong and sat there directly. "Why did you come so early?" Sir Yuan asked. "It's the first day. I'm a little excited. I've always been quiet in the valley before, but there aren't so many peers." "In the valley?" Sir Yuan's heart moved slightly and he asked in a low voice, "Is this the Mame Valley that the teacher mentioned last time?" "That's right." Shang Baiyu replied in a low voice. Yuan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. By the way, Shang Baiyu asked, do you know who our class teacher is? It seems to be called He Yanan. Yuan thought for a while, and at the top of the class list was the name of his top class teacher. This name should be a female teacher, right? Speaking of which, I seem to have seen it somewhere. He is Xiaoyu's teacher. Shang Baiyu reminded. Oh, right. Yuan remembered that he had seen this name when he was browsing the forum yesterday. Yuan turned his head and looked not far away. Xiaoyu was sitting on her seat with her arms folded, as if she would not let strangers in. None of the students around her dared to talk to her. On the clock at the front of the classroom, time passed by, and the few remaining students arrived one after another. And when it was less than half a minute before 8 o'clock, a figure hurried into the classroom and quickly stood up. Oh, you've already arrived early. The person who came was about 1.6 meters tall, with long purple hair, a healthy dark complexion, and a mature figure even under the clothes. With his hands on the podium, He Yanan raised the corners of his mouth and looked at the people below with a pair of bright golden eyes. Hello everyone, I am your class teacher, He Yanan. Chapter 92 Obligations and Responsibilities. I am your class teacher, He Yanan. Hello, teacher. Affected by He Yanan's momentum, everyone in the classroom echoed in unison. Except Luo Bingtong, who seemed unable to speak. He Yanan looked at the energetic young faces below and nodded with satisfaction. You all have standing cards on the table. If you haven't written your name yet, please write your name on it so that I can recognize you. Yuan wrote his name casually, and when he turned around, he saw that Luo Bingtong had also written it. In Yuan's opinion, Luo Bingtong had difficulty even typing, so it would be good if he could draw. However, what surprised Yuan was that unlike the ghost-drawn peach charms he expected, Luo Bingtong's handwriting was elegant and meaningful. It was infinitely prettier than his own, and almost as good as some calligraphy teachers. Seeing Yuan's strange expression, Luo Bingtong blinked her big blue eyes, as if asking, "What's wrong?" Yuan shook his head and looked away. Seeing everyone placing the standing cards one after another, He Yanan said, "Today is the first class of admission. Let's not talk about study and cultivation for the moment. I want to ask everyone first, do you know our country, Great Yan?" Everyone in the audience looked thoughtful, but no one stood up to answer. Seeing this, He Yanan looked slightly solemn and said, "In my class, if you have anything you want to ask or say, you don't need to raise your hands to ask directly. If you have any questions, I will try my best to answer them. If you make a mistake, I and even other students here will point it out for you. College is different from middle school. There are teachers to supervise you and push you forward. In college, self-motivation is the most important thing. If you don't ask, you will never learn some things. If you don't tell, you will never know about some mistakes." As soon as He Yanan finished speaking, Zhang Tai, who was sitting by the window, stood up first. Our Great Yan Kingdom is located on the eastern continent to the east of Blue Sea Star. It has a population of nearly 2 billion and tens of millions of star card masters. It has strong national power and prosperous martial arts. It is one of the two most powerful countries on the eastern continent. He Yanan nodded, motioned for Zhang Tai to sit down and continued to ask, "Is there more?" On the other side, Mu Qingyu stood up and answered, "Great Yan is located in the southernmost part of the eastern continent, bordering the ancient forbidden territory to the east, the sea to the south, and the vast land to the north, where countries, organizations, gangs, all kinds of forces are spread out. To name a few." "That's right." He Yanan glanced at Mu Qingyu's sign and nodded. As Mu Qingyu said, the eastern continent is very big, and the Blue Sea Star is even bigger. Let me ask again, have any of you ever been there? Have you ever gone beyond Great Yan, even just for a step? After this question, the classroom immediately became quiet. Everyone looked at me, but no one got up. He Yanan waited for a while, but when no one answered, he said, "It seems that there is no more, but this is normal, because the outside world is not safe, and of course your family will not let you go out." The existence of star power makes the star card master's personal destructive power too powerful. Any bronze-level star card master can easily massacre hundreds of ordinary people until his star power is exhausted, which makes many places unsafe. The cost of maintenance is much higher than that of destruction. In Dian, with the protection of a country with a solid foundation, you will hardly feel any danger. But in fact, in some small countries with limited national power, extremely bad events often occur. Under the chaos, it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to survive. Although various countries have expressly prohibited it, star card masters are not allowed to kill ordinary people without reason, but there are always some people who kill innocent people indiscriminately and then escape. Even if they are wanted, it is difficult to catch them. So if you are not a star card master, then don't even think about leaving Dian to go to other countries. Even as a star card master, it is best not to go abroad before you have the most basic ability to protect yourself. When He Yanan said this, he changed the topic. This is a danger for you, and for Dian, the current situation is not good either. Although the ancient forbidden area to the east has an agreement with us, in the past few decades, the entire ancient forbidden area has become more and more restless. The southern sea area is endless, and many undersea star beasts are dormant in the deep sea. It is unfathomable and full of uncertainty. There are many and complicated forces in the north. In recent years, chaos has occurred frequently. Conflicts occur from time to time, and sometimes they affect us. The conflict may escalate at some point and disrupt the situation in the entire eastern continent. In the country of Dian, there are many hidden dangers. Wanted criminals, heretics, evil card masters, spies from other countries. These cancers create chaos, assassinate domestic talents, spread remarks that undermine social stability, and have countless evil deeds. Therefore, Dian is not as dominant in the south of the continent as we have seen. The country is peaceful and prosperous, but it also has various internal and external troubles. When everyone in the classroom heard what He Yanan said, some looked solemn, some didn't care, thinking that the great Yan stood in the south of the eastern continent and had been strong for countless years. How could there be so many problems? Some were still doubtful, thinking that He Yanan perhaps it was exaggerated to put pressure on the freshmen. But Su Yuan knew that He Yanan was not exaggerating in terms of domestic risks. Because I personally killed 3 evil card masters in the lava cave who regarded human life as nothing and killed without blinking an eye. If I hadn't killed those 3 people at the beginning, I don't know how many more people would have been killed by the 3 people in the lava cave. At least Zhuangxuan and the dozen or so corpse attendants controlled by Mo Wenwen would have been hard-pressed. Spared. He Yanan didn't care whether the crowd believed it or not, and said solemnly, to deal with these internal and external troubles, the method is very simple, that is to have more and stronger star card masters. This is why Dian has to introduce a large number of policies and consume a lot of resources to continuously train star card masters. That is not to let you become strong and look down on all living beings, and enjoy the treatment and respect that strong people deserve, but to let you grow up as soon as possible and bring more shelter to the country and the people of Dian. This is not a mandatory responsibility, but an obligation and the responsibility that a star card master of Dian should have. It is not a responsibility, but an obligation and responsibility. Although He Yanan is a girl, her words are sonorous and powerful, and every word hits everyone's heart. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help thinking carefully. Even Su Yuan had never thought about making any contribution to the country before, but simply wanted to become stronger. Seeing this, He Yanan nodded secretly. Before the popularization of the academy system, many star card masters were extremely self-centered. They grew up under the protection of the country, but not only did they not give back to the country, but also created a lot of chaos. Until the academy system was fully popularized, not only did the educated star card masters become more and more outstanding, but it was also easier to guide the new generation of star card masters psychologically. These young people are still like unpolished jade that has just been born. They can be carved but are easily polluted. If you are not careful, you may go astray, so proper psychological construction is still very important. After everyone thought for a while, Yanan continued, but now you don't need to think too much, you just need to grow up as soon as possible. In the future academy life, you will receive various tasks. For example, assist in the arrest and killing of wanted criminals, track down some bad incidents, etc. These are not only to train you, but also to maintain the stability of various parts of the country. When the time comes, you will see with your own eyes and know that what I said today is true. Chapter 93 Star Mist Pool. After talking about the obligations of the Star Card Master, next, we will introduce the core credit system of each major college that is closely related to you. Yanan looked at the crowd below and said, in order to promote the growth of students, all star power colleges in Dian have a reward and punishment system with credits as the core. With credits, you can exchange them for various resources required for cultivation in the academy, including but not limited to star cards, star tools, intelligence, materials, etc. In addition, the most important thing is the Star Mist Pool. Star Mist Pond. Hearing this term, everyone in the room was a little confused, but Yeqing, Xiaoyu and others' eyes lit up, and they seemed to understand it. Yanan said slowly, you all live in Nanyuan, so you must have experienced the effect of the soul-binding sacred tree, right? The soul-binding divine tree is an extremely rare 4th-level spiritual plant. Just growing there can gather the star power of heaven and earth and increase the concentration of star power around it. The function of the Star Mist Pond is similar to that of the soul-binding divine tree, but much stronger. It is a cultivation environment with ultra-high concentration of star power created by using various rare materials as the main body, driven by multiple superimposed spirit-gathering barriers, and using star stones as the energy core. A training environment with extremely high concentration of star power. Everyone in the room's eyes lit up when they heard this. In the past few days, everyone has been practicing beside the soul-binding divine tree, and they can already feel that their cultivation speed has increased visibly with the naked eye just at the additional concentration of 30 to 40%. And this Star Mist Pond is actually more powerful than the soul-binding divine tree? Teacher I wonder how much this Star Mist Pool can increase the concentration of star power. Zhang Tai asked impatiently. Yanan slowly stretched out 3 fingers. 3 times. Everyone was slightly shocked. It could actually increase the star power concentration 3 times? Then wouldn't it take off immediately after practicing? No. Yanan's lips curled up, it's not 3 times, it's 30 times. 30 times. Everyone was shocked and inexplicable. 30 times the star power concentration? What kind of concept is that? That's not taking off, that's riding a rocket. Du Tao, who was sitting in front of Yanan, swallowed his saliva and asked with a slightly trembling voice, Teacher you are not mistaken, are you? Of course not. Yanan seemed to have guessed that everyone would behave like this, and then explained. According to the standards issued by the Department of Education, for ordinary second-rate colleges, the upper limit of the Star Mist Pool is 10 times the star power concentration. The top academy in the 12 states has a maximum star power concentration of 20 times. The upper limit of the Southeast, Southeast, and Northwest Quad Poles Academy is 24 times the star power concentration. Only our Sandu Academy has the highest standard of 30 times the Star Mist Pool. Not to mention the 3rd level, it is more than enough for the 3rd level of Sun Moon Star. Seeing that Yanan didn't seem to be joking, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Of course, this is the theoretical upper limit. If you want to enter the Star Mist Pool to practice, there are actually some restrictions. First of all, in order to enhance the student's cultivation effect and avoid wasting star stones, the star mist pool will put a lot of extra pressure on the students' physical bodies to help students absorb the high concentration of star power in the refining pool. Therefore, in the star mist pool, the bronze level can generally activate up to 3 times the star power concentration, the silver level can open up to 6 times, and the gold level can activate up to 10 times. This is why the upper limit of the star mist pool in the second-rate Spirit Academy is only designed to be 10 times higher, because the resources required to build the star mist pool are extremely staggering. In terms of materials and boundary layout alone, every time the star mist pool is upgraded to a level, it will consume several times more resources and energy. 10 times the size of the star mist pool is enough for gold level use, and is the most cost-effective for teachers and students in second-rate colleges. If you want to build a more high-end star mist pool, you have to make up the money yourself, and ordinary colleges are not willing to make up this money. So Yuan thought of something and asked, "Teacher He, since the star mist pool puts extra pressure on the students' physical bodies, what if the physical bodies are stronger, can it open a higher multiplier?" "That's right, and it's mainly the pressure on physical fitness." He Yanan smiled and nodded, while taking a look at Su Yuan's sign. "If your physique is strong enough, the upper limit of the star power concentration you can withstand in the star mist pool will indeed be higher. For bronze level, it can be 1 or 2 times the maximum." 1 or 2 times. Su Yuan, Xiang Dingqian, Zhang Tai, and other people present with sea-level physical qualifications were all bright-eyed. If it could really be doubled, wouldn't it be almost the same as the upper limit of silver level? He Yanan smiled and said that it was up to twice as much. In fact, even if it is a sea-level qualification, it would be good to double it. However, He Yanan didn't say much. When the time comes, these students will know after they try it themselves. In addition to the limitations of the physical body, there is another more important limitation to practicing in the star mist pond, that is the credits. Everyone was startled, and then woke up from the astonishing effect of the star mist pool. Yes, what He Yanan is talking about now is the credit system. And how could the star mist pond, which had such a terrifying auxiliary effect in training, be used casually? He Yanan didn't sell it, and said directly, "Star mist pool is charged by the hour, and the venue fee is 10 credits per hour. In addition, every time the concentration is doubled, an additional 10 credits will be consumed." Everyone said in astonishment, "Is there such a thing as a venue fee?" First, the number of star mist pools is limited. In order to encourage students to use high-concentration star mist pools, we avoid frequent use of low-power star mist pools for long periods of time, which may lead to tight use of star mist pools. 2. Just to make the calculation easier. He Yanan grinned, showing his white teeth. In this way, twice the star power concentration is 20 credits per hour, and triple the star power concentration is 30 credits per hour. And so on. Everyone. So how many credits do we have now? Zhang Tai asked doubtfully. When school starts, the top 100 of us will get 50 credits. Near Zhang Tai, a round-faced girl who looked a little introverted whispered. Zhang Tai's eyes widened, only 50 points. Zhang Tai was originally tall and round, with a slightly fierce face. Now his voice was so loud that he immediately startled the round-faced girl named Lu Yingying. "Okay, it seems like." Lu Yingying quickly added, "It seems like." Mu Qingyu frowned and said, "Zhang Tai, please keep your voice down, don't scare others." Zhang Tai glanced at Lu Yingying, who was staring down at his desk. It seemed that she was really scared, and he couldn't help scratching his head in embarrassment. But not just Zhang Tai, everyone in the classroom frowned. The credits given at the beginning of school are indeed 50 points, which is only enough to practice in the star mist pool with 3 times the concentration for less than 2 hours. Everyone thought it might not be cheap, but they didn't expect it to be so expensive. Could it be that the purchasing power of credits is not high, and 50 credits is not actually that many? Chapter 94 Credits. Shang Baiyu asked, Teacher He, how many credits can we get in one semester? He Yanan said, if you follow the rules and attend classes on time without being punished, then each student can receive 10 credits a month, which is more than 100 credits a semester. Only 10 credits a month. It takes a whole semester to go to the Star Mist Pond to practice in triple concentration for more than an hour. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Who can afford this? Seeing everyone making such a fuss, Xiaoyu sneered disdainfully. It's just a bronze level. You can go to the Star Mist Pool for free for more than an hour just to lie down in one semester. Is this too expensive? I'm really ignorant. The Star Mist Pond consumes star stones, so it would be nice to be able to exchange credits for practice time. I really thought the academy was doing charity. Although what Xiaoyu said didn't sound very nice, it was true that the words were rough and rational. Moreover, everyone once again noticed the word star stone. Mu Qingyu asked, Xiaoyu, what is this star stone you are talking about? Let me tell you. Before Xiaoyu could speak, He Yanan explained directly to everyone. Star stones are crystals containing high-density star power. They come from two sources. One is natural star stones produced from star veins, and the other is artificial star stones made from the star core of star beasts. Star veins are national-level resources. Except for a few belonging to individuals, aristocratic families, etc., almost all star veins in Dian are controlled by the state and distributed and sold uniformly. Even though a lot of star stones are produced every year, the demand for star stones is too huge. The army, city defense, education, most of the star stones allocated each year are consumed internally, and only a small part is released to the market. Although the quality of artificial star stones manufactured and sold by major consortiums is inferior to natural star stones, their prices have remained high due to high manufacturing costs. When the price of star stones is so high, you can use your credits to enter the Star Mist Pool to practice. This is also due to the resource support provided by the Department of Education to major colleges. Based on the performance of major colleges, the Department of Education allocates a large amount of resources, including star stones, every year. This also makes most of the items in the academy that can be redeemed with credits often have huge discounts. In theory, the standard for one credit is 10,000 yuan, but under these discounts, the price of star cards, star devices, etc. may only be half or even one-third of the price outside, and the price of the Star Mist Pool is less than 50 yuan. One part. So that's it. When everyone heard this, they not only understood why the Star Mist Pool was so expensive, but also deeply felt what He Yanan said before about the country's support for the Academy's star card masters. No wonder there are almost no star card masters practicing on their own in Dian. Anyone who wants to become a star card master must enter the Star Power Academy. Dian's support for the Academy is really great. Not to mention other things, the Star Mist Pool alone is enough for all the new generation star card masters to study in the Academy. In fact, it was because Xiaoyu used the Star Mist Pool twice that she was able to break through to the intermediate bronze level so quickly. But outside, Star Mist Pool is too expensive. At 3 times the concentration, it costs more than 1 million an hour, and after 7 or 8 hours, it costs nearly 10 million. Even though she was the daughter of the Xia family, she was not short of money, but she couldn't treat Xingguo Pond as a daily routine. Moreover, Xiaoyu did not want to use her family's money anymore, because that woman never spent a penny of her family's money after being admitted to the Magic City Academy. Teacher He, besides completing your studies, is there any other way to earn credits? After learning about the huge discounts for redeeming credits, someone immediately asked excitedly. Of course. He Yanan smiled. The credits you receive from the college every month are just the most basic way to obtain credits. It is to ensure your basic needs. If you want to earn credits quickly, you can only use other methods. There are 2 main methods. The first is the task we mentioned before. Every time you complete a task, you will get credits as a task reward. The second is the reward from the college. Mission rewards and academy rewards? We understand the mission rewards, but what are the academy rewards? To put it simply, every Yeatu teacher including me has different amounts of disposable credits. As long as you perform well, you can be rewarded independently. And if you make contributions to the college leaders will also reward you with more credits. Su Yuan and others nodded in understanding. It's easy to understand when you say it this way. If you perform well, you will be rewarded. In the following time, He Yanan talked about a lot of things, which had nothing to do with specific cultivation. They were all things that needed to be understood in Demon City Academy. Before I knew it, the time was almost 12 o'clock. Okay, I've almost said what I need to say. That's it for today. He Yanan let out a sigh of relief. It is said that the most tiring part of being a class teacher at Yeatu College is the first year. The most tiring part of the first year is the first day of school because there are so many things to say. Today I feel it deeply. I asked Xiaoyu to create a group. You will all join in later. I will ask Xiaoyu to notify you in the group if anything happens in the future. In our Yeatu Academy, there are not many classes and small classes, and more time is left to you and your instructors to arrange, whether it is training, tasks, or looking for star cards. If you need to ask for leave school, etc., remember to say hello to your instructor and me in advance. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone responded in unison. He Yanan nodded, suddenly remembered something, and changed the topic. Also, don't call me Teacher He from now on, just call me Teacher Xiao He. Compared with other Zhouyang teachers, I should be much younger. This. Everyone didn't know how to complain after hearing this. And He Yanan's lips curled up, and he didn't care about everyone's reaction. After a few steps out of the classroom, he quickly disappeared. Come and join the group. After everyone left, Xiaoyu took out her mobile phone and put it on the table, scan the code to join the group. Originally Xiaoyu didn't want to do this, but she couldn't refuse the instructor's words. As a popular genius with millions of fans, most people would not be able to add his social account, but now he has given it to so many people at once. Everyone lined up to scan the numbers one by one. Hello, your name is Luo Bingtong. Lu Yingying, who was scared by Zhang Tai before, joined the group in front, and suddenly came over to say hello to Luo Bingtong. I am Lu Yingying. Seeing this, Su Yuan reminded Lu Yingying, she doesn't like talking very much. It's okay, I'll just take a look. Lu Yingying stared at Luo Bingtong intently, her eyes full of love. White hair. Silly, so cute, I really want to touch it. Lu Yingying moved closer and closer unconsciously, and her face almost hit Luo Bingtong's face. Luo Bingtong looked at Lu Yingying quietly, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. She didn't understand why this human being was staring at her so closely. Seeing this, Su Yuan asked Lu Yingying, are you going back to the dormitory later? Yes, what's the matter? It just so happens that she doesn't quite know the way yet. Please take her back. Su Yuan had other plans later. He originally wanted to hand Luo Bingtong over to Shang Baiyu, but since Lu Yingying was so enthusiastic, it would be better. After all, they were all girls. Okay. Before Luo Bingtong nodded, Lu Yingying's eyes were filled with joy and she said to Luo Bingtong, Bingtong, let's go back together. Luo Bingtong turned to look at Su Yuan, thought for a moment, and then nodded. Shang Baiyu next to him asked in confusion, Su Yuan, where are you going? I'm going to go to the Star Mist Pond to have a look. Oh. Shang Baiyu was a little surprised, the credits are not many, so save some money. I know. Everyone scanned the code one by one, and the progress was very fast. Xiaoyu looked up and saw Xiang Dingqian and Yeqing still sitting steadily behind. Hurry up, the last two, what are you waiting for? Xiaoyu shouted impatiently. Seeing that Su Yuan was still in front, Xiang Dingqian wanted to wait, but then he remembered what his mentor Zhang Heng said a few days ago. This matter itself is your fault first, and I can't say anything for you. Fortunately, you were lucky. Teacher Lan Xinlan personally treated you. You only had to lie down for 3 or 4 days, but you were able to make it to the first lesson of school. From now on, you and Su Yuan will be in the same class and meet each other from time to time, so you don't have to hold any grudges. I have communicated with teacher Yang Yifeng. Now that you have ended up with this serious injury, the grudge between you ends here. As for the fact that you lost to him, no one is absolutely invincible, and it is normal for star card masters to win and lose in battles. It doesn't matter if you lose, just stand up and fight again. Defeat again and again, fight again and again, defeat again and again, until you win. If you are discouraged because you lost to him in this battle, then I really regret pre-selecting you. At this time, Xiang Dingqian's eyes froze. He stood up and walked straight towards Su Yuan, who was queuing up to scan the QR code. Ye Qing, who was behind him, saw him and got up to follow him. Su Yuan. Xiang Dingqian walked up to Su Yuan. What happened before was my fault, I admit defeat. But I am not willing to lose to you. I will definitely defeat you in the future. Want to be beaten? Come here. Su Yuan scanned the group QR code on Xiaoyu's mobile phone and casually said to Xiang Dingqian, but now let's scan the QR code and cooperate with the work. You. Xiang Dingqian felt aggrieved, and felt as if he had hit a ball of cotton with a heavy punch. Because of the previous battle, I had been experiencing extreme suffering these past few days, but as a result, the other party seemed not to take the battle with me to heart at all. As if that battle was insignificant and insignificant. Such a result made Xiang Dingqian feel extremely uncomfortable and his chest was filled with depression. He was about to say something else, but Su Yuan had already scanned the code and turned around to leave with Shang Baiyu and the others. Hurry up and scan the code, it's a waste of time. Xiaoyu greeted again. Xiang Dingqian frowned and had to take out his phone and scan the code first. Xiaoyu looked at Xiang Dingqian, who was standing there sadly, and curled his lips in disdain. If you can't beat me, go back and practice hard. If you beat me, you'll have everything. No matter how harshly you say it, what's the use? A grown man, really? Xiang Dingqian was startled, then seemed to wake up after being scolded, and his somewhat dazed eyes suddenly became determined. Thank you. Xiang Dingqian nodded solemnly towards Xiaoyu, then turned to Ye Qing and said, I'm going back to practice first. You can go to the library tower by yourself. After saying that, Xiang Dingqian hurried to the dormitory alone to practice. Only Xiaoyu, who was still a little confused and messy, was left there. What's going on with this guy? I scolded him and he still thanked me. Could it be that he's a douchebag? Chapter 95 The Teacher Who Looks After the Star Mist Pool. Su Yuan came out of the classroom, opened the electronic map and checked it briefly, then headed towards the Xingguo Pavilion in the north of the teaching area. Xingguo Pavilion is a square building. In the center of the first floor of the venue is a small square and a registration window, surrounded by 8 airtight rooms separated in a well shape. Among these 8 sealed rooms is the Star Mist Pool. At this time, a middle-aged gentle male teacher wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a handsome face sat at the registration window. The male teacher leaned back slightly and was reading a brown book carefully with an extremely focused look on his face. Except for this gentle male teacher, Su Yuan didn't see anyone or hear a sound after he came in. You can hear a needle drop in the huge Xingguo Pavilion, which is actually a bit quieter than the library tower. There are 2 reasons here. One is because Xingguo Pond is too expensive and not many people come to practice. The second reason is that the 8-star mist pool rooms are very airtight. Under the double isolation of materials and barriers, sound, star power fluctuations, etc. are all blocked. If someone practices in the star mist pool, with Su Yuan's strength is naturally incomprehensible. Seeing the teacher immersed in the book in his hand, Su Yuan slowed down a little, walked to the square table in the small square, sat down and waited. And at this distance, Su Yuan was also able to see clearly the cover of the brown book in the other person's hand. In-depth study of multiple enchantments Volume 8. It seems to be a teacher of enchantment. Su Yuan thought secretly. In the field of star card masters, the enchantment master who is good at arranging enchantments is also a popular profession like the weapon refiner. As long as there is a star core, the enchantment master can lay out enchantments with various functions. And because the barrier is durable, can operate independently, and covers a large area, in some cases, the role of the barrier cannot be replaced by skills. However, enchantment is not like skills, which can be mastered directly through star card inlays, which makes it more difficult to get started as an enchantment master. For general star card skills, you can get started by just inlaying them, and then you need to practice and improve them continuously. As for the enchantment master, he needs to master a lot of professional knowledge and skills before he can get started. Of course, no matter what, this is undoubtedly an additional choice for those star card masters with low cultivation talents. In fact, this is also the case. Among the many star card masters with low cultivation talents, there are many people with amazing enchantment talents. And once you become an official first-level enchantment master, your status will be much higher than that of a bronze-level star card master. Bronze beginner. Are there new students? Su Yuan waited for about 10 minutes. The gentle male teacher wearing glasses finally put down the barrier book in his hand, sat upright and asked. Su Yuan stood up and stepped forward, nodded and said, "Hello, teacher, I am a freshman, Su Yuan." The male teacher said to himself, "If I remember correctly, today is the first class of school, right? Ordinary teachers will not tell the students in the class about the star mist pond. It seems that they are students from the previous classes." Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. It turns out that the head teacher of every class talks about the matter of Xingyu Pond. The gentle male teacher tapped the cover of the book on the table and asked, "What, this is the official start of class, and you are going to practice in the star mist pond?" Su Yuan nodded, "I want to try the effect of the star mist pool." Su Yuan came here this time just to experience for himself the effect of the star mist pool. After all, with his current strength, he has almost no opponents in the bronze level, and he is not afraid of ordinary silver levels. He will definitely earn credits faster than others. If the effect of the star mist pool is extremely outstanding, then you can put it on the agenda to earn credits by doing tasks as soon as possible. The teacher also said just now that only the head teachers of the first few classes would talk about the Xingyu Pond at the beginning of school. Presumably it is because the college believes that the students in these classes are capable and will use the star mist pond earlier. The gentle male teacher looked at Su Yuan and said slowly, "For freshmen, the priority of credits should be star cards and star devices. Redeem the appropriate star cards and star tools as soon as possible to improve your strength in a short period of time, and then earn credits more efficiently. Entering the star mist pool, you won't be able to improve much in a few hours, but the credits consumed are quite a lot. If you are about to break through the realm of big or small, the star mist pool does have a miraculous effect, and it is easier to break through under high star power concentration. But just for daily practice, Xingyu Pond is nothing more than saving some time. For freshmen like you who have just entered school and have no credits, the price/performance ratio is very low. I see that although you are not far from the intermediate bronze level, there is still a certain distance. Now is not the time to come to the star mist pond to practice. Go back and practice for another 2 months, and then come back after you have collected at least 4 hours of triple concentration star mist pool." After saying this, the gentle male teacher did not look at Su Yuan. He picked up the brown book on the table again, opened it to the previous position and continued reading. When Su Yuan heard what the gentle male teacher said, he originally didn't pay much attention to what he said about exchanging star cards and star weapons. After all, everyone's situation is different. Now I am not short of either star cards or star devices. But what the other party said next made Su Yuan slightly surprised. Being able to clearly see one's own star power realm is nothing. If one is still unable to hold his breath, it can easily be seen by people with a higher realm than oneself. What surprised Su Yuan was that he could accurately say that he would reach the limit of the bronze level after practicing for another 2 months. Su Yuan himself estimated that he would reach the bronze elementary limit in about 50 days. If it weren't for the Blue Sky Phoenix absorbing star power a little faster than the average Blue Soul card, it would have taken almost exactly 2 months. Exactly what this teacher said. This made Su Yuan think seriously. Since the other party has to collect at least 4 hours of star mist pool time on his own before coming over, he is probably trying to remind himself that breaking through the bronze intermediate bottleneck requires 4 hours of triple star mist pool time, so he must focus his credits on the breakthrough. Use. In this case, there is no need to try again. After all, the other party has such a vision and is the teacher who looks after the star mist pool, so the advice he provides should be extremely reliable. 4 hours of triple concentration star mist pool requires 120 credits. He currently has 50 credits and is still 70 credits short. And if you spend 30 credits here first, it will be even worse. Thinking of this, Su Yuan decided to do what the other party said first. Compared to others, the progress of my cultivation is still a bit slower. Although I had caught up a lot because of Tiangan Guo, I still officially entered the bronze level 2 or 3 months later than Shang Baiyu and other geniuses, and even worse than Xia Yu, who was already in the intermediate bronze level. If he could break through to the middle level within 2 months with the help of Star Mist Pool, he would at least be able to tie up with Shang Baiyu and others, not to mention overtaking him. Looking at the male teacher who was still studying intently, Su Yuan didn't say anything to disturb him. After another salute, he turned around and left quietly. The gentle male teacher raised his head and glanced in the direction of the exit, shook his head with a smile, and then continued reading. Chapter 96 Mission System. Su Yuan returned to the dormitory. Since you want to accumulate points to exchange for Star Mist Pool time, you have to look at how many points are given by the academy tasks. Su Yuan turned on the computer and logged into the task system of the college's intranet according to the guidance. Actually, you still need to register. Looking at the registration page that popped up, Su Yuan was a little surprised, thinking that the college had already entered all the new students' information. Su Yuan entered his name and student ID number to complete the quick registration. Looking at the confidentiality agreement that came into his eyes, Su Yuan also understood why he needed to register himself. Because the mission system of Yeadu Academy is actually directly related to the city guards in various places. After Su Yuan confirmed the agreement, he officially entered the task system. As soon as he entered, he saw a large number of tasks listed on the home page. First level task, Administrator on the first floor of the library tower, 6 credits per month. Responsible for registration, maintenance, and cleaning. Required to be present 3 days a week. First level mission, there is a bronze level wanted criminal who has been active between the nearby cities of Lanting and Hangzhou recently. He has the lives of 3-star card masters in his hands. He is quite powerful. 1 person is needed to assist the city guard in arresting him. 14 credits point. Level 1 mission, Zijin Building will soon hold a 5-day jewelry conference, which requires 5 bronze level guards with 5 basic credits and additional rewards depending on the situation. Level 1 mission, a commoner in the east of the city has lost a 5th level star disciple pet snowflake ferret. If you find it, you will be rewarded with 2 points. At a glance, there are many tasks of various types such as duty, wanted, escort, search. Most of the credits awarded for first level missions are within 10 points, and the rewards for wanted missions are the highest, generally above 10 points. Su Yuan browsed briefly and found that among the first-level tasks, risky tasks such as killing, support, and escort were awarded more credits than tasks such as duty and management. The higher the risk, the greater the return, which is normal. Tasks like Library Tower Keeper are basically risk-free, but they only have 6 credits per month. As for the wanted mission, to assist in the arrest and killing of wanted criminals, if the target location can be locked, it can be solved on the same day if everything goes well, and it will only take 2 or 3 days including the round trip. In this way, the difference is quite obvious. Of course, this is a smooth situation. If it doesn't go well, not to mention spending 10 days and a half month tracking the target, someone may even run away in the end. Wanted missions are not only unstable, but also riskier. The second-level mission rewards more credits, most of which are above 10 points. It's a pity that I can't take it. Su Yuan saw that the rewards for the second-level wanted missions were all above 10 points, and the rewards for the wanted missions were mostly above 30 points, which was much higher than the first-level missions. But the problem is, Su Yuan found that he seemed to have no authority to access it. As for the third-level mission, let alone accepting it, you can't even check it. So Su Yuan clicked on his message. Name, Su Yuan. Points, 0, Level 1. Obviously, the mission system of Yeadu Academy has a strict hierarchy. Every time Yeadu students complete a task, in addition to credits, they will also receive an equal amount of points. When the points reach 100, you can be promoted to Level 2, and when the points reach 1000, you can be promoted to Level 3. This is also a kind of protection for students, forcing freshmen to start from simple tasks, and only after experiencing a large number of low-level tasks can they take on more advanced tasks. This prevents some students from being young, arrogant, and self-righteous and taking on tasks that are more difficult than expected, resulting in failure of the task. If it's an ordinary mission, it's okay. If the mission fails, it's just a mistake at best. But if it is a wanted mission, escort mission, etc., once the mission fails, it not only means that you may be injured or killed, but it may also involve the lives of others, and the consequences will be serious. In fact, it was because many similar bad incidents had occurred in some colleges that major colleges later developed such a hierarchical system. Of course, even so, there is a certain mortality rate for college students who go on missions. Star Card Masters are, after all, an extraordinary group of warriors. If there is competition, there will be battles. If there is battles, life or death may be the difference. To go to the Star Power training room, you need to earn at least 70 points. If you want to do the first level wanted mission, it will be about 5. And if you want to be on the safe side to ensure a breakthrough, it is best to spare an extra hour of training time in the Star Power pool, then you will need to complete 2 more wanted missions. In addition to the task itself, there are also training, studying, and traveling back and forth. 2 months is really not a lot of time. Su Yuan looked thoughtful. However, if we can advance to level 2 as soon as possible and accept level 2 missions, the speed of earning credits will be greatly improved. Taking a dip in the star mist pond from time to time in the future no longer seems to be a dream. Just when Su Yuan was about to look for 1 or 2 wanted tasks, the phone next to him lit up, and a notification was sent to the class group. Xiaoyu, the teacher said there will be a class at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. You must be there on time. Will there be classes so soon? Su Yuan was slightly surprised. After browsing the forums in the past 2 days, Su Yuan also learned that Yeadu Academy only offers 1 small class per week. The first class of school ended today, and there will be class the day after tomorrow, with only 1 day in between. But Su Yuan understood it as soon as he thought about it. What is taught in the first lesson of school has nothing to do with cultivation, and does not require digestion. Of course, there is no need for any interval. As Xiaoyu issued the notice, the students in the top class started talking. Shangbaiyu, is this class related to cultivation? Mu Qingyu, it should be so, but I don't know which aspect it is. Xiaoyu, did teacher Xiao He say anything? Xiaoyu, from what the teacher said, it seems to be about star power skills. Du Tao, star power skills? Are there any other skills in star power? Can't I just use the inlay skills? Shang Baiyu, of course there are, such as breathing control and the like. Zhang Tai, concentrate your breath? What is that? Shang Baiyu, during class in the morning, I couldn't sense the fluctuations of your and Xiang Dingqian's star power. Is this the reason? Xiang Dingqian, yes, I had a teacher at home when I was in high school. Zhang Tai, tisk, tisk, the children of the aristocratic family are different, but Shang Baiyu is not from the aristocratic family, how can he be the same? Shang Baiyu, it was also taught by the old man at home. Mu Qingyu, Zhang Tai, don't ask about other people's affairs. Originally there was no one talking in the group, but a lot of them were said at once, and soon it was 99 plus. Originally, we were all young people around the age of 18, but now we have just entered such a big platform as the college. It is a time when we are full of freshness and cannot bear the loneliness. It's just that everyone is reserved in their own way, there is no topic, and they don't want to be the first to speak. Now Xiaoyu brought up a topic, and except for a few people, almost everyone actively and enthusiastically participated in the chat. Star power skills. Su Yuan looked at the news in the group and couldn't help but look forward to it. They had already witnessed Shang Baiyu and Xiang Dingqian's ability to restrain their own aura and star power fluctuations. Later in the library tower, Yang Yifeng casually used star power to isolate the sound. The potential and variability of star power are far higher than I imagined, but if you know how to embed the skills, it is indeed a bit crude and blunt. Let's see what will be taught the day after tomorrow, and then do the task to break through to the intermediate bronze level within 2 months. Chapter 97 Demonstration. 2 days later, in the early morning, Su Yuan took Luo Bingtong to the big classroom again. Just like last time, when the clock in the teacher's room was about to reach 8 o'clock, He Yanan stepped on the clock and appeared. Hey, it seems you have had a good time these 2 days. He Yanan greeted with a smile, still full of energy and energy. Hello, Teacher Xiao He. Su Yuan and others bowed quickly. He Yanan nodded and walked to the center of the podium in a few steps. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Last time I told you a lot of matters in the academy, but they had nothing to do with cultivation. Let's not talk too much today and let's start our first cultivation course directly. When the students in the class heard this, they immediately cheered up. He Yanan glanced at the people below, raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and asked, "A boy comes up and demonstrates with me. Is there anyone who takes the initiative?" Su Yuan vaguely felt something was wrong, but he didn't say anything. "I'll do it." Zhang Tai glanced around and saw that no one in the classroom was moving, so he stood up and strode towards the podium. "Teacher, why is it a boy?" At this time, a girl in the classroom asked. He Yanan smiled and said, "Because it might be a bit painful to cooperate, so I asked a boy." Zhang Tai still had 2 or 3 steps to reach He Yanan. When he heard these words, his figure suddenly froze. Looking up at He Yanan with a smile on his face, Zhang Tai's raised right foot was neither moving forward nor moving back, it just froze in place. Puff! Du Tao, who was sitting close by, couldn't help laughing when he saw Zhang Tai's embarrassment. "Come on, Du Tao, come and join us." "Ah, this." Du Tao's smile faltered, and his face suddenly collapsed. However, under He Yanan's gaze, he still stood up honestly and stood side by side next to Zhang Tai. At first, everyone didn't think anything of it, but Du Tao really made everyone in the classroom laugh. But everyone had learned from the past and couldn't hold back their laughter. He Yanan took a few steps back and stood about 7 or 8 meters away from the two of them. "Next, I will shoot some star power bullets at you." You can't dodge or use skills. You can only use the star power itself to resist. If you block a star power bullet, I'll give you some credits, okay? When they heard that there were credits, Zhang Tai and Du Tao were overjoyed and responded quickly, okay. There is actually a credit reward. Yeah, if I had known I would have gone up too. Everyone in the classroom did not expect that there would be credit rewards, and many people regretted not playing just now. So Yuan looked at He Yanan's slightly raised lips and guessed that this credit might not be so easy to get. He Yanan stretched out his right hand, made a pistol gesture, and said to the two of them, "Are you ready? If you are, then I will start." Zhang Tai and Du Tao took a deep breath and stared at He Yanan's right hand with all their attention. Seeing that the two of them were ready, golden light danced on He Yanan's fingertips, and traces of light golden star power slowly surged up. "Here we go!" He Yanan shouted low, and suddenly a pale golden bullet flew out from his index finger. So fast! Zhang Tai was startled and wanted to use the star power to cover his body surface to resist. However, the bullet was too fast. Before the star power could rush from the star power cyclone to the body surface, his left arm was already hit. Ah! Zhang Tai was caught off guard and immediately screamed in pain. The place where his left arm was hit turned red visibly, leaving a pale golden X mark. Du Tao secretly felt lucky that he was not hit first, and quickly covered the surface of his body with star power. But the next moment, Du Tao felt a pain in his chest. When he looked down, he saw that a pale golden bullet had penetrated his protective star power, leaving an X-shaped mark on his chest. Shockingly, he has been shot. Double kill. He Yanan grinned, revealing his white teeth that contrasted sharply with his dark skin. What happened? Why was Du Tao also hit when he opened his star power? Du Tao's shooting immediately aroused everyone's doubts. Yeah, it doesn't matter if Zhang Tai was hit, but Du Tao used his star power to protect his body and was hit and left a mark. Xia Yu curled her lips. If you can 100% catch the teacher's bullets by opening your star power to resist, then isn't this a free credit? It can't be that simple. Xia Yu, do you know what's going on? Someone next to him asked. It should be that their star power is not strong enough. The teacher's bullets are very strong and should be able to easily break through the body protecting star power they release. Then what should I do? Isn't it impossible to prevent it? Xia Yu pondered for a moment and said, if you give up your whole body defense and concentrate your star power on a small area, you may be able to block the bullets. Yes. Everyone around him couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. During the game, both Zhang Tai and Du Tao took a shot from He Yanan's star power bullet, and after thinking about it for a while, they quickly understood the reason. Teacher Xiao He, come again. Zhang Tai shouted. Then I'll come. He Yanan slowly stretched out his left hand and grinned, I just gave you a warning. Next, it will be more violent. The brilliance danced on the index fingers of both hands, and the next moment, golden bullets were shot out of He Yanan's hands at high speed one after another. At first, Zhang Tai and Du Tao concentrated their compressed star power to catch 2 or 3 bullets, but soon, they could no longer catch any bullets. The last moment he was controlling the star power to gather in his abdomen, but the next bullet hit his right shoulder, and there was no time to move the star power in his body. Stop! Teacher He, stop quickly! In just a few moments, Zhang Tai and Du Tao's screams resounded throughout the classroom, and X-shaped marks appeared on their bodies. However, He Yanan seemed to be in high spirits, beating his hands biu incessantly. The excitement on his face was in stark contrast to Zhang Tai and Du Tao, who were wearing pain masks. After half a minute, He Yanan stopped contentedly, and like a Western gunman, he blew the index fingers of his hands that looked like pistols. Looking at Zhang Tai and Du Tao again, they stood there with grins on their faces. Except for their faces, everywhere on their bodies was visibly red and swollen. Awful! It's really miserable. Everyone in the classroom couldn't help but turn their heads slightly to avoid looking at the two people on the stage. At the same time, they also felt that as a class teacher, they seemed to have a bit of a sadistic tendency. Yanan turned around, clapped his hands and said, "Shang Baiyu, treat them." Okay. Speaking of treatment, Shang Baiyu was no longer sleepy, and immediately walked up excitedly, using his white plum fingers to point Zhang Tai and Zhang. Hiss, be gentle, be gentle. Shang Baiyu smiled coquettishly, but he was still not gentle at all. There's no way, it won't be effective if it's too light. Chapter 98 Breathing. After a while, as Shang Baiyu stopped, a large number of white plum blossoms bloomed on Zhang Tai and Du Tao. Suddenly, mist-like white smoke surged out and enveloped their bodies, making them warm and slightly cool. Not long after, the fog dissipated, and the injuries on the two men quickly recovered as before. It's amazing. Although most people in the classroom have seen Shang Baiyu's white plum pointing, they couldn't help but marvel at it at this time. Teacher Xiaohe, Zhang Tai and Du Tao each have 47 bullet marks on their bodies. Shang Baiyu said to Yanan, who was walking aside. While treating Zhang and Tai, Shang Baiyu counted the bullet marks on their bodies. Oh! Yanan looked at Shang Baiyu, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then smiled, "That's right, it saves me having to count." Yanan walked up to Zhang and Tai, "I fired a total of 100 star power bullets, and you two each received 50 rounds. That means you each only received 3 star power bullets, right?" "No, that's right." Zhang Tai and Du Tao responded hesitantly. The two of them felt no pain at this time, but their faces were red. This time, it's really embarrassing. But this is indeed not as simple as one might think. The star power bullets shot by Teacher Xiaohe are not much slower than the real bullets. Although I can barely realize where it will hit, it still takes time for the star power to move, and there is no way to stop it. Okay, Yanan didn't mean to blame the two of them. He patted them on the shoulders and said with a smile, "Go down first. I'll settle the 3 points for you when I come down." Is teacher. Zhang Tai and Du Tao walked off the stage in dejection with their heads lowered. Fortunately, this person's loss and beating were not in vain. He still has at least 3 points. After Shang Baiyu treated the wounded, he was about to step off the stage with satisfaction, but was suddenly stopped by Yanan. "Shang Baiyu, please don't go down yet. I haven't had enough yet. Please try it with me again." Shang Baiyu was startled and said with a bitter look on his face, "Goodbye, Teacher Xiaohe. Come when I ask you to come." Yanan's eyes widened, and he immediately raised his right hand and gestured like a pistol. Shang Baiyu was so frightened that he quickly distanced himself from Yanan. After giving a wry smile, he immediately calmed down and stared at Yanan's right hand with all his concentration. "Coming!" Yanan reminded. Immediately, golden light suddenly appeared. The golden light flashed on Yanan's fingertips, and golden bullets were fired towards Shang Baiyu. 30 seconds later, the golden light gradually dissipated, and Yanan stopped, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Shang Baiyu had sweat on his forehead and looked a little embarrassed, but if he looked carefully, he didn't even have a bullet mark on his body. Holy crap! How did he do it? There's not even a single mark. Does Shang Baiyu actually have such strength? I remember that he seems to be just a therapist, how can he know these things? The students in the classroom all widened their eyes, horrified by Shang Baiyu's surprising operation. Yeqing turned around and asked, "Xiang Dingqian, how many can you take?" Xiang Dingqian's eyes were full of surprise. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "I guess I can only catch half of it." When Yeqing heard this, his expression became more solemn. Su Yuan looked at Shang Baiyu on the stage and thought to himself that this guy is really not simple. The ones who were most surprised were naturally Zhang Tai and Du Tao, who had just been tortured to pieces. Here, Shang Baiyu, a healer, is so powerful? TNND is unscientific. Zhang Tai couldn't help but cursed. As a healer, Shang Baihu didn't participate in the pre-selection challenge a few days ago, but now this amazing move has made everyone look at him with admiration. He Yanan nodded with satisfaction and said to Shang Baihu, "Okay, you can go down." Shang Baihu looked hesitant when he heard this. He seemed to want to say something more, but he couldn't say it. He looked like he was hesitating to speak. He Yanan asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Teacher Xiaohe, I also cooperated with you in the demonstration, and the credits." This. Everyone reacted suddenly. Yes, what He Yanan told Zhang Tai and Zhang earlier was that receiving one golden bullet would get 1 credit, but now Shang Baihu has accepted them all. He Yanan was stunned. The reason why he asked him to cooperate again was because he knew that he should be able to take on a lot so that he could set a positive example for everyone, but he had no intention of giving credits. "But I told Zhang and Tai that I would give it to them, and now I don't emphasize that I won't give it to them." He Yanan grinned and stared at Shang Baihu closely. "If you take them all, that's 50 credits, right?" "Yes, it should be." In fact, Shang Baihu also knew what He Yanan was thinking. "But credits are precious, so you should be thick-skinned when you should." At this time, being stared at by He Yanan's kind eyes, Shang Baihu felt Alexander, responded weakly and quickly lowered his head. In just a few seconds, it seemed like a long time had passed. Just when Shang Baihu was about to be unable to bear it any longer, He Yanan's voice finally rang in his ears. 50 credits will be transferred to you after class." Shang Baihu was extremely surprised and thanked him quickly, "Thank you, Teacher Xiaohe." After saying that, he didn't dare to look at He Yanan for a second time, bowed his head and ran down as if he was running away. At this moment, everyone in the classroom couldn't sit still and started talking. 50 credits. I'll go. Shang Baihu really made a lot of money this time. Seeing Shang Baihu sitting back, Su Yuan smiled and said, "You really hide your secrets." Su Yuan was also envious of the 50 credits. After all, he had just seen the mission system, and Su Yuan knew the value of 50 credits very well. However, compared to the 50 credits, Su Yuan was more amazed that Shang Baihu could perform such an amazing performance. Shang Baihu waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's just a little trick, not worth mentioning." While the students in the class were amazed by Shang Baihu, they all looked at He Yanan. After Zhang Tai and Shang Baihu's demonstration, everyone became more curious about what He Yanan was going to teach next. He Yanan stood at the center of the podium and said, "You have also seen the 2 sets of demonstrations just now." Facing the same star power bullets, Zhang Tai and Du Tao couldn't dodge, but Shang Baihu was able to dodge them all. "I have limited the power of these star power bullets. What if the power is not limited?" Because he was the class teacher of himself and others, no one in the class thought much about it before. Now think about it, if the power of these star power bullets was not limited, wouldn't Zhang Tai and Shang Baihu be beaten into a sieve? Su Yuan estimated that even if he went up by himself, he would probably be about the same as Zhang Tai and Du Tao. Of course, during actual combat, you can dodge or use defensive skills. But that's not what I want to talk about. The reason why Shang Baihu can do it while Zhang Tai and Zhang Tai can't do it is that they are both at the beginning of the bronze level and don't need any skills. He Yanan looked at the people below who were casting curious glances, and slowly said, "That's breathing." Chapter 99 Open up the star cave and open up the star nest. Breathe. Su Yuan was startled, he had never heard of such a thing. Breathe, aren't we just breathing? It's definitely not what we usually call breathing. It should have something to do with star power. Is it some kind of high-quality skill? The students in the class were all very confused and started talking without knowing why. He Yanan was happy to listen to people's comments and thoughts. After waiting for a while, he slowly said, "Breathing is not the breathing of the mouth and nose, but the breathing of Xingli. Star power breathing." At this point, except for Shang Baihu and Xiang Dingqian, the students in the classroom became even more confused. Yanan asked, "Normally, your star power is stored in the star power cyclone in your chest, and it is only mobilized when you use it, right?" "Yes, the star power cyclone is where star power is stored, isn't it right?" Yanan smiled and said, "Of course, this is the most primitive and basic method, but this method has many flaws. Just like when Zhang Tai faced my first star power bullet, even if he had already reacted, when my bullet hit him, his star power defense had not yet been fully opened. The reason why this happens is because the star power rushes out from the star power cyclone and then flows to the designated position in the body. This process takes time. Although this time is extremely small, if masters compete with each other, the slightest difference may lead to completely different results. And this is one of the disadvantages of completely storing star power in the star power cyclone: startup delay." Everyone in the class nodded. Xia Yu had already said this just now, so it was not difficult to understand. Yanan continued, "In addition, even if they have concentrated their star power towards the impact point of the star power bullet to resist it, they will not be able to catch the subsequent bullets. This is not because the star power they have gathered is not enough, but because the gathered star power cannot move easily within the body and cannot catch most of the bullets in time. This is the second disadvantage. It also takes a very short time to move the concentrated star power from one place in the body to another. And the greater the power of the star, the slower it moves. So after barely catching 3 star power bullets, Zhang and Tai could no longer keep up. And breathing is a better way of storing and operating star power, which can solve these shortcomings of the original method." Yanan looked at everyone in the class and explained seriously. Breathing, as the name suggests, is to allow the star power to circulate in the body as long as our own breathing. It starts from the star power cyclone on the chest, flows through all parts of the body, and finally returns to the star power cyclone, forming a cycle. When in the breathing state, star power is already filled everywhere in the body. In this way, when a large amount of star power needs to be mobilized from the star power cyclone somewhere in the body, the back wave will push the front wave, and the star power can be transported to the target location almost instantly, and the speed is several times higher than the original method. The students in the class were all excited when they heard this. Everyone is a star card master who has gone through various battles and is quite experienced. Everyone naturally understands the meaning of being able to explode a large amount of star power anywhere on the body at will with almost no lag. In close combat, you can reveal your attack intentions later for some moves that do not require charging. What's more important is that when faced with sneak attacks and opponents changing their moves, they can respond more quickly, instead of being half a beat slower due to delayed star power activation and inconvenient operation, and then falling behind. Downwind or even death. The reason why Shang Baihu can block all the star power bullets is because he has mastered the entry-level breathing and can explode and mobilize star power at will. Not only that, there are many benefits of star power breathing, such as breath concentration, because the star power flowing uniformly on the body surface is not only contained but not released, but can also absorb a little bit of star power emitted from time to time in the star power cyclone. Fluctuation. So that's it. Su Yuan suddenly realized. I have never figured out how Xiang Dingqian and Shang Baihu managed to restrain their breath, and they also tried to achieve a similar effect by condensing the star power cyclone. The result turned out to be that the star power was released and a circulation belt of star power was formed in the body. It's better to block than to open up, that's right. Zhang Tai couldn't wait any longer. Teacher Xiaohe, please teach us how to make star power breathe. Okay. Yanan's expression became slightly solemn and he stood up straight. I will only demonstrate once, please watch carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, extremely rich golden light jumped out from Yanan's body. Under the shocking and powerful star power, the light in the entire large classroom dimmed, as if he was in the dark night. With Yanan's chest as the center, there are many stars shining with golden light scattered around the body. A golden stream flows quietly from the chest, flows through the body along the golden stars, and finally returns to the chest, forming a complete cycle that never ends. Including Luo Bingtong, who was the star beast, everyone stared at the golden star power and the golden stars quietly flowing on He Yanan's body with wide eyes and concentration. In the darkness, all this was extremely clear. But soon, this simple star power flow trajectory changed on its own as more golden stars lit up in He Yanan's body. It gradually becomes more detailed and complex, with more and more golden stardust flowing through it. After 2 changes, a rather three-dimensional flow trajectory has been formed. After a moment, He Yanan blinked, the golden light on his body slowly retracted from his body, and the classroom became bright again. There was silence in the classroom, everyone was still immersed in the trajectory of the star power flowing through He Yanan's body just now. After more than 10 seconds, everyone came to their senses one by one and raised their heads one after another. "Have you written it all down?" He Yanan asked. Everyone's eyes were full of excitement and they responded, "Remember it." He Yanan nodded. In fact, the display method just now was called star power projection. It used some techniques to directly project the flow of star power into the minds of the students in the field through vision and star power induction. As long as you don't forget it intentionally, you can usually recall it quite clearly. The technique for establishing star power breathing is to make the star power circulate continuously according to the star power flow path I just showed. To make the star power circulate more easily and quickly, it is necessary to open up the 12 star nests hidden in the 12 meridians of the body. Each star nest is composed of 6 star holes, and the 12 star nests have a total of 72 star holes. According to the number of star nests involved in the star power cycle, we also divide star power breathing into 5 levels from entry to perfection, from simple to complex, from outside to inside, just like skills, and gradually include all 12 star nests. What I just showed are star power trajectory charts for 3 levels: entry, proficiency, and proficiency. As long as the outermost 4 star nests are opened, the flow of star power can be blanketed throughout the body, reaching the entry level. After that, every time you open 2 more star nests, you can advance to a higher level. However, star power breathing is easy to get started with, but as you go to the back, the difficulty of opening the star A cup ointment will increase exponentially. I have only fully opened 10 star nests so far. I don't know how many years it will take to reach perfection. But even so, my progress is not too slow among the burning sun level. Mu Qingyu asked, "Teacher Xiaohe, how should we open the star cave?" Follow the star power flow trajectory I just showed. Find the number 1 star hole in the first star nest around the left shoulder, concentrate the star power to attack it, then the number 2 star hole, the number 3 star hole, and so on. Then how do we know if we've found the right spot? It's simple. If the position is right, you will feel blocked and swollen; if the position is wrong, you will feel a sharp sting. Ah! As soon as He Yanan finished speaking, a boy in the classroom opened his eyes with a painful expression, and a small amount of sweat quickly broke out on his forehead. Well, that means the direction is wrong. He Yanan gestured to the boy. Opening star points to establish a star power cycle not only consumes a lot of star power, because it requires a high degree of concentration, but also consumes mental power continuously. Therefore, you must combine your own mental power and reasonably arrange the time for practicing breathing and cultivating star power. Since you all have bronze level star power, it is not difficult to break through the outer 4 star nests. I will give you 2 months, and then you will test the star power bullets like today. Of course, the reward is still 1 bullet and 1 point. Su Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. His spiritual aptitude was not low, and coupled with the significant improvement of the Ring of Hell chanting, he should be able to open star points much faster than others. Moreover, practicing star power for too long every day will cause physical fatigue and reduce the effect, so you can use more time to practice breathing. The others also looked happy. This is a good opportunity to earn credits. Not to mention getting all of them, but at least 20 or 30 points. Especially Xiang Dingqian, he was excited. He had already opened 19-star acupoints before. In 2 months, the remaining 5-star acupoints would definitely not be a problem. Teacher Xiaohe, can I still participate in the test then? Shang Baiyu asked bravely. He Yanan grinned, what do you think? Shang Baiyu said weakly, then I won't make any money. I just get the 50 in 2 months in advance. He Yanan snorted and said, why don't you make money? The sooner you get the credits, the sooner you can turn them into strength. One step first, each step first, don't you understand this principle? Okay, okay. Of course Baiyu understands the truth, but he still has to try it shamelessly in order to get another 50 points. Now it seems that it is really impossible to get any more credits for the next test. Chapter 100 Open 2 holes in a row. However, not everyone in the classroom looked expectant. There were still 2 or 3 people who frowned slightly, and there seemed to be some confusion in their brows. One of the boys named Shijin couldn't help but said, it seems like it will take a lot of time to open the star points. Teacher Xiaohe, do we have to learn star power breathing? He Yanan raised his head and glanced at Shijin, and couldn't help but narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course you don't have to practice. He Yanan's voice was solemn, and his eyes scanned all the students in the classroom. There may be many people who feel that breathing practice is hard, troublesome, time-consuming, and of little use. The only thing you can do after practicing it is to control your breath and explode your star power more smoothly. An academy is no different than a middle school. Teachers lead the way and cultivation is up to the individual. Yeadu Academy has always given the leadership of cultivation to the students themselves. The method has been taught to you. Whether you learn it or practice it is your own business. I will not force you. Everyone could feel that He Yanan seemed to be really angry at this time. This is natural. Don't think that everything will be fine if you get admitted to Yeadu Academy. Enjoying various discounts from the Department of Education and the college, 10 credits are credited to your account every month even if you are lying down. The country and colleges have given a lot of resources, but these resources should not be wasted on people who are afraid of hardship. At least there shouldn't be such a person in this top class. Su Yuan glanced at Shijin, then withdrew his gaze. Perhaps, it's not that the other party doesn't want to learn or practice, but he just feels that the benefits of practicing breathing are too low, and it will slow down his other aspects of practice. But since star power breathing was arranged by Demon City Academy in the first training class of the top class, how could it be easy? Its significance and importance simply need no introduction. Although it seems now that breathing can only concentrate your breath and increase the burst speed of star power, this is just the entry level. What will be the effect of subsequent proficiency, mastery, culmination, and even perfection? For star card masters, passive abilities with special effects are extremely rare and precious. Although He Yanan didn't say it clearly, judging from the breathing practice and the effects of introductory breathing, practicing breathing well seems to bring about a series of such passive abilities. He Yanan walked from the stage to a large empty practice space at the back of the large classroom and said, "Come here, everyone." Su Yuan and others stood up, followed He Yanan to the back and sat down cross-legged. Close your eyes and look inside, gather your star power, and start to attack the number 1 star hole in the first star nest near the left shoulder among the 4 outermost star holes. Under the guidance of He Yanan, the students closed their eyes one after another and entered the state of inner vision. They controlled the star power and began to attack the number 1 star point in their minds little by little. Well! Ah! All of a sudden, various calls rang out one after another. Although He Yanan had previously projected the star appointment map in his mind, a dozen people found the wrong location at this time. He Yanan's eyes lit up with a dazzling golden light like gold foil, as if he could see through everyone's bodies and directly check the operation of the star power in their bodies, and guided the students present one by one. Zhou Weiman, it's too high, 2 centimeters lower. Yang Shuo, move 5 centimeters to the left. In the inner vision state, Su Yuan controlled the stream of star power that was compressed to the thickness of a fingernail, recalled the position of star point number 1 in his mind, and launched an attack. Soon, Su Yuan felt an invisible shackle coming from the number 1 star point. As soon as he exerted a little force, he immediately felt a strong swelling feeling. Found the right location. Su Yuan's heart moved, and he kept using star power to attack here. The compressed and condensed star power began to be consumed as if it was thrown into a bottomless pit, but there was no change at all at the number 1 star point. However, Su Yuan was not in a hurry. According to He Yanan, the position was correct. This was just the beginning. As long as the direction was right, it would be effective sooner or later. Immediately concentrate completely and mobilize your star power to attack the target location. After being guided and corrected by He Yanan, all the students in the field had identified the position of the number 1 star point on their bodies and controlled the star power to continuously impact. He Yanan looked at each student quietly. Well. Mu Qingyu, Xia Yu, Lu Yingying, these girls are doing pretty well. Zhang Tai? Unexpectedly, this kid looked quite brutal and was quite meticulous in controlling the star power. Shang Baihu was already opening the 26th star hole in the 5th star nest. Xiang Dingqian was a little slower and was already opening the 19th star hole. Luo Bingtong, this little girl, although I don't know what kind of star beast she is, she seems to be very talented in human form, and she can find it so accurately. If she keeps going like this, she will probably be able to break through it a little bit soon. As expected of his perfect star power qualification, Su Yuan was able to compress his star power so solidly without any training. I am afraid he will make progress soon. It feels like this year's freshmen are even better than the last one. Teacher Su was in charge of the top class last year. According to him, there were 5 students who successfully opened a star point during their first breathing class. This time, apart from Shang Baiyu and Xiang Dingqian who have already opened some star caves, I don't know how many people can open the first star cave. Time passed and He Yanan looked up at the clock on the wall. It was almost 11 o'clock. I wonder when the first student to break through the star point will appear. He Yanan looked thoughtful. At this moment, a slight vibration of star power suddenly swayed somewhere in the field. He Yanan turned around and saw that Su Yuan opened his eyes slightly, with a hint of joy in his eyes. Yes, Su Yuan had successfully broken through the first star point, which was smoother than he thought. Under the control of strong mental power, I was very good at micromanipulating the star power in the inner vision state. The impact on the number 1 star appointment was precise and fast. It didn't take long for the number 1 star appointment to become somewhat loose. With the continuous consumption of star power, the number 1 star appointment was easily broken. With a thought in his mind, Su Yuan controlled the star power in the star power cyclone to flow into the number 1 star appointment, and it was indeed able to stop safely in it. Su Yuan felt it, and found that the star power and mental power in his body were still relatively sufficient. He immediately closed his eyes and continued to attack the number 2 star point. As expected of his perfect star power qualification, he was the first to break through the star appointment. He Yanan nodded appreciatively, but if you want to break through the number 2 star appointment, I'm afraid you have to wait until you go back. While He Yanan was thinking, another wave of star power vibrations came from one after another. Luo Bingtong, Xia Yu, and Yeqing all broke through the number 1 star appointment one after another before 11:10. After that, Zhang Tai broke through the number 1 star point at 11:30. Du Tao and Mu Qingye broke through the number 1 star appointment before 11:50. And at 11:50, Xiang Dingqian actually broke through his already loose number 19 star point. Nice. He Yanan is becoming more and more satisfied. Even if Xiang Dingqian is not included, 7 students have successfully opened up a star appointment, 2 more than last year. Yuan scanned the remaining students one by one who had not yet opened a star A cup ointment. He knew that there were less than 10 minutes left, and I was afraid that no one would open a new star A cup ointment. It's a bit greedy. 7 is already pretty good. Yuan secretly shook his head and was about to look away, but at this moment, another wave of star power came from the front. Is there anyone else? Yuan felt unexpectedly happy and looked up, but couldn't help but be stunned. Su Yuan actually opened up a second star cave. I saw Su Yuan opening his eyes again, his silver pupils shining brightly, and wisps of star power shaking slowly swaying from his body. Star point number 2 has been opened. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.